Chapter 1. Destiny. In the aftermath of the Nine Tails turmoil, the entire village of Konoha was engulfed in a profound sorrow. Before the memorial stone, a youth adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem stood quietly, surveying the scene before him. Those around him who had come to pay their respects took note of his presence. "Isn't that Sylas of the Uchiha clan? It seems he's been here for days. Alas, I heard that his mother perished while trying to protect him from the collapsing structures." As time slowly flowed by, the last rays of the setting sun brushed across the boy's face. Yet Sylas remained unmoved. It was only after the crowd dispersed that he murmured softly, "What kind of world is this? How did I end up in the Nine Tails chaos? And of all things, as an Uchiha." This marked the 6th day since his arrival in the world of Naruto, and it had been 6 days of relentless mental anguish in his quest for survival. He felt a deep dissatisfaction with his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. What joy could there be in belonging to a prestigious family that would face extermination in just a few years? The most perilous aspect was that he had already awakened his Sharingan. With both parents gone, and having awakened at the tender age of 8, he was considered a prime candidate for potential within the Uchiha ranks. Yet at this juncture, it was akin to receiving a direct ticket to the afterlife. The impending massacre of his clan that would transpire a few years hence tightened his chest with dread. Just days prior, in his desperate attempts to activate his latent abilities, the small creatures surrounding the village had suffered greatly. From tiny fish to shrimp, ducklings to chicks, he had experimented with any creature he could overpower. Yet, no change materialized. Left with no other choice, he resolved to seek out a formidable ally in hopes of altering his fate. At this time in the Naruto universe, the only remotely reliable powerhouse was Jiraiya. To align himself with someone like Orochimaru would likely condemn him to a life preserved in formaldehyde. Once Jiraiya learned of the 4th Hokage's demise, he would undoubtedly come to pay his respects at the memorial stone. This was Sylas' best opportunity to approach him. However, as days passed without a glimpse of Jiraiya, despair began to settle in for Sylas, who was on the verge of returning home when his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure, draped in red garments, a massive scroll slung across his waist, and with striking white hair. Jiraiya. Suppressing his elation, Sylas cautiously made his way closer. As he approached within mere meters of Jiraiya, he noticed the 2 gravestones ahead. They belonged to the 4th Hokage and Kushina. Sylas fell silent, gazing at Jiraiya's back, momentarily feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Among all the characters in the Naruto saga, Jiraiya was undoubtedly one of the most tragically affected. Continuously rejected by the one he loved, unable to save his former comrade, Orochimaru, and witnessing the deaths of both his disciple and mentor in battles to protect the village just as he seemed poised for a brighter future, he was felled by the hands of his own wayward pupil. Yet, he remained the ninja Sylas admired most before his arrival in this world. Consistently adhere to one's own path of endurance, steadfastly uphold the yearning for peace, and diligently forge ahead. Jiraiya's heroic tale should not conclude in such a manner. However, I find myself in a precarious situation. Just as Sylas was about to initiate a conversation with Jiraiya, a crisp sound suddenly resonated beside him. Ding! Contact with a key individual. System activated. Liberator Sylas. Skills: Path of the individual passive, non-upgradable, body technique LV1, throwing technique LV1. Physical technique LV1, chakra refinement method LV1. Liberation points, 0. Personal liberation progress, none. World liberation progress, 0. A virtual information panel abruptly materialized before him. Is this my cheat? Younger Uchiha, I hear you return here daily. Indeed, losing a loved one is painful, but we must continue to strive for the future. Do not linger in sorrow. Before Sylas could thoroughly examine his newfound abilities, Jiraiya spoke up unexpectedly. Sylas took 2 steps forward, locking eyes with Jiraiya, and inquired, "Lord Jiraiya, may I pose a question? Will there truly be a day of peace in the ninja world?" As a prominent figure in Konoha, Jiraiya was not surprised that this boy recognized him, despite his absence from the village in recent years. Yet, this question momentarily stumped him. He had once believed that peace would inevitably arrive. However, after the death of Minato, deemed the child of destiny, his conviction wavered. Yet, he could not utter to this child that peace would never come. Jiraiya smiled, crouched down, and gently ruffled the boy's black hair. "Such a day will indeed come. I will find the one who can bring it all to an end." "Find? Lord Jiraiya, you are so powerful, why not endeavor to end it yourself?" Caught off guard by the prophecy of the great sage, Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. In himself? But that contradicted the great sage's prophecy. Shouldn't destiny be held in one's own hands? Sylas continued. Such words he dared to speak only in this moment to Jiraiya. Destiny in one's own hands. Something within Jiraiya's heart seemed to stir. Jiraiya's liberation progress. 1. 2.5. Liberation points 1. Could this be the proper use of my cheat? Changing others' destinies to earn liberation points? But what is this for? Though I may not possess the strength of Lord Jiraiya, I believe my fate is determined by my own actions, not by heaven. This world has never had saviors. Individuals should use their own hands to forge the future. With that, Silas fell silent, observing Jiraiya lost in contemplation, awaiting his response. My fate is determined by my own actions, not by heaven. There is no savior. Shall one forge their own future? The words of the child struck his heart like a boulder. For years, he had been fervently searching for the destined child, hoping to bring an end to the turmoil of war. When he believed that Minato was that fated individual, he began to grow complacent. Would the outcome have been different had I remained in Konoha during the Nine Tails upheaval? Does the destined child I have so desperately sought truly exist? Is it truly necessary? Yet, as the great sage of the Toads proclaimed, in that moment, Jiraiya was engulfed in an internal conflict. Two opposing thoughts occupied his mind. Even Sylas sensed something was amiss. Jiraiya's progress towards liberation first soared from 5 to 16, only to subsequently decline, then ascend again. Is this a roller coaster ride? Ultimately, the value stabilized at 10. This process granted Silas 2 points of liberation, and even with the regression, it did not detract from the overall experience. Jiraiya remained silent, yet Silas keenly perceived his unusual demeanor. Just as Silas was about to continue correcting Jiraiya's fatalistic views, an Umbu suddenly appeared a few meters away. Lord Jiraiya, the third Hokage requests your presence. Jiraiya shook his head. Kid, remember my words, do not wallow in sorrow. Watching Jiraiya vanish from sight, Silas sighed. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. To alter a person's destiny, how could it be anything but arduous? Silas even suspected that perhaps the interruption of his conversation with Jiraiya stemmed from the narrative's corrective forces. Claiming there is no savior, while still hoping to rely on Jiraiya's strength to escape the fate of annihilation. Silas shook his head. He slowly departed from Memorial Stone, resolved not to return. If relying on others is futile, then I shall depend on my own extraordinary abilities. Chapter 2. Consider me your uncle. At the Uchiha compound, he returned to the residence assigned to him by the clan. According to clan regulations, children like him were typically placed within other families. However, at Silas' request, he was granted a secluded dwelling and the privilege of solitude. Such special treatment was not afforded to everyone. Clearly, the elders of the Uchiha clan had likely sensed the awakening of his abilities. The profound emotional upheaval of witnessing a loved one perish before him was sufficient to trigger his awakening. In other words, Silas had become a potential asset in their eyes. For a future elite, they were more than willing to allow him to experience certain privileges. After a simple dinner, Silas sat cross-legged, intending to cultivate his chakra. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted his concentration. It is the clan leader. Please come in. Silas opened the door to find Uchiha Fugaku and a bodyguard behind him, promptly welcoming them in the empty living room. 3 individuals sat cross-legged. Recently, the clan has been busy with reconstruction. Only now do I have the time to visit. I heard from the elder that you requested to be alone. Cyrus nodded. Indeed, I prefer solitude over the company of others. It is not surprising that a child mourning the loss of a loved one would hesitate to integrate into another family's life. Are you facing any difficulties? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to tell me. I shared a close bond with your father. Consider me as your uncle. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of understanding that what Fuyuki said was merely a formality. Yet, Cyrus seemed to take it earnestly, shamelessly responding, yes. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Dealing with certain mundane matters has proven troublesome. I've heard of a technique called shadow clone jutsu. Cyrus gazed at Fuyuki, awaiting his response. Fuyuki was momentarily at a loss for words. This newly acknowledged nephew had quite a peculiar way of thinking. Did he truly not discern the obvious pleasantries? But having just made a promise, could he retract it now? What would that say about his dignity as the clan leader? I shall have someone deliver the scroll for the jutsu shortly. Fuyuki replied nonchalantly. It was merely the shadow clone technique, not the forbidden multiple shadow clones. Moreover, they were all part of his clan. Sending it out posed no issue. Before Cyrus could express his gratitude, Fuyuki continued, however, you must understand that the clan's investment in you is not without purpose. The implication was clear. The resources bestowed upon him required corresponding value in return. Cyrus remained silent, channeling the limited chakra within him towards his eyes. The single tomo that appeared sparked a smile from Fuyuki. Excellent. Indeed, he had awakened his eyes. Every clan member who awakened their eyes was a precious asset to the Uchiha lineage. Even a single tomo would ensure that he would excel among the Chunin in the future. The investment made in them was undoubtedly worthwhile. If you need anything else, it's getting late, and I must check on the other clan members. Please, take care of yourself. As Fuyuki contemplated another polite remark, he remembered that Cyrus was genuinely unreserved, prompting him to wisely refrain from speaking further. Watching Fuyuki depart with an inexplicably flustered demeanor, Cyrus felt a profound sense of disappointment. He sighed, lamenting, "What a pity. Why didn't you continue? If you had the courage to speak, I would have had the courage to ask." Moments later, the promised scroll for the Shadow Clone Jutsu was delivered, along with an additional scroll. The Fireball Jutsu, a fundamental technique known to all Uchiha ninjas. Cyrus unrolled the Shadow Clone Jutsu scroll, which detailed everything from hand seals to chakra flow. Aside from prodigies, mastering a jutsu generally required some time. For ordinary ninjas, Silas did not consider himself to be exceptionally gifted. Let us see if this liberation point truly aligns with my expectations. After carefully examining the scroll, Silas turned his attention to his interface. Indeed, he noticed some alterations in his skill bar. Shadow Clone Technique unmastered. There was a plus sign following it. Silas attempted to tap it with his mind, and the information instantaneously transformed into Shadow Clone Technique LV1, while the corresponding liberation points decreased from 3 to 2. Indeed, he would free others from the shackles of fate, as well as liberate himself from the constraints of learning ninjutsu. This was the rhythm of becoming the champion of verbal prowess. The master of verbal jutsu in Konoha would be none other than I. With hands forming seals, a shadow clone materialized out of thin air. Go, learn this ninjutsu. Silas nonchalantly tossed the scroll containing the great fireball technique towards it, then cunningly retreated to his room, intending to refine chakra for a while before. Resting, outside on the streets of the Uchiha compound, a guard behind Fugaku spoke up. "Leader, why do you place such importance on him? It is merely a single tomo, must you come in person." He could not fathom why Fugaku would deliberately visit this child. In the times to come, the Uchiha clan may face a decline in the number of those who awaken their eyes. The Uchiha clan was strongest during wartime. It was simple. Once on the battlefield, one would inevitably witness the departure of loved ones and cherished friends. Thus, the number of Uchiha clan members possessing the Sharingan would remain at a considerable level. However, in peacetime, when the Uchiha clan was primarily responsible for the security of Konoha, they would seldom confront combat. Those capable of awakening their eyes would become increasingly rare. With the elderly continuously passing away and new blood failing to keep pace, a gradual decline in overall combat strength was inevitable. Moreover, recent rumors in the village suggested that the Ninetales incident had originated from the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, as the clan leader, was deeply concerned about the future of his clan. From now on, every member who awakens their eyes will be immensely precious. His attention towards Sylas further emphasized Fugaku's attitude towards talent. Only in this manner could the new generation of Uchihas retain their confidence in the clan. Invest heavily for a mere bone is precisely the principle at play. The following day, upon awakening, Silas rubbed his head and sighed. Ouch! The aftereffects of the Shadow Clone are quite intense. Relying on Shadow Clones to learn ninjutsu, while indeed a method of cheating that saves considerable time, resulted in an overwhelming influx of intricate memories flooding his mind. For an ordinary child, this might prove to be truly taxing. Not to mention, Silas had endured this once again after the first Shadow Clone dissipated. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique unmastered. A basic crank ninjutsu had taken nearly 10 hours to study, yet still hadn't reached level 1. Silas could scarcely fathom the immense effort required at his current level 2. Master and Strength Ninjutsu. Fortunately, I too possess a unique advantage. Silas exhaled deeply. Chapter 3. The Prodigy. Once again, Silas created a shadow clone to prepare the meal. Meanwhile, he delved into the intricacies of his unique abilities, seeking clarity of thought. His aim was to liberate others from their predetermined fates, thereby granting them a pathway to liberation. He pondered who might be able to provide such avenues of freedom. These points of liberation could significantly accelerate his growth, undoubtedly a valuable asset. However, the sources of these opportunities remained uncertain, and he resolved to conserve resources wherever possible. Among the skills he had acquired, the techniques of the three bodies technique, throwing technique, taijutsu, and chakra refinement were remnants of his predecessor's legacy. Moreover, some fundamental skills, such as treading water and climbing trees, have already been mastered. As a third-grade student at the Ninja Academy, possessing these abilities marks one as a commendable prospect. However, the nature of this skill's manifestation, passive, is rather intriguing. Before my journey into this realm, was it not my choice of mid-lane as Sylas that led to my demise? After my teammate went idle, I, in exasperation, slammed my hand on the table, inadvertently toppling my cup of water, which ultimately resulted in my untimely end. Yet, why has Sylas's ultimate transformed into a passive ability? Is it the art of thievery in ninjutsu? Or perhaps the act of stealing a bloodline technique? It seems that validation is in order. Thus, I must seek an enemy that allows me to interact with other ninjas while remaining inconspicuous. The Ninja Academy would have been an excellent venue, but following the Ninetales turmoil, the institution has suffered damage and is currently under reconstruction, leaving everyone out of classes. Therefore, the only option left is the hospital, prior to marrying into the Uchiha clan. My previous self's mother had worked at the hospital in Konoha. Through her teachings, she imparted some medical knowledge to me. At the very least, I can manage wound care, debridement, and dressing changes without issue. Perhaps I can leverage this knowledge. After half an hour, having finished breakfast, Silas instructed his shadow clone to continue practicing the great fireball technique while he made his way to the hospital in Konoha. Are you interested in assisting at the Konoha hospital? Silas encountered an available medical staff member and articulated his intentions. Indeed, the Ninja Academy is currently undergoing renovations, and academic activities have come to a halt, leaving me with little to occupy my time. My mother, having previously worked in a hospital, imparted to me some fundamental medical knowledge. I have heard that Konoha's hospital is presently overwhelmed with casualties and suffering from a shortage of personnel. I wish to offer my assistance, even if it entails performing trivial tasks. The impact of the Ninetales incident on Konoha cannot be understated. The hospital was initially inundated with severely injured patients, which delayed the treatment of those with lighter injuries. Even now, they remain in dire need of numerous medical staff. Naturally, the medical personnel welcomed any volunteers, albeit assigning them only the simplest of tasks. Are you adept at wound cleansing and bandaging? Certainly. Most ninjas can attend to their wounds independently, and such tasks rarely engage a ninja's attention, yet Silas did not decline. Thus, a curious scene unfolded within Konoha Hospital, a young member of the Uchiha clan traversing the various floors, assisting patients in treating their injuries and bandaging their wounds. Is it common for individuals from such a prominent clan to engage in menial tasks? Many expressed their astonishment. Nevertheless, the public was quite appreciative of Silas's efforts, lauding him as an admirable young lad. Except during lunchtime, Silas, fatigued from the exhaustion of using shadow clone jutsu, took a brief respite. Yet he remained busy throughout the day. The good news is that his skill panel displayed the mastery of fireball jutsu at level 1. By evening, Silas was urged to leave. Indeed, he was gently escorted out. The doctors and nurses could not bear to let such a young child continue working overtime and collectively advised him to return the following day. Reluctantly, Silas departed from Konoha Hospital, glancing back multiple times. However, upon arriving at his doorstep, he spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't he this the guard who had accompanied Fuchio yesterday? I believe his name is Uchiha Yoei. I have heard you assisted at Konoha Hospital all day? Yes. Humph. Remember this. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. And now that you have awakened your Sharingan, you should not squander your time on such trivial matters. Silas lowered his head, offering no reply. The other party, perceiving the silence, seemed to assume that Silas was merely obstinate. The ninjutsu bestowed upon you by the clan leader yesterday. I fear you have yet to even master the hand seals. Am I mistaken? With such procrastination, how shall you ever learn? I have learned, Silas responded. Learned? The great fireball technique? Perhaps. If that is the case, then you must not squander your innate talent. Silas remained silent, instead opting to employ the technique of shadow clones. He then formed hand seals and directed a fireball, roughly the size of a person, towards the heavens. The execution of these two jutsu nearly depleted his chakra, prompting him to cancel the shadow clone technique to alleviate his condition. Uchiha Yaomi stood in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Silas's prodigious talent. Having delivered the scroll just the previous night and spent the entire day in the hospital, it was evident that he had mastered a C-rank and a B-rank jutsu in the span of a single night. The hand seals and release were executed with remarkable fluidity. Though he perceived several flaws, such innate talent was considered exceptional even among the Uchiha clan. How long did it take you? Silas cast a glance at his companion. Such a simple ninjutsu, it could be mastered with just a single look. Simple? Mastered with a mere glance? If you doubt my words, then present me with 2 B-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Yaomi displayed no anger. Instead, he regarded Sylas with an expression of delight. Very well. Let us proceed to meet the clan leader. He seized Sylas and made his way toward the heart of the Uchiha compound, where Fayek's residence was situated. Fayek was troubled. During today's high-level meeting in Konoha, Danzo had proposed, under the guise of village reconstruction, that the Uchiha clan be relocated to a remote corner of the village. It was evident that this was an attempt to marginalize the Uchiha from the village's core. This resolution had already received the approval of the third Hokage and was thus immutable. As he pondered how to secure greater advantages for his clan under such circumstances, Uchiha Yaomi arrived with Sylas in tow. 2 ninjutsu, both learned at a mere glance? Upon hearing Yaomi's explanation, Fayek found it hard to believe. To be able to utilize ninjutsu simply by glancing at a scroll, without any guidance, such talent was beyond even his capabilities as an elite Genin. Yet Yaomi had confirmed that Sylas had indeed mastered 2 ninjutsu. Sylas, be forthright. If I were to present you with a B-rank ninjutsu now, how long would it take you to learn it? Fayek turned to Sylas, his expression grave. I could master it with just a glance, but my chakra is currently insufficient to perform it. After a moment of contemplation, Fayek turned away, instructing his wife to prepare dinner while he fetched 2 scrolls. These contained the Great Fire Dragon Technique and the Great Fire Annihilation. Once your chakra is replenished, you must learn one within 3 hours. The clan will grant you the status of a Nin. Sylas, however, gazed at the 2 scrolls before him, yet he did not reach out to take them. The rank of a ninjutsu does not necessarily correlate with the amount of chakra it consumes. As long as one's chakra exceeds a minimum threshold, one can execute the technique. However, the rank does reflect the difficulty of learning the ninjutsu. B-rank techniques are typically reserved for Nin and exceptionally skilled Nin. Why do you not examine the scrolls? Fayek inquired, noticing that Sylas merely glanced at the scrolls before refraining from further perusal. Esteemed clan leader, I have stated that I can learn it with but a glance. Thus, I shall adhere to that. Sylas gazed at the liberation points displayed on his panel and confidently replied, How did it increase to 3? Could it be that? At this moment, Sylas noticed that Jiraiya's progress towards liberation had reached 22. He was once again presented with a point of liberation. Self-strategy? Sylas was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be so? Meanwhile, Jiraiya, assigned by his own master to monitor the borders and keep watch over the hidden cloud village, was lost in contemplation as he journeyed forth. He firmly believed that his disciple would ultimately alter the course of history. Yet he found it challenging to accept the notion that he too might wield control over his own destiny. Yet, Sylas's words struck a chord within this ninja, who had just lost his beloved student and was engulfed in sorrow. Perhaps it is indeed possible for me to effect change on my own? Chapter 4. A medical miracle now. Sylas exuded newfound confidence. Were it not for the consideration of the disparity in their statuses, he would have cried out in exasperation. Enough with the B-rank jutsu. If you have the prowess, then show me an A-rank. After partaking in a specially prepared dinner, Sylas began to restore his chakra. An hour later, in peak condition, he noticed the system panel displaying the words Great Fire Annihilation, unmastered. With a mere thought, he swiftly compensated for the missing elements. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Madara had employed this jutsu to suppress the Ninja Alliance. However, the B-rank technique wielded by Uchiha Madara was evidently of a different caliber than that of ordinary ninjas. Great Fire Annihilation LV1 acquired. Sylas spoke calmly. Uchiha Yue was taken aback, yet Fugaku remained composed and said, Follow me. The 3 of them arrived beside the pond in the backyard. This shall suffice, he declared. Upon hearing this, Sylas immediately formed a series of hand seals and unleashed a grand fire extinguishing technique towards the pond. Unlike the overwhelming display of the same technique from Madara, Sylas's version was insufficient to envelop the entirety of the small pond. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that it was indeed a grand fire extinguishing technique. Genius. This thought flickered through the minds of Fugaku and Yakumi. Given time, this young lad could potentially become a pillar of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku contemplated how to bring him under his wing, for even within the Uchiha clan, factions existed. Despite the substantial chakra reserves of the Uchiha, Sylas could barely sustain this ninjutsu for even a second before his chakra was depleted. As the technique concluded, the intense heat had evaporated a significant amount of water from the pond, leaving the courtyard enveloped in a mist. Observing Sylas's somewhat pale complexion, Fugaku kindly remarked, Genius. Sylas, what is your chakra affinity? Upon hearing this, Silas delved into the memories left by his predecessor and unearthed the answer. His father's presence still lingered, having previously assessed his chakra attributes. Fire and lightning. Indeed, this was the hallmark of the Uchiha clan. I shall provide you with scrolls containing techniques of lightning and fire release. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me. Whatever your needs may be, do not hesitate to express them. This time, Fugaku was not merely engaging in pleasantries. He genuinely sought to cultivate a bond with Silas. No, my chakra reserves are insufficient, and 3 techniques are ample. It is the mastery of ninjutsu that holds greater significance than mere quantity. Silas discerned the intentions behind Fujo's approach, yet he found himself utterly disinclined to pursue further learning. After all, one must retain a semblance of liberation. If bestowed with knowledge that eludes his grasp, it would only serve to unveil his true nature as a lackluster student. Is it not the depth of mastery that matters, rather than the sheer volume of techniques? Fujo, taken aback by the youthful Silas's profound insight, regarded him with even greater admiration. Nevertheless, I harbor a desire to learn the art of medical ninjutsu. Silas indeed put forth his request. He even envisioned within his mind the possibility of medical ninjutsu combined with his unique abilities, contemplating the potential for countless medical miracles to emerge within the ninja world. Fugaku furrowed his brow. Although the study of medical ninjutsu does not impose restrictions based on chakra types, fire and lightning are not particularly suitable. The mastery of medical ninjutsu places greater emphasis on a ninja's control over chakra. By stimulating cells with chakra, one can heal wounds, and through a series of transformations, achieve detoxification and offensive effects. Fire and lightning are both exceptionally volatile chakra types, and transforming these into the formless essence of medical ninjutsu for the purpose of healing others presents an immense challenge. I am aware of this, yet I wish to attempt it. Witnessing the death of a loved one while feeling powerless is a sensation I hope the clan leader can understand. Upon hearing this, Fugaku looked at Silas with a sense of satisfaction. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to teach you. Given the vast network of relationships within the Uchiha clan, finding a suitable instructor for medical ninjutsu will not be a daunting task. Silas departed, carrying the remaining scroll of the dragon fire technique, and returned home. As for the nin treatment promised by Fuku, he graciously declined. Despite the alluring prospect of receiving a substantial stipend each month, he respectfully refused, citing the recent hardships faced by his clan. Consequently, Fuku found himself increasingly pleased with this sensible and discerning youth. The matter of Silas's bold request for ninjutsu yesterday was conveniently overlooked. After all, what harm is there in a genius occasionally indulging in eccentricity? Moreover, he was still but a child. Silas kept his affairs private. Calm down, Fujitake advised. Upon returning home, Silas awaited the restoration of his chakra before once more creating a shadow clone. He tossed the scroll to it, instructing the clone to study diligently and not to be lazy before lying down to sleep. The following day, Yukumi escorted Silas to the hospital, handing him over to a medical ninja. This is the teacher arranged for you by the clan leader. You shall study medical ninjutsu under his guidance, Yukumi said as he took his leave. When okayed, the medical ninja said, removing his mask after Yukumi departed. In his 30s, with a robust physique and sharply defined features, there was a certain resemblance to a fitness instructor. Silas murmured to himself. When okayed's tone was exceedingly indifferent. It was unclear whether this stemmed from a disdain for Silas or if it was simply her nature. I agreed to instruct you out of a sense of obligation to the Uchiha clan. However, should you lack the requisite talent, I shall not squander my time. You have but 1 month to prove your worth. Upon finishing her statement, When okayed tossed a coat to Silas. Put this on and follow me. As Silas followed When okayed to the infirmary, he surveyed the crowd of patients outside, his brow furrowing. Each individual bore bandages on their limbs. Assist them in tending to their wounds, When okayed instructed, beckoning to one of the patients, addressing Silas as she did so. As Silas removed the bandages from the injured individual, an overwhelming stench of peculiar medicinal aromas and decaying flesh assailed his senses, causing him to nearly regurgitate his breakfast. In your understanding, a medical ninja might merely need to master healing techniques and apply them to the wounds of others. Such skills suffice only for treating superficial injuries or closing wounds. When faced with severe bodily harm, however, one must engage in the intricate process of reattaching severed limbs or even undertake far more delicate surgeries. This is the essence of my vocation. When okayed commanded an assistant nearby to prepare the necessary instruments, not sparing a glance at Silas throughout the entire procedure, suppressing his discomfort. Silas followed the assistant's guidance to cleanse the patient's wound. After administering a swift anesthetic, Ueno donned a pair of specialized glasses to suture the tendons of the patient. His movements so rapid and precise that Silas found himself relying on the Sharingan to discern the intricacies. This individual is astonishingly swift, given Silas's chakra reserves. Even the Sharingan would barely endure for 10 minutes, yet this operation extended for over an hour. One patient after another entered and exited until dusk fell, granting them a moment's respite. Throughout the day, Silas managed to seize a brief lunch, while Ueno and his seemingly older assistant, who was, in fact, only around 15 or 16, had not consumed a single drop of water. "Follow me," Ueno instructed after a light dinner, leading Silas to a secluded room within the hospital. The chamber housed numerous surgical tables alongside a multitude of cages and aquariums labeled with various creatures such as fish, frogs, and rabbits. This was the very place where the hospital trained its novices. Ueno produced a live rabbit, placing it upon the surgical table. With a swift thrust of his scalpel, blood flowed forth, and disregarding the creature's struggles, he enveloped it with both hands, a surge of green light emanating from him. In mere moments, when he released his grip, the wound had miraculously healed. "I understand you likely wish to learn merely healing techniques," he remarked, "but I must convey that this is far from the entirety of what a medical ninja requires. You face two choices. 1. I impart solely the medical ninjutsu to you. Or 2. You can learn the more advanced skills, akin to what I have demonstrated today. Should your aspiration be merely to be a ninja, then the former will suffice." Ueno tossed the lively rabbit towards Silas. Silas caught it effortlessly. "You need not decide at this moment. Return home and ponder it thoroughly." Chapter 5. The first mission. Upon returning home, Silas was not troubled by such dilemmas. He visited the hospital to engage with diverse individuals under the guise of a normal identity, thereby validating his unique abilities. When an unexpected opportunity arose to transcend his previous limitations, he naturally would not let it slip away. While ninjutsu can be learned through liberation points, the knowledge and connections amassed by Kamiyama Kid cannot be acquired in the same manner. What is the most crucial element in the 21st century ninja world? It is talent. Although he was uncertain why his name was omitted from the original narrative, Silas understood that the opportunity granted by Fugaku's connections to the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly significant. He even speculated that this was a deliberate arrangement by Fugaku, an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to escape the confines of their identities as Konoha's law enforcement. Delighted, Silas transformed the rabbit he had brought back into a spicy rabbit dish and indulged in a hearty meal. Observing the substantial amount of rabbit meat that remained, he resolved to take a portion to the hospital the following day. "Have you made your decision?" The next day, Kamiyama Kid looked at Silas before him and inquired. "Indeed, I choose the second option. I humbly ask for your guidance in the future, teacher." "Not yet. You have not passed my test. Rest assured, teacher, I shall not disappoint you." At noon, after a busy morning, Kamiyama Kid sampled the bento prepared by Silas, his eyes lighting up in surprise. "You made this? If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day henceforth." Rabbit meat? The one from yesterday?" Silas nodded in acknowledgement. The flavor was quite delightful. He resolved to practice his healing techniques with a few frogs that evening. In the days that followed, Silas devoted his daytime to studying at the hospital while his clone diligently practiced ninjutsu at home. Each night, he would return home to allow his clone to review the knowledge imparted by Kamikaze Ueno. Thus, a month gradually slipped by. Ueno no longer mentioned the trials for Silas. He was exceedingly pleased with this student, who had been sent to him through connections in Fukyo. Within the span of a single day, Silas had mastered the healing arts. And with the assistance of his Sharingan, he had become nearly as proficient in suturing as his assistant and foremost disciple. What he lacked was merely the accumulation of experience and exposure. Most significantly, Silas not only studied diligently during the day, but also employed shadow clones to review the material Ueno had assigned him at night. To Ueno, it appeared as if Silas was earnestly revisiting the lessons after class. What teacher would not appreciate a student of such intelligence and industriousness? For Silas, he too was immensely satisfied with the fruits of his labor over the past month. Ueno possessed his own consultation room at the Konoha Hospital, a privilege befitting an expert. Although he was solely responsible for suturing severed limbs and did not engage in other areas of practice, this skill was of paramount importance to a ninja. Through the convenience afforded by his mentor, Silas encountered numerous ninjas and simultaneously discovered his passive methods of utilization. After interacting with a ninja for a period, he could acquire the primary chakra attribute seed of that individual. Of course, it was merely a seed. Its strength was exceedingly weak, requiring Silas to cultivate it himself. However, this supplementary attribute did not conflict with his inherent abilities. Yet, he could only choose to nurture one seed at a time. Only after reaching a certain level of cultivation could it be transformed into his own inherent attribute. Silas has chosen the wind attribute, and his passive skill has transformed into the way of the wind, too. Throughout this development process, should he switch to another attribute, he must commence anew. Among the myriad of jutsu in the Naruto anime, the most emblematic is undoubtedly Naruto's Rasengan. The subsequent variations, such as the Rosha Shuriken and other iterations of the Rasengan family, embody a series of techniques that infuse various elemental chakra into a formless, compact, and rapidly rotating sphere of chakra. Among these, wind and lightning attributes are the most harmonious with the Rasengan, making wind the optimal choice when one possesses lightning affinity. Silas has clandestinely instructed his shadow clone to begin practicing the Rasengan, resulting in a home filled with shattered water orbs. Yet, to this day, the skill for Rasengan has yet to manifest on the panel. Conversely, the lightning-based Chidori has begun to take shape as a jutsu. Though Silas has chosen not to unlock it, he wishes to ascertain how long it would take him, relying solely on his intellect, to develop this skill independently. Notably, the elusive Jiraiya, who has been continuously self-improving from an undisclosed location, has contributed an additional 36 to Silas's liberation progress over the past month, bringing the total to 58. This has granted him 7 liberation points, 5 of which he has utilized to elevate his level 1 chakra refinement technique to level 3, thereby enhancing his endurance. The remaining 2 points have been allocated to advancing his rudimentary suturing and healing arts to level 1. Additionally, he has retained 2 liberation points for emergencies. Recently, Fugaku has frequently visited under the guise of caring for his nephew, often offering unsolicited advice on training, which has become quite bothersome for Silas. He worries about the possibility of Fugaku, on a whim, producing several scrolls and demanding an impromptu demonstration of newfound skills. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan has relocated to a corner of the village over the past month, and rumors have begun to circulate regarding the Nine Tails incident being a conspiracy initiated by the Uchiha. This is a rumor deliberately spread by the old coin, Danzo, to marginalize the Uchiha clan, yet it inadvertently hit the mark. Currently, the Uchiha clan finds themselves in a rather precarious situation. Formerly responsible for the village's security, they now face numerous disputes with others. With the emergence of such rumors, had it not been for their formidable strength, they might have been subjected to egg throwing on the streets. Even Silas, who helps at the hospital, occasionally senses the animosity directed towards him from the injured. Nevertheless, he remains oblivious, wholly engrossed in his work. Tomorrow, we shall venture to the land of fire. Prepare accordingly. We will gather at the village entrance at 7, said Wenokid as Silas prepared to leave in the evening. When the third Hokage arrived in the capital of the land of fire for his appointment, the second son of the feudal lord became embroiled in an assassination attempt, resulting in the loss of an arm. The ninja there have been using secret techniques to sustain the severed limb's vitality, yet they are unable to reattach it, Wenokid clarified, noting Silas's puzzled expression. Coincidentally, an elite squad will be transporting supplies to the land of fire and will escort us to the capital. If all goes well, we shall arrive by the evening of the day after tomorrow. Although you are not yet a ninja, I still wish to expose you to the world beyond our village. After all, you have yet to leave the village in your life. I have informed the Uchiha clan, and Fugaku has consented to your departure. Understood. On the journey back, Silas could not help but ponder whether this trip might pose any dangers. Over the past month, Fayek had periodically instructed his guard, Yahweh, to train him, which had somewhat enhanced his combat abilities. However, given the limited amount of his chakra, a single B-rank ninjutsu or 3 C-rank techniques would completely deplete his reserves. While this would not render him entirely powerless, it would merely elevate him to the status of a slightly stronger genin. Nonetheless, upon glancing at the remaining liberation points on his panel, Silas felt a sense of relief. Chapter 6. The target emerges. That evening, upon returning home, Silas, as was his custom, summoned shadow clones for training and retired early for rest. Upon awakening, he sensed the experiences relayed back from the shadow clones of the previous night and, with disappointment, gazed at the panel. The anticipated rudimentary form of the Rasengan skill had yet to materialize. Although Chidori could also give rise to certain ninjutsu, it was the Rasengan that he desired most fervently. Perhaps due to the nature of his chakra, the lightning-based Chidori resonated more with him compared to the non-elemental Rasengan. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's self-improvement progress had reached a new milestone of 60, contributing additional liberation points to Sylas, bringing his balance to 3 points. At the gates of Konohagakure, the team assembled. Among those responsible for escorting the medical team was someone familiar to Sylas, Yue, the Uchiha guard. One slot for this escort mission had been allocated to the Uchiha clan. As per the requirements, it sufficed for the clan to assign a chunin, but the clan leader, considering the presence of a certain nephew in the team, entrusted Yue with the task. If danger arises, keep your distance from me, Yue whispered to Sylas as he approached. As an elite Genin of the Uchiha clan, he had faced numerous battles. In the event of a confrontation, he would inevitably become the primary target of any assault, making it perilous for Sylas to remain close by. This was a trial set forth by Fayek for Sylas. Members of the Uchiha clan could only grow through the crucible of combat. Even if this mission proceeded without incident, another would surely be arranged for him. The purpose of this endeavor was to draw the attention of foes that Sylas could not withstand during combat. Only at a critical moment would Yue intervene to rescue him. Such privileges were not granted to just anyone, only those like Sylas, deemed the future hope of the Uchiha clan, would be afforded the protection of a shinobi guardian. Moreover, this would be a singular opportunity. As they stepped beyond the gates of Konohagakure, Wenokid suddenly remarked, "It has been quite some time since I last ventured from here. Upon my return, I shall ensure to rest thoroughly and explore other locales." Upon hearing this, Sylas immediately shuddered. "Teacher, could you possibly wait a few days? I have made a promise to my fiancée that we would wed upon my return. I would like to invite you to officiate our wedding," spoke his anxious companion. The assistant. His urgency was palpable. He was on the verge of marriage. Goodness, how does their conversation evoke a sense of impending dread within me? Are we truly embarking on a flagrant journey? Is it too late for me to withdraw now? Sylas paused, surveying the crowd before him, yet ultimately mustered the courage to proceed. Throughout the journey, he fervently conveyed to his teacher the importance of his presence, insisting that the esteemed medical ninja, Kamiyama Kid, was the very backbone of Konoha Hospital. Were an outsider to overhear him, they might mistakenly believe this otherwise obscure medical ninja was Konoha's second Tsunade. In the end, under Sylas's persuasive assurances, Kamiyama Kid retracted his earlier declaration. As for his senior, witnessing the eager expression on his face, Sylas found himself unable to utter the words. "Perhaps you should reconsider your marriage." The day progressed smoothly. By evening, the group settled down to camp, and Sylas seized this opportunity to discreetly send a shadow clone into the cart laden with supplies. The means of transporting goods in the ninja world was hardly as simplistic as merely carrying a sealing scroll, which, in itself, was quite valuable and limited in quantity. The supplies within the cart had been specifically gathered by the Hokage for the feudal lord of the Fire Country. Sylas harbored no ulterior motives. This clone was merely intended to serve as a chakra battery. When the clone dissipated, a portion of its chakra would instantaneously return to him. Once the shadow clone was fully restored, it would effectively grant him a surplus of chakra. Were it not for the cart's limited space, Sylas would have stuffed it with several more clones for peace of mind. His subtle maneuver did not escape the vigilant gaze of Uchiha Yakumi. Yet no words were uttered in response. 2 J-Nin and 4 Ch-Nin took turns keeping watch through the night. Fortunately, they passed the night without incident. By midday on the second day, they encountered a suspension bridge. As they approached, Kamiyama Kid suddenly remarked, "Beyond this bridge lies the territory of the Fire Country's capital, and we shall no longer need to remain on high alert." Sylas was nearly compelled to cover his mouth in protest. "Teacher, please refrain." Just then, a thunderous explosion and the sudden destabilization of the bridge signified an ambush. One end of the bridge had been blown apart. Several ninjas, ever prepared, shielded the non-combatants, including Sylas, retreating to safety. As they gazed at the crumbling bridge, the gravity of the situation became clear to all. They readied themselves for battle. The Ch-Nin safeguarding the medical ninja. "We shall first deal with another jonin from their ranks," one of the shinobi stated. Uchiha Yami turned to Silas, signaling him to adapt to the situation. Instantly, around 10 ninjas materialized, their expressions grave as they regarded the 2 jonin from Konoha. This contradicted the intelligence reports. How could there be 2 jonin? The leader spoke up suddenly. Unbeknownst to them, due to Silas's involvement, the Uchiha clan had proactively dispatched a jonin for the mission. "It matters not. We possess 3 jonin and a numerical advantage. Let us first restrain the enemy. As soon as we eliminate the medical ninja, we shall withdraw," responded one of the others. No sooner had the words left his lips than combat erupted. Observing the entangled struggle between their two Jonin and the enemy's three, Sylas felt a tightening in his chest. For Chunin were tasked with protecting 3 individuals against the remaining 9. It was precarious. However, the enemy surely lacked their intelligence. If they were caught off guard, he could take down 1. No, 2. The 2 shadow clones he had stealthily stowed in the cart last night. Though they had fallen into the water alongside it, seemed not to have dissipated. Given his character, they were likely hiding somewhere. Gazing at the Chidori silhouette on his panel, Sylas utilized his liberation point to manifest the skill. Chidori LV1. Just as Sylas intended to shield his mentor, when Okid suddenly intercepted his hand, shedding his casual attire to reveal a physique brimming with muscle. Do not underestimate me. I have attained my Chunin rank by defeating other Chunin during assessments. Silas, what is this? As a physician, do you intend to deliver a stunning slap to anyone who dares to cause a ruckus? At that moment, 9ch Nin approached head-on, while our own 4ch Nin and Kamiyama Kid charged forth in unison. In contrast to another skirmish where several J Nin engaged in intricate ninjutsu, the Ch Nin primarily relied on taijutsu for their fierce combat. To everyone's astonishment, Kamiyama Kid, utilizing a chakra scalpel and employing unorthodox taijutsu, managed to hold his ground against 2 Ch Nin. It seemed that his mentor did not embody the typical demeanor of a medical ninja. As the remaining 3 Ch Nin shifted their focus towards the trembling figure of the background character behind Sylas. Aside from the renowned Tsunade of Konoha, whose extraordinary strength was notable, this was the expected reaction of a medical ninja confronted with such peril. Our objective is indeed to locate a highly skilled medical shinobi, and that quivering individual, cowering behind others and appearing somewhat aged, must surely be our target. The formidable muscle-bound figure beside him was entirely disregarded. Although this individual wielded a chakra blade, it was evident that he had devoted his time to honing his physical prowess. He could not possibly be the highly skilled medical ninja described in the intel. At best, he was merely an assistant and bodyguard. Observing the 3 approaching ninjas and his comrade, who was struggling to suppress his trembling grip on his kunai, Sylas sighed inwardly. It appeared that he could only rely on himself. With chakra surging within him, a pair of tomo manifested in his blood-red eyes. Chapter 7. An Unexpected Harvest. Beware. The Uchiha clan has left an indelible mark on the memories of the shinobi world. Any ninja worth their salt would surely remember those eyes. The 3 assailants exchanged glances, silently reminding each other. As Sylas confronted the approaching adversary, the moment their fists and feet collided, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him. The disparity in strength and technique sent him sprawling to the ground. The opponent, taken aback by the unexpected frailty of this highly regarded Uchiha genin, momentarily forgot to pursue him. Seizing the fleeting moment as he landed, Sylas allocated points to enhance his body technique, elevating it to level 2 while exhausting his remaining stock of liberation points. His control over his body ascended to a new level, and before he even touched the ground, Sylas began to weave hand seals. Fire release. Great Fire Dragon Technique, a jutsu bestowed upon him by Fuchio that night, marked his first complete mastery of a B-rank ninjutsu. Unlike the broader-reaching Great Fire Extinguishing Technique, this jutsu was more focused on singular, concentrated assault. Just as Sylas landed with steadiness, chakra coalesced into a formidable fire dragon, hurtling towards his foe. At such close proximity, the fire dragon arrived in an instant, engulfing the opponent. Amidst the anguished cries of the fire-stricken adversary, Sylas, pale-faced, dispelled a shadow clone concealed beneath the cliff. Within Sylas's body, the nearly depleted chakra had miraculously replenished to approximately 80%. He was the first ninja to be eliminated in the vicinity, drawing the attention of the onlookers momentarily. However, Uchiha Yaomi furrowed his brow. Realizing that a lack of experience had led to a critical oversight, a single fireball technique could have resolved the conflict. And although his chakra reserves far exceeded those of a typical genin, he likely could not unleash a second jutsu. Nonetheless, achieving such a level of proficiency in his inaugural battle was commendable. Yet, he now found himself in a perilous situation. Uchiha Yaomi resolved to no longer remain a passive observer and was about to activate his Sharingan to conclude the skirmish when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sylas lunging towards a second adversary. To everyone's astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Sylas, previously sent flying by a J-Nin strike, now faced the second opponent with newfound agility, evading the attack by leveraging his Sharingan's insight and his significantly enhanced reaction speed. He plunged his kunai towards the opponent's heart, This individual had just feigned weakness. Such was the collective thought among the spectators. Only Silas understood that he had genuinely been unskilled moments prior. By employing his initial act of feigned vulnerability, he led his adversary to misjudge his close combat capabilities, allowing him to unleash a B-rank ninjutsu, which further misled them into believing he was a genin proficient in fire techniques, but lacking in taijutsu. Underestimating him, they fell victim to Silas's lethal strike. In less than 10 seconds, 2J Nin had been dispatched. The public's assessment of Silas has suddenly ascended to a new level. In truth, Silas is acutely aware that, had the setting been different, such as in the depths of a forest where a sudden ambush could occur, he would have found it impossible to defeat 2 Chunin. This time, he capitalized on his adversary's underestimation of his abilities. Even among the Uchiha clan, it is exceedingly rare for someone of this age to wield B-rank ninjutsu. Furthermore, Silas leveraged a moment of liberation, achieving an unexpected leap in taijutsu that allowed him to execute a second kill. Having witnessed myriad grotesque scenes in the examination room, Silas is not one to shy away from blood. However, he still harbors a slight hesitation regarding taking a life with his own hands. Yet, in the throes of a life and death struggle, he would not hold back. Nevertheless, such opportunities would be scarce from now on. The remaining Chunin would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance against him. Just as Silas anticipated an evenly matched confrontation ahead, an unforeseen twist transpired. One of the 3 Jonin engaged in battle with the 2 from Konoha, a scarred-faced Jonin skilled in taijutsu and wielding a long sword, seized a moment of weakness as Uchiha Yao expressed a lament. This child possesses the potential akin to Lord Madara, and swiftly crossed the line of defense, charging directly at Silas. In battles between Jonin, a single moment can alter the course of many outcomes. Recognizing his miscalculation, Yao found himself powerless to halt the advancing opponent. Faced with an enemy who had turned his back on him, his 3-tomo Sharingan could not cast Jinjutsu. Even should he attempt to strike, the opponent might eliminate Silas before he could act. Yet, he pursued regardless. It all hinged on the fate of this young man. The unsheathed blade in the Jonin's hand glimmered with a chilling light, sending a shiver down Silas's spine. Is the target me? There was no time to ponder why the adversary had suddenly discarded the original mission objective in favor of eliminating him. Silas was consumed by thoughts of how to unravel this deadlock. A frontal assault was out of the question, no matter how confident he felt. The chasm between him and the Jonin could not be bridged by a mere B-rank ninjutsu. Even if he began to weave his hand seals now, he would be struck down before his technique could manifest. Yet, he could not match the opponent's speed. No, there was still a glimmer of hope. Uchiha Yaoi was hot on the heels of his adversary. If he could evade the initial strike, he could buy time for Yaoi to come to his aid. Speed. Even a fleeting burst of acceleration could allow him to escape this peril. In an instant, Silas's mind raced with possibilities. The 3rd and 4th Reikage had harnessed the formidable power of lightning to invigorate their bodies, significantly enhancing both speed and strength. His control over chakra and cellular vitality paled in comparison to theirs. However, all he needed was to stimulate the muscles in his legs. Yet, this process must be executed flawlessly. On the precipice of life and death, Silas's potential surged to its zenith. As he lifted his leg to flee, he channeled lightning chakra from his lower body, igniting every cell within him. A flicker of electric arcs encircled his legs, gradually intensifying. Remarkably, a sound reminiscent of a bird's call began to emerge. The Jonin closed in on Silas, taking note of this unusual spectacle, but dismissed it as merely the boy's final struggle. The blade sliced through the air, a decisive strike aimed at Silas's neck. Killing him would fulfill the mission for which he was contracted. Others believed his target was the medical ninja within the team. But the true objective was to observe this young boy. Should he display extraordinary talent, he would be eliminated. Clearly, this was an internal conflict within Konohagakure, seeking to eradicate the Uchiha clan's prodigy through his hand. Yet, he was indifferent to such matters. As long as he was compensated, he would do anything, especially considering the substantial reward, nearly rivaling that of an ordinary Jonin. The speed was still insufficient. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the blade approaching from behind, sending chills down Silas's spine. The single Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, seeking a sliver of hope. Damn it, just a moment. The sound of blood splattering echoed, but it was not Silas's. A muscular man, bare-armed, had pushed Silas aside at the critical moment. Wasn't this the medical assistant who had neglected his studies to build muscle? The scarred Jonin was momentarily taken aback. When Okid, witnessing his disciple in peril, had bravely stepped forward and shoved Silas out of harm's way. Silas survived, yet Kamiyama Kid was grievously wounded by the blade. A significant gash marred his entire back, blood spilling forth. Witnessing the anguish etched upon Kid's face and the splattering crimson, a surge of fury welled up within Silas. In that moment, he disregarded the distinctions between elite and lower-ranked shinobi, as well as the precarious imbalance of power. A singular thought consumed him. He must eliminate the individual before him. His scarlet eyes, ablaze with intensity, began to whirl with a singular Sharingan, gradually revealing a second tomo in his right eye. Unbeknownst to him, and ignoring Kid's desperate plea to flee, Silas pivoted past Kid and charged towards the scarred J-Nin. As the last shadow clone dissipated, Silas's chakra surged to its zenith. The lightning coursing from his palm, accompanied by a sharp avian cry, pierced toward his adversary. For a fleeting moment, the scarred J-Nin found himself daunted by Silas's formidable presence. Was this truly a mere genin from Konoha? No, intelligence indicated he was still an ungraduated academy student. The dazzling lightning vanished. Thud! Silas sprinted for about 10 meters before collapsing onto the ground, his legs and right arm convulsing uncontrollably. Damn! It felt as though he had been electrocuted. Yet, as he turned to glance back at the Jonin approximately 10 meters behind him, a smile broke across his face. He understood that he had survived. His attack had been evaded at the vital points, but it still landed. Furthermore, Uchiha Yakumi had arrived, and the ensuing battle would no longer require his involvement. However, he was left wondering about the extent of his teacher's injuries. Yakumi, one of the few formidable members of the Uchiha clan, had finally made his entrance. His prowess was not to be underestimated. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, he effortlessly deciphered his opponent's movements during combat. In a one-on-one confrontation with the adversary already bloodied, he dispatched them in merely 3 moves. At this moment, both parties had come to realize the lopsided nature of the conflict. The attackers began to retreat, but under the relentless pursuit of the Konoha forces, they were all annihilated. You truly performed admirably, Uchiha Yakumi remarked, hoisting Silas onto his back and feigning that everything had gone according to his expectations. You call that a test? Your eyes are so red, yet you still speak nonsense. Silas found himself at a loss for words, pondering that had he acted sooner, perhaps none would have been harmed. Just then, a notification abruptly appeared on the panel. Winokid S Liberation Progress. 100 Liberation Points earned. 20 World Liberation Progress. 1 Current Progress. 1 Liberation Points. Gold 1 moreover. This time it came with a thoughtful explanation. Liberation Points. Gold elevate any level 5 skill to perfection. Chapter 8. The Catalysts of the World. There was no time to contemplate why this medical ninja, who had left no trace in the ninja world, could provide liberation points. Suppressing his discomfort, Silas approached Winokid, who lay collapsed on the ground, and tore open his clothing. The wound stretched from his right arm to the left side of his abdomen. Observing the blood that continued to seep from his back, Silas commenced urgent measures to staunch the bleeding. Silas, you must remember the knowledge I have imparted to you, Winokid said, tilting his head as if leaving a final testament, wishing to relay a few words to Silas. Master, the wound is not that deep. Why the urgency? Silas assessed the injuries and interrupted Winokid's last wishes. The region of his back, lacking significant arteries, appeared gruesome despite the shallow nature of the wound, yet in reality, it posed no grave danger. However, it was evidently out of the question for Winokid to undergo surgery. The responsible Jonin arrived and inquired, Winokid, are you still able to complete the mission? Upon hearing these words, Silas furrowed his brow. Given the circumstances, how could one still contemplate their mission? Yet, he remained silent, quietly tending to the wounds on Kamikaze's back. His right hand lacked strength, but perhaps he could attempt to assist Silas in performing the surgery. With my guidance and the aid of the Sharingan, he might just succeed. At this, the Jonin's expression darkened. This was not within his purview to decide. Observing the young medic, who had just begun his training a month prior, his countenance grew somber. As dusk fell, the group arrived at the designated inn for communication. I have already reported the state of the mission. Tomorrow, when we meet the daimyo, we shall receive the final verdict. For tonight, everyone should rest in their assigned quarters. Just as the others returned to their rooms, Uchiha Yaomi followed Silas. You performed admirably today. Not only did you adeptly wield ninjutsu, but you also skillfully employed the guise of weakness to catch an opponent off guard and eliminate another. Silas, you are a ninja born for battle. Your talent is on par with that of Shursui. Uchiha Yaomi had come to recognize what Silas represented for the Uchiha clan. He was a beacon of hope for the new generation. Even when compared to his contemporary, Uchiha Shursui, he was not only equal but perhaps even slightly superior. Do you know why the clan leader permitted me to study medicine under the guidance of my master? Calmly, Silas spoke. With a puzzled expression, Yao Wei raised his head, questioning, isn't it because the Uchiha clan cannot remain confined to that position? You must have also sensed the animosity the village harbors towards us, right? There are those who seek to conspire against the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Silas's words, Yao Wei finally began to connect the dots regarding the recent predicaments faced by the Uchiha. Relocation, being marginalized to a corner of the village, and the rumors circulating that placed the Uchiha in an unfavorable light. Is it possible that someone intends to orchestrate our downfall? Yet, he suddenly pondered another matter. How did this lad come to such conclusions? This was information shared only between the clan leader and himself. The Uchiha clan must undergo transformation. This is Silas's conviction. To survive and avert the fate of annihilation, change is imperative. Unfortunately, should the Uchiha clan attempt to assert their influence through force, they would inevitably face catastrophic repercussions, perhaps even an earlier night of extermination. The most prudent course of action would be to seek the support of other clans through more conciliatory means. For instance, an Uchiha with medical prowess rivaling that of Tsunade, who among the clans does not have a patient, who can guarantee they will never fall ill. By leveraging medical skills as a conduit, the Uchiha can gain the recognition of other clans, thus securing greater influence within the village without incurring reproach. These aspirations reveal the clan leader's true intentions. Silas divulged the contents of his confidential conversation with Fuchio. Even if Yao Wei were to inquire of Fuchio, such words would undoubtedly earn his approval. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yue finally comprehended that he had merely scratched the surface, while the clan leader had already delved into deeper layers, perhaps even to the third or fourth. At this moment, a splendid opportunity presented itself. Wenokid was fortuitously incapacitated, unable to oversee the surgery. Thus, if Silas could seize this moment to reattach the severed arm of the Daimy's second son, it would hold immense significance for both Silas personally and the Uchiha clan as a whole. Gazing at the 20+ liberation points and a solitary golden liberation point displayed on his interface, Silas felt a surge of confidence. According to his calculations, elevating an uninitiated skill to level 5 would require a total of 15 liberation points, derived from the sum of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. His liberation points were more than sufficient to fully enhance his suturing technique. As for the golden liberation point, Silas intended to conserve it. Although he was uncertain of the implications of a perfected suturing technique, he surmised that Wenokid had not yet attained such mastery. Regardless of whether the Daime consented to the surgery, this opportunity must be seized. Uchiha Yao Wei had already regarded Silas as a trusted confidant of Fugaku, even subconsciously considering him the orchestrator of this endeavor. The thought of the Uchiha clan gaining the Daime's support caused Yao Wei to suppress his overwhelming joy as he exited Silas's quarters. Wait a moment, he pondered. Why is this lad summoning me? Furthermore, I still need to inquire about the lightning release he utilized during battle. The enemy's Nin had obscured my view at the time, and I hadn't discerned the specifics. That voice, however, seemed familiar to me. Finally, Silas found the opportunity to contemplate the matter of liberation points after Yao Wei's departure. Initially, he believed that only pivotal narrative figures like Jiraiya could yield liberation points. Yet he was surprised to discover that this unassuming mentor who had seemingly emerged from nowhere could also provide them. However, others had not granted any liberation points. Reflecting on the subsequent progress of world liberation, Silas arrived at a conclusion. Had he not been present for this undertaking, Uchiha Yao Wei would not have come either. And thus Wenokid would undoubtedly have perished at the Broken Bridge. The key to attaining liberation lies not in the significance of one's role within the narrative, but rather in the individual's contribution to the evolution of the world. Naruto, also known as Bloodline Legends, encompasses the conflicts among the 5 villages and the enduring grudges of the Sage of 6 Paths. In this vast saga, ordinary individuals are often rendered as inconsequential as mere specks of dust. However, the system I possess holds a differing perspective. Had Wenokid survived the recent assault, the medical expertise he wielded might very well have continued to flourish, thereby positively impacting the world as progression. In the eyes of the system, Wenokid is as pivotal as Jiraiya. It is the collective efforts of every ordinary person that propel societal advancement and global development. Just as the illustrious figures etched in history have dedicated their lives to the betterment of society, so too do these commonplace individuals contribute to the evolution of a tumultuous ninja world, transforming it from mere tales of bloodlines into a realm where even the ordinary can emanate brilliance and warmth. Is this not the very purpose of my transmigration? Chapter 9. A flicker of possibility. In a moment of clarity regarding his mission, Silas felt a weight upon his shoulders. Naruto, ostensibly a tale of youthful fervor, conceals a much grimmer reality. Following the era of the Sage of Six Paths, despite the ninja world's continuous evolution and the emergence of various Kekkei Genkai and new jutsu over the centuries, the salvation of the world ultimately relies on the teachings of our ancestors. Can this reality be transformed? Silas lifted a mirror and gazed into it, his right eye revealing the intricate design of the Sharingan. He murmured softly, "The daimyo has rejected our request. He has chosen to allow Uchiha to guide the physicians of the Land of Fire in the surgical procedure." The following day, Silas received this news from Uchiha Yakumi. While the Land of Fire certainly has its own physicians, they pale in comparison to Uchiha. After all, ninjas constitute the primary combat units of a nation, and the experience amassed by Uchiha, a medical ninja, is unparalleled by that of the physicians in the Land of Fire. A proficient doctor is forged through countless surgeries. Observing the grave expression on Uchiha Yakumi's face, Silas spoke solemnly. "Do you remember what I told you? We must seize this opportunity at all costs. This is a chance for the Uchiha clan to rise anew." Silas will not relent, as long as he can assist the illustrious descendant by reattaching the severed limb. The condition of the Uchiha clan will experience a remarkable enhancement. "What do you intend to do?" inquired Uchiha Yakumi. Silas remained silent, gazing at him with keen interest as he inquired, "Your illusions must be quite impressive, I presume. Have you lost your mind? To employ illusions against a person of such renown?" Upon hearing this, Silas stared at the medicinal aroma as if gazing at a fool. The chief surgeon must surely be under considerable psychological pressure. At such a moment, one could subtly plant suggestions that the operation cannot proceed. The medicinal aroma suddenly understood. Rather than risking a precarious surgery on the second son, it would be far wiser to take decisive action at a more critical juncture. However, could this young man truly accomplish that? Certainly, he could, but have you considered the potential consequences? Observing the skepticism in the eyes of the medicinal aroma, Silas revealed his dual tomo. "You may find it difficult to comprehend my genius. Neither my understanding of ninjutsu nor my knowledge of medical arts can be matched by anyone. Were it not for the consideration of my master's reputation, I would have long since." As Silas boasted, he enhanced his suturing technique. Upon reaching level 5, the name of the skill transformed. The Replication surgery level 5 was accompanied by a torrent of knowledge flooding his mind, encompassing the intricacies of debridement, joint fixation, tendon suturing, vascular suturing, nerve suturing, and skin suturing. Countless surgical experiences also surged into his consciousness. Silas remained silent, his eyes closed as he absorbed the knowledge. "Silas, you will accompany me during the surgery shortly." Moments later, Uchiha, leaning on his cane and suppressing the pain in his back, approached to inform Silas to proceed to the daimyo's residence. Upon hearing this, Silas opened his eyes. At this moment, although he had not fully absorbed the knowledge imparted to him, he was confident that his skills would not be inferior to those of his current mentor, and might even surpass them. Upon arriving at the noble residence, he observed the anesthetized young noble and several physicians within the room. Silas exchanged a knowing glance with the aroma of medicine nearby. The nerves at the end of the severed arm were nearing their limit. Uchiha shook his head, sighing inwardly. He could immediately discern the condition of the severed limb. Despite being preserved through secret techniques, its viability had diminished to the brink of transplantation. The entire procedure of reattaching the severed arm was inherently challenging, compounded by the considerable time elapsed since its detachment. Even he dared not assert that he could ensure the arm's successful reattachment, let alone guarantee optimal results. The skills of these physicians, it seemed, were likely inferior to his own. It was a daunting task. Nevertheless, he endured the pain and engaged in discussions regarding the surgical procedure with the physicians. Silas, listening intently, increasingly felt that it was unnecessary to have the aroma of medicine intervene. From the implications of their conversation, it appeared that the surgical prospects were bleak. Silas cast a glance at the severed arm beside him, and in that fleeting moment, he comprehended its dire condition entirely. It had reached its limits. No wonder Uchiha appeared so despondent. Fortunately, he still had the capacity to endure, having traversed through various extreme scenarios in his virtual memories. He had encountered challenges far more severe than this. He could even assert, without a hint of arrogance, that in the realm of limb reattachment, he was unequivocally the finest in the ninja world. As the group engaged in discussion, Uchiha Yakumi unexpectedly spoke up. "I cannot be of assistance here. I shall take my leave to maintain security outside." At his words, the others turned their gazes towards him momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Yakumi discreetly conveyed a signal to the physicians through his Sharingan. As he departed, he shot Silas a knowing glance, indicating that he had made the necessary arrangements. A short while later, the feudal lord arrived, waiting in the adjacent inner chamber for the surgery to conclude. "Let us commence. We can delay no longer," Wenoki declared. The one who was originally meant to wield the scalpel now assumed the role of a guide, as under his direction. Several doctors from the Land of Fire began the surgical procedure for the feudal lord's heir. Silas supported Wenoki, and from his vantage point, he could not discern the progress of the surgery. However, from the expressions on Wenoki's and the lead surgeon's faces, he understood that the operation was not proceeding smoothly. After merely 10 minutes, the thorough debridement of the wound was completed. Silas observed the surgeon's trembling hands. The pressure was ultimately too immense for him to bear. Given his limited capabilities, "What is the matter?" the esteemed lord, who was intently monitoring the progress of the operation, suddenly inquired. The condition of the lord's severed arm was exceedingly dire, and with my skills, I feared I could not accomplish this surgery. Upon hearing this, even Wenoki lowered his head in silence, fully aware of the formidable challenge at hand. "Incompetent fool!" the lord exclaimed in a fit of rage. Everyone bowed their heads, listening to the lord's rebuke. Only Silas lifted his gaze and boldly suggested, "Teacher, allow me to attempt it." Wenoki looked at him, tugged at his sleeve, and quickly replied, "Have you lost your mind?" He then turned to the lord and said, "Please forgive my disciple. Let him try." Within the dimly lit room, the lord sighed and waved his hand, uttering no further words. Even with the lord's consent, Wenoki still sought to deter Silas. "This is a task I cannot even manage. Have you considered the consequences of failure? The entire village will ostracize you." "I will not fail." Silas rose to his feet, conjuring a shadow clone. With a smile, he addressed Kamiyama. "A ninja should never surrender so easily. Even the slightest chance warrants an attempt, even in the direst of circumstances. Yes, even a minuscule possibility." Chapter 10. My apprentice cannot be this strong. This is impossible. As Silas performed a textbook operation with remarkable agility before Kamiyama, the latter was momentarily stunned. For a fleeting moment, Kamiyama was reminded of the days he spent alongside Lady Tsunade, assisting her. He had only trained under me for a month. Could talent truly be of such paramount importance? Is it possible that the entire process of accumulation could be bypassed entirely? Utilizing the power of the Sharingan and the level 3 chakra extraction technique, Silas, with the assistance of his clones, devoted 3 arduous hours to successfully completing this intricate surgical procedure. "Teacher, what do you think of this operation?" he inquired. His eyes narrowed in fatigue after nearly 3 continuous hours of employing the Sharingan. "How is this possible?" murmured Wenoki, engulfed in self-doubt, whispering thoughts of his apprentice's improbable strength, lamenting his own perceived inadequacies. Meanwhile, several physicians from the Land of Fire regarded Silas with expressions akin to that reserved for a monster. "I heard this lad has only been studying medicine for a month," they whispered, incredulous that such swift progress could eclipse a decade of their own experience. "This transcended mere talent. How did you achieve this?" Wenoki finally snapped back to reality, shouting in disregard of the daimyo at his side, his astonishment palpable. Silas remained silent, merely gesturing towards his Sharingan. It was then that Wenoki noticed the double tomo in his eyes. With this assistance, the task would indeed become considerably easier. Nonetheless, he was still astonished by Silas's innate talent. One might fear that even Tsunade, often dubbed the strongest medical ninja of Konohagakure, could not achieve such a level of proficiency as Silas. Was the surgery successful? The daimyo finally inquired. "Indeed, this operation is nothing short of perfect," affirmed several individuals, including Wenoki. The daimyo smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this and nodded at Silas, expressing his gratitude. "Well done." No sooner had the words left his lips than Silas's clone dissipated in an instant, and his true self suddenly collapsed to the side, startling the onlookers who quickly rushed to support him. Wenoki, particularly concerned, conducted a thorough examination and discovered that Silas had merely exhausted his energy and fainted. After 3 hours of maintaining the Sharingan, Silas, already fatigued, succumbed to slumber as the memories of his clone returned, triggered by his brain's self-preservation mechanism. When he awoke, he found himself lying in a room, with Uchiha Yukumi vigilantly watching over him. You truly accomplished it, Yukumi exclaimed, his voice brimming with astonishment. As the daimyo departed, he instructed that you should visit the daimyo's mansion alone the following morning, indicating that, in addition to the payment due to Kanahagakure, he would fulfill one of your requests. Silas rose and smiled as he inquired, "What kind of request do you think I should make?" Naturally, it would be to grant the Uchiha clan a more substantial voice within the village. Rest assured, the clan leader will surely compensate you. In Uchiha Yaoi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if envisioning the Uchiha clan standing at the pinnacle of power in Konoha. Fool! Do you wish for our demise to come even swifter? The words of Silas momentarily flushed Yaoi's face with embarrassment. Yet, upon reflection, he found merit in the other's assertions. Given the precarious situation of the Uchiha clan, any display of avarice for power at this juncture might prove disastrous. I shall handle this matter. Your sole responsibility is to protect me. Yaoi nodded earnestly, observing the young man before him, who was on the brink of becoming his little confidant. Silas contemplated how to leverage the Lord's promise to his advantage. Within the village lurked the formidable Danzo, along with a faction of elders who were likely not fond of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though indecisive under various pressures, would undoubtedly react differently when the village's safety was at stake. Should he make any excessive demands, he might find himself oblivious to his own demise upon returning to the village. Therefore, his propositions must yield sufficient benefits for the village while also aligning with the interests of the Uchiha clan. Recalling the recent assassination attempt on the Lord's heir, a resolution began to form in Silas's mind. On the following morning, Silas visited the Lord's residence to pay his respects. "Is this your doing?" Within the Lord's chamber, the daimyo of the Land of Fire meticulously perused the stack of documents presented by Silas. Indeed, Silas affirmed, this was a proposal he had hastily prepared overnight, entitled Strengthening the One Nation, One Village System, Implementation of Friendly Assistance Regulations to Enhance the Medical Standards of the Land of Fire. Last night, he had engaged in a discussion with Uchiha Yaoi regarding the security issues surrounding the Lord's estate. In order to safeguard the daimyo, Konoha Village dispatched a contingent of ninjas each year. Although these ninjas were seasoned elites from the battlefield, their skills were predominantly combat-oriented. There was a conspicuous absence of sensory and medical ninjas. The village held these two types of ninjas in high regard. Sensory ninjas were indispensable for reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, and their connection to certain bloodline limits rendered them too valuable to be removed from the village's purview. Thus, it was imperative to augment the protective detail sent to the Land of Fire with specialized medical ninjas. In this proposal, Silas articulates his understanding of medical ninjas. The current training of medical ninjas remains quite chaotic, especially since it has only been a decade since Tsunade proposed the establishment of a medical system. The Konoha Hospital is still merely a nascent form. Drawing upon his experiences from before his transmigration, Silas presents some remarkably innovative reform proposals. The daimyo nods repeatedly as he reviews the proposal before him, thoroughly impressed by Silas's ideas. "Did you conceive this?" he inquires. "Well, it was a collaborative effort with my mentor. I merely seized this opportunity to present it to you," Silas replies. The daimyo does not respond verbally, but instead smiles at Silas. "Were it not for your affiliation with the Uchiha clan, I would genuinely consider requesting the third Hokage to allow you to reside permanently in the Land of Fire." Even if the daimyo were to make such a request, Silas would not acquiesce. He understands that even if he were to leave Konoha, he would ultimately be unable to escape his fate. Only within the village, relying on his unique abilities, could he possibly grow to a point where he would fear no danger. Venturing away from Konoha recklessly might lead to his demise, with the Uchiha clan being the first to suffer. "So, have you considered your conditions?" Silas straightened his posture and spoke. "I hope the esteemed daimyo will, in the name of the Land of Fire, propose a joint establishment of a medical department with Kanahagakure." The daimyo hesitated, not out of reluctance to accept the suggestion, but rather due to the realization that the beneficiaries of this plan would predominantly be the Land of Fire and Kanahagakure. Yet, it appeared that the other party stood to gain nothing from this proposal. "This young man is indeed remarkable. I shall agree to it. Subsequently, I will confer with the Ministry of Internal Affairs regarding the specific details. By the time you take your leave from here, we should be able to present a comprehensive plan." Silas let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Although, on the surface, it appeared that he was entirely dedicated to the Fire Nation in the village of Konoha without any personal gain, the daimyo would surely not allow his efforts to go unrewarded. Such subtle tactics of retreating to advance would not evoke disdain from the other party. With the newly established medical department, he would undoubtedly be able to wield a certain degree of influence. At that time, the Uchiha clan, constrained within the confines of the Konoha police force, would find a new avenue for development. Possessing exceptionally superior dynamic vision and the microsurgical capabilities of the Sharingan, these were precisely the attributes that a surgical physician would covet. In terms of combat prowess, the Uchiha clan was not lacking. Rather, it was their influence and ability to rally support within the village that they desperately needed. Chapter 11. Return to the village having secured a promise from the daimyo. Silas returned to his residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a disheartened Wenokid. It was not until Silas approached that Wenokid noticed the presence of his disciple. "Teacher, what troubles you?" Wenokid finally lifted his gaze to look at the source of his distress. How can someone achieve such a level in just 1 month? The life of a genius is truly beyond my comprehension. Silas, I am unworthy to be your teacher. Observing Wenokid's increasingly troubled state, Silas quickly devised a plan and whispered a few words in his ear. What? The shadow clone technique can be utilized in such a manner? Silas attributes his talent to his practice of learning through shadow clones. Is this how you typically study? Indeed, Silas candidly remarked, there is nothing wrong. Utilizing shadow clones for study while resting is a viable strategy. If the situation becomes overwhelming, one can resort to liberation. With this revelation, Wenokid felt a sense of equilibrium within. Just as he contemplated experiencing the sensation of double experience, he suddenly inquired, "How many shadow clones do you typically employ for your studies?" His curiosity stemmed from the fact that his disciple often utilized multiple experience amplifications. "Well, I haven't kept count. Essentially, whenever my chakra is sufficient, I create new shadow clones," Silas replied. "I see." Wenokid finally comprehended why Silas had achieved such remarkable progress in merely a month. Beyond innate talent, he had also exerted immense effort. The dissolution of shadow clones induces significant mental fatigue, a fact that Wenokid was aware of. The ability of his disciple to consistently rely on this method of training, all the while enduring that exhaustion and maintaining an outward facade of normalcy, demonstrated an extraordinary level of perseverance that few could match. However, Master, the side effects of shadow clones are quite pronounced. It would be prudent to use them sparingly at the outset. As Wenokid, filled with excitement, summoned 3 shadow clones to expedite her training, Silas interjected with a reminder. I know. Wenokid waved her hand dismissively, signaling Silas not to disturb her as she endeavored to experiment with this unconventional training method. Subsequently, each day, apart from practicing alongside their teacher and delving into the art of medicine, Silas ventured to the feudal lord's estate to assess the condition of the air. Under the feudal lord's arrangement, he also took the opportunity to explore the capital of the Land of Fire. After 7 days, having confirmed the heir's well-being and the swift recovery of his arm, the group embarked on their journey back to Konohagakure. Accompanying them was a contingent dispatched by the feudal lord, whose purpose was to engage in medical exchanges with Konohagakure. The feudal lord sought to establish a medical cooperation department in the village aimed at nurturing medical ninjas, with the Land of Fire committing to provide all necessary funding while abstaining from management. However, it was stipulated that half of the annual trainees would be required to work in the Land of Fire for a minimum of 5 years. Specific details were contained within the scroll carried by the envoy. It was unlikely that Konohagakure would decline such an opportunity, as the Land of Fire offered full financial support without involvement in management, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet, the feudal lord had one condition. The leadership of this department was to be entrusted to Wenokid and Silas, the mentor-student duo. On the following evening, the team finally returned to Konohagakure. In the Hokage Tower, they reported the mission to the 3rd Hokage. The leading Jonin emphasized Silas's contributions, detailing the swift elimination of 2 Chunin and his remarkable effort in reattaching the feudal lord's heir's severed arm. Sarutobi Hiruzen, while perusing the scroll presented by the envoy from the Land of Fire, listened attentively to the report from the leading Jonin. In truth, he had already reviewed this information in reports received days earlier. As he finished swiftly scanning the scroll, the leading Jonin concluded his account. "Thank you for your hard work," Sarutobi Hiruzen said warmly. "Wenokid and Silas, please stay. The rest may return to rest." He commended them, stating that the feudal lord held them in high regard and specifically requested their leadership of the newly established medical department. Once the others departed, he approached Silas, crouching down to meet him at eye level with genuine warmth. I remember when you were still in swaddling clothes. I held you in my arms. How time flies. You have achieved great deeds for the village. Upon hearing this, Silas could not help but silently muse. After all, I was too young to remember. So whatever you say must be accepted as truth. Yet, he maintained a smile, feigning surprise, and replied, "Is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen gently patted Silas's head, affirming, "Indeed. You both have excelled in this mission, even securing considerable benefits for the Hidden Leaf Village. I appoint you, Kamizuki Kid, as the head of the new medical department. The village shall reward Silas with additional accolades." However, Kamizuki Kid shook his head, asserting, "All the credit belongs to Silas. I scarcely contributed." He vividly recalled how he had been astounded by his own disciple's textbook-like surgical proficiency during Silas's operation. Yet, one cannot expect an 8-year-old child to shoulder the responsibilities of an entire department. This is also a means of safeguarding Silas. As his mentor, one cannot merely watch as other villages covet your pupil. In both ninjutsu and medical arts, Silas was indeed a prodigy. Should his talents become widely known, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of rival villages. Thus, promoting Kamizuki Kid to take the credit served as a protective measure for Silas. "Ah, I see," Kamizuki Kid replied. Contemplating his young disciple, he acquiesced to the third Hokage's request, agreeing to assume the role of the new head of the medical department. Given his capabilities, he was long overdue for such an advancement. Since Tsunade's departure from the village, he had become one of the pillars of the Konoha hospital. Were it not for the lack of available positions, he would have undoubtedly ascended much earlier. After leaving the Hokage office, the mentor and disciple parted ways, returning to their respective homes. Both were solitary figures with no family to return to. Upon reaching the Uchiha compound, Silas was promptly summoned by Uchiha Yukumi to the residence of clan leader Fugaku. In the quiet room, Silas sat cross-legged opposite Fugaku. "I have heard from Yukumi about your endeavors. I am curious, how did you conceive the contents of those so-called clandestine discussions?" Just prior, Yukumi had visited him, disclosing Silas's activities in the Land of Fire and mentioning the discussions between Silas and Fugaku, remarking on the clan leader's foresight and thoughtful consideration for the Uchiha clan. This had left him somewhat bewildered. However, upon reflection, he realized that the content of those discussions might indeed have struck a chord of truth. Although Silas's actions were somewhat audacious, they undoubtedly culminated in success. He bore no intention of blaming others. Rather, he was intrigued by how this merely 8-year-old child conceived such thoughts. "I merely pondered more deeply than others," Silas responded with a calm demeanor, as if he had merely accomplished a commonplace task. Chapter 12. The Voyeuristic Jiraiya. It turned out that he too was concerned for the future of the Uchiha clan. In his mind, Fugaku envisioned Silas as a passionate youth, much like himself, who tirelessly contemplated the welfare of their kin. "You have done remarkably well. By the way, Chief, a new medical department will be established in the Land of Fire, and I will possess a certain degree of influence within it. I wish to arrange for some members of the Uchiha clan to be included. Of course, this is an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to transform." With his insight, Fugaku naturally understood the implications of this. For a long time, the Uchiha clan, constrained by their roles as the Konoha police, would finally be afforded a chance to break free. This was an opportunity that Silas had secured for them. Recently, the Uchiha clan's situation in the village had been dire, and he could scarcely imagine the dire straits they would face if such conditions persisted for several more years. Perhaps, he would be compelled to resort to extreme measures to resolve the issues at hand. Fortunately, they now had a chance to shed their roles as enforcers. All of this stemmed from the young man before him. "Silas, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the clan. Whatever needs you have, I shall endeavor to fulfill. Chief, let us not discuss matters of reward just yet," Silas continued, stating, "I possess an exceedingly crucial piece of intelligence." He imparted the technique of the shadow clone jutsu to Fayek. Upon hearing this, Fayek pondered deeply and surprisingly discerned that the shadow clone indeed possessed such an efficacy. This ninjutsu is typically employed for intelligence gathering, as it was originally devised by the second Hokage for that very purpose. The fact that the memories of the shadow clones are retained upon their disappearance is a well-known characteristic. However, no one had ever contemplated utilizing this feature for training. "Is this the reason behind your rapid advancement?" Fayek inquired hastily, as if he had stumbled upon a pathway to mass-produce geniuses. "I learned the great fire annihilation right before your eyes, you know," Silas remarked. "However, the rapid advancement of my medical skills owes much to the influence of shadow clones." Fugaku remained silent, contemplating the significance of this information. Whether one is a genius or an ordinary person, this intelligence could facilitate swift growth. Reporting this information would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement for the village. Yet, if this information were to be concealed and circulated solely within the Uchiha clan, what might transpire? Chief, I propose that we report this information to the village. After all, Konoha and the Uchiha clan share a common fate. Observing Fugaku's indecision, Silas hastened to caution him. I divulged this information to you in the hope that the Uchiha clan might gain the village's acknowledgement. Do not entertain thoughts of keeping it secret to bolster the Uchiha's military strength. Naturally, Fugaku, possessing remarkable intelligence, swiftly discerned the implications and responded promptly. In that moment, his esteem for Silas deepened. Despite his tender years, Silas exhibited foresight beyond the peers of Konoha's new generation. Fugaku instinctively regarded him as an adult rather than an 8-year-old child. It was astonishing how much this young lad had matured after enduring such hardship. The two engaged in a thorough discussion of subsequent matters within the confines of the secret chamber. An hour later, upon leaving Fugaku's residence, Silas encountered a child outside his home, cradling an infant. Itachi? Silas instinctively spoke upon seeing the familiar face. Indeed, senior, came the reply. So, the infant in my arms is none other than the future Itachi Uchiha. Were you waiting for me here? Silas does not believe that the presence of the other party here is merely coincidental. Indeed, I have several inquiries I wish to pose to my esteemed senior. A few days ago, intelligence from the Land of Fire arrived, revealing that Fugaku holds Silas in high regard. He even indulges in a few extra drinks at night, advising the bewildered Itachi and Sasuke to learn from Silas in the future. Under such circumstances, Itachi, of course, could not refrain from inquiring about Silas. Fugaku, having no reservations concerning his son, divulged every detail regarding Silas, whether it pertains to his talent for ninjutsu or his contemplations on the future of the Uchiha clan. Itachi felt that this elder brother was indeed remarkable. A year prior, Itachi had accompanied his father to the battlefield, witnessing the countless corpses that littered the ground, prompting him to ponder the significance of war and peace. Gazing at Silas, the potential harbinger of the Uchiha's future, he silently resolved, one must not allow that so-called will of fire to bring ruin upon you. Yet, he also felt a sense of sorrow for Itachi's future. What kind of experiences and thoughts could lead him to commit such acts? Let us discuss this inside. Silas greeted the other as Itachi entered the room, cradling the swaddled Sasuke in his arms. The two knelt upon the ground, exchanging a glance. Senpai, a year ago I ventured onto the battlefield and witnessed the brutal slaughter between various villages, blood flowing before my eyes, lives lost in an instant. Will there truly be a day of peace in this ninja world? Itachi was the first to speak, posing a philosophical inquiry. Why do the people of this world so often pose such questions? Silas sighed and said, Itachi, everything I am about to share with you must remain a secret between us, understood? No matter who it is, do not disclose it. Itachi nodded, casting a brief glance at the younger brother in his arms. Silas took a deep breath. The essence of war lies in the plunder of resources. As long as there are other nations in existence, a day of peace will forever remain elusive. Powerful countries will always seek to acquire more resources, while weaker nations can only strive to survive in the crevices between great powers. Yet, it is undeniable that, given the opportunity, they too would seize the resources of other nations, just as the great powers do. War is, indeed, inevitable. Jiraiya's Liberation Progress, 59-58-53. As soon as Silas's words fell, he was startled by the system's notification. What on earth is happening? Here I am, attempting to instill a new mindset in Itachi. Yet Jiraiya's progress is plummeting uncontrollably. Just a few days ago, Jiraiya's progress had remained stable at 60. How could it suddenly take such a nosedive? In a moment of clarity, Silas entertained a hypothesis. Tentatively, he ventured, peace will never come. Immediately thereafter, Jiraiya's liberation progress spiraled downwards, halting only at 42. Are they truly eavesdropping? Silas was utterly perplexed. Wasn't this fellow typically found lingering in women's baths? What prompted such a change today to come to my home? Though bewildered, he would not allow Jiraiya's progress to falter. Nevertheless, there was a solution. Observing the despondent Itachi before him, Silas continued. Chapter 13. Studying medicine cannot save the shinobi world. Do you know when the shinobi world experienced its most peaceful era? It was during the time of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. For an unprecedented span of over a decade, the entire shinobi world basked in tranquility. Do you understand why? Itachi, in his innocence, responded, "It is because the first Hokage instilled fear in the entire shinobi world. No one dared to instigate war." Precisely. The existence of a divine ninja can sustain enduring peace within the shinobi world. If only this world could produce another individual as powerful as the first Hokage. One who could single-handedly intimidate the entire shinobi world and yearn for peace. Would not the world be at peace? Yet, even the mightiest must face their mortality. Is there not a permanent solution? The 6-year-old Itachi longed for peace not merely as a fleeting moment, but envisioned a world in perpetual harmony. Silas smiled and said, "Itachi, do you know why I chose to study medicine? I aspire to combat death through the healing arts. While I may never attain the formidable strength of the first Hokage, I possess the ability to save countless lives with my own hands. Who knows, perhaps one day, death will no longer signify the end of life." Itachi, ponder this. If the first Hokage had lived until now, what would this world have become? Silas instilled in Itachi the notion that as long as the strongest individual in their village continuously harbored a yearning for peace, the world would be safeguarded from the scourge of large-scale wars. However, this assertion is fundamentally flawed, for a state of overwhelming superiority seldom endures for long. The eventual outcome is often the coalition of weaker nations rising in unison to attack, or the gradual assimilation of the feeble by the powerful. Yet, this too is a deliberate flaw left by Silas. An 8-year-old child, capable of envisioning the application of his abilities for the benefit of the shinobi world, is indeed remarkable, even if his ideas are somewhat naive. An excessively refined vision would only serve to expose the inconsistencies in the image of his earnest desire for peace and his efforts towards it. Jiraiya's progress towards liberation, 60. Observing the progress bar, Silas let out a long sigh of relief. Uchiha Itachi's progress towards liberation, 12. Utilizing medicine to combat death. Relying on the existence of the strong to usher in peace for the shinobi world. Is this your ninja way, senior? The peculiar light reflected in Itachi's eyes sent a shiver down Silas's spine. Silas reached out and gently tousled his hair. "I shall devote my entire life to achieving this goal. However, you see, my plan is still missing the most formidable force capable of instilling fear in the ninja world. Itachi, could you assist me?" Silas had no intention of devoting all his energy to medical research. Matters of immortality were best left to Orochimaru. His current endeavor was to gradually reshape Itachi's perspective, transforming him from a youth burdened by existential thoughts into a seeker fervently yearning for strength. "Is it possible for me?" Itachi hesitated. "Of course, I believe in you. In the future, you need not overthink. As long as you cultivate your strength, the concerns that trouble you will resolve themselves." Itachi's talent was indisputable. If he were to distance himself from political strife and cease pondering the unanswerable philosophical questions, focusing solely on his training, it was unimaginable how far he could grow. The reason Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha maintained peace in the ninja world for so many years was their extraordinary individual prowess. Itachi possessed this potential. "Senior, I leave it to you from now on." Thus, the two children established their pact for peace. With joy in his heart, Itachi departed with Sasuke, intending to seek out his father to learn the ways of cultivation. Meanwhile, Silas gazed at the liberation progress displayed on the panel, his heart brimming with delight. Uchiha Itachi's liberation progress, 21. After a spirited exchange, he had accrued for liberation points. Were it not for the presence of Jiraiya, who was hiding somewhere in his home, he would have laughed out loud. Silas waited for a moment, yet Jiraiya remained concealed in the shadows. However, he sensed that the latter was still present. After a moment's contemplation, he let out a deep sigh, his tone infused with a blend of resignation, uncertainty, and a hint of regret. "Why do you sigh, little one?" A voice emerged from the darkness, followed by the appearance of Jiraiya's figure. "Who? Lord Jiraiya? What brings you to my home?" Silas feigned perplexity. Jiraiya sat cross-legged, and Silas could even discern the weariness etched upon his face. "I heard that Lord Jiraiya has gone to the borders. I sneaked back because there are some matters of utmost importance that require my urgent attention." Suddenly, Jiraiya shifted his tone, unusually earnest as he remarked, "Silas, why do you sigh? I merely feel that my thoughts and those of Itachi are rather naive. Furthermore, to become a formidable figure akin to the first Hokage is no small feat, having navigated the ninja world for decades." Jiraiya was well aware of the childishness of Silas's aspirations. Yet, it is undeniable that should such a powerful being indeed manifest, the ninja realm would surely usher in an era of peace. No, this notion is commendable. You have discovered your innate talent and are willing to strive for it. I initially intended to take you on as my apprentice, but it appears you have already found your own path, requiring no interference from me. Especially as I am of little assistance in the field of medical ninjutsu. During his time at the borders, the two sages of Miyaboku Mountain had summoned him through reverse summoning, revealing to him a significant message. The great sage Toad wished to convey something to Jiraiya from his last awakening. A young member of the Uchiha clan would bring about monumental change in this world. The future of the ninja realm would no longer resemble what he had previously envisioned. Each individual's fate would be crafted by their own hands. Fate shall return to one's own grasp. Was this not precisely the phrase that the young Uchiha had once imparted to him? My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Departing from Miyaboku Mountain, Jiraiya left a shadow clone at the borders for cover and hastened back to Kanagakur, arriving only last night. This matter was known solely to the third Hokage. Even Orochimaru, whom he regarded as a close friend and rarely saw, remained oblivious. Through the intelligence he had gathered, he became aware of Silas's accomplishments within the month following his departure from the village. He couldn't help but marvel, truly deserving of the title, one who breaks fate. Possessing such formidable talent. Upon hearing that Jiraiya had initially intended to take him as a disciple but had hesitated due to his lack of expertise in medical ninjutsu, Sylas immediately interjected, "No, please, Lord Jiraiya, teach me ninjutsu. But you have already resolved to devote yourself to medical ninjutsu and pursue your goals for a lifetime. Have you not?" Sylas raised his head, his tone exceedingly earnest. Studying medicine cannot save the shinobi world. Chapter 14, Jiraiya's Dear Friend. The truth that dwells within Silas's heart is that studying medicine cannot save himself either. Possessing a point of liberation, he cannot merely aspire to be the foremost physician in Kanagakur. Ninjutsu is the very foundation upon which a ninja stands. True strength lies in one's own power. Lord Jiraiya, in truth, my aptitude for medical arts does not even compare to my talents in ninjutsu. In my original plan, the one capable of instilling fear throughout the shinobi world is none other than myself. It was at this moment that Jiraiya comprehended the vast ambitions harbored by this young man. Not only did he wish to create a miraculous medical breakthrough of immortality, but he also aspired to become a powerhouse akin to the first Hokage. Silas, human energy is finite. Lord Jiraiya, I can do it. A ninja must never easily concede defeat. Regardless of the challenges, I yearn to try. I implore you, please support me, Lord Jiraiya. Sylas even resorted to the recently acquired practice of prostration. Jiraiya was momentarily stirred, reminiscent of his younger self from many years ago, who believed he could single-handedly usher in peace within the ninja world, safeguarding his village and friends. Despite the passage of time and the fervor that still burned within him, he had been vanquished by the harsh realities of the ninja realm. Yet, he held no disdain for Sylas. Rather, he found himself quite fond of such spirited determination. A ninja ought to embody this spirit. Life itself should reflect the same ethos. Once a goal is set, one must pursue it with unwavering commitment. Sylas, the path ahead may be fraught with challenges. Are you truly prepared for it? Upon sensing Jiraiya's acquiescence, Sylas promptly declared, "Absolutely. I have long since resolved to embrace this. Henceforth, I look forward to your guidance, Teacher Jiraiya." Jiraiya's sense of liberation progressed to 65. With a chuckle, he expressed his satisfaction with accepting this disciple. "In that case, I shall take you under my wing." He then dramatically unfurled a massive scroll from behind him, proclaiming, "This is my first gift to you, the summoning scroll of Miyaboku Mountain. I shall return to the border by tomorrow at the latest. Should anything arise, you may summon the toads of Miyaboku Mountain to reach me." Sylas suppressed the overwhelming joy in his heart and, under Jiraiya's guidance, inscribed his name upon the scroll, sealing it with a blood print. Jiraiya's formidable prowess was undoubtedly instrumental, and the technique of summoning was not particularly arduous. The essence lay in the establishment of the summoning contract. Sylas recalled the hand seals taught by Master Jiraiya, intending to take a moment to test what kind of frog he could summon with his chakra. "Sylas, I will be departing from Konoha for an extended period, and before my return, I will be unable to teach you ninjutsu. However, fret not, for I plan to find you a temporary instructor. He is a dear friend of mine, and his mastery of ninjutsu is certainly on par with mine, if not superior in certain aspects." Once again, Jiraiya had reverted to his previous carefree demeanor, his tone noticeably more cheerful. Yet, upon hearing this, Sylas felt a sudden pang of concern. Jiraiya's dear friend? Could it possibly be Master Jiraiya, I believe? Smack. Jiraiya playfully clapped Sylas on the shoulder. "Indeed, It is none other than the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Known alongside me. What in the world? What Silas yearns to express most fervently at this moment is, Master Jiraiya, may I pursue my studies at home? The very entity he has sought to evade, Orochimaru, has unexpectedly arrived at his side in this tumultuous ninja world. Some place their faith in the power of bloodlines. Others in the strength of bonds, some in the might of vision, and still others in the efficacy of hard work. Yet, it is Orochimaru who harbors an unwavering belief in the power of science. Strictly speaking, Silas, having undergone a modern scientific education, should find much common ground with Orochimaru. However, the predicament lies in the fact that at this juncture, Orochimaru is engaged in human experimentation and has expressed a sinister interest in immortality. It is likely that the time of his defection is not far off. Should Silas find himself in the presence of this serpent-like figure, he cannot help but wonder whether his own life will be spared. Compounding this anxiety is the fact that he previously deceived Itachi by alluding to theories of combating death through medicine, perhaps even achieving immortality one day. Alas! Yet, given that Orochimaru has recently withdrawn from public life, he might lack the time to assist Silas. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek another mentor for his training. Fortuitously, this individual shares a connection with the Uchiha clan, Kakashi Hatake. Jiraiya, preoccupied with hastening back to the borders, has established a study plan for Silas to follow prior to his return. By day, he shall study medicine. By night, he shall delve into ninjutsu. He has even thoughtfully arranged for 2 substitute instructors, although Silas is keen to dismiss one of them. The following morning, Jiraiya, bearing dark circles under his eyes, entered Silas's home. The night prior, he had exchanged pleasantries with his pupil, Kakashi, and subsequently engaged in a lengthy discussion about peace with his dear friend Orochimaru, requesting that he keep an eye on his new disciple. Despite Orochimaru's apparent disinterest, Jiraiya departed from his abode in high spirits. Unbeknownst to him, once he left, Orochimaru surveyed the vacant house and let out a series of cold chuckles. Peace is no longer my pursuit. Yet, you have taken on another disciple, the Uchiha boy, whom I found rather intriguing. In that case, I shall let him be. His ideologies seem to resonate with my own, and perhaps such thoughts merit further exploration. With that, Orochimaru descended into the basement, making his way through a hidden passage to his laboratory. Unbeknownst to Silas, he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Jiraiya had departed in haste, as the third Hokage had commanded him to swiftly return to the borders, suggesting that something unusual had transpired there. Throughout the entire journey, he remained unnoticed by anyone. Even Silas found the events of the night somewhat extraordinary. Had he truly allied himself with a figure of great significance for the future? As he made his way to the hospital, he felt a sense of elation. Yet, the moment he stepped into the Konoha hospital, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Was someone watching me? Silas took a step back, distancing himself from the entrance of the hospital. The strange moment faded away. A monitoring barrier? Silas was enveloped in confusion when Kid Winnow appeared beside him, yawning as she asked, "What is the matter? Have you not recognized the way in less than 10 days? No, he replied. I was merely contemplating other matters. Silas responded, following Kamino Kid into the hospital, where he soon immersed himself in surgery. With his expertise in level 5 reattachment of severed limbs, Silas's efficiency, aided by his shadow clones, even surpassed that of Kamino Kid. During a brief respite from his duties, he sought out other medical personnel to inquire about any recent happenings in the hospital. After a moment of contemplation, one of them mentioned, a solitary room has become available on the 2nd floor. It is said to contain only an infant, and the 3rd Hokage has visited a few times. The 3rd? An infant requiring protection by a monitoring barrier? The implications were glaringly clear. Chapter 15. The proper approach to Kakashi, though puzzled by the circumstances surrounding Naruto Uzumaki's hospitalization. Silas was resolutely determined to avoid any direct interaction with him. In fact, he made a conscious effort to steer clear of that vicinity, fearing that his mere presence might provoke Danzo to emerge, accusing him of sinister intentions toward the village's Jinchuriki and unleashing the tailed beast, thus reigniting the chaos of the Nine Tails. As night fell and Silas concluded his day's work, he made his way to the grand residence of the Hatake family. According to his arrangement with Jiraiya, Kakashi would be expecting him at home. The door was slightly ajar, and after calling out without receiving a response, Silas pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon his entrance, he gradually discerned the melodious chirping of birds. Having previously employed the technique of Chidori, Silas recognized the sound all too well. Following the direction of the sound, he ventured into the backyard, where he observed a masked boy. his ninja headband obscuring his left eye, dashing toward a wooden post with a radiant right hand, poised to strike. With a swift motion, Kakashi zipped past, and the wooden post collapsed with a resounding crack, its surface charred. "You've arrived." Kakashi turned to face Sylas, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion, as if he were merely a shell of a man. Sylas harbored a disdain for Kakashi's expression, which seemed to convey a premature wisdom, as if he had already seen through the illusions of life. However, Kakashi had long been aware of Sylas's presence. He had encountered Sylas before, yet he never anticipated that he would suddenly be regarded as a senior. In terms of age, Kakashi was twice Sylas's years, yet in the hierarchy of mentorship, he found himself as a disciple of his teacher's teacher, which logically meant he ought to address Sylas as Shirshu. Sylas seemed to perceive his confusion. "Just call me Sylas, Kakashi-senpai," he said, and Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. "Lord Jiraiya entrusted me with the task of teaching you some self-defense ninjutsu. The technique you witnessed earlier is my proudest achievement. It produces a sound reminiscent of a bird's call, which I have named Chidori." Kakashi took Jiraiya's request to heart, for it came from someone whom even Jiraiya held in high esteem. Moreover, his own eye was a legacy from the clan of the very person before him. Thus, he was eager to showcase his signature technique right from the outset. His implication was unmistakable. "As soon as you express your desire, I shall impart this ninjutsu to you." It served both as a tribute to Lord Jiraiya and as a means of honoring the legacy of his departed friend S-Clan. However, Sylas was far from agreeable. "Why would I need you to teach me something I've already mastered? Typically, the development of an A-rank ninjutsu could take months to take shape, let alone the additional time required to refine it." Yet, Sylas was different. Through his relentless dedication and the assistance of the Liberation Point, he had successfully pilfered the renowned technique of his counterpart. "Well, senpai, perhaps we should set that topic aside for now. What piques my curiosity more is your eye." Sylas diverted the conversation from the subject of ninjutsu, wishing to engage Kakashi in a discussion concerning the eyes. "Does the Uchiha clan desire to reclaim this eye? It is a precious gift from my dear friend." No, esteemed elder, you misunderstand. The clan leader has acknowledged the existence of this eye, and no one wishes to take it back. I am merely curious. Could there be any adverse effects for someone outside the Uchiha clan possessing the Sharingan? Sylas pointed to his glasses, and the moment he stepped into the backyard, he activated his Sharingan. In his line of sight, Kakashi's chakra continuously surged into his left eye, relentlessly devouring his own chakra. Upon hearing this, Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan in his left eye. "You may have already noticed," he said. "This eye is perpetually consuming my chakra. I have attempted numerous methods, yet none have succeeded in halting this drain. Might this not have an adverse effect on you, my senior?" Sylas began to ponder how to extract a semblance of liberation from Kakashi. However, this was a gift from his dear friend. Kakashi gently caressed his left eye, seemingly lost in a reverie. Surely, his predecessor Obito would not wish for his gift to become a burden to his closest companion. Along with the acquisition of the Sharingan, Kakashi was bestowed with unparalleled perceptiveness and exceptional dynamic vision. Coupled with Raikiri and the ability to replicate jutsu, he achieved the illustrious reputation of the future copy ninja. Yet, it was undeniable that this eye, which did not truly belong to him, also imposed upon him an infinite state of chakra depletion. Had his predecessor ever considered temporarily sealing the chakra supply to his left eye with a sealing technique, only to unseal it when necessary? Upon hearing this, Kakashi shook his head. "My teacher, the fourth Hokage, and my mother, Kushina, had contemplated this previously, but after more than a year of attempts with no results, they ultimately felt remorse." Realizing his indiscretion, Sylas quickly apologized. "As a gesture of contrition, might I attempt to try my hand at it?" Sylas was resolutely determined to extract a point of liberation from Kakashi. However, Kakashi was displeased. "What makes you think, as an 8-year-old child, that you can achieve what my teacher could not?" The intelligence regarding Sylas has yet to circulate. In Kakashi's eyes, he is merely a young individual who has garnered the appreciation of Lord Jiraiya. He gazed at Sylas with a hint of dissatisfaction. "While you may possess some talent recognized by Lord Jiraiya, it does not grant you the liberty to underestimate the art of sealing. Do the seniors not believe this?" A rare fluctuation of emotion crossed Kakashi's face. He furrowed his brow, feeling displeased by Sylas's arrogance. At that moment, Kakashi's progress towards liberation suddenly emerged. Kakashi's liberation progress. 1. Sylas observed the dissatisfaction etched upon his counterpart's visage, coupled with the system's notification, and a thought flickered in his mind. Could this be the true path to Kakashi's liberation? To incessantly provoke his emotions? While I am unable to achieve this now, it does not imply that I shall remain incapable in the future. Furthermore, the limitations faced by the fourth Hokage do not necessarily apply to me. Why not engage in a wager? You have just claimed to have devised a unique technique called Chidori. If I assert that I can master it in merely half an hour, would you then acknowledge my inherent talent? At that juncture, I kindly ask for your full cooperation in my experiment. Silas began to deliberately provoke his counterpart. With each word he uttered, Kakashi's previously despondent expression began to enliven, and his progress towards liberation gradually increased. The tragic loss of his father to suicide due to a mission, witnessing the departure of a dear friend during the Third Great Ninja War, and ultimately taking the life of a comrade, compounded by the loss of his revered mentor during the Nine Tails chaos, rendered Kakashi's life devoid of purpose, transforming him into a mere shell of his former self. His existence became monotonously mundane, relying heavily on an abundance of missions to numb his senses. Yet, in moments of stillness, he felt as if his soul had departed. Both his physical and mental fortitude plummeted, leaving him bereft of faith in life. This state of desolation would persist for over a decade, until he encountered Naruto. However, prior to that fateful meeting, his progress and strength was alarmingly sluggish, passively enduring everything. He found it nearly impossible to cultivate interest in anything. At that time, besides his missions, the only thing that seemed to matter to Kakashi was Jiraiya's literary works. Had it not been for the constant presence of Obito's left eye, he might have succumbed to thoughts of despair long ago. Yet, Silas discerned that there were still remnants of concern within the current Kakashi. Enough. You are not welcome here. Kakashi's liberation progress. 9. Silas is certainly not one to be intimidated. Is it that you, esteemed senior, are filled with trepidation? Do you feel that having your cherished ninjutsu mastered with but a mere glance is a slight upon your honor? Or is it that you, Kakashi, lack the courage to accept a wager from an 8-year-old child? At this moment, I am inclined to believe that Obito's decision to entrust his eyes to you is indeed the gravest of miscalculations. Is this truly the measure of the son of the Leaf's White Fang? Silas's words struck a nerve with Kakashi, igniting a tempest of rage within him. Oh, if you wish to wager, let us engage. I grant you 2 opportunities to witness the entirety of my ninjutsu. Should you falter, you shall not grace my sight again. Chapter 16. Summoning Technique. Kakashi could scarcely recall the last time such fury consumed him. Were it not for the fact that this impish boy hailed from the same village, he might have resorted to violence. Observe closely, Kakashi declared, disregarding Silas as chakra surged within him, unleashing a Chidori upon the wooden post in the backyard. Only after the post lay in ruins did he turn to regard Silas, only to discover that the boy's gaze was entirely averted from him. Are you mocking me? Even with his typically languid demeanor, Kakashi felt a surge of indignation at Silas's blatant disregard. Kakashi's progress toward liberation. 20. Upon seeing the system's notification, Silas finally directed his attention to the furious Kakashi. Senior, do pay attention. Silas raised his right hand, and a melodious bird song resonated, causing Kakashi's pupils to constrict sharply. How could this be? This jutsu was unmistakable. It was his own creation, the Chidori. He had spent years refining this technique. Yet this young boy was able to wield it with such proficiency after merely observing it twice. Kakashi-sensei, do you now comprehend the chasm that lies between us? Silas gazed intently at the dazed Kakashi. My kin, the esteemed Uchiha Obito, entrusted his eyes to you in his final moments. Yet what have you done? And what of the fourth Hokage? He fought valiantly to protect this village, and this is how you repay his sacrifice? With such a bleak outlook on your own life? I understand, Sensei, that you have endured much suffering and have lost so dearly. Yet, by hesitating so, you are only inviting further anguish in the future. Please reflect upon the trust of your dear friend and the expectations of your mentor. Kakashi's progress towards liberation remained stagnant at 25. Regardless of Silas's attempts to provoke a reaction, there was none. However, he did not believe Kakashi would succumb to despair. Rather, he aimed to prompt Kakashi to confront these issues sooner. Otherwise, when the realization struck him a decade later, it would be far too late. Silas remained steadfastly by the side, patiently awaiting Kakashi's response. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a full moon ascended to its zenith. Under the silvery glow, he momentarily glimpsed a glimmer of a tear at the corner of Kakashi's eye. Thank you. After an undetermined interval, Kakashi's voice resonated through the tranquil courtyard. As Silas rose to depart, he spoke, There is no need for gratitude. I merely wish to ensure that the generous gift from Lord Obito does not go to waste. Upon leaving the Hitaki residence, Silas found himself hesitating, contemplating whether or not to pay a visit to Orochimaru's abode. Gazing up at the moon, he murmured to himself, "It is late. I would not wish to disturb anyone's rest." Truth be told, he would much prefer to avoid any interaction with Orochimaru altogether. Silas dares to reason with figures such as FJ, Jiraiya, and Itachi, and even audaciously provokes Kakashi because he is aware that his life is secure in their presence. However, before Orochimaru, he utterly lacks such confidence. Engaging him in discussions of peace would yield no interest, and attempts to speak of bonds are evidently futile. At this stage, Orochimaru is solely focused on human experimentation. Silas had no intention of wagering his life on whether Orochimaru held any interest in him. He preferred to maintain a safe distance. And if questioned, he would simply assert that he was preoccupied with matters at the hospital, especially with Kakashi's guidance being sufficient for him. The following day, as Silas made his way to work, he stumbled upon a scene that left him utterly astonished. Two figures, one clad in black and the other in green, were engaged in a fervent chase along the bustling streets of Konoha. Silas yearned to vociferate against their blatant disregard for traffic regulations, only to realize it was Kakashi and Might Guy. The fleeting figure of Kakashi also acknowledged Silas with a nod before immersing himself back into his contest with Guy. A cloud of dust enveloped him, accompanied by the ear-piercing echoes of words such as youth, fervor, and eternal adversaries, utterly mortifying. Observing Kakashi's slightly accelerated pace, Silas brushed off the dust and forgave the duo. "Silas, please come here." Upon arriving at the hospital, he was summoned to Ueno Kida's office. The Konoha Hospital was poised to establish a brand new department, the Medical Division. This initiative was aimed at the specialized training of medical ninjas. A reform proposal put forth by Tsunade many years ago, but had been delayed due to the village's economic conditions. It was only with the recent allocation of special funds from the daimyo that this department could finally come to fruition. Ueno Kid was one of the deputy heads of the Medical Division, a significant figure within this new establishment, with only an honorary head above him, Tsunade, who was likely still frequenting some gambling den. The new medical division was already under construction, and given the efficiency of ninjas and the priority of this endeavor, it was anticipated to be completed in about 7 or 8 days. The third Hokage instructed us to devise a comprehensive curriculum for the medical division's instruction. Currently, the old practice at Konoha Hospital involved a hands-on mentorship approach, which was not only inefficient but also prone to the formation of internal cliques. The third Hokage's proposal for standardized education aimed to eliminate such potential pitfalls. The medical division is set to be officially inaugurated next week, and during this interim, we must finalize the curriculum. Silas nodded, recognizing that his abilities were now on par with those of Kamikaze. Naturally, he would contribute to the crafting of the new. Through his relentless dedication, his shadow clone technique had ascended to level 2, allowing him to manifest up to 8 clones simultaneously, a number sufficient to meet his recent demands. Moreover, it appeared that the fusion with his predecessor's soul had significantly augmented his mental strength, rendering the side effects of 8 clones nearly negligible. One clone was focused on mastering fire release, another on lightning release, while yet another continued practicing the spiral sphere. He would reserve one clone for learning sealing techniques, leaving the rest to assist in compiling them. Silas calculated the time and deemed this arrangement quite suitable. You wouldn't be trying to slack off again, using shadow clones to do the work, would you? Ueno Kid gazed at Silas, seemingly reminded of something. He did not enjoy the same privileges as Silas. Merely receiving triple experience at once was already quite commendable. Teacher, consider this. If I create 8 shadow clones, won't I tire myself out? I must take a break. Don't you think? With this excuse, Silas managed to extricate himself from the hospital's affairs and commenced his training. He arrived at a canyon in the back mountains of Konoha and, recalling the hand seals taught by Jiraiya, performed the summoning technique. The level 3 chakra refining method allowed his chakra recovery ability to rival that of AJ Nin, however, constrained by the brevity of his training period. The total chakra within him still fell short of Nin levels. Thus, he expended all of his chakra, with a loud bang as the smoke dissipated. A giant purple-red toad emerged before Silas, adorned with a distinctive U-shaped black tattoo on its face, bearing a shield resembling a pot lid and wielding a spear bristling with spikes. Though I may be clumsy, I have been summoned by Lord Jiraiya. But where is Lord Jiraiya? Chapter 17. The unspoken ninja virtue of the village, Danzo Toadkin, as the brother of Toad Bunta, shone brilliantly during Jiraiya's battle with Pain. Initially, he believed he could only summon a medium-sized toad with his chakra, yet to his astonishment, He had summoned one of the three great society toads of Mount Miyaboku. I am Sylas Uchiha, a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. I look forward to your guidance. Upon hearing this, Toadkin lowered his head, finally noticing the small figure before him. A disciple of Lord Jiraiya, you say? Toadkin seemed to recall someone and fell into contemplation. Since you have gained Lord Jiraiya's recognition, you possess the right to summon me. Although I may be clumsy, I shall exert every effort to overcome any challenges. In contrast to Toad Bunta's somewhat flamboyant personality, Toadkin consistently displayed a composed demeanor. Just as Silas intended to say a few more words, a resounding crash echoed, and Toadkin suddenly vanished. Typically, a summoning beast only dissipates when injured or when its chakra is depleted. The occurrence could only imply one possibility. Jiraiya, the fellow contract holder, had also summoned Toadkin. Did the Cloud Ninja initiate combat? Silas pondered quietly within himself. The war occurring at the borders tightened a knot in his chest, as he realized that his strength was still woefully inadequate. Glancing at his attributes, particularly the wind element, 32, he resolved to fully cultivate this wind attribute in the coming days. While he could employ shadow clones for the learning of ninjutsu, the system was uniquely singular in its offerings. This, he surmised, was perhaps the only area where he truly needed to exert himself. Moreover, he did not believe that his extraordinary ability was limited to merely replicating these fundamental chakra attributes. The following day, while practicing at home, Silas unexpectedly discovered that upon the dissolution of his shadow clone, he had inadvertently retained a nascent form of the Rasengan. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided against the immediate enhancement of the Rasengan using his liberation points. Although he possessed an abundance of liberation points, he was primarily curious about the difficulty of mastering A-rank ninjutsu. Having a reference in mind would be beneficial, just as he intended to continue cultivating the wind attribute. Faik appeared at his doorstep. I have already informed the third Hokage about the intelligence gathered through your shadow clones. He has verified its validity. All Chunin and higher ninjas will be apprised of this information to expedite their training. As the provider of this intelligence, along with your previous contributions, the village will extend a reward to you. The third Hokage has sent me to inquire if there is anything you require. Silas pondered. Could one request a forbidden technique? Surely, you desire a banjutsu? The value of these techniques cannot be generalized. It would be prudent for you to consult with the third Hokage. Within the scrolls of Konoha's forbidden techniques lie countless jutsu, each varying significantly in worth. If one were to speak of the most overpowered, it would undoubtedly be the reanimation jutsu. However, Silas would not be foolish enough to express a desire for such a technique, as desecrating the deceased contradicts the will of fire. He must maintain the facade of being a law-abiding inheritor of this noble spirit. Yet, he was determined to acquire this jutsu, for it was crucial to a certain clandestine plan of his. Must he truly seek out Orochimaru? The mere thought of the snake-eyed figure brought to his mind unsettling images of his own dissection, sending shivers down his spine. Perhaps it would be best to postpone such encounters until he was capable of defeating him. After all, a few more years of patience could be manageable. Upon bidding farewell to Fugaku, Silas made his way to the Hokage Tower, intending to convey his desire to learn a forbidden technique to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given your contributions, acquiring a forbidden jutsu seems appropriate. Due to Silas's influence, the Land of Fire had allocated a substantial sum to establish a medical department, and naturally, this contribution was attributed to him. However, some jutsu may not be available to you. I hope you can understand. I will compile a list of forbidden techniques for you to choose from. He would not question Silas's aptitude for learning such jutsu. The requirements and dangers associated with each technique would be clearly outlined, and he had faith that Silas would make the right choice. The discoveries regarding the shadow clone technique, along with his expertise in medical ninjutsu, compelled him to regard Silas as more than just a child. Geniuses are not to be feared. Rather, it is the potential for creating a multitude of geniuses that is truly daunting. In the future, every ninja of Konoha would receive at least double the training time. While the effects may not be immediately apparent, the landscape would look vastly different a decade from now. The new generation of Konoha would undoubtedly surpass their peers from other ninja villages. All of this was made possible by Silas's intelligence. Indeed, based on this alone, Silas deserved the opportunity to learn forbidden techniques. Reflecting on this, Hiruzen felt he might have shortchanged Silas. No, you may select 2 techniques from the list. Silas was filled with joy, for he was about to acquire a ninjutsu scroll meticulously compiled by the third Hokage. Apart from a rather conspicuous B-rank technique of shadow clone, The rest were all A rank. Silas briefly skimmed through the material, his brow furrowing in discontent. Third Hokage, you have deceived me. The forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation was denied to him, and he found no traces of the 8 gates either. However, he noted that the Rasengan was documented within. Yet the system had already presented a model of this technique, which Silas would naturally choose to forego. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that only the Flying Thunder God technique was classified as S rank. Lord Third, after careful consideration, I believe I cannot master too many jutsu at once with my current capabilities. Perhaps it would be wiser for me to select just one this time? You clever little rascal, you understand the principle of not biting off more than you can chew. Very well. Whenever you wish to learn, simply seek me out. Upon hearing this, Silas smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Third Hokage. He then handed over the scroll, declaring his choice of the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the scroll, cautioning, you must be certain of your decision. The prerequisites for mastering space-time ninjutsu are exceedingly stringent. Should you fail to grasp it, this opportunity will be squandered. The demands of this technique are exceptionally high, which explains why, throughout the years, only 2 individuals in the entirety of Konohagakure have succeeded in learning it. I have made my decision, Silas asserted with unwavering determination, prompting the Third Hokage to refrain from further discussion. After a brief moment, he personally retrieved the scroll that contained the secrets of the Flying Thunder God technique. I eagerly anticipate the day you surprise me. As Silas departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered quietly within his heart. His old friend seemed to have recently succumbed to folly, directing his ire towards the Uchiha clan at every turn. Perhaps a gentle warning was in order. If the Uchiha spirits were dampened, the consequences could be dire. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan harbored no intentions of insurrection, and the alterations brought about by Silas's arrival had prompted him to take notice of their precarious situation. Concurrently, he had become privy to the clandestine machinations of his old acquaintance, Danzo. For instance, the insidious undermining of the Uchiha clan, and the bounty placed during Silas's last mission in the Land of Fire, intended to eliminate him after he showcased his prodigious talents. A man in his 40s, scheming to deceive and ambush an 8-year-old child, is a disgrace to the principles of shinobi. I must impart some wisdom to him, urging him to tread carefully. Chapter 18. Whispers afoot. Upon returning home, Silas swiftly unfurled the scroll, hastily scanning its contents while awaiting the manifestation of the Flying Thunder God technique within the system. He even envisioned a future where he would carve out a name for himself in the shinobi world, renowned for this very jutsu. But where is my ninjutsu? Where is the magnificent Flying Thunder God? After a brief interval, Silas still found no sign of the technique's inception. In a state of agitation, he opened the scroll once more, only to be met with the same result. What in the world? Reflecting on the arduous journey he undertook to master the Rasengan and Chidori, Silas speculated that techniques of a rank and above could not be acquired through mere shortcuts to the extent of instant comprehension. The Rasengan had demanded nearly a month of relentless effort. Who could fathom how long it would take to master the Flying Thunder God? Glancing at his shadow clone ability, Silas resolved to invest another point into it. Shadow Clone Level 3. Silas endeavored to explore the bounds of his Shadow Clone technique, which had now reached a staggering limit of 16. Both his chakra and mental fortitude were nearing the utmost threshold he could endure. All of you, go and learn this. At Silas's command, the 8 newly created Shadow Clones promptly set out to master the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, they consumed an experience-enhancing potion that multiplied their learning potential 8-fold. However, even with the combined efforts of his clones, the limitations of individual perspectives often resulted in repetitive feedback. Reluctantly, Silas was compelled to assign them distinct tasks. For instance, one was tasked with learning the Flying Thunder God technique, another with the intricacies of chakra manipulation, while yet another was directed to hone the body flicker technique to strengthen the foundational knowledge necessary for the Flying Thunder God. In the ensuing period, Silas remained sequestered, dedicating all his energy to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique and cultivating wind element chakra. His diligent approach to study and relentless pursuit of knowledge inspired others around him. Uchiha Itachi, witnessing the unwavering dedication of his senior, wished he could stretch a single day into 2, thus becoming more industrious himself. Recently enlightened, Kakashi initially sought to spar with Silas, but upon observing Silas's intense focus, he instead enlisted Guy to train alongside him. Throughout Konoha, one could often hear shouts of youth, fervor, and rivalry echoing in the air. Unbeknownst to Silas, several individuals were quietly observing him from the shadows. Shimura Danzo, the ruler of Konoha's underbelly, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Silas. Having successfully marginalized the Uchiha clan from the village's core areas under the guise of rebuilding Konoha in the Nine-Tails incident, Danzo was incensed by the resurgence of this young Uchiha, who had managed to turn the tide. The forthcoming medical department would undoubtedly grant the Uchiha clan a significant voice, especially as it was funded by the feudal lord and tacitly approved by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Recently, due to the exposure of his previous arrangements involving assassins, Danzo had been warned by Sarutobi and found himself entirely sidelined from the medical department's developments. As the Uchiha clan, seen as a destabilizing factor, began to regain ground, all of Danzo's resentment was redirected towards Sylas. Additionally, Jiraiya's close friend, Orochimaru, was also keeping a watchful eye on Sylas. A request from his friend prompted Orochimaru to subconsciously monitor Sylas's progress. Upon learning of Sylas's relentless efforts to study forbidden techniques, he could not help but perceive Sylas as a kindred spirit, pursuing the pinnacle of ninjutsu, the quest for immortality, and the pursuit of truth. Were it not for Sylas's youth and Jiraiya's prior claim, Orochimaru would have considered recruiting him. Nevertheless, he ensured that his informants discreetly kept tabs on Sylas. Of course, the covert observation did not escape the notice of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Had Sylas possessed a slightly greater strength, he might have sensed the faint, watchful gaze upon him. As the third Hokage employed a spying technique to scrutinize his actions, oblivious to the fact that his every move stirred the interests of several prominent figures in Konoha, Sylas remained wholly absorbed in the realm of ninjutsu. The curriculum for the medical department had been finalized, and the first cohort of students had been enrolled. Among these students were 3 genin from the Uchiha clan, personally selected by Fukiuchi, who, alongside Sylas, would form the medical class. Naturally, Sylas, as a student, did not attend classes. In his own words, "Why would I attend lectures when I authored the textbooks? Which fool dares to claim superior knowledge over me?" As time gracefully flows by, the dawn of the following year finds the Hidden Leaf Village enveloped in a blanket of pristine snow. At the borders of the Land of Fire, hostilities erupt between the Cloud Ninja and the Leaf Village. The front lines incessantly relay reports of skirmishes, with minor battles breaking out intermittently. In front of the memorial stone, numerous new graves have been added. As casualties rise, whispers of discontent begin to circulate within the village. Why do the members of the medical department remain absent from the front lines? Are they not medical ninjas? Should they not be present where their skills are most urgently needed? According to the regulations of the medical department, all trainees are selected from students in their 4th year at the Ninja Academy and must undergo 2 to 3 years of medical training before graduation. Currently, the first cohort of trainees has been in school for less than 3 months, although many have acquired the fundamental healing techniques thanks to a novel teaching approach. Deploying them to the battlefield contradicts the initial plan entirely. Nevertheless, the rumors escalate to absurdity, evolving into a power struggle within the village. Ultimately, this stirs many high-ranking officials from their duties. Even the reclusive Sylas is summoned by his mentor, Hayashi Kid, to attend a high-level meeting. In the grand conference room, representatives from nearly all prominent clans gather. Sylas also spotted Fuyue among them. However, he was not attending the meeting today as a representative of the Uchiha clan, but rather as a representative of the medical department trainees. Moments later, with the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the meeting officially commenced. Following an investigation, it became apparent that the rumors circulating this time were orchestrated by spies deployed by the Cloud Ninja with the intent of causing the newly established medical department to collapse. True to his reputation as a seasoned politician, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately characterized the incident as an unlawful act by hostile forces within our borders. As for the truth, Sylas cast a glance at Danzo, who stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating the degree to which he might be implicated in this matter. The establishment of the medical department is undeniably beneficial for the village, promising nothing but advantages. In 2 to 3 years, once these trainees complete their studies, the enhancement for the entire village will be monumental. There is no necessity for this group of students to hastily rush into battle. Although there have been precedents for older students graduating early to join the fray, the current state of Konoha does not warrant such desperation. What concerns Sylas even more is the rapid spread of this rumor throughout the village. The roots must surely be aware of it. Casting another glance at Danzo in the corner, a chill ran down Sylas's spine. Even if he is not the instigator, he may well be playing a role in fanning the flames. Sylas was not mistaken. The incident was indeed instigated by a spy from the Cloud Village, and it was known to Danzo from the very beginning. However, he did not take immediate action but chose to wait until the information had spread before capturing the spy in one fell swoop. The innovative teaching methods proposed by Sylas and Winokid enabled that batch of students to progress remarkably swiftly. In a few years, as Sylas matured, his intelligence, once revealed, would position him as a significant contributor to Konoha. At that time, the Uchiha clan, bolstered by their combat prowess and Sylas's influence within the medical department, might emerge as formidable contenders for the next Hokage. It would be wiser to eliminate him while he was still in his nascent stage. Chapter 19. Power Units in Equal Measure. Kakashi. The venue was divided into two factions, embroiled in heated debate. One faction argued that given the current state of conflict, there was no need for these ninja trainees to be sent to the battlefield. Conversely, others contended that the senior students had already met the criteria for early graduation. Moreover, under the new teaching model, many had acquired healing techniques, which would significantly mitigate casualties on the front lines. In my view, it would be prudent to deploy those who have mastered healing techniques to the front lines, tasked solely with logistical medical support, thereby minimizing the risks involved in combat. This was the opinion expressed by Danzo, and several elders nodded in agreement, signifying their concurrence. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen acquiesced to this suggestion. I shall ensure that Jiraiya pays particular attention to the medical troops. Sending children to the battlefield was not unprecedented for Konoha. During Kakashi's time, when Konoha was engaged in multi-front warfare, such instances had occurred. However, the current situation was not as dire. Yet, in a moment of inattention, the rhythm was dictated by the Cloud Ninjas, necessitating adjustments to the original plan. As medical ninjas, they had already fulfilled the fundamental requirements, and most importantly, their support was indeed needed on the battlefield. Thus, the support plan was established, and Winokid would return to collaborate with his colleagues to compile a list of those eligible for deployment. However, he appeared somewhat unwell. He had intended to secure more time for the medical trainees but had been unable to do so. Silas discerned the unusual expression on his teacher's face and reassured him. Rest assured, Sensei, the third Hokage will undoubtedly be well prepared. If they were merely ordinary ninja trainees, their presence on the battlefield would amount to nothing more than cannon fodder. However, a substantial number of medical ninjas are entirely different. They represent invaluable resources, and the village will surely take great care to protect them. Most importantly, Silas himself will also be heading to the front lines. There is no reason for others to go while he, the deputy minister's disciple, remains in Konoha. Moreover, the last correspondence from Jiraiya hinted at his intention for Silas to gain battlefield experience. As the crowd dispersed, Silas returned home and began to organize the gains he had amassed over this period. He had not made significant breakthroughs in his primary technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet he felt that he was approaching the threshold of mastery. Silas had come to accept that he was not an exceptional prodigy of ninjutsu and intended to fully cultivate his skills as soon as he grasped the essence of the technique. His spiral sphere had successfully reached level 1, marking it as his first A-rank ninjutsu learned without external assistance. Through diligent study, his Chidori had advanced to level 2. Furthermore, he had discovered a sealing technique in the medical department scrolls capable of addressing Kakashi's Sharingan issue, the 4-symbol seal. However, his learning time had been too short for substantial progress in that regard. On a brighter note, he had completed the cultivation of his wind chakra nature and had already commenced the development of a second chakra nature. In addition, he had mastered numerous basic ninjutsu, primarily involving lightning and fire, through the use of surplus shadow clones. Regarding his progress and liberation, there had been little advancement recently. Since Jiraiya's departure, his progress had stagnated at 65. Even after Silas had taken the time to engage in verbal sparring with Kakashi and Itachi, there seemed to be no notable improvement. Their progress merely increased gradually over time. Itachi had reached 26, while Kakashi had attained 31. Including the previous surplus and the consumption of points to elevate shadow clones to level 3, he now possessed a total of 17 liberation points, along with an additional golden liberation point. Through these days of study, Silas had significantly enhanced his control over chakra and gained a deeper understanding of the principles of ninjutsu. Compared to his state before seclusion, his combat prowess had more than doubled. If he were to use the current Kakashi as a baseline for combat power, he would approximately possess 0. For units of strength, stronger than a Chunin, yet unable to contend with a Jonin. However, this state would soon change. Once he unlocked the Flying Thunder God technique, wielding Chidori in his left hand and spiral sphere in his right, coupled with the dynamic vision afforded by the Sharingan. His strength would experience a remarkable leap, at least to 1.5 units of power. The list of students heading to the front lines was soon to be released. The name of Sylas naturally graced the list. Among the other 3 disciples of the Uchiha clan, only one was included. Be exceedingly cautious during your journey. Uchiha Fugaku advised just days before the troops were to depart. The Uchiha clan had few participants in this impending war. The third Hokage, citing the need to safeguard the village, had declined their request to engage in battle. Instead, only a handful of squads were selected to serve as reconnaissance units, integrated into the larger force. Senior, you must remain calm. Uchiha Itachi intended to speak, but recalled the elders' counsel to refrain from such utterances before undertaking significant endeavors. It seemed there was a saying about not raising unnecessary flags. Although the precise meaning eluded him, Itachi trusted that the elder's words were grounded in wisdom. Silas bid farewell to the crowd and merged into the ranks of the larger contingent. Accompanying him were nearly 100 medical ninjas, along with several combat units that were originally designated to provide support at the front lines. Until they reached the battlefield, they remained in a state of safety. In the company of his peers, Silas discerned several familiar figures, Kakashi and Might Guy. He expressed his gratitude, hoping for their guidance throughout this journey. Silas leaned closer, intending to rely on the two of them. Kakashi cast a glance at him, suddenly recalling something. Have you made any progress with the sealing technique you mentioned? Just wait a little longer, at most a year. No, half a year. Silas has lost some of his blind confidence in his ability to learn. Apart from his own system, his only advantage lies in his relatively strong mental fortitude, which allows him to employ shadow clones to cheat during training. Whatever happened to the self-assurance you had when you effortlessly mastered the Chidori? Kakashi is not in a hurry to seal his left eye. He merely wishes to seize this opportunity to strike back at Silas. To learn Kakashi's original jutsu with just a glance? Nearby, Might Guy gazes at Silas in astonishment. It appears that Silas is indeed a genius of this caliber. It seems I must exert myself even more. With that, Guy performs a somersault, supporting himself with his hands. From this moment forth, I shall walk on my hands to the front lines. No, I shall also make 300 laps around the team each day. Youth. And thus, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he begins to circle the team. Truly, Guy-senpai is full of passion. Silas holds a deep admiration for this man, who nearly kicked them to a grand finale. Guy has always been this way. Kakashi, on the other hand, is accustomed to Might Guy's antics. It is somewhat embarrassing. Previously, Lord Jiraiya asked me to teach you some self-defense jutsu. Yet it seems you have inadvertently taught me a lesson instead. To have my most esteemed Chidori learned by someone else right before my eyes hardly qualifies as imparting knowledge. If you feel guilty about this, would you care to spar with me in the coming days? I wish to assess my own strength. Silas was also quite curious about the extent of his current strength. Chapter 20. Insights on the Flying Thunder God Technique from the 4th Hokage. Whenever the troops set up camp, Silas, Kakashi, and the ever-enthusiastic Might Guy would engage in friendly sparring beside the encampment. At level 2, Silas's taijutsu left him completely outmatched by Kakashi, not to mention the specialized prowess of Might Guy. However, after investing a significant amount of resources to elevate his taijutsu to level 3 the following day, a remarkable transformation occurred. In terms of combat skills, Silas was now nearly on par with Kakashi. Aside from the physical differences attributed to their age gap, Silas's close-quarters combat ability was approaching that of AJ Nin. In a sparring match devoid of ninjutsu, Silas could even manage a roughly even contest with Kakashi. The most astonishing revelation in recent days had been Kakashi himself, who had witnessed firsthand Silas's terrifying growth from being thoroughly outclassed to achieving a near parity with him overnight. Such talent was indeed formidable. Were Silas to be an adversary, Kakashi would undoubtedly exert every effort to eliminate him. Otherwise, in a few years, his advancement could spell disaster for Konohagakure. Those 3 youngsters are still training at this late hour. Given the cold weather, they might as well come over to the old man's fire for warmth. The trio was taken aback. When did he arrive? The ability to approach them so stealthily demonstrated remarkable skill. As they focused their gaze, they were surprised to see an elderly man with white hair, donning a Konoha forehead protector, holding a long spoon. Wasn't he this the very same elder who had been assisting with the camp's meals over the past few days? Silas recognized the individual before him, as he discerned the old man's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Upon realizing they were among allies, the trio lowered their guard and followed him to the campfire. It turned out the elderly gentleman was indeed preparing a meal, having approached to investigate the sounds of their earlier skirmish. The warm glow of the fire, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of meat, ignited their appetites, and they gradually began to converse. Compared to the past, Konoha had improved remarkably. I recall my first venture onto the battlefield. Our entire team possessed fewer than 100 explosive tags, and not a single chakra weapon among us. My comrades faced the enemy's onslaught with their lives, and in the end, none of us received even a single soldier's food pill. When I sought one from the captain, do you know what he said? You think my head is worth a few food pills? You might as well behead me and use it for that. The old man recounted such amusing tales of the past, while serving the trio steaming bowls of soup. Silas furrowed his brow, as the name Maruxing Gyuk echoed in his memory. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously inquired, "How many years have you been a ninja, old man?" "Let me see." "It must have been around 40 years, he replied. At that moment, Mike Guy seemed to recall something, observing the elder's attire, and remarked, "Could it be that you are the legendary Eternal Genin, Gyuk?" "Indeed, that is I." The moment Silas heard the title of Eternal Genin, he grasped the identity of the man before him. It is well known that the ranks of Genin in Konoha vary significantly in strength. For instance, Mike Guy's father, Might Dai, was still a Genin in his 30s. Ultimately, he opened all 8 gates, causing the demise of 4 from the 7 ninja swordsmen, transforming into a true legend. Furthermore, consider Naruto, who remained a Genin until nearly 20 years of age, and Sasuke as well. Though the 40-year veteran Genin, Maruxing Gyuk, may not match the prowess of the aforementioned individuals, he certainly surpassed the current Kakashi. In his early missions, his recklessness led to the death of his teammates, resulting in a vow to remain a Genin forever. He later received tutelage in ninjutsu from the 2nd and 3rd Hokage and fought alongside the 4th Hokage, establishing himself as a respected elder in Konoha. His current abilities undoubtedly exceeded those of an average Genin. Mike Guy, unaware of these details, felt a peculiar sense of familiarity towards the legendary Eternal Genin who shared a similar epithet to his father. Kakashi, however, regarded the elder with a knowing glance. Before his father's passing, he had been advised not to judge a ninja based on such trivial rank distinctions. He had been shown examples of both Maruxing Gyuk and Might Dai, emphasizing that their talents were not inferior to his own. As Maruxing Gyuk and Might Guy engaged in lively conversation, Silas and Kakashi quietly sipped their soup, refraining from interrupting their dialogue. Days later, the group finally arrived at the borders of Konoha. The medical team integrated into the existing medical unit and commenced their efforts to provide care. After leaving a shadow clone to take his place at work, Silas directly entered the command center of the operations department and inquired about Jiraiya's whereabouts. "Silas, you've arrived," Jiraiya remarked, deep in thought as he examined a map. Upon recognizing his visitor, he spoke again. "Here, take this." Jiraiya tossed a scroll to Silas, who deftly caught it. "This is a scroll containing insights on the Flying Thunder God technique, a relic of Minato. Make sure to study it carefully." Months ago, during a visit to the Memorial Stone, Jiraiya had encountered Silas with the intention of organizing Minato's belongings. Upon learning that Silas had chosen to pursue this particular ninjutsu, he felt compelled to entrust the scroll to him. "Thank you, Master Jiraiya." Silas eagerly unrolled the scroll and began to peruse its contents. It was then that he realized the numerous detours he had traversed in the past. The Flying Thunder God technique requires not merely innate talent, but also the crucial art of bearing the coordinates of time and space. The latter necessitates the integration of sealing techniques for its execution. Thus, the notes left by the 4th Hokage encompass not only insights into the practice of the Flying Thunder God technique, but also the principles of sealing arts. As Silas examined the notes, his comprehension of this ninjutsu grew increasingly lucid. By the time he had read less than a tenth of the material, night had already fallen. "Have you gained anything?" Jiraiya inquired. "Indeed, the benefits are immense. Once I fully assimilate this knowledge, I will at least be able to manifest the rudiments of the ninjutsu. And there is this as well." Jiraiya presented a trident-shaped kunai, the handle inscribed with a unique sigil. Silas felt a surge of surprise. This was the kunai used by the 4th Hokage with his flying Raijin technique. Upon hearing Jiraiya confirm his thoughts, Silas promptly accepted it, eager to examine it thoroughly. However, he was interrupted by Jiraiya, who suggested that after their arduous journey, it would be wise to rest today. Even within the confines of the camp, one must maintain abundant energy. It is crucial to remember to always keep a trump card, as one can never predict the likelihood of an ambush on the battlefield. Jiraiya did not wish for Silas to overexert himself, and potentially find himself in peril during a critical moment. Understood. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. He then added, let us indulge in the beef of the land of lightning, a reward specifically meant to honor you medical ninjas from our last spoils. Chapter 21. Sparring. Moderation is key. Having feasted and quenched his thirst, Silas returned to the tent. Due to Jiraiya's arrangements, he and Kakashi were assigned to separate quarters. Both were not particularly loquacious, resulting in a somewhat oppressive silence within the tent. Silas began to examine his own abilities. In terms of skills, he possessed a level 1 spiraling sphere, a level 2 lightning cutter, a level 3 taijutsu, and a level 3 chakra refinement technique. Even in the presence of seasoned jonin, he should be capable of self-defense. However, he realized that he would play no significant role in the outcome of the war unless he could master the Flying Thunder God technique. Simultaneously, Silas pondered the ramifications of this conflict. Orochimaru still resided in the village, but it was likely that his defection was imminent, possibly within this very year. Although the war between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja was technically a victory, during the final negotiations, the enemy's ninja leader attempted to abduct Hinata Hyuga in order to obtain the secrets of the Byakugan. After being killed by Hinata's clan head, Hyuga Hayashi, the Cloud Ninja not only denied the abduction but also used the death of their leader as a pretext to issue unreasonable demands, namely, to see the body of the Hyuga clan leader. Otherwise, they threatened to attack the Hidden Leaf village in the Hyuga clan. Lacking the capacity for multi-front warfare, Konoha sought to avoid conflict at all costs, even resorting to having Hyuga Hisashi take the blame. They had won the war, yet it felt as though they had emerged as the defeated. Was it not a result of their lack of elite combat power? Orochimaru's impending departure only exacerbated this situation. The decline of Konoha had likely been fated since the Ninetales incident. It was only with the rise of Naruto's generation of 12 prodigies that the cradle of genius began to shine anew. Restless and unable to sleep, Silas contemplated and then rose to form the necessary hand seals, utilizing shadow clones to continue his ninjutsu training. Was this the insight into the Flying Thunder God technique from Sensei Minato? Kakashi, likewise unable to find rest, approached Silas and inquired about the somewhat familiar scroll. Yes, it was just given to me by Master Jiraiya. The fourth Hokage had long harbored the intention of passing the Flying Thunder God technique to Kakashi, and he had once possessed this very scroll. However, his lack of aptitude in space-time ninjutsu had led to its abandonment. Had Kakashi-senpai previously attempted to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Yes, that was before I became a jonin. Upon hearing this, Silas's mind flickered with a possibility. Kakashi, prior to acquiring the Sharingan, had attempted to master this ninjutsu, but was constrained by his innate talent and ultimately had to relinquish his efforts. However, the Sharingan bestowed upon him by Obito had since evolved into the Meijiki Sharingan, accompanied by the space-time ninjutsu Kamui. What he could not learn in the past does not preclude his current potential. As long as he can wield Kamui, he is bound to gain insights from it. Even if he fails, Kakashi, with mastery over Kamui, would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. Senior Kakashi, I have intelligence regarding the Sharingan that I must share with you. Silas whispered into Kakashi's ear the potential for the evolution of the Sharingan. While others must endure immense sorrow to awaken their eyes, Kakashi was exempt from such trials. His Meijiki had manifested years prior, unbeknownst to him, beyond the 3 Tomo. Could there indeed exist a more potent Sharingan? Indeed, each eye possesses its own unique abilities. Upon hearing this, Kakashi began to contemplate this possibility with earnest reflection. Silas observed Kakashi, who was lost in thought, choosing not to disturb him but instead dedicating himself to mastering his Flying Thunder God technique and sealing jutsu. The following day, Silas was dispatched to the medical department to begin treating the wounded, while Kakashi immersed himself in the throes of war missions. Thus, time gradually slipped away. The snow melted from the earth, spring emerged, heralding the rejuvenation of life. Seizing the opportunity presented by the conflict, Silas finally found a chance to hone his skills. Typically serving as a medical ninja, he treated the injured and occasionally accompanied Kakashi on missions, absorbing the fundamental tenets of a ninja, such as reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, and trap setting. Regardless of the circumstances, he ensured that at least 4 shadow clones remained in the camp to assist with various tasks. During a brief respite following a small-scale skirmish, Silas and Kakashi engaged in a friendly sparring session beside the camp, watched by the ever-present low-ranking ninja, Marahoshi Kogen. The clash of weapons echoed throughout the forest, and the sparks that flew momentarily illuminated Silas's crimson eyes. Though Kakashi's strikes were swift, Sylas, bolstered by his taijutsu and Sharingan, was able to keep pace with his opponent's movements. However, given that both possessed the Sharingan and were not engaged in a life-or-death battle, their encounters typically concluded when Sylas's stamina was depleted, as physical attributes could not be augmented directly. Be careful, Kakashi suddenly altered his stance, gathering chakra in his right hand. As a dazzling flash of lightning materialized in his palm, did we not agree to refrain from using jutsu? Sylas quickly retreated, raising his hands in surrender. He was not foolish. In such a situation, he certainly would not confront Kakashi directly. Once the battle escalated to the level of ninjutsu, the likelihood of injury became inevitable. This was a war-torn border area, where even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. Observing Sylas's decisive retreat, the lightning in Kakashi's right hand flickered out. How dull. Kakashi shook his head. Every spar with Sylas only allowed for taijutsu, which indeed lacked excitement. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the perennial lower-ranking ninja, Marishin Kukiai. Kukiai-senpai, do you have any thoughts? He inquired. As an old man, I cannot endure such turmoil from you young ones. Sylas initially believed that Maruhoshi Kokai would decline, yet he was met with an unexpected response. However, after a month of merely observing your sparring sessions, he found himself somewhat eager to participate. Thus, he thought, why not give it a try? His presence here was due to the third-generation specific commission for him to protect the medical department's trainees. For the past month, he had been vigilantly stationed around the camp, never straying far. Kakashi's invitation indeed stirred something within him. Casting aside the burdens of his past, Maruhoshi Kokai surprisingly picked up a long spoon intended for soup preparation. Let this be his instrument. Kakashi's liberation progress, 41. As Sylas's eyes sparkled with realization, he pondered whether Kakashi felt humiliated by the nonchalant act of wielding a mere spoon against him. Behold, he declared, this is the S-class swordsmanship, Konohiryu Willow, developed by the second Hokage and perfected over decades by my own efforts. Maruhoshi Kokiai, gripping the elongated spoon, began to move his hand in a rhythmic manner, drawing the attention of both combatants irresistibly towards him. In that moment, it was as if they beheld countless willow leaves dancing in the wind, their bodies becoming unbiddenly rigid and unresponsive. As Sylas observed the rhythmic movement of Maruhoshi Kogai's right hand, a sudden enlightenment flickered in his mind. Space, rhythm, frequency. This S-rank swordsmanship encapsulated the decades of arduous training that Maruhoshi Kogai had devoted to martial arts, swordsmanship, illusion techniques, and even, Sylas perceived, the nascent form of time-space ninjutsu. Through specific frequency oscillations, the surrounding space transmitted the fluctuations of chakra. This was precisely what Sylas lacked, the final piece of the puzzle for his flying thunder god technique. Chapter 22. With a sudden snap, it was swift. Suddenly, the illusion vanished. In an instant, Maruhoshi Kogai disappeared from his original position with remarkable speed. The spoon in his hand struck Kakashi's forehead protector, producing a crisp sound. According to traditional sparring etiquette, it was customary to stop at the right moment, and the long spoon was delicately placed atop Kakashi's forehead protector. A single strike, lethal. Kakashi's release progress, 45. Sylas has finally discerned the correct approach to understanding Kakashi. It involves perpetually subjecting him to adversity, thereby igniting the indomitable spirit within him. Kakashi is not one to utter excuses such as I was careless or I failed to dodge. Had the previous encounter been with an adversary, he would have met his demise. Yet, like Sylas, he too sensed that peculiar fluctuation in the fabric of space. Having witnessed the flying thunder god technique, he recognized that this jutsu bore the rudimentary elements of time-space ninjutsu. However, there lingered a sensation akin to a thorn in his heart, as if he were intimately familiar with this feeling, yet unable to recall its origin. Alas, it has been quite some time since he last engaged in combat, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the swift movements. Maruxing Kukiai tapped his waist, revealing the visage of a man in his 50s. Sylas hurriedly stepped forward, assisting him to a nearby spot while gently kneading his shoulders. The old man is truly remarkable. This is not mere flattery from Sylas. The ability to swiftly defeat Kakashi in a single strike unequivocally signifies that he is indeed among the elite of the upper ninjas. Most importantly, due to the recent inspiration, he has witnessed the scene he has longed for. The flying thunder god technique, which was on the verge of realization, has finally revealed its nascent form. Sylas directly elevated it to level 3. This ninjutsu inherently requires the combination of sealing techniques for effective utilization. Silas was also bestowed with a wealth of knowledge regarding sealing techniques. The 4-symbol sealing, beginner level, is there truly such a delightful offer of buy one, get one free? Silas beamed with joy, promptly elevating this jutsu to level 3. The remaining liberation points could potentially advance another jutsu to level 4. However, Silas found himself at a loss for choice. At that moment, Kakashi finally regained his composure. His father's words rang true. This individual possessed talents that were not inferior to his own. Yet, Kakashi did not believe he would remain stagnant at this juncture forever. He had now found yet another reason to grow stronger. As Silas pondered whether the level 3 4-symbol seal could alleviate Kakashi's Sharingan's consumption issue, a sudden thunderous roar echoed from the distance. The trio veered around the trees, directing their gaze towards the front line. Amidst the flickering flames, 2 colossal toads emerged on the battlefield, wreaking havoc. It was none other than the brothers Fukasaku and Shima, the summoning beasts of Lord Jiraiya. The Cloud Ninja must have launched an assault. Exchanging glances, the 3 discerned their course of action. The presence of 2 summoned beasts indicated the gravity of the situation. However, Silas observed certain nuances. Jiraiya had not summoned Gamabunta. In the face of such a sudden onslaught, it would be inconceivable not to exert oneself to the fullest. The summoning of merely 2 toads did not suggest a lack of chakra on Jiraiya's part, but rather indicated that he harbored other intentions, possibly foreseeing an impending attack from the rear. Gamabunta, perhaps, was reserved for his own use. The medical unit could likewise be at risk of assault. We must hasten back. The trio swiftly made their way to the camp. Along the route, Silas casually patted Kakashi and Maru's shoulders, inscribing a Flying Thunder God technique embedded with a sealing jutsu upon them. The level 3 sealing technique had reached such a degree of proficiency. Nevertheless, this casually deployed technique would not endure for long. Silas estimated that this temporary technique would last no more than half an hour before it would become ineffective. Once that time had elapsed, he would still need to craft his own Flying Thunder God kunai. His companions, Uchiha and Kakashi, had both witnessed the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique and were naturally familiar with the spell Silas was employing. Kakashi, however, was taken aback. Had not Master Minato's insights into the Flying Thunder God just been acquired by Silas upon arriving at the front lines? It had only been a brief period. Yet he had already mastered this skill, and he appeared to wield it with remarkable proficiency. Truly, he was the man who had effortlessly pilfered my Chidori. Over there, Maruxing Uchiha prompted, gesturing in the direction he indicated. Silas turned to follow his finger and beheld a large contingent of cloud shinobi bursting forth from the tree line adjacent to the camp, their numbers dense and formidable. Eliminate them, commanded a one-eyed ninja, issuing a ruthless order. The allied ninjas surged into the camp, poised to engage the defenders from Konoha. The disparity in numbers threatened to render this confrontation overwhelmingly one-sided. Water style, water dragon bullet. Maruxing Uchiha swiftly formed hand seals, executing the ninjutsu in an instant. A water dragon surged toward the forefront of the cloud shinobi ranks, obstructing their advance, while droplets cascaded down upon the assembled fighters. At this moment, Maruxing Uchiha's hands remained clasped together, indicating that the ninjutsu was not yet concluded. Damn it, the chakra is dissipating. At last, someone discerned the anomaly and voiced a warning. In that instant, the trio arrived on the scene. Allies continued to converge around them, while behind, injured comrades and medical ninjas were in the process of retreating. This number doesn't add up, Kakashi observed, scanning the opposing forces. A fierce battle was erupting ahead. The Cloud Shinobi could not possibly allocate such a large contingent to launch a surprise attack on the rear unless there were other factions involved. Kakashi's conjecture was not unfounded. The war that was originally expected to endure for nearly 3 years had been altered by the arrival of Silas. The nearly 100 medical ninjas dispatched by the medical department significantly reduced the casualties on the Konoha side, allowing the wounded to rejoin the fray without limitation. In stark contrast, the Cloud Ninjas suffered no such fortune. Their injured were left to languish in queues awaiting treatment. The few medical ninjas available were overworked, and many of the injured were compelled to undertake missions despite their wounds. Under such circumstances, the tide of battle was decidedly unfavorable for the Cloud Ninjas. In truth, when their spies embedded within Konoha reported the establishment of the medical department, they not only exploited rumors to coerce their trainees into combat, but also devised plans to assault the rear. However, under the guidance of the 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya, the medical ninjas stationed at the rear were exceptionally well protected, leaving no opportunity for attack. Consequently, they contemplated seeking external assistance. for reasons unknown. The Mist Village had seemingly fallen into a state of isolation, rendering communication impossible. The Stone Village, harboring an irreconcilable enmity with the Land of Lightning, was also not an option. After all, the third Reikage had been besieged and killed by the Stone Ninjas. Thus, their only viable contact was the Sand Village. Nevertheless, due to the geographical barrier of Konoha between the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning, any significant movement could arouse suspicion. Therefore, the Sand Village sent only a small elite team. Yet, this was sufficient, for among them was the fourth Kazekage, Rosha. One Rosha was equivalent to an entire elite unit. Thus, they seized the opportunity presented by the frontline battles to divert a substantial force to encircle and annihilate the logistical medical units, determined to eradicate Konoha's viable strength. Ideally leaving Jiraiya at the front lines. Brother, do you have any kunai to spare? Shuriken would do as well. If you can't lend me any, could I at least have a feel? Just leave that wind-release shuriken out of it. It's too large and unwieldy. As Kakashi pondered how to break the stalemate, Sylas nearby began to request kunai. Chapter 23. To his surprise, Jiraiya could also utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Sylas's unusual behavior did not arouse any suspicion from his companions. Although they found his actions peculiar, they nevertheless provided him with extra shuriken to some extent. After all, to them, shuriken were merely tools to disrupt the movements of their adversaries. In most instances, they were considered optional. Sylas assessed his supply of kunai, 12 in total, which should suffice. After all, his pouch for ninja tools was already brimming. However, he was aware that only 3 individuals were privy to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, and Sylas would not be foolish enough to reveal his trump card at the outset. It would only be at the most critical juncture that he would unfurl his hidden dagger. Until then, he would play the role of a mid-ranking ninja with diligence. Engage, commanded the one-eyed leader of the enemy forces, as the Cloud Ninja aimed for a swift resolution. They concentrated their full might to annihilate the defensive forces of Konoha, intending to eradicate the logistical support before turning their attention to Jiraiya, who was stationed at the front lines of Konoha. The initial wave of conflict erupted in a clash of ninjutsu. In an instant, an array of water and fire dragons, as well as lightning techniques, filled the sky. Yet, the damage inflicted was rather minimal. In the blink of an eye, the close combat troops from both sides engaged fiercely. Sylas did not retreat. Instead, he boldly charged to the side. He had no intention of fleeing. Rather, he aimed to deliver a startling surprise. Young one, as a ninja, one must not succumb to fear. Allow me, your elder sister, to unveil the harsh realities of war to you. On the side of the Cloud Ninja, a strikingly voluptuous female ninja with short, golden hair noticed Sylas's movement. She initially believed he was attempting to escape or summon aid, and sought to capitalize on this moment to eliminate him. Upon witnessing the formidable weapon wielded by his adversary, Sylas immediately discerned that he was not to be trifled with. He hastened into the woods, ostensibly seeking to escape. Upon noticing that his opponent had also entered the thicket, Sylas glanced back and realized that the dense foliage had effectively separated them from the main force. Seizing the opportunity, he altered his course and charged directly at his foe. The kunai met the adversary's short blade, and the sparks danced like stars, reflecting in the depths of Sylas's Sharingan. The Uchiha clan, the female ninja caught sight of the double tomo in Sylas's right eye, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she instinctively prepared to retreat. Anticipating this reaction, Sylas reached out, aiming to leave a Flying Thunder God mark upon her. However, her evasive maneuver caused his hand to inadvertently graze a particularly sensitive area. Despite the awkwardness of the moment, Sylas managed to inscribe the technique. The mark gradually shifted across her garment, ultimately resting upon her back. The faint chakra fluctuations went undetected by her, as she was instead consumed by irritation from Sylas's earlier actions. "You insolent wretch, you have incited my wrath," she thought, as an unusual sensation emanated from her chest, momentarily unsettling her. She dismissed it as an affront to her honor. "I, Samui, stake my ninja way on this, and I shall ensure you learn the true meaning of despair." Sylas harbored no sense of responsibility. The clash between ninjas was beyond such concerns. Apologies escaped his lips in thought as the opponent charged forth. Chakra coalesced, and a luminous white orb gradually manifested in his right hand. This marked his inaugural use of the Rasengan before others. As wind attribute chakra infused the sphere, it began to spin with increasing ferocity. No hand signs? Is this the Rasengan? Samui recognized the jutsu. After all, both the fourth Hokage and Jiraiya had employed it. Just as she pondered whether to retreat, Silas suddenly vanished from her sight. Could it be? A fleeting possibility flashed through her mind, and instinctively she turned her head, catching a glimpse of Silas in her peripheral vision. In an instant, the Rasengan collided with Samwee's back, the sheer force propelling her several meters away, crashing against a colossal tree, her fate hanging in the balance. Upon witnessing this, Silas exhibited no interest in delivering a finishing blow. Instead, he turned to observe the fierce clash between the Leaf Village and the Cloud Ninjas. He commenced the execution of his strategy, forming hand seals to transform his appearance into that of Jiraiya. Subsequently, he retrieved a kunai, inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique upon it. With a swift sprint, he hurled the kunai directly into the sky behind the Cloud Ninjas. Seizing the opportune moment, Silas employed the Flying Thunder God technique just as the shuriken reached its zenith. In an instant, his figure materialized in the sky above the Cloud Ninja's rear. The summoning technique, destruction of the rooftop. The colossal form of Gamabunta suddenly appeared, crashing down upon the earth. It was none other than Lord Jiraiya. The ninjas from Konoha recognized the figure atop the frog's head, astonished that Jiraiya, who was supposed to be battling on the front lines, had arrived at such a position. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? A voice erupted in surprise, instantly invigorating the morale of the Konoha forces. Upon hearing this, the Cloud Ninja's hearts sank in trepidation. Indeed, as the teacher of the fourth Hokage, it was entirely plausible for Jiraiya to possess such a technique. Yet, he had abandoned the front line to provide support here. The Cloud Ninja had fallen into our trap. Konoha's reinforcements had already engaged their main force at the front. Let us unleash a full-scale counterattack. Silas remained unperturbed by the possibility of being unmasked, for in this era, instantaneous communication tools were non-existent. They could not ascertain the situation at the front lines in real time. Furthermore, he was not concerned about his transformation being revealed. The presence of Gamakichi rendered it impossible for the Cloud Ninja to scrutinize him closely. After all, in the entire ninja world, only the deceased fourth Hokage, Jiraiya, could summon the toads of Mount Mayaboku. The toad, indeed, was synonymous with Jiraiya. Was it a trap? How did Konoha become privy to our plans? The psychological defenses of the Cloud Ninja were on the verge of collapse. I always knew that the Sand Ninja were unreliable. It was unclear who initiated the panic. But soon, deserting soldiers began to emerge from the Cloud Ninja ranks. With Jiraiya present, could they afford to linger any longer? Even the one-eyed leader felt a twinge of unease. Had the Sand Ninja truly betrayed them? If so, what would become of the front lines? Before he could ponder further, the defenses of the Cloud Ninja began to crumble. Damn it! If the front line were to fall, then this battalion would represent the last vestige of Cloud Ninja's fighting force. He must preserve this flicker of hope. Lord Tsuchikage, should we retreat? Inquired a ninja beside the one-eyed leader, who sensed the dire situation. The Tsuchikage, gazing at the advancing Konoha forces, felt a deep reluctance, yet ultimately issued the retreat order. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood atop Gamakichi, harvesting the Cloud Ninja, pondering whether to shout a warning against pursuing the desperate enemy. However, observing the fleeing Cloud Ninja, Silas restrained himself. Should the adversary realize he was an imposter, it could spell disaster. Simultaneously, using Gamakichi's height, Silas peered over the treetops towards the battlefield ahead. At that moment, aside from the two colossal toads, he could vaguely discern another towering silhouette. Was that a Kimichi Choza? Had the Ino Shikacho trio also joined the fray? It seemed the situation at the front lines was indeed dire. Just as Silas contemplated whether to provide assistance, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The retreating Tsuchikage observed the Konoha ninjas decimating the Cloud Ninja, who were now in disarray, their fighting spirit extinguished by Jiraiya's sudden arrival. Realizing that these ninjas represented the future of their village, the Tsuchikage steeled himself and called out, "Now is the time for you to act, Golem." "Yes," responded a golden-haired female ninja from the retreating ranks, her voice crisp and devoid of emotion. She halted, turning to face the Konoha forces. A blue tail emerged behind her. The tailed beasts were strategic weapons of the village, typically reserved for dire circumstances. However, given the potential of his remaining ninja forces to be the last hope for the Cloud, the Tsuchikage had no choice but to sacrifice her. Chapter 24. The Journey of the Two Tails. Two-tailed Jinchuriki? In an instant, Silas became acutely aware of the presence of this chakra. What the Sharingan revealed was a malevolent accumulation of chakra. "Disperse." Silas promptly spoke up. A blue, feline demonic pattern of chakra emerged from the surface of the wooden figure. signifying a manifestation borrowed from the tailed beast chakra. In this state, her abilities were significantly enhanced. However, the several ninjas at the forefront, caught off guard, were torn apart by the claws that sprouted from the wooden figure's hands. Fukasaku, gripping the spear tightly in his right arm, thrust it towards the wooden figure. A tremendous roar echoed, yet Silas noticed that Fukasaku's right hand was trembling. As the dust settled, Silas beheld the two blue tails at the spear's end. These tangible tails, formed from concentrated chakra, intertwined to shield the wooden figure at the center, even lifting the enormous spear gradually. With a resounding thud, the twin tails exerted force, flinging the spear aside, allowing the wooden figure to escape. Has she truly reached this level? According to the information Silas had gleaned from various forums in her past life, the number of tails controlled by a Jinchuriki indicated their mastery over the tailed beast's power. The two tails of the Nibi, after all, represented precisely two tails. Yet, at this moment, the wooden figure had not fully harnessed the power of the Nibi. She was, in fact, in a dire predicament. She had been compelled to release more chakra than intended, and now the malevolent chakra of the Nibi rampaged within her. Tailed beasts are inherently unruly, which is why they are sealed within Jinchuriki using sealing techniques. When power is needed, the chakra of the tailed beast is borrowed through this seal. However, if the borrowed power exceeds the limits of what they can withstand, the worst consequences must be faced. The wooden figure had momentarily drawn too much chakra, causing the seal to weaken. Now, a torrent of chakra surged forth from the seal, and the Nibi's wicked consciousness began to invade, gradually consuming the wooden figure's sanity. She could even hear the Nibi roaring in her ear. A mere human dares to enslave me? Die, die, die. Negative emotions began to overwhelm her consciousness. Under the influence of the tailed beast chakra, she felt as though she had plunged into a frigid hell, recalling her past experiences. At the tender age of 2, she had been forced to become a Jinchuriki, treated like an object, and subjected to the disdain of the villagers. Even callously cast aside during times of crisis to fend for herself. She began to feel an intense rage. In that very moment of contemplation, the Nibi's encroachment intensified. The blue tails solidified further, and a colossal, flame-ensconced silhouette of the feline demon began to materialize. To those from Konoha, it appeared as though this Jinchuriki had willingly released the tailed beast to buy time for her comrades. Even her opponents recognized her as a being worthy of respect. You all retreat to the front lines, Jiraiya commanded, casting a glance towards Kakashi and Maru Hashikage behind him. Quickly, take them away. The two individuals immediately understood each other. It was indeed the rascal, Sylas. He had disguised himself so convincingly that had we not been vigilant, one might have genuinely believed that Lord Jiraiya had arrived. Under Kakashi's leadership, the group began their retreat. The mighty frogman brandished a colossal harpoon, aimed directly at the wooden figure ensconced within a swirling mass of chakra, only to be thwarted by the forearm of the two tails. Simultaneously, the wooden figure was drawn into the now-formed head of the two tails. The beast returned to the realm, its immense chakra captivating several individuals still engaged in battle at the front lines. Jiraiya, observing the enormous cat demon behind him and the frogman confronting it ahead, couldn't he help but feel concerned for Silas. Kid, don't you dare die on me. Equally astonished was the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. From the side of the Cloud Ninja, as a fellow Jinchuriki, he was acutely aware of the implications. The two tails had gone out of control. The wooden figure had never possessed as firm a grasp over the tailed beast as he did. Otherwise, she would not have been sent to attack the logistics unit, which lacked formidable defenders. How could the commanding officer of the assault unit permit her to unleash the tailed beast? Moreover, considering the degree of chakra concentration, it appeared nearly fully unleashed. And what of that gigantic frog? Wasn't he Jiraiya right before us? In an instant, Killer Bee's mind was overwhelmed with questions, disrupting the rhythm of the battle. Even his comrade, Rosha, fighting alongside him, cautioned, "Don't lose focus. Do you want me to end up dead?" Killer Bee shook off the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind and re-entered the fray. Silas perched atop the head of the colossal toad sage. Observing the titanic clash between the two behemoths, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if an enormous character for danger was progressively reddening above him. Strangely, it seemed as though the attacks from the two-tailed beast were deliberately targeting him. Every strike aimed at the toad sage's head forced the creature, already struggling to defend itself, to further exert itself in protecting Silas, creating a chaotic scene. Yet, Silas found himself paralyzed by fear, unable to move away. "Toad sage, move in that direction." Silas gestured towards a direction, Although I am somewhat clumsy, I shall certainly strive with all my might. The agile toad deftly evaded the swipes of the two-tailed creature's forepaws, using its shield to deflect the impact of the tail. With the force of the blow, the toad executed a roll, retreating 100 meters. Then, with a swift motion, it leaped towards the horizon. In this process, Silas could only focus his chakra at the soles of his feet, firmly balancing atop the head of the toad warrior. Thanks to his recent seclusion in the advanced techniques he had mastered, Silas's control over chakra had become comparable to that of an ordinary Jainin. The toad warrior continued to leap, while the formidable two tails relentlessly pursued from behind. Silas took a moment to cast a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique into the distance. That cave. In the darkness of the night, Silas beheld his destination. The direction he indicated to Toad-kin was not arbitrary. Within that cave lay his shadow clone. Prioritizing safety, Silas had strategically left his chakra reserves, like portable batteries, around the perimeter of the camp. These not only served as a means for training ninjutsu, but also provided a vital replenishment of chakra in moments of peril. As he drew closer, Silas willingly dispelled the shadow clone, allowing chakra and memories to return instantaneously. Not only did this restore Silas's chakra to capacity, but it also brought back a level 2 Rasengan. Caution. At that moment, Toad-kin suddenly interjected a warning. Upon hearing this, Silas turned around and beheld the tailed beast ball emerging from the mouth of the two tails. The two tails, weary of the incessantly leaping toad, resolved to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. With a thunderous roar, the colossal tailed beast ball, imbued with immense chakra, hurtled toward them at breakneck speed. Shall we flee? Toad Sage inquired, aware that he could instantaneously return to Mount Mayaboku. Yet, uncertain of Silas's hidden capabilities, he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding whether Silas could evade the impending destruction. No, Silas declared resolutely. Though I may be clumsy, I shall do my utmost to protect you. Even in this moment of peril, Toad Sage steadfastly refused to abandon his duty. With a smile, Silas elevated the 4-symbol seal to level 4. This is my final point of liberation. Chapter 25. The triviality of wealth matters not. My primary desire is to cultivate friendships. The 4th Hokage could rely on the sealing technique and the flying thunder god to transfer the 9-tailed beast ball, thereby safeguarding the village. The 4-symbol seal of Silas and the flying thunder god technique both possess considerable prowess. Even if his chakra does not match that of the 4th Hokage, he is still capable of short-distance teleportation. After sensing the technique he left behind, he discovered that one was conveniently located next to the two tails. Silas swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals, his right hand gesturing forward, conjuring a complex technique that gradually enveloped the rapidly approaching tailed beast bomb before ultimately consuming it. Gamaken, witnessing the disappearance of the tailed beast bomb, which was nearly half his size, suddenly came to a realization. It was the flying thunder god technique. No wonder Silas exuded such confidence. With a thunderous boom, the tailed beast bomb materialized beside the two tails, detonating upon contact with its surroundings. Despite the two tails being somewhat prepared, it still suffered from its own attack. The tremendous force propelled it backward, directly towards the direction of Silas and Gamaken. What an opportunity! Without waiting for Silas to issue a warning, Gamaken thrust his U-shaped spear towards the two tails. Already disoriented from the explosion, the two tails was struck heavily, releasing an enraged roar. One of its tails ensnared the spear, while the other seized Gamaken's form. With a swift motion of its forelimb and a gaping maw, it unleashed its fury upon Gamaken. Taken by surprise at such a close range, Gamaken was caught off guard and suffered the brunt of the assault. With a resounding crash, the severely wounded Gamaken vanished from sight. Silas promptly relocated himself to the ground, feeling the dwindling chakra within him. As he observed the incessant wails of the two tails, he initially contemplated fleeing immediately. However, he soon realized that something was amiss with the creature. The flames engulfing the two tails were gradually dissipating, and its once nearly corporeal chakra form was becoming increasingly ethereal. In the midst of this, Silas faintly heard the cries of a young girl. Was it the wooden figure? Silas had believed she had been consumed by the two tails. Were it not for the profound understanding between them and her transformation into a perfect Jinchuriki, such a release would have surely resulted in the Jinchuriki's immediate demise. Yet, she remained alive? Beneath the moonlight, Silas beheld the weary figure of the wooden man, struggling at the head of the two tails. Having suffered under the assault of the toad sage while being struck by her own tailed beast bomb, the two tails found itself weakened. granting the wooden man a fleeting chance to regain consciousness. However, as time passed, the injuries of the two tails began to mend, and the wooden man feared he may never awaken again. To save or not to save? In that moment, Silas found herself in a predicament. Choosing not to intervene seemed justifiable, considering their antagonistic relationship, not to mention the peril of confronting the two tails without the aid of a summoning beast. Her sealing techniques were her only means of posing a threat. Perhaps retreat was the wisest course. Survival was paramount. Just as Silas resolved to withdraw, the struggling wooden man unexpectedly extended his right hand towards her. She had long sensed Silas's presence and recognized her hesitation. As a ninja, seeking assistance from an enemy is an act of utter disgrace. Yet, the wooden man was merely 11 or 12 years of age, still untouched by the deep corruption of the will of thunder. Furthermore, her control over the tailed beast remained rudimentary, posing a constant risk of losing control. Consequently, in her village, she was ostracized and regarded as an outcast. Having endured a life devoid of comfort, she clung to her inherent stubbornness to survive. At this moment, she naturally wished to cling to life. Silas had become her final lifeline. "Save me," she silently implored. Her consciousness began to fade, the encroachment of the two tails intensifying. Just as she was on the verge of surrendering, she unexpectedly beheld Silas rushing towards her. It was not an act of newfound heroism, rather. It was a moment of desperation. The liberation progress of the wooden figure stood at 3. At the instant she called out for Silas, a new liberation point appeared on his system panel. The specifics of the liberation point were inconsequential. His primary desire was to save her. After all, having more allies opens up more paths. With the arrival of a new source for liberation points, Silas was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. At the very least, he had to give it a try. He promptly dispelled all his shadow clones, causing more than a dozen clones at varying distances to vanish in an instant. Yet, due to the considerable distance, he could only replenish half of his chakra. Given his sealing techniques and chakra, it was clearly unrealistic to seal the two tails by himself. However, the wooden figure was still alive. As long as he could find a way to reach the sealing formula on the opponent, he could reinforce the seal on the two tails with his own sealing techniques. The Sharingan began to coalesce, but this time, Silas infused it not only with wind chakra, but also with sealing techniques. Silas leaped high into the air, landing atop the head of the two-tailed beast. "Grant me a moment," Silas shouted, and then his right hand pressed the spiraling sphere against the chakra entity of the two tails. The rapidly rotating sphere began to assault the shell of the two tails, while the sealing technique gradually depleted the incessantly surging chakra nearby. The wooden figure, summoning all its mental fortitude, commenced a struggle for control against the two tails, thereby granting Silas precious moments. The spiraling sphere gradually penetrated the interior of the two tails, creating a palm-sized void on the shell just before its disappearance. Seizing the opportunity, Silas grasped the hand of the wooden figure, intending to pull it away. However, he was unexpectedly met with an immense force, drawing him gradually into the depths of the two tails. At that moment, the wooden figure, previously engaged in an evenly matched battle for consciousness with the two tails, suddenly perceived a dramatic escalation in the opponent's offensive, culminating in the complete usurpation of control. Silas was subsequently engulfed by the two tails. Even in its injured state, the creature was beyond the capabilities of the wooden man to contend with. It harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Silas, the architect of its wounds, and when it perceived Silas's intention to rescue the wooden man, it cunningly ensnared him within its own form. Only the Jinchuriki could survive amidst such malevolent chakra. The creature sought to ensure that Silas would perish in utter despair. Yet, what was the nature of those eyes? With a sudden burst, the transformation technique was dispelled, revealing Silas's true visage. Overwhelmed by the invading chakra of the two tails, he could no longer maintain the guise. A torrent of negative and malevolent emotions surged into his consciousness, as the Sharingan in his eyes whirled with frenetic intensity. The two tails sensed the turmoil within and was reminded of a time many years ago when it had been mercilessly beaten by a certain individual named Uchiha. In those days, the nine-tailed beasts had been captured by two formidable figures from Konoha and ultimately distributed among the major villages. Thus, your demise is all but assured. The creature directed its chakra to flood into Silas's being. Silas's consciousness and body have both succumbed to erosion. Is death imminent? He has lost control over his physical form, with only his thoughts and the Sharingan in his eyes still functioning autonomously. Silas's left eye, once a single hook jade, has now evolved into a double-hooked jade. Yet, the specter of death continues to loom, while the Two Tails imparts a myriad of intense emotional stimuli, propelling the evolution of his Sharingan further. An ordinary individual, under the onslaught of a tailed beast, would perish in an instant. However, what if that person harbors the bloodline of the first Jinchuriki within them? Chapter 26. The Doubtful Journey of the Two Tails. The power of the nine-tailed beasts originates from the primordial Ten Tails. The Sage of Six Paths was the first Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The Uchiha clan is precisely his lineage. Even though Sylas's bloodline has become exceedingly diluted, it remains undeniable that his genes hold the potential to control the tailed beasts. As Silas suddenly opened his eyes, a wave of confusion washed over him. The tailed beast's encroachment upon his consciousness persisted, albeit at a gradually diminishing pace, allowing him to regain a semblance of awareness. His body seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation. As an unfamiliar surge of chakra overwhelmed him, his form had been ravaged by the tailed beast chakra, his meridians torn apart by its ferocity, and this chakra could not possibly be his own. Thus, there remained only one source, the Two Tails. The legacy of the Sage of Six Paths flowed through him, enabling his body and consciousness to begin adapting to the Two Tails chakra. Even though his body remained subject to the relentless devastation of this wild chakra, Silas at least found a glimmer of hope. The wooden figure was still struggling. If he could only reach her sealing technique, he might attempt to seal away the Two Tails. Yet, in his current state, Silas found himself utterly incapable of moving under the constraints of the Two Tails chakra. Therefore, the only recourse left was to establish a new sealing technique. Silas's right hand moved slowly, resting gently upon his abdomen. A faint yet ceaseless stream of chakra began to coalesce into a seal, gradually expanding. Meanwhile, the Two Tails, seeking solitude deep within the mountains, sensed that something was amiss. Its chakra was depleting. In fact, it had already diminished by nearly 1/10 of its total. The source lay within its own body. It was then that the beast noticed Silas's subtle movements and pondered the perplexing nature of this individual, who had withstood such prolonged erosion yet still possessed chakra to perform a sealing technique. A host of two Jinchuriki? The Two Tails felt a surge of anger. As a proud-tailed beast, being subjugated by humans was one thing, but now it was expected to serve two masters? Enraged, the Two Tails contemplated expelling Silas from its body, intending to end him with a single strike, when suddenly a colossal figure descended from above, pinning it down. A giant toad, clutching a massive pipe in its mouth, pressed the Two Tails beneath its weight, unleashing a relentless assault. Already wounded, the Two Tails began to doubt its existence. 5-element sealing technique. Jiraiya had finally arrived, firmly restraining the Two Tails. The external seal imposed by Jiraiya gradually weakened it, while Silas's 4-symbol seal incessantly consumed its chakra. The Two Tails sensed the peril of the ninja world. The prospect of being resealed was now inevitable, and it yearned for a place of refuge. The intentions of that young boy were shrouded in mystery, and following him would likely lead to further strife. That little girl seemed far more reliable. The Two Tails actively controlled its chakra, returning to the body of the wooden puppet. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, initially suspecting a mishap. To his astonishment, the figure of the Two Tails gradually shrank, faded, and ultimately vanished from his sight. As he caught the descending Silas and the wooden puppet, Jiraiya discerned Silas's condition. His bodily functions had been ravaged to the brink by the chakra of the Two Tails. Had he arrived even a minute later, his newly acquired disciple might have met the same fate as his predecessor. At least he was still alive. Had it been any other ninja, they might have faced a lifetime confined to a wheelchair. As Silas opened his eyes, he beheld Jiraiya, which brought him a sense of relief before he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Both his will and body had reached their limits. Jiraiya lifted the two and hurried back to the Konoha camp. "You have awakened." As Silas opened his eyes once more, Jiraiya peeked in from the side. The sensations of pain and constraint enveloped him, prompting him to grimace and tilt his head for a better view. "Goodness, am I wrapped like a mummy in layers upon layers of gauze? Once your condition stabilizes, I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to Konoha for your recuperation." Upon hearing this, Silas became quite anxious. With a formidable Orochimaru residing at home, always poised to create chaos, did you wish for my demise to come swifter? "Teacher, I assure you, I am perfectly well." "Silas, I understand your concern for the situation at the front lines, but given your current injuries, do not overexert yourself." Jiraiya mistakenly believed Silas was preoccupied with the battle conditions, urging him to return and recuperate. "Teacher, I truly am fine. After all, I am a physician. Ask around. Who in the entire camp would dare claim to possess superior medical skills to mine? This is not mere bravado. Silas's surgical prowess is undoubtedly unrivaled throughout the Hidden Leaf. Moreover, following an intense period of relentless study, he has significantly broadened his medical knowledge in various other domains. In the present Hidden Leaf, there are indeed few medical ninjas who would assert they could surpass Sylas. Since you are unwilling to return, perhaps you should refrain from participating in the ensuing battles. Sylas feigned agreement, yet in his heart, he contemplated that once his wounds healed, he would inevitably be summoned to the battlefield. By the way, what is the nature of the seal upon your abdomen? Jiraiya suddenly inquired in a hushed tone. Sylas recounted the events of last night. You acted with such recklessness, placing yourself in peril to rescue an adversary. Initially, he believed that Sylas had been captured by the Two Tails in a moment of defeat, only to discover that he had willingly surrendered himself. Nonetheless, one might say that misfortune bore unexpected fortune. Sylas gazed down at his abdomen, acutely aware of a nascent life burgeoning within. A vast reservoir of chakra resided there. I have completed the sealing technique for you. By the way, when did you master the four-symbol seal? Jiraiya was intrigued by the timing of Sylas's acquisition of this sealing art, and judging by the completeness of the technique, it appeared to surpass his own prowess. Historically, the sealing techniques employed by the Jinchuriki of Konoha have always been the 8-trigram seal, a composite of two overlapping four-symbol seals, one for sealing and the other for reinforcement. Before falling into a coma, Sylas completed a portion of the seal, while Jiraiya subsequently fulfilled the remaining part. This occurred not long ago. Sylas responded ambiguously, is that so? Jiraiya, pondering, replied, Master Jiraiya, please assist me in removing these bandages. Your injuries are severe. How can you recover without proper care? Sylas retorted, but am I not the finest medical ninja here? It was then that Jiraiya recalled that, when it came to medical expertise, aside from Tsunade, who was currently absent, Sylas was indeed the most formidable in all of Konoha. Sylas gazed at the panel displaying the level 2 healing technique, and, using the liberation points he had valiantly earned the previous day, upgraded it to level 4. He then wielded the sealing technique, gradually releasing the chakra of the tailed beast. With great effort, he lifted his right hand and began to mend his wounds. The liberation progress from the wooden figure stood at 37. Despite having narrowly escaped death, Sylas felt that the adventure of yesterday was indeed worthwhile. The liberation points were one thing, but his greatest achievement was becoming a pseudo-Jinchuriki. Strangely, he experienced no discomfort while harnessing the chakra of the Two Tails. Unbeknownst to him, other Jinchuriki had to contend with the encroaching will of the tailed beasts when utilizing their chakra. Yet, Sylas was different. The ferocious consciousness within the Two Tails chakra he had absorbed surged into his eyes before ultimately vanishing. This was why he could extract chakra with such finesse. However, the cost was that this chakra was ephemeral. After all, the consciousness of the tailed beasts was the essence that condensed chakra. As his body gradually healed, Sylas began to realize this fact. Although he was uncertain about what had transpired, perhaps transforming the Two Tails into a stable source of chakra would be a commendable endeavor. Sylas began to devise a plan on how to continue the training and liberation of the Wooden Man. Chapter 27. As long as others suffer greater losses than I do, I shall emerge victorious. The Wooden Man awakened, his eyes fluttering open to an unfamiliar environment, bewildered by his surroundings. Where's the Two Tails? He sensed an unsettling absence within himself, completely devoid of the Two Tails' presence, and hurriedly examined his seal. To his dismay, he discovered that an additional layer of sealing technique had been imposed atop the original. There was no need for further speculation. Jiraiya-sensei had fortified the sealing technique, ensuring that there was no cause for concern regarding the Two Tails going berserk. Naturally, until the seal was lifted, he could not access the chakra of the Two Tails. Upon raising his gaze, the Wooden Man recognized the individual who had entered as none other than the Uchiha youth who had rescued him the previous day. You deceived me yesterday. The realization that this very individual had impersonated Jiraiya, leading to the complete demoralization and subsequent defeat of the Cloud Ninja, filled him with uncontrollable fury. Instinctively, he reached for a kunai, intent on striking Sylas. The previous night, when Sylas revealed his true identity within the Two Tails' body, he had recognized his own folly. Yet, there was no recourse. The die had been cast. Did one not understand the art of deception and warfare? Moreover, I am, after all, your savior. Is this how you treat your benefactor? The Wooden Man fell silent, at a loss for how to respond to Sylas. The memory of his desperate plea for help to the enemy, under the insidious influence of the tailed beast's consciousness, lingered vividly in his mind. Until the war concludes. You shall remain here in quietude. Sylas left a meal prepared by the wooden man and departed. As a captive, she enjoyed the privilege of a private tent along with warm food, which could be considered quite a generous treatment. In truth, when Sylas visited her after her injuries had healed, she found herself merely placed in an underground interrogation room by Jiraiya without much thought. Sylas, who was intent on liberating her, naturally felt reluctant to see her, a valuable client, treated in such a manner. After all, there were still many stages of liberation ahead. Thus, she made special arrangements to ensure that the captive was well-fed, well-housed, and well-cared for. In fact, no additional restrictions were imposed upon her. This was made possible because Sylas had fortified her sealing technique by incorporating a discrete flying thunder god technique reliant on the chakra of the two tails. A detail so subtle that even Jiraiya remained oblivious. Consequently, no matter where she fled, Sylas would always be able to find her. Sylas had no intention of letting her go, even if the progress of the wooden puppet's liberation reached 100%, with the presence of the two-tailed beast within her. Escape was out of the question. Sylas, weren't you grievously injured? How have you recovered so swiftly? Kakashi, who had just returned from patrolling outside the camp, stared in astonishment at Sylas, who appeared unfazed. In truth, Sylas had merely utilized a healing technique to mend her external wounds, allowing her to move freely. Currently, she could only draw upon the sealed chakra of the two-tailed beast within her, as her own chakra remained inaccessible. Not to mention the injuries that required time to heal completely. Just then, Kakashi, my esteemed senior, let me attempt to address the potential risks associated with the Sharingan. Kakashi was taken aback by her words. Is that really wise? Not long ago, you mentioned it would take 6 months. Why the sudden urge to try now? What if something goes awry? Will I meet my demise? Without regard for his concerns, Sylas dragged Kakashi toward their residence. During his conversation with Jiraiya yesterday, Jiraiya surprisingly acknowledged that his sealing techniques were somewhat inferior to those of Sylas. Moreover, his skill level was nearly on par with that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As Sylas pondered this, he realized that he and Jiraiya were akin to the fourth Hokage. With renewed enthusiasm, he prepared to place an ocular seal on Kakashi. As the sealing technique flowed into Kakashi's eyes, the once unclosable Sharingan began to gradually dissipate, transforming into ordinary black pupils. In that fleeting moment when the seal was completed, Kakashi felt a significant sense of relief. The total amount of chakra within him began to rise steadily. Senpai, the method to unravel the seal is. Sylas whispered into Kakashi's ear. After earnestly taking note, Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement to Sylas. Thank you. Kakashi's progress towards liberation, 51. With a wave of his hand, Sylas departed from Kakashi. A new point of liberation had been accrued, bringing him a flicker of joy. However, he also observed that as his liberation progress increased, the pace would inevitably slow. For instance, Jiraiya, during his apprenticeship, had a liberation progress of 65, and months later, it had only reached 67. This implies that if he did not discover a new source of liberation points, he would soon find himself devoid of any points to utilize. When might I encounter another man like Teacher Ueno Kid? Sylas found himself reminiscing about the days when he effortlessly acquired 20 liberation points. Within the command center of the Yunin camp, a resounding crash echoed as Rosha, infuriated by Yunin's report, smashed the table before him. Just yesterday, he had fought valiantly on the front lines to hold off Jiraiya, while his teammate Karabi's lackadaisical attitude nearly cost him his life. The Yunin forces, which should have swiftly obliterated the enemy's logistical and medical units, had inexplicably suffered a catastrophic defeat, allowing reinforcements to arrive for the opposing side. Moreover, post-battle analysis suggested that the Jiraiya they encountered was a mere imposter. A 1,000-strong ninja brigade had been utterly intimidated by a false Jiraiya. To make matters worse, Yunin had lost a Jinchuriki, whose fate remained uncertain. Had this been the Sand Ninja, Rosha would have had no qualms about executing the commander of the team. Lord Karabi, Samui has returned. Samui, she is still alive? The overwhelming defeat had inflicted severe losses on the Yunin forces. Many of Karabi's acquaintances had not returned, and he initially feared that Samui had perished in battle. Lord Karabi, I possess crucial intelligence. As Samui entered the command center, she intended to divulge her information, but halted upon seeing Rosha. They are not outsiders. Speak freely. From the Konoha side, there is a young Uchiha who has mastered the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique. he is highly likely to become Konoha's second yellow flash. I recommend that we immediately inform the other ninja villages. We must not allow him to grow stronger. At this moment, the individuals in the command center exchanged glances, as if they comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Flying Thunder God and Rasengan were techniques synonymous with the fourth Hokage. This implied that the young boy might also possess summoning techniques. Thus, the Jiraiya they had witnessed yesterday was likely this young boy in disguise. A rudimentary transformation technique had managed to deceive an entire brigade into a panicked retreat. Meanwhile, Tu Dai, who was responsible for leading the offensive, bowed his head in shame, realizing he had been outsmarted by a mere child. No, all information regarding Sylas must be concealed. Let us issue a bounty for him, set it at 2 million. Simply state that he is a genius from the Uchiha clan, omitting all else. Kurabi was not inclined to assist the other villages, having suffered a setback himself. He was determined to find a way to ensnare the other ninja villages as well. Moreover, theoretically speaking, as long as others suffered greater losses than he did, he would ultimately come out ahead. Chapter 28. Astonishment. The truth that the tailed beast would remain silent is indeed surprising. Bounties among ninjas are commonplace. Any renowned ninja is bound to find themselves on the bounty list at the exchange. A reward of 2 million is hardly substantial, merely indicative of a Chunin-level bounty. By taking this action, Kurabi merely intended to inform the ninja world that another genius has emerged from the Uchiha clan. As for the extent of this genius, that is left to their own interpretation. After all, the one who would ultimately suffer would not be him. What of the whereabouts of the two tails? Kurabi inquired. Yesterday, from a distance, we observed that the two tails seemed to have been sealed by Jiraiya, who arrived later, replied a nearby Jonin. After the wooden man transformed into a tailed beast, he attempted to follow. He even witnessed the battle between Gamaken and the Two Tails from afar, as well as Jiraiya's arrival to seal the severely wounded Two Tails. However, he was too far away at the time to notice any peculiarities within the Two Tails. He merely assumed that it was Jiraiya who had sealed her. Then it stands to reason that the wooden man must have perished. Kurabi sighed inwardly. As a fellow Jinchuriki, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow at the loss of one of his kind. He was acutely aware of the consequences of being consumed by a tailed beast. Sensing the presence of the 8 tails within him, he felt an immense relief that his relationship with the 8 tails was still in good standing. He had originally intended to impart his experiences to the wooden man once this battle concluded, but he never expected the other to be lost so soon. His heart was a tumult of emotions. Does this mean that our high-end combat capabilities are now on par with those of Konoha? Rosha spoke up, although he was reluctant to admit that he was on equal footing with a mere child. The one who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique had indeed acquired the strength to engage him. The only uncertainty lay in the depth of his mastery over the technique. If he were on the same level as the fourth Hokage, the ultimate outcome of this war remained uncertain. They needed to devise a way to compel him to act, thereby testing his true strength. In the days that followed, the Cloud Ninja began to explore various tactics to provoke Sylas into action. However, Jiraiya strictly forbade Sylas from engaging. Reluctantly, Sylas had no choice but to remain in the camp to recuperate. Though severely injured and feeling quite miserable, he paid it little mind. The chakra of the Two Tails was rapidly depleting, and he could only borrow a little at a time until his body recovered. He had attempted to communicate with the Two Tails, hoping to borrow a bit more chakra, but in the dim ceiling space, the Two Tails turned her back on him, offering no opportunity for communication. Unexpectedly, developments on the wooden man's side surprised him. Sylas, where is your manuscript? What happened to Zizunbo and Zishiashinzi? Speak up. Originally a supremely aloof cat queen in the time-space continuum, the wooden man had transformed into a clingy girl who demanded stories the moment she saw him. During this period of ennui, Sylas took to penning a few stories. Among them was a tale rewarding the esteemed Jonin Aben with 10,000 landladies, and the Chunin by Bing. Initially, he intended to share his work with Kakashi, who had developed a penchant for the realm of intimacy. However, he was fortuitously intercepted by Jiraiya, who, under the pretense of it being unsuitable for minors, confiscated Sylas's writings and forbade him from composing such narratives again. Yet, the peculiar smile adorning Jiraiya's face left Sylas with a fleeting suspicion that he harbored intentions of plagiarizing his work. At that moment, Jiraiya had likely not yet begun to craft his own tales of intimacy. Nevertheless, as his mentor had disapproved, Sylas redirected his efforts toward other creations, transforming some of the classic films he had encountered in his past life into stories. Thus, a Chinese Odyssey was born, albeit in its nascent draft form. By chance, It caught the attention of a wooden puppet, who expressed considerable interest. Consequently, she became Silas's inaugural fan and his first advocate for further development. This marks the conclusion of the tale. Sylas presented his manuscript. Urin slowly perused it, only to turn around in anger, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you truly are incorrigible." Urin, unable to contain her frustration, found it infuriating that this young lad harbored such mischievous thoughts. It was evident that she was profoundly dissatisfied with the story's conclusion. Were it not for her concern regarding her captive status, she might have lunged at Sylas, brandishing a kunai at his throat, compelling him to revise his work. A story is merely a story. Why must one be so perturbed by it? She had once entertained the notion of sending death threats to the author and director. Well then, it was time to indulge in some feline affection. Sylas extended his right hand, placing it before the wooden figure. The wooden figure, suppressing its fury, also laid its hand upon Sylas's. Sylas commanded the chakra, directing it towards the seal of the wooden figure. In an instant, his consciousness arrived before a dimly lit cave. Directly ahead, the two tails, bound by immense chains, awaited. "You annoying little brat," it remarked, surprising Sylas, for this time, despite facing away, it had chosen to speak. "If you promise to lend me a bit more chakra, I shall cease my pestering. Moreover, I assure you that when the opportune moment arises, I will lift the seal and restore your freedom." Yet, the ancient creature, having lived for an unfathomable duration, could hardly trust the words of any human. Once they realized that the tailed beasts could bestow upon them power, they would stop at nothing to imprison them. Such is the insatiable greed of humanity. Alas, if that is the case, I am left with no choice but to resort to my ultimate technique. How absurd. Ultimately, you still wish to enslave me through violence. The two tails paused, turning in astonishment to gaze at Sylas. "How do you know my name?" The names of the 9-tailed beasts were bestowed upon them by the Sage of Six Paths. This young imp before him could not possibly know. Who informed you? Was it the 9 tails? In its understanding, there was only this one possibility. No, it was the Sage of Six Paths. Sylas, with an unwavering demeanor, recounted a lie. "He is still alive?" There was a hint of surprise in the air. "Perhaps, about a year ago, I encountered an elderly man claiming to be Otsutsuki Kagaya in a dream. He declared himself to be the Sage of Six Paths. 2 horns adorned his head, and he possessed 3 eyes, with a crimson eye situated on his forehead, coupled with 6 black tomo on his attire. He stated that he had been silently observing the ninja world, discovering that he had an ineffectual younger brother who wished to resurrect his mother." Sylas omitted some crucial details, directly divulging to Yulu. Upon hearing this, Yulu fell into silence. If he was aware of these matters, why did he not endeavor to effect change himself? The Sage of Six Paths stated that his consciousness could not depart from the spiritual realm, rendering him incapable of directly influencing reality. He could only offer reminders through dreams. I surmised that his choice of me was likely due to the bloodline I possessed within me. Yolu finally understood why Sylas could withstand the encroachment of his own chakra. What could I possibly do? Yolu chose to place his trust in the other. It was quite straightforward. In an era where the Sage of Six Paths was regarded as mere legend, he could accurately describe the sage's appearance as well as the names and entanglements of his family. This surely was information imparted to him by the venerable sage. Chapter 29. The meaning of liberation, the first matter, to keep today's events confidential. Sylas dares to divulge the secrets of the tailed beasts because he understands that, for a considerable duration in the future, they will remain confined. As long as he refrains from revealing anything to the Jinchuriki, it is improbable that it will have any significant impact on the outside world. Naturally, you also comprehends the gravity of this matter and will not speak of it lightly. The second matter pertains to what I mentioned earlier. When I am in need, I require your chakra. Sylas had no intention of becoming a Jinchuriki. He merely sought the chakra of the tailed beasts, without any desire for their physical forms. Once he became a Jinchuriki, the risk of being targeted by a terrifying organization would escalate exponentially. Very well, he conceded. But the amount of chakra I allocate to you each time cannot exceed 1/5 of my total, and there must be intervals between each distribution. Providing too much chakra at once would weaken me significantly and hinder recovery. Additionally, extracting chakra requires a certain amount of time. If my true body were present, the absorption would occur swiftly. Unfortunately, being sealed here considerably diminishes that speed. Thus, a pact was established between the man and the cat. Yuyo would supply the chakra, while Sylas would be responsible for its litter. Yuyo harbored little interest in saving the world, but was more than willing to assist the Sage of Six Paths. After all, in its eyes, the sage was both a teacher and a father figure. Conversely, Silas had become the Sage's envoy in Yuyo's perception. Therefore, I must ask you to endure a few more years in this place until the threat is neutralized. I promise to grant you your freedom. Although Silas had deceived Yuyo with a falsehood to gain its trust, his promise was genuine. Once he resolved the turmoil within the ninja world, all tailed beasts would be liberated. Just as he was about to depart, Yuyo suddenly interjected, "Might I suggest an alternate ending to that story?" Silas was taken aback. "So you were watching too?" This feline seems rather peculiar. Yuro had already considered Silas as one of their own, no longer concealing their intentions. Their disposition was inherently gentle, a rarity among the many-tailed beasts known for their amiable temperament. Were it not for human persecution, they would not have turned so ferocious. It is indeed a rarity to find something that piques their interest. In that case, I shall make some adjustments. With the feline's command, Silas had little choice but to comply. Grateful for Silas's promise, Yora's joy was palpable as their two tails began to sway with delight. Were it not for the slight incongruity in size, Silas might have truly believed this was a cat. Exiting the seal space, Silas retracted his hand and smiled at the wooden figure. "Were you not dissatisfied with that previous ending? I shall return and amend it for you. One matter, two sides of sentiment." Silas's imagination truly knows no bounds. Aware of the feline's habit of eavesdropping, he intends to entertain it further, lest it languish in the desolate confines of its sealed space. The wooden figure observed Silas's retreating silhouette with a sigh, though she herself was not sealed. Her experiences during the first decade of her life were strikingly similar to those of the two tails. Regarded as an omen of misfortune, she was constantly under scrutiny. Any shift in her emotions was interpreted as a precursor to tailed beast transformation. Excluded and misunderstood, she had lived a life of solitude. Here, however, she sensed a flicker of life. The seal placed upon her by Konoha was remarkably stable, devoid of any real risk of beast transformation. There were no missions, no dangers, and an abundance of intriguing tales. Moreover, she had an adversary who visited her daily. Lying on her bed, she curled up under the covers like a cat. Was this what warmth felt like? She yearned for this moment to last indefinitely. "Yuri, let us converse." The sudden voice echoing in her mind startled her. Was that not the two tails within her? Progress of Yuri's liberation, 46. Silas paused his pen as he gazed at the unexpectedly emerged liberation progress. What on earth? Am I not still revising the ending? How did it advance on its own? Uchiha Fugaku's liberation progress, 13. Sarutobi Hizuchi's liberation progress, 9. Silas was utterly perplexed. Completely unaware of the happenings in the land of fire, he stroked his chin, beginning to ponder the true essence of the term liberation. Thus far, 7 individuals had exhibited a progression towards liberation: Jiraiya, Ueno Kid, Kakashi, Itachi, Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Yuki. The commonality among these individuals was stark. Had it not been for Silas's interventions, each would have met their demise. Ueno Kid faced death in the assault on the land of fire. Fugaku on the night of the clan's extermination, Sarutobi Hiruzen amid the collapse of Konoha, and Itachi at the hands of his brother. Even Kakashi was resurrected by Nagato. This implies that Silas's objective of liberation revolves around individuals destined for death. Among these 7, only Ueno Kid had achieved a complete liberation progression of 100. It can be surmised that attaining ultimate liberation necessitates freeing them from the clutches of mortality. Furthermore, based on the information currently at hand, this liberation entails not only altering their fated deaths, but also transforming their mindsets. Silas's actions would, to some extent, influence these individuals' modes of thought and behavior, steering them away from their predetermined destinies. However, whether they would ultimately escape death remains uncertain. For instance, Jiraiya is currently transitioning from a staunch fatalist to a materialistic warrior. Kakashi is gradually evolving into an optimistic and diligent young man. Yet, it is highly plausible that they will still confront pain and ultimately perish. Thus, the crux of liberation hinges on 2 pivotal factors. First, their thoughts and actions. Second, their eventual demise. Consequently, the scope of those capable of exhibiting liberation progression becomes evident. Primarily, their thoughts and actions will significantly impact the future trajectory of the ninja world. Secondly, they are all destined to die, and not merely from natural causes, even if they may later be resurrected. Silas began to ponder within his memories, contemplating those individuals who might align with these objectives. Certainly, Shirzue would be among them. Neji is undoubtedly one of them, as Naruto's brother-in-law met a tragic end. From this perspective, it is plausible that Neji's father, Hayashi Hyuga, could also experience a path to liberation. Gaara and Asuma also came to mind. However, Silas was still unable to gather 100 names. Could it be that even those villains who ultimately find redemption could be included? He began to consider figures such as Nagato, Conan, and Obito. Yet, given his current strength, he was far from being able to facilitate their liberation. If he dared to approach Nagato, he would first need to be absolved himself. Wait a moment. If we are speaking of villains, is there not also Danzo at home? With a certain level of significance and the certainty of his eventual demise. This seemed a viable option. At the very least, it was worth a try. Silas began to contemplate the plan for world liberation, known as the Danzo chapter. Chapter 30. The plan of the heavenly deity. An hour ago, at the Uchiha compound in Konoha village, Uchiha Fugaku and Yakumi sat on the floor. Fugaku, with a serious expression, gazed at the report before him and inquired, "Is the information accurate?" "Indeed," came the response, and an exhilarating thrill permeated Fugaku's voice. Months had passed since Silas had ventured to the front lines. Due to Jiraiya and the third Hokage's stringent orders against disclosing Silas's intelligence, Fugaku remained unaware of the developments at the forefront. His elation stemmed from the fact that 2 Uchiha clan trainees stationed in the medical department had awakened their Sharingan. Moreover, the interval between their awakening was not lengthy. According to their accounts, they had witnessed countless instances of life and death while assisting in the hospital. One day, unexpectedly, their eyes opened. Fugaku sighed deeply as he reflected on the report. The Sharingan is a manifestation of the soul's eye. When members of the Uchiha clan experience profound loss and anguish, a unique chakra surges within them, causing their eyes to transform. This phenomenon typically occurs during intense emotional stimuli. However, they often overlook a crucial fact. Pain, joy, love, and hatred are emotions that can accumulate. In this world, apart from the battlefield, the hospital is the place where life and death are most frequently witnessed. The 2 Uchiha trainees had seen far too many such occurrences over the past 6 months. Eventually, one fateful day, their repressed emotions found release, leading to their Sharingan awakening. Consequently, the Uchiha clan had discovered a new, remarkably safe avenue for awakening their eyes. Setting the report aside, Fugaku mused, "Silas, the Uchiha clan owes you a great deal. I must speak with the third Hokage." "Why?" Yakumi questioned, puzzled. "This is a significant discovery for us." If Silas were present, he would undoubtedly not question the necessity, but instead would proactively suggest this course of action. Fugaku sighed again. Most members of the Uchiha clan lacked political acumen. Even if he concealed this intelligence, it could only remain hidden temporarily before being uncovered. After the Senju clan's retreat, as the foremost clan in Konoha, the awakening of even a single member would become a topic of great interest. Unless he chose to forego using it altogether, it would inevitably be discovered. Rather than facing the eventual revelation of this secret in a passive manner, it was wiser to be forthright. Rising, Fugaku made his way to the Hokage building. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Fugaku's request to arrange for more young Uchiha members to enter the medical department, he chuckled and replied, "To share such a matter of utmost importance regarding the survival of your clan with me truly puts this old man in a difficult position." The third Hokage chuckled. For the Uchiha clan was indeed a vital part of Konoha. The village and the Uchiha, honor intertwined, Fayek stated calmly. This lesson was imparted to him by Silas. As long as the interests of the Uchiha were firmly bound to those of Konoha, the Uchiha could endure. Sarutobi Hiruzen held great admiration for Fayek's actions. Recalling what Danzo had previously said, that the Uchiha were a hidden threat to the village, he couldn't help but harbor more discontent towards Danzo. "You claim the Uchiha clan harbors ill intentions, yet they are earnest, even discussing such confidential matters with me, while you, on the other hand, have undoubtedly engaged in numerous clandestine deeds behind my back. Such matters could easily be deliberated with Kamizuki Kid. After all, he is still Silas's mentor." Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Fayek on the shoulder, saying, "Come, let us take a stroll, old man." The two ascended to the summit of the Hokage building, where the village basked in the golden glow of the setting sun. "Fayek, have you ever considered becoming Hokage?" "No, the Uchiha clan has no aspirations for the Hokage position." Upon hearing this, Fayek instantly panicked, hastily explaining his disinterest in the role. "Do not be so tense. I merely spoke in passing," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, seemingly casual. "Once the war with the Cloud Ninja concludes, I am prepared to step down." The fourth Hokage's demise had compelled him to reclaim his position, but now, his thoughts had shifted. This transformation was inspired by his disciple, Jiraiya. In the original timeline, Jiraiya would leave Konoha for an extended period to seek the prophesied child of destiny. However, Sylas's arrival altered Jiraiya's perspective. He ceased to place his hopes in an elusive prophecy and instead endeavored to use his own strength to usher in peace for the shinobi world, embodying his beliefs. Jiraiya's newfound diligence was remarkably dependable, making him entirely worthy of inheriting the will of fire. Recognizing this, aside from Silas, only Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware. Through their correspondence, he had gleaned Jiraiya's thoughts, leading him to contemplate passing on the mantle. I am aging. It is time to afford others an opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen had come to realize that he had lost the tenacity that once defined him as a formidable figure in the shinobi world. He had become merely a guardian, intent on ensuring the village's stability. Yet, Jiraiya's transformation had opened new avenues for him. Fayek pondered briefly and discerned the third Hokage's intentions. The third had indicated that he would step down once the war concluded. At that time, the most qualified candidate for Hokage would naturally be Jiraiya, the hero defending the borders against the Cloud Ninja. The third Hokage nearly implied, I hope you will support Jiraiya when the time comes. Fayek chose not to address this directly, instead inquiring, is Jiraiya aware of this matter? I have yet to broach the subject. But there is still ample time before the war's end. He will make the right choice when the moment arrives. This information was drawn from Sylas's intelligence on the front lines, comprising data yet to be disclosed. Take a look. The Uchiha clan has produced a prodigy. Sarutobi Hiruzen presented a dossier, clasping his hands behind his back, and departed with measured steps. Fugaku perused the document, lost in contemplation. The Flying Thunder God technique, summoning jutsu. The Rasengan, one individual had repelled 1,000 cloud shinobi, in addition to possessing the sealing techniques capable of binding the two tails. It was at this moment that Fugaku comprehended the reason behind the third Hokage's recent favorable disposition towards him. Silas has grown into a formidable ninja in his own right. This is not to suggest that his prowess has reached the level of Jiraiya. Rather, he possesses, to a certain extent, the qualifications necessary to alter the course of battle. Initially, I believed that my child Itachi would become an equally exceptional ninja like Silas, yet I was taken by surprise. The talents of Silas far exceed his own imagination. Unbeknownst to him, far beyond the borders, the dialogue between Fujitake and the third Hokage within the village is the very catalyst for their accelerated liberation. He finds himself deeply engrossed in contemplation, pondering how to exploit the resources from Danzo. Engaging in reasoned discourse with a schemer enthralled by power and authority is undoubtedly futile. Silas took up his pen and inscribed upon the parchment, to the celestial deity. It is perfectly acceptable if reasoning fails. We may venture down alternative paths. Chapter 31. Script. Divine Might Kakashi. The original text does not provide a detailed account of the moment when Shursui opened his eyes. Silas was uncertain of the circumstances that led to his awakening. However, now that he had arrived, he would not remain idle. Silas's eyes evolved into the three-tomo Sharingan within the two tails, yet he sensed that this transformation was intricately linked to the encroachment of the two tails upon his consciousness. The overwhelming surge of intense emotions flooding his mind might indeed be the pivotal factor in the evolution of his ocular prowess. Silas intended to seize the opportunity to test someone. Kakashi seemed to be an excellent choice. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi was unwittingly set up by his uncle and was currently engaged in a competition with Guy at the campsite. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, inside the tent, was lost in thought as he gazed at the works he had recently confiscated from Silas, mumbling to himself that this was art. Additionally, the wooden man was embarking on his first formal communication with the two tails residing within him, while everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs on a distant mountain. The fabric of space began to warp, and a figure donning a yellow mask emerged. Suddenly, a carnivorous plant sprouted from the ground, gradually unfurling to reveal a head half white and half black. It was none other than Obito and Zetsu. What's going on? Zetsu inquired. The Cloud and Sand Ninjas have allied to assault the logistical forces of Konoha, but a young Uchiha has thwarted their efforts. Zetsu recounted the latest developments. Silas? Obito recalled this clan member, surprised that the young boy, who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, had developed to such an extent in less than a year. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it was worth attempting to reach out to him. As a fellow Uchiha, he might understand my plight. After issuing the command to continue monitoring and to seek an opportune moment to approach Silas, Obito utilized Kimui to vanish from the spot. Zetsu observed the Konoha campsite from a distance, contemplating that this talent surpassed even that of Madara. Perhaps, indeed, it was worth making an attempt to connect. Please, Silas. I can't take it anymore. Kakashi exclaimed, removing Silas's hand from his shoulder with a hint of exasperation in his tone. This time, truly, there is no problem. I have a premonition that your eyes are about to awaken. Silas tugged at Kakashi, guiding him toward the location of the wooden figure. You said the same thing 2 months ago. Approximately 3 months prior, Silas had informed him of a unique training method that could expedite the evolution of his Sharingan. At that time, Kakashi was somewhat intrigued. However, upon arrival, he discovered that it entailed enduring the consciousness invasion of the Two Tails. Were it not for Silas's assurances, coupled with Jiraiya's presence at his side during each session, he would have adamantly refused the request. Subsequently, he experienced the ferocity of the tailed beast's chakra. Within approximately 30 seconds, he succumbed. An overwhelming tide of negative emotions engulfed him, obliterating his sense of self. For a period thereafter, Silas insisted on training him every few days. Moreover, with Lord Jiraiya absent, having ventured to Mayaboka Mountain, and with no incidents occurring during this extended duration, could he truly doubt Silas's sealing technique? This is the last time. Really, the last time. Kakashi yearned to shake off Silas's grip. Yet recollected last month when Silas had feigned injury, claiming he required 3 conditions to rise, garnering the attention of the entire camp. You said it, the last time. Upon hearing that it was indeed the final occasion, he exhaled a sigh of relief and instinctively quickened his pace, moving ahead of Silas. Back again, are you? How tiresome. The wooden figure observed the pair's entrance, raising her hands in exasperation as she set aside her comic. During her nearly 6-month captivity in the Konoha camp, Silas's care, along with the Two Tails beginning to accept her, had instigated profound changes within her. Without family or friends in the Cloud Village, where she was perpetually ostracized, she found joy in her current circumstances. With delightful food and entertainment, she adored the fantastical tales spun by Silas. She had even ceased to leave her room voluntarily, fearing that her continued existence would lead to her information being leaked, prompting the Cloud Village to send someone to retrieve her. However, she had become somewhat acerbic. Why humiliate oneself when it takes less than 3 minutes? Kakashi, having just released the seal on his Sharingan, felt a flush of embarrassment at the wooden figure's remark, sensing an oddity in her words. Hurry up. The wooden figure placed her right hand upon Kakashi's head. Silas bellowed from the sidelines, Nico Waikai. I require your assistance in his training. He then proceeded to unseal the second tail. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi sensed the familiar chakra, chilling, dark, emanating from the consciousness of the tailed beast, encroaching upon his will. According to Silas's explanation, he would regulate the seal to permit only the consciousness of the second tail to pass through, meaning that the chakra of the second tail would not influence his body. However, in reality, the sealing technique for the second tail was merely a fade. Silas has now become the chief caretaker of the, undoubtedly ensuring that the feline master enjoys a more comfortable existence. The chains within the sealing space have been thoroughly dismantled by Silas, leaving only a superficial seal intact. Silas sought to determine whether the corruption of the tailed beast's consciousness could indeed facilitate the evolution of the Sharingan, thus enlisting Kakashi for an experiment. The outcome, however, proved negative. He discerned this fact during Kakashi's initial trial. It seemed that under the influence of the tailed beast's consciousness, he could induce the evolution of the Sharingan, likely owing to his Uchiha lineage. Kakashi, possessing only the Sharingan, was not a true Uchiha. Nonetheless, Silas was resolute in his pursuit and subsequently devised further plans for Kakashi. Silas glanced back, where Kai, concealed in the shadows, gave him a thumbs up. Wairi's voice echoed that he was nearing his limit, prompting Waimurin to remind him to commence. Kakashi's consciousness was entirely engrossed in the struggle against Wairi's essence, rendering him oblivious to the external happenings. Waimurin nodded slightly and, in his mind, whispered to the Two Tails, Wairi, it begins. Within the sealing space, Wairi's colossal form acknowledged with a nod before channeling his chakra to break free from the confines of the seal. The script declared, Kimui, Kakashi, execute. At long last, it concluded. Kakashi's consciousness returned, reclaiming control over his body. Each session of this unique training felt akin to enduring a nightmarish ordeal, and he would likely remain in a dazed state for another 10 minutes. Fortunately, this was the final time. Kakashi opened his eyes to behold the scene before him. Momentarily stunned, amidst the ruins, countless leaf ninjas lay sprawled on the ground, while a gigantic cat demon, engulfed in blue flames, with mismatched irises, stared intently at Kakashi. Human. This is the price for insulting me. The stench of blood filled the air, causing Kakashi's body to tremble. Chapter 32, the one I cherish most, playing my heart out. Kakashi, hurry. Don't let their sacrifices be in vain. A familiar voice suddenly resonated from ahead. Kakashi turned to see Kai, pinned into the ground by the two-tails forepaw. His bloodied head the only part visible, shouting with all his might. These humans are truly laughable. They throw themselves into death to protect you alone. He cackled. Ahaha. The bonds among ninjas are exceedingly dull. Tears streamed down Kakashi's cheeks as his comrades fought desperately to shield his still unconscious self, finding themselves in dire straits. Human, feel despair. With a swift motion, the two-tails flung Kai toward Kakashi. Kakashi leapt to catch him with a thud. They landed heavily, and despite Kakashi acting as a cushion, Kai still coughed up blood. In such close proximity, Kakashi could see the extent of Kai's injuries. If left untreated, the outcome was grim. Kakashi, hurry. Yet, the two-tails denied them such an opportunity. A miniature-tailed beast bomb quickly coalesced, hurtling towards Kakashi and Kai. The burning camp, the fallen comrades. The companion in his arms, all of it reflected in Kakashi's left eye. The tailed beast bomb loomed larger in his sight, gradually consuming his vision. A wave of long-buried sorrow surged within him. Chakra instinctively converged towards his left eye, blood seeping from the Sharingan. The three Tomo spun rapidly, morphing into a distorted shuriken shape. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to strike, the space before Kakashi began to warp, drawing the entire miniature bomb into its depths, vanishing from existence. Clap. Everyone performed admirably. Silas suddenly appeared beside Kakashi. Senpai, I told you that you would awaken your eyes soon. This was Kakashi's first experience utilizing Kamui. The strain on his ocular power was immense, leaving him utterly exhausted and disoriented. To his astonishment, those comrades who had previously collapsed lifelessly on the ground began to rise one by one, gazing at him with expressions of relief. Even more perplexing was the sight of the once fearsome two-tails, now seated calmly like a cat. Are you all performing for me? Kakashi finally grasped the situation, roaring in anger. Senpai, please refrain from shouting. I still need to tend to the injured. Injured? What injured? Kakashi was taken aback. Aren't you all just acting? Silas shook his head and crouched down to tend to the bloodied Might Guy. The chaotic rampage of the tailed beast was indeed orchestrated by Silas himself. He had taken advantage of Kakashi's vulnerable state, a result of resisting the encroachment of the tailed beast's consciousness, to fabricate the illusion of a tailed beast frenzy that would devastate the camp. This elaborate scheme had been meticulously planned for 3 months. To enhance the authenticity of the deception, he had even enlisted Jiraiya to summon several medium-sized toads from Mount Mayaboku, drawing upon a minuscule amount of blood. Originally, he intended to use the blood of nearby animals. However, the ongoing battles had left the area devoid of even a single snake. While the deaths of the ninjas were merely a ruse, the destruction of the camp was all too real. Such a significant sacrifice could not possibly be made merely to compel Kakashi to open his eyes. There was another motive behind their actions. They aimed to convince the Cloud Ninja that the two-tails, sealed by Konoha, had broken free and was wreaking havoc at the Konoha frontline camp. This would prompt the Cloud Ninja, who had been hesitant to engage in battle, to commit fully to a reckless offensive. The presence of the medical corps had already tipped the scales of war in favor of Konoha. If the conflict were to drag on, the Cloud Ninja would be forced to confront the bitter reality of defeat and return to their village in shame. Complicating matters further, significant events had recently transpired within Konoha, as the third Hokage had instructed Jiraiya to be prepared to return to the village at any moment. Thus, in desperation, Silas conceived this plan. Of course, when he initially proposed it, there were dissenting voices, for the most critical aspect remained, while they were willing to cooperate. What are the two tails? The response given by Silas was that Jiraiya-sensei has already managed to momentarily control the two tails through sealing techniques. This assertion received Jiraiya's affirmation. Initially, when Silas mentioned that the two tails had become akin to his pet, Jiraiya was skeptical. However, upon witnessing the two tails frolicking joyfully with Silas in the sealing space, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief and accepted this reality. This acknowledgement was crucial for the plan's execution. Had it not been for Might Guy insisting on stepping in, declaring that he was willing to engage in a genuine battle with the two tails for the sake of a more realistic narrative, one in which no one would be harmed, things might have unfolded differently. Of course, from Silas's perspective, allowing Guy to experience the true power of the tailed beast would ultimately be beneficial for him. Yet, one cannot permit such reckless behavior. Silas explained that this was a strategy to lure the Cloud Ninja into attacking them, while Kakashi's involvement was merely incidental. Nevertheless, he remained quite irate at Guy's actions. I regard you as a brother, yet you take it upon yourself to act in my stead, and you are the most zealous one at that. Kakashi-senpai, fear not. Do you not trust in my medical skills? Silas exuded confidence, for he had amassed enough liberation points a month prior, with the Flying Thunder God technique reaching level 4. His healing arts had ascended to level 5. This level 5 healing magic restored Silas's body, previously ravaged by the Nine Tails, to full vitality, thus empowering him with the confidence to let Kai venture forth. Nine Tails, cease your idleness and attend to your duties, admonished Yoru, who, surprisingly, had rested a moment with her hand pressed against her form. The surrounding leaf ninjas were left in astonishment. Was this truly the Nine Tails? She resembled a cat sunbathing atop my roof. Responding reluctantly to her caretaker's summons, she eventually rose, executing a calculated kick that swung open the gates of the leaf encampment, dashing into the forest. According to the script, she was meant to demolish the leaf encampment and then flee. Kai, who had been left half destroyed by a swipe from the Nine Tails, soon sprang back to life under Silas's level 5 healing magic, proclaiming his readiness for battle. The Cloud Ninjas advanced. A soaring eagle descended, delivering news of the events ahead. Everyone, brace yourselves. The outcome hinges on this moment. In the absence of Jiraiya, Narashikaka took the helm of command. They were to evacuate with their wounded comrades, aiming to entice the Cloud Ninjas into a pursuit. As the Cloud Ninjas cautiously approached the ruins of the leaf encampment, they beheld the devastation, scattered debris, pools of blood, and an abundance of abandoned supplies. Their spirits soared with delight. They had feared imminent defeat in this war, yet it appeared the leaf had audaciously engaged the Nine Tails at the forefront. Now, with the Nine Tails rampaging, the encampment lay in utter ruin, a scene replete with bloodshed and likely heavy casualties. Truly, fortune favored them. Initially skeptical of the scouts' report, they had questioned whether this was a trap set by the leaf, but upon witnessing the Nine Tails burst through the gates and flee into the forest, their doubts dissipated. Upon arriving at the encampment, the sight of such devastation convinced even the typically cautious Killer Bee and Rosha that there was no danger. Pursue with all our might, commanded Killer Bee, the supreme commander of the forces, eager to seize this golden opportunity to annihilate the Leaf's main contingent. The Cloud Ninjas surged excitedly toward the borders of the Leaf. Chapter 33. The end of war had truly arrived. Concealed in the shadows, Jiraiya observed the forces of the Cloud Ninja engaging in a fervent pursuit, his fists clenched tightly. Initially, he had no desire to conclude the battle in such a manner, for he believed that if Su could merely delay for a while longer, the war would reach its conclusion. Furthermore, establishing the camp was no simple task. To mislead the Cloud Ninja, many supplies had to remain behind, should the enemy choose not to pursue and instead adopt a more cautious approach. The hidden leaf would suffer significant losses. However, his teacher had recently disclosed unsettling information. A troubling number of villagers had gone missing, encompassing both civilians and ninjas, including several bearers of bloodline limits. A sense of unease began to take root within him, prompting the urge to expedite the resolution of the battle and return to the village for investigation. Meanwhile, the pursuing Cloud Ninja, upon spotting the leaf forces within arm's reach, could hardly contain their exhilaration. Their injured comrades were indeed hindering their speed. Yet, in such critical moments, maintaining composure was paramount. Stragglers, take heed. Preserve the formation. The entire battalion began to regroup, wary of potential ambushes from the leaf side that might dismantle them one by one. As the distance closed, they even discerned the anxiety etched on the faces of many leaf ninjas. Teacher, are you ready? Behind Jiraiya, Silas materialized in an instant, accompanied by a Kimichi Dingzu. Upon seeing the two, Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. Let us commence. Silas placed his hands upon the shoulders of Jiraiya and Akimichi Choza. Subsequently, Jiraiya hurled a kunai into the air, sending it soaring above the Cloud Ninja forces. The sound of the kunai slicing through the air alerted several formidable opponents among the Cloud Ninja, yet before they could utter a warning, Silas appeared overhead. Summoning technique. 2 people, 3 frogs, demolishing the stage. Initially, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport the 2 of them into the skies above the Cloud Ninja. And then, employing the summoning technique, he conjured 3 frogs simultaneously, appearing directly above the cloud forces alongside the enhanced Akimichi Choza. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by the anguished cries of comrades, awakening Killer Bee to the realization that he had fallen into a trap. Damn it, did they anticipate our pursuit? He thought. Counterattack. Yet at this juncture, the Cloud Ninja had no path of retreat. They could only brace themselves, taking advantage of the aftermath of the battle with the Two Tails. Just as Killer Bee prepared to fight with all his might, a scene unfolded before him that shattered his spirit. The Konoha forces, previously burdened with numerous injured, suddenly cast aside their bandages, gauze, and crutches, charging forward unabated. How was this possible? The morale of the Cloud Ninja plummeted, as they had initially assumed that their adversaries, beleaguered by the rampaging Two Tails, were forced to abandon their supplies in a frantic escape. Yet, it turned out that their injuries were but a ruse. Observing the encirclement of the Cloud forces, Killer Bee understood that this war was drawing to a close. After appointing Tsuchikage to command the battle in his stead, Killer Bee resolved to utilize his still immature tailed beast transformation to buy time for his comrades. Preserving the strength of the Cloud Ninja was all he could do. He possessed this resolve, but the Sand Ninja, represented by Rosha, had already begun contemplating their own escape from the fray. Rosha manipulated gold sand to lift the elite sand forces, attempting to extract them from the battlefield in this manner. Killer Bee observed everything silently. The alliance between the factions had always been predicated on mutual benefit. In the face of inevitable defeat, could he truly rebuke them for their actions? Instead of squabbling, it would be more prudent to devise a way to buy time for his teammates. Yet, he pondered the nature of the battle with the Two Tails. Had Konoha uncovered a method to control tailed beasts? Otherwise, how could one explain the earlier occurrences at the camp? With this in mind, he realized he must find a way to prevent them from sealing the Eight Tails. As he contemplated, he had already engaged in combat with Jiraiya. Meanwhile, though Silas wished to aid his teacher, he had other intentions upon witnessing Rosha attempting to flee. You think you can escape after offending me? Dream on. In terms of genuine strength, 10 Silases combined might only achieve parity with Rosha. Yet, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, he could maneuver with anyone. Thus, he was indeed dancing with the Uchiha. With a deft motion, he hurled the specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon reaching its zenith, he instantly transported himself to that precise location before casting another kunai skyward. In a graceful maneuver, Silas adeptly utilized his 3-step leap through the Flying Thunder God to draw near the floating golden sand above. He subsequently unleashed several kunai, each inscribed with explosive tags. Although the kunai were momentarily obstructed by the golden sand controlled by Rosha, the ensuing detonations shattered the sand into countless fragments. All individuals, save for Rosha, experienced a momentary weightlessness as they plummeted from the sky. You little brat, seeking your own demise. Rosha seethed, witnessing Silas incapacitate his subordinates. Though they would not meet their end from the fall, the Leaf Ninja below would certainly not show them mercy. I was prepared to retreat. Do you still wish to retain your comrades? If so, I shall take your subordinates' lives, he exclaimed, but was suddenly struck by the realization that Silas had vanished. As Rosha frantically searched for Silas, he found him stabilizing himself upside down beneath the floating golden sand, chakra concentrated at his feet. Magnet release. I must study its intricacies, Silas mused. Among the myriad of bloodlines in the world of Hokage, his curiosity was particularly piqued by magnet release. He intended to collect a sample of the gold sand to investigate its underlying principles, but upon touching it, he became momentarily entranced. You little brat. Rosha recognized Silas' presence and commanded the golden sand to converge downward, aiming to crush him within its depths. However, Silas skillfully utilized the Flying Thunder God to return to the ground. Silas remained in a state of bewilderment. A magnetic prompt on the system panel, indicating potential for further development, filled his heart with uncontainable joy. Indeed, I had foreseen that the Golden Finger possessed additional utility. Following the completion of the wind attribute cultivation, Silas's second attribute of focus became earth. Over the course of nearly 6 months on the front lines, he had diligently cultivated this attribute to an impressive 94. Silas intends to commence the training of magnet release once he has perfected his earth release techniques. At this moment, he suppresses his inner joy and engages in battle. Despite Killer Bee's earnest efforts to create opportunities for his comrades, the defeat of the Cloud Ninja is ultimately inescapable. We have triumphed. The continuous retreat of the Cloud Ninja led them to abandon their own stronghold and flee back to the borders of the Land of Lightning in disgrace. As the victors, the Leaf Ninja began to collect their final spoils. Countless resources were amassed. Not only was all material from the Leaf Camp recovered, but they also seized the provisions of the Cloud Ninja. Most significantly, they captured nearly 1,000 ninjas, who will serve as leverage in future negotiations. This victory is unprecedented for the Leaf Village, and it is largely attributed to Lord Jiraiya's masterful sealing techniques. The fact that he could coordinate the efforts of the Two Tails in battle is truly remarkable. Such a formidable ally is indeed invaluable. Chapter 34. Hokage Jiraiya? What was originally destined to be a 3-year war concluded prematurely, while many ninjas from the Leaf were still reveling in their joy. Sylas utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside the wooden figure in the forest, where the Two Tails had already returned to her host. Sylas returned to the Leaf Village with the wooden puppet, subsequently confining the unconscious figure within. After all, in his narrative, the Two Tails belonged to him. Yet this individual was not one of his own. She was merely a Jinchuriki who had survived the rampage of the tailed beast by sheer luck. Sylas would return to the village tomorrow. As night fell, during the celebratory banquet, Jiraiya approached, his face flushed, evidently having indulged in drink. Master Jiraiya, I expressed. I wish to remain here. The Cloud Ninja may not relent, and I desire to guard this place. Sylas was reluctant to return at this juncture, fully aware of the current state of affairs within the village. The imminent defection of Orochimaru loomed large, and should he choose to go back, he would inevitably confront the rogue ninja. It was not that he harbored any fear. With the mastery of the 4th level of the Flying Thunder God technique, he possessed the means to escape from most formidable adversaries. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he would be pitted against Orochimaru, a rival he had always matched evenly with, alongside facing a version of himself. The outcome was uncertain, and he feared that should Orochimaru's reasoning falter, he might ultimately replace Jiraiya. Regardless of the outcome, it was a scenario Sylas wished to avoid. He preferred that events unfold in accordance with their original narrative. Moreover, he had certain matters requiring collaboration with Orochimaru. Having the latter remain in the village would pose considerable inconvenience. Thus, he decided that a brief period of patience was in order, waiting until the village stabilized before concerning himself with the Cloud Shinobi. After some contemplation, Jiraiya acquiesced to Sylas's desire to remain behind. The camp was soon aglow with the warmth of a bonfire, allowing the numerous ninjas a rare moment of relaxation. This atmosphere enveloped Sylas in an overwhelming sense of comfort. Jiraiya departed first, leading the bulk of the troops laden with supplies, while a small contingent of over 100 ninjas established a watch post to monitor the Cloud Shinobi. As Jiraiya's disciple, and owing to his own strength, Sylas became the nominal commander of this small unit. Yet, he was acutely aware that such leadership was not his forte, and he promptly delegated his responsibilities to an elder from the Nara clan, turning his attention to planning future endeavors. The conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi concluded with a resounding victory for Konoha, occurring several years earlier than in the original timeline. However, the possibility of the Cloud Shinobi, in a moment of folly, attempting to abduct the infant Hinata Hyuga still existed. And this was a matter that warranted vigilance to prevent Neji from enduring an exceedingly tragic childhood. Furthermore, the Wood Clone would be redeemed by the Cloud Shinobi and transformed into a spy for them. Sylas himself had not anticipated that. In conjunction with the internal and external pressures exerted by the Two Tails, the progress of the Wood Clone's liberation would reach 60, second only to Jiraiya's rapid advancement. Apart from Kakashi, whose progress surged to 67 due to an unexpected event, both the Wood Clone and Itachi remained stalled at the 60 mark. This indicated that 60 was a pivotal threshold. Decisive action on his part was essential for further advancement and liberation. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Fugaku had not made any progress since their inexplicable leap, likely due to some inadvertent action on Sylas's part that influenced their liberation. However, the nature of that action remained elusive. Recently, he had not communicated extensively with Fugaku, but a letter from Itachi did mention that Fugaku had been effusive in his praise of Sylas. Sylas tugged at his hair, contemplating a possibility. Could it be the newly established medical department of Konoha? Upon reflection, it seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Gazing at the remaining 9 liberation points and a solitary golden liberation point on the panel, Sylas felt that his resources were still insufficient. Once the negotiations with the Cloud Shinobi concluded, he would have to devise a strategy to expand his resources. Sylas began to ponder the goals he could pursue. 2 days later, Jiraiya, who had just arrived in the village, fortuitously encountered the defector Orochimaru. Following the battle between the snake and the frog, Jiraiya, who was in poor condition from his relentless journey, ultimately could not prevent the betrayal of his dear friend. As Orochimaru fled, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Kakashi. A mere glance from Orochimaru left the future copy ninja paralyzed with fear. So this is the vast chasm that separates me from a true powerhouse, Kakashi lamented inwardly, drenched in cold sweat as he watched Orochimaru depart. He had assumed that with his 3-tomo Sharingan, he could at least exchange a few blows with Orochimaru. But to his dismay, a single gaze had rendered him immobile. Kakashi's release progress, 70. What on earth happened to Kakashi? Meanwhile, at the border, Sylas was in camp, enjoying skewers and boasting with his comrades, utterly confounded by the sudden shift in Kakashi's release progress. Subsequently, through the summoning frogs of Mayaboko Mountain, Sylas learned from Jiraiya everything that had transpired in Konoha. Orochimaru, due to his research on forbidden techniques and the illicit use of villagers for human experimentation, was declared an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha. His apparent accomplice, Shimura Danzo, along with the transgressions committed by the Root organization, faced the wrath of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who demoted them by 3 ranks, relegating them to the fringes of Konoha. Even several elders who had interceded on his behalf were implicated. Upon hearing this news, Sylas furrowed his brow. This was not in line with the expected narrative. The 3rd Hokage, who should have been dedicated to the stability of the village, where had he found such resolve to punish so many influential figures? Wait, this operation feels oddly familiar. Sylas suddenly recalled the ancient emperors of his previous life, who, before their successors ascended the throne, would devise various reasons to dismiss certain venerable ministers. Once the new sovereign took power, these officials would be reinstated to their former positions. This practice epitomizes the balance of grace and authority. Are the 3 generations preparing to retreat? In the recesses of his mind, Sylas contemplated a myriad of potential candidates, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion: Jiraiya-sensei? The following day, Sylas confirmed this revelation through a letter sent by Jiraiya via a summoning frog. Hiruzen Sarutobi expressed his thoughts to Jiraiya. Although more than half a year had elapsed since Jiraiya had attempted to amend his carefree habits, he still felt ill-prepared to assume the mantle of Hokage. After a brief hesitation, he suggested that a more suitable candidate existed, Tsunade. He advised Sylas to return promptly so they could together persuade Tsunade to return to the village and take up the role of Hokage. In order to spare the 3rd Hokage from incessantly urging him to become the 5th, Sylas gazed at the contents of the letter, momentarily finding it hard to accept. It seemed that the stir caused by my butterfly's wings had been rather excessive. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, who was not expected to emerge until over a decade later, now appeared to be on the horizon. However, upon further reflection, Sylas considered that if Tsunade were indeed able to return to the village, it might not be such a bad thing after all. Wait a moment, I'm not Naruto. Do I possess such remarkable verbal prowess? Sylas harbored doubts about whether he and Jiraiya could persuade Tsunade to return to the village. In Chapter 35, The Rogue Ninja Sylas, Jiraiya mentioned in his letter that once the replacement team from Konoha arrived, they would be able to return. The team had set out yesterday and was expected to arrive by this evening. By tomorrow, he would be able to return to Konoha. Sylas gazed wistfully at the mountains bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. However, once the Flying Thunder God reached level 5, perhaps he would be able to traverse the entirety of the Fire Nation. Sylas began his quest to find a suitable place to secure his specially crafted shuriken. As night fell, smoke began to rise from the outpost. Sylas positioned his shuriken atop the trunk of a towering tree. Just as he was about to return, he suddenly sensed an unusual chakra, powerful yet somewhat volatile. Sylas pondered for a moment, resolved to investigate further. Amidst the dense foliage of the jungle, he stealthily approached the source of the enemy's presence. Before him emerged the silhouette of a ninja clad in a green vest of a Leaf Village Jonin. This figure was unfamiliar to him. Indeed, your persistence is commendable. Sylas was deep in contemplation when his presence seemed to be detected by the other party, who immediately turned around, launching a shuriken directly at him. After evading the projectile, Sylas finally beheld his adversary's visage, pale skin and brown serpentine eyes. Am I facing Orochimaru? Sylas instinctively considered fleeing, but in a fleeting moment, he realized that he had no reason to fear him any longer, even if the opponent remained unscathed. With his own prowess, survival would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Lord Orochimaru, the escape route you have chosen appears rather precarious. Sylas stood atop the tree trunk, gazing down at Orochimaru. It was indeed Sylas. Orochimaru had long been aware of Sylas, but he never anticipated that their first formal encounter would transpire under such circumstances. At the time of his defection, he was still oblivious to the news that the frontline war had concluded. Thus, he intentionally chose this direction to flee, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. After all, his true intention was to rely on his own strength to establish a small ninja village and continue his experiments. However, he did not expect to be pursued by Sylas. Having already assessed Silas's strength, he initially anticipated a fierce battle, only to be met with the latter's words, "Lord Orochimaru, the land of lightning is hardly a suitable refuge. Your path is growing perilous." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru inquired with intrigue, "Then where do you believe is appropriate? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to select a small nation, establish a ninja village as your base, and persist in your research of forbidden techniques?" With narrowed serpentine eyes, Orochimaru observed Sylas ahead, unable to suppress his astonishment. This lad had remarkably discerned his plan. "You are quite impressive," he remarked, licking his lips, sending a chill down Sylas's spine. There was an unsettling sensation, akin to that of a cold-blooded creature anticipating its meal. "Are you not going to stop me?" Orochimaru queried, intrigued by Sylas's decision not to seize the moment to subdue him, but rather to engage in this dialogue. "If even Jiraiya-sensei could not hinder you, how could I?" Sylas responded. "Moreover, rather than oppose you, I would prefer to strike a deal." Orochimaru's interest deepened as he regarded Sylas. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? I have just defected from the village. No, compared to the village, there are far more significant matters at stake, peace and power." Upon hearing these words from Sylas, Orochimaru realized that this young man was indeed a kindred spirit. "What is it that you desire?" Sylas inquired. "I wish for you, Lord Orochimaru, to keep this kunai with you at all times." As the foremost scientist in the ninja world, Orochimaru was an indispensable component of Sylas's plan for liberation. However, he preferred not to scour the world for Orochimaru in the future. "You are quite different from Jiraiya. We are fellow travelers. Why not join me and become my subordinate?" With a smile, Sylas remarked, "Lord Orochimaru, in just 2 or 3 years, even without injuries, you may find it difficult to contend with me. How can you dare to propose making me your subordinate?" Orochimaru pondered this, realizing the truth in those words. In merely a year, Sylas had grown to this formidable level. If time were to pass, he might indeed prove to be a challenge for Orochimaru. The Sharingan, truly a powerful bloodline limit. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru made a decision. "Very well," he acquiesced, accepting Sylas's kunai. He had no intention of deceiving Sylas. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that their fates would intertwine. "Allow me to escort you, Lord Orochimaru." To assist in evading the pursuit of the Umbu, Sylas expended nearly half of his chakra, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Orochimaru to a designated location farthest from the border. Throughout the process, he remained vigilant, yet Orochimaru behaved with utmost compliance, which brought him a measure of relief. "Lord Orochimaru, I hope you refrain from using the kunai against me. Otherwise, the outcome will not be as it is now," Sylas cautioned as Orochimaru turned to depart. While Orochimaru could indeed employ the kunai to target Sylas, at that juncture, Sylas would undoubtedly be beyond Orochimaru's capacity to restrain. Barely moments after their departure, a group of Umbu arrived at the location where the two had just been, only to find it utterly deserted. The Umbu ninjas exchanged glances before dispersing to continue their search for Orochimaru. At that moment, Zetsu emerged from the ground, surveying the vacant forest with thoughtful contemplation. "Sylas, Orochimaru. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity," he mused, mentally assigning a role for Sylas, much like he had previously done for Obito. He promptly contacted Obito, urging him to arrive immediately. Soon, Obito appeared beside Zetsu, utilizing his kamui. Zetsu shared his plan, which received Obito's approval. 3 white Zetsu clones emerged from Zetsu's form, each transforming into the likeness of Sylas, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. As Obito watched the 3 figures depart, he began to anticipate the unfolding performance. The transformation technique of the white Zetsu was undetectable, even by the Sharingan. "Orochimaru is over there, in the jungle." The Umbu ninjas searching for Orochimaru spotted their target and promptly alerted their companions. The group hastened toward Orochimaru, with the Konoha outpost ahead, leaving him with no avenue for escape. The leader of the Umbu contemplated in silence. It was said that Jiraiya's esteemed disciple, Sylas, possessed formidable strength and could undoubtedly thwart Orochimaru. However, just as they burst forth from the forest, anticipating the arrival of reinforcements to encircle the rogue ninja Orochimaru, they were met with an unforeseen spectacle. Within the burning outpost, dozens of Leaf Village ninjas lay lifeless, their blood staining the ground. A youth, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem upon his back, wielded a short blade, plunging it towards the last surviving victim on the ground. Cursed fate, he had been discovered. The young man turned to face the Umbu stationed before the outpost. Silas? The Umbu certainly recognized this face, having returned to the village as a ninja. He has been molded into a hero akin to the legendary Minato Namikaze. But why would he resort to the heinous act of slaying his own comrades? Chapter 36. Shadow of me? What nonsense are you contemplating? Just as the Umbu were at a loss, the form of Orochimaru, transformed by White Zetsu, stood beside the imposter Silas. The two exchanged glances, as if they had known each other for ages. Silas was in collusion with Orochimaru. This thought flashed through the minds of the onlookers. Just as they prepared to eliminate the threat to the village, the sound of chains echoed, leading the group to a figure clad in a black hooded robe, adorned with a yellow striped single-eyed mask. The rotating Sharingan revealed itself before their eyes. Situated on the right side of the mask, the leading Umbu ninja recognized the individual. This person was none other than the instigator of the Nine Tails turmoil. Damn! At this distance, he had confirmed that Silas and Orochimaru were not mere transformations, meaning that everything unfolding was indeed real. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of scenarios flooded his mind. Silas is not only entangled with Orochimaru, but is also connected to the masked man responsible for the chaos of the Nine Tails. This intelligence must be conveyed back to the village. The leader of the Umbu commanded. He had no intention of ensuring their safe return. He merely hoped that one among them would survive to relay the message. Otherwise, if Silas continued to lurk within the village, the consequences could be dire. You all better not think of escaping, the masked man declared, brandishing his chains as he charged towards them. Meanwhile, the true Silas, having regained his chakra, leisurely utilized the flying thunder god technique to move towards the outpost. As he drew closer, he beheld the flickering flames near the outpost in the darkness of the night. Certainly, Silas would never suspect that a mere meal could ignite the camp, even with the presence of water-wielding ninjas among the ranks. Quickening his pace, he approached the nearest kunai. The scent of blood was overwhelming, and the ground was strewn with corpses. Could it be that these individuals were staging a performance for me? The first thought that crossed Silas's mind was the possibility of Kakashi's vengeance. Upon activating his Sharingan, he discovered that the corpses strewn across the ground were indeed real, void of life. Had the Cloud Shinobi returned to launch an assault on the outpost? Were they intent on continuing the war? In that moment, a wave of guilt washed over Silas for having abandoned his post. Silas, it's a relief to see you unharmed. From the shadows emerged Jiraiya, transformed by the manifestation of White Zetsu. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. Silas turned to find an unexpected figure. Master Jiraiya, when did you arrive? Just that morning, he had received a letter from Jiraiya, expressing his frustration with the third Hokage and his desire to escape to Mount Myaboku. Yet he was burdened with numerous responsibilities that prevented him from doing so. Silas scrutinized Jiraiya's three-tomo Sharingan closely, noting no abnormalities. His aura was tranquil, and his chakra remained stable. Yet therein lay the gravest concern. Was it possible for Jiraiya to have traversed such a distance from the village to this location in less than a day, and in such a remarkable condition? Silas vaguely pondered a thought. Could White Absolute be plotting against me? Only White Absolute's transformation technique could achieve such a degree of deception. This technique, which could entirely mimic chakra attributes and aura, was sufficient to fool his Sharingan. Teacher, what is happening? I received word that Cloud Shinobi would launch another attack, which is why I hurried over. Cloud Shinobi attacking? Silas scoffed inwardly. This so-called attack was undoubtedly a conspiracy devised by Obito and White Absolute. However, plotting against me? How absurd. Yet, Silas was still curious to see what these two, or rather, this one and this plant, intended to do. It's all my fault. If only I had not. Silas feigned regret, exclaiming, Silas, such is the nature of war. There is no need for you to feel guilty. Jiraiya approached, intending to offer comfort to Silas. Just as he was about to embrace him, an unforeseen event transpired. A kunai materialized in his hand, aimed directly at Silas's abdomen where the tailed beast seal resided. Silas, having anticipated the move, contemplated utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. However, he discerned the true intention behind the attack. It was likely aimed at shattering the seal, thereby causing the tailed beast chakra to invade and disrupt his control over his own chakra, preventing his escape. They did not wish to kill him, but rather to retain his presence, perhaps even to recruit him. Realizing that both Obito and Zetsu had taken notice of him, the prospect of evasion seemed futile unless he remained hidden within the confines of Konoha. Instead, he resolved to seize this opportunity to join their ranks. Thus, Silas relinquished his intent to evade the impending strike. The kunai pierced his abdomen, resulting in the destruction of the seal containing the vast chakra of the two-tailed beast. In an instant, an immense surge of chakra began to flow into Silas's being. Yet, to the surprise of both Zetsu and Obito, the contents of the seal were merely chakra, and its impact on Silas proved far less significant than they had anticipated. Silas could depart at any moment using the Flying Thunder God technique. Why? Observing Jiraiya before him, Silas feigned ignorance. Konoha no longer requires the Uchiha clan. The war has concluded, and the village no longer has need of you. Uchiha Silas conspired with the rogue ninja Orochimaru, slaying his comrades in Konoha before defecting from the village. Jiraiya seized a bloodied long sword from beside him and plunged it into Silas's right arm. I did not harm my comrades. Silas gritted his teeth, having anticipated the unfolding narrative. At the very moment when Jiraiya was poised to strike him down, Obito would employ Kamui to rescue him at a pivotal juncture, compelling him to serve in gratitude for this act of salvation. Furthermore, under the pretext of healing his wounds, Obito would surreptitiously implant white Zetsu cells and cursed seals within his body to exert control over him. Silas accurately deduced the script that Obito had orchestrated for him, and he had no intention of evading it. With the advantage of his unique abilities, he believed he possessed the means to extricate himself from this predicament. However, should he miss this opportunity to join them, the next encounter might prove fatal. He was acutely aware that all these individuals were those he had slain. Yet, once you are deceased, no one will remember. The Uchiha clan would fade into obscurity with your disappearance, all in the name of village stability. The kunai in Jiraiya's hand pierced Silas's skin, embedding itself deep within his chest. As blood ebbed away, Silas's consciousness began to blur. Nevertheless, he fought against his weariness, wary of the possibility that Obito might not arrive, in which case he was prepared to flee. It was only when a man adorned with a yellow mask appeared behind Jiraiya that he felt a sense of relief and succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and the agony radiating from his chest and abdomen roused Silas from his unconsciousness. Where am I? In this vast, desolate expanse. Only a faint flicker of candlelight illuminated the surroundings. Given your current injuries, it would be prudent to refrain from utilizing chakra. From the shadows, a masked figure emerged. Obito, indeed it is you. The fatal wound to your heart is not easily mendable. It took considerable effort and 2 days for me to bring you back. Thus, I advise against any unnecessary movements. Upon hearing this, Silas glanced down at his chest. A white substance had infiltrated part of the flesh and tissue. White blood cells. Silas immediately discerned the origins of this faction. It stands to reason that the wound in his heart was also filled by the white Zetsu cells. This signifies that within his own being, there exists a manifestation of Zetsu. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Black Zetsu employed the right half of Obito's body as a medium to manipulate him into resurrecting Uchiha Madara. All of this aligns perfectly with Silas's expectations. Where's this place? Who are you? Silas, enduring the pain, spoke. Here lies the chasm between reality and hell. As for me, you may call me Uchiha Madara. Chapter 37. I have seen this script before. Silas undoubtedly recognized the identity of this individual, yet he chose not to expose him. Until the lingering doubts in his heart were resolved, he would maintain a facade of pretense. Uchiha Madara? Are you jesting with me? Regarding my identity. There is no necessity for you to possess excessive knowledge. However, one thing is indisputable. I am undeniably a member of your clan. Obito stepped forward, revealing the Sharingan concealed beneath his mask. A person who dares not even remove his mask, lurking in the shadows, presumes to claim the name Uchiha Madara. Who knows from where you pilfered your Sharingan? Obito remained unfazed. It mattered little, for we have ample time to understand one another. In any case, you have nowhere to escape. Konoha can no longer accommodate you. Silas fell silent. I had anticipated this script. First, he orchestrated for White Zetsu to impersonate him, collaborating with Obito to eliminate the ninja at the Konoha outpost, subsequently allowing 2 survivors to return to Konoha with a false report, implicating Silas in a conspiracy with the masked man who incited the Ninetales rampage, even dragging Orochimaru into the fray. Then, White Zetsu would assume Jiraiya's form and strike at him. The village would believe Silas had colluded with traitors, while he would be led to believe that the village intended to act against him, thus fabricating a massacre at the outpost and framing him for it. How clever! Had Silas not been aware of the script, he might have indeed fallen victim to this scheme. What? Do you still wish to return? Obito began to sow confusion in Silas. The Uchiha clan has been marginalized and ostracized since the inception of the village. From the very beginning, Konoha simply sought to exploit the Uchiha. Now, with the tides of war settled, the village no longer requires your existence. In the name of so-called stability, they will resort to any means necessary. Those ninjas were slain by Jiraiya, yet they intend to place the blame squarely upon you. Should you confront the village? They may even produce evidence that you are the true culprit, such as survivors who narrowly escaped your clutches. Silas bowed his head in silence, opting to heal his own wounds with a restorative spell. Obito, under the impression that his verbal onslaught had made an impact, continued, "If you doubt my words, rest assured that Naruto will undoubtedly reach out to you. He will feign ignorance and confront you about the murder of your comrade, ultimately deceiving you into a meeting with him. You must be silent." Silas roared, "Master Jiraiya is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding." Silas behaved as though he were a forsaken child, unwilling to acknowledge the reality of his situation. "This is indeed the truth, a truth I have personally encountered." While Obito departed, in truth, he had been covertly observing Silas's actions. He witnessed Silas, after completing his treatment, summon forth a crimson toad. It was none other than the toad Keisuke, who had been responsible for the communications between Silas and Jiraiya. Upon appearing, Keisuke instinctively took a small step back at the sight of Silas. With an air of utmost vigilance, he regarded Silas. And only after confirming his lack of hostile intent did he retrieve a letter from behind him and toss it to Silas. Silas opened the letter and silently read it through. "Kyoji, go back and inform Master Jiraiya that from this moment on." Just as Silas intended to send the toad Kyoji away, the space warped, and Obito suddenly appeared. His long sword plunged directly into Kyoji's head. Flash. In the final moments, Silas grasped the blade of his sword directly with his hand, blood trickling down its edge. The sudden turn of events startled Keisuke, who instinctively clasped his hands together, yearning to return to Maiki Mountain. As he vanished, a fleeting glance revealed the masked man behind him. "Since we are to be adversaries henceforth, why should I show mercy? That is my affair, and what concern is it of yours?" Obito chuckled, inquiring, "So, what did the letter convey?" Silas directly tossed the letter into Obito's hands. "Just as you mentioned, Jiraiya wishes to meet me at Myobokuzen to resolve matters in person." After Silas spoke, he moved toward the shadows, appearing to close his eyes in rest. Yet in reality, he was keenly observing his golden finger. His earth affinity had reached an impressive 99, now on the brink of completion. Only by strengthening himself could he ensure his own safety. With Obito and Zetsu orchestrating such an elaborate scheme, instilling animosity towards Konoha and Jiraiya, he found himself fortuitously infiltrating the enemy's ranks. Perhaps he could even turn the tables and ascend to an elder within the Akatsuki organization. Meanwhile, Obito observed Jiraiya's correspondence to Silas, reflecting that it indeed aligned with Zetsu's plan. They had even anticipated the reactions of the two, truly a testament to the brilliance of Madara's consciousness. Rewinding time to 2 days prior, after Obito had dispatched several Umbu, he intentionally allowed two to escape. Following a path of his own design, he ensured they encountered a Leaf Ninja squad that was meant to replace them at the outpost during their flight. Thus, the news of Silas's defection reached Konoha while he was still in a state of unconsciousness. When Jiraiya first received this shocking news, it struck him like a thunderbolt, and disbelief filled his heart. He immediately summoned the toad J-Kai, handing him a letter to deliver to Silas when he next summoned him. In the letter, Jiraiya requested a meeting at Myobokuzen, eager to hear Silas's explanation in person. The child he had invested so much hope in, destined to change the world, should not be like this. Within Konoha, Jiraiya anxiously awaited a response from J-Kai. Suddenly, he vanished from his location. Sage Fukasaku had reversed summoned him to Myobokuzen. Upon hearing J-Kai's account and learning of the mysterious masked individual accompanying Silas, his spirits plummeted. The information regarding the Ninetales incident was a Konoha secret. Yet given his status, he was certainly aware of the existence of the masked man. Silas, unexpectedly entangled with him. "I must meet the Great Toad Sage." Jiraiya could hardly believe it all. He sought confirmation from the Great Toad Sage. Since awakening last time, the old man had remained in slumber. The words of Sage Fukasaku plunged Jiraiya into a profound silence. Was he not meant to alter the future? Why act in such a manner? What am I to do? I once thought my existence was to pave the way for Silas, yet the reality proved otherwise. No. Jiraiya suddenly lifted his head. "I refuse to believe in this absurd fate. I will seek to verify it all, even if Silas has truly strayed from his original intentions. I shall endeavor to realize the transformation of the ninja world. This is the truth. My destiny is mine to shape, not dictated by the heavens. Jiraiya's Liberation Progress, 85. Sylas, who had just completed the Earth attribute cultivation, was momentarily stunned by the sudden notification on the system panel. Chapter 38. The Disparity of Experience. Sylas, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, found himself in a quandary. In Jiraiya's eyes, should he not be deemed a rogue ninja? Why then had the liberation progress increased? Observing the 13 liberation points on the panel, Sylas shook his head and resolved not to dwell on it any longer. First, he would focus on mastering magnet release. The cultivation of the Earth attribute was considerably slower than that of the Wind attribute. Sylas had anticipated a gradual increase in the time required for such cultivation. He had prepared himself to spend a year honing magnet release, yet the entire process unfolded surprisingly smoothly. The Wind and Lightning chakra intertwined within him, gradually merging into a novel, highly refined chakra. Magnet release completed. The entire endeavor took less than a minute. Suppressing his urge to experiment with magnet release, Sylas understood that he must not reveal too much of his prowess in the presence of Obito and Zetsu. Should they perceive him as having the strength to escape their control, they would likely strike him down without hesitation. At that moment, Sylas sensed a distant call, as if something far away was summoning him. Should he acquiesce, he would be teleported away. Jiraiya intended to summon me to Mount Myaboku through reverse summoning. Sylas spoke immediately. Do you truly wish to experience betrayal once more? Obito turned around, his tone remarkably calm. He held unwavering confidence in Ju and his plans. In his view, neither Sylas nor Jiraiya could escape this predicament. However, should Jiraiya genuinely harbor murderous intentions, Sylas would find it exceedingly difficult to evade capture. A painstakingly discovered ally must not be lost so easily. There are certain matters I must ascertain. I shall not perish. I must return to exact my vengeance. Before Obito could respond, Sylas relinquished his resistance to the summoning and vanished instantaneously. This lad possesses remarkable audacity. Obito was unable to venture to Myaboku Mountain, and thus could only hope that Sylas truly possessed the capability to elude Jiraiya. Nevertheless, should that be the case, he would need to reassess this young boy. More concerned for Sylas than Obito was Ju, for he had regarded Sylas as a substitute in his meticulously devised plan to rescue his mother, which had spanned a millennium. The fragment of the white Zetsu he had embedded within Sylas was intended as a means to monitor and control him, akin to how Obito's right half functioned. Young one, you must survive. At Myaboku Mountain, Sylas gazed at Jiraiya ahead and the sage Fukasaku beside him, remaining silent. It was Jiraiya who, upon observing Sylas's injuries, felt a tumult of emotions. Were these wounds sustained during the destruction of the outpost 2 days prior? Sylas, did you truly slay the comrades of Konoha? Have you allied yourself with Orochimaru? Sensei Jiraiya, there is no need for such sentiments. If the village cannot accommodate the Uchiha, then I must seek an alternative path. Sylas was indeed inclined to assert, no, I have not. Do not speak carelessly. Yet, he was inevitably cognizant of the imperceptible presence of a shadowy doppelganger surveilling him. Consequently, he was compelled to adhere to the script laid out by others. In a rather subtle manner, he sought to remind Jiraiya of the truth. You have acknowledged it. Jiraiya sighed. In that case, I must take your life. Here, in Myaboku Mountain, Jiraiya found himself in his stronghold, surrounded by countless toads. To take a life in this place was remarkably effortless. Teacher Jiraiya, you cannot restrain me. However, as your disciple, I earnestly wish to engage in a battle with you. Sylas harnessed the seal within him, unleashing the chakra of the two tails. Though he intended to perform for Black Zetsu, Jiraiya would not necessarily hold back. He was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Jiraiya. Thus, he deemed it essential to take precautions. With the Flying Thunder God technique upgraded to level 5, he found himself liberated from any constraints of distance. He could perceive all the previously established locations of the Flying Thunder God technique with clarity, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Earth style, ground shaking core. Jiraiya initiated the attack, causing the ground around Sylas to rise swiftly, exposing the brown earth and forming towering walls that enclosed both Sylas and Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, such a thing cannot possibly bind me, Sylas remarked with a smile, gazing at Jiraiya across from him. Toad mouth binding technique. As Jiraiya executed his technique, the surrounding walls transformed into a strange, fleshy substance. In an instant, Sylas lost his connection to the numerous Flying Thunder God techniques. A barrier technique combined with some unique sealing art, perhaps. Sylas, You find yourself within the belly of the great toad of Awagakure. The immense chakra and peculiar structure outside will disrupt your spatial perception. Even the former Minato could not sense the techniques outside. You cannot escape now. It seems I have underestimated Teacher Jiraiya. Yet, it appears I have also been underestimated. Teacher Jiraiya, if you were to face death at the hands of your own disciple, what would you do to escape such a fate? Upon hearing Silas's words, Jiraiya was filled with profound sorrow. The disciple he had placed such high hopes upon turned out to be this kind of person. Then I shall strive to cultivate my strength, to the point where I can alter this so-called destiny. Progress towards Jiraiya's liberation. 90. Silas gazed at the system prompt. A sense of relief washing over him. Even in the absence of his involvement, he believed Jiraiya could achieve complete liberation. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Perfect level. The perception of the Flying Thunder God Technique sharpened in an instant, accompanied by an indescribable transformation. His right hand pressed against the intestinal wall as the chakra coalesced into a technique that began to spread, enveloping the entire space in a matter of moments. How astonishingly swift! Jiraiya barely had time to react before Silas completed the groundwork for the technique. Such a grand scale of technique and the speed of its deployment could likely surpass even Minato. With such innate talent, why would it not be so? Teacher, please do not lose focus during battle. In an instant, Silas materialized behind Jiraiya, his right hand poised with a fully formed Rasengan, aimed at Jiraiya's arm. However, Jiraiya deftly evaded the attack, simultaneously seizing Silas's wrist and casting him aside. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of oil erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, which he then ignited using his fire-natured ninjutsu. Upon witnessing this, Silas promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate himself, yet in the fleeting moment of perspective shift, he was engulfed by a torrent of white hair rushing towards him. This time, Silas had no intentions of launching a surprise attack. Instead, he instantly repositioned himself to the farthest enemy from Jiraiya. With a sharp sound, almost as soon as he materialized, his body was struck by a barrage of densely packed, hardened silver hair needles. The technique, Hell of Needles, had anticipated his location with uncanny precision. Jiraiya had initially intended to impart these ninjutsu techniques to Silas, but had delayed due to his insufficient hair length. Little did he know, he would now experience it firsthand. Your intentions are far too predictable, only able to protect his vital areas. Silas gazed at the 10 or so silver needles embedded halfway into his body and inwardly lamented the vast disparity in practical experience. Continuing the fight would only lead to needless suffering. However, before departing, he felt compelled to leave some information for his master, Jiraiya. While concealing the presence of the Absolute within him, the Rasengan began to coalesce anew, but this time, Silas infused it with an immense amount of chakra. Giant Rasengan. Chapter 39, Code. Even though Silas had initially resolved not to become like Naruto, who effortlessly rolled a ball into a conclusive victory, this ninjutsu was simply extraordinary. Depending on the chakra input, it could be large or small, swift or slow, soft or hard. Whether in a direct confrontation or sudden ambush, it was nothing short of perfection. With the chakra of the two tails fueling him, the Rasengan in Silas's hand had grown to a size that left Jiraiya astounded. It was essentially a tailed beast ball. He had no intention of withstanding such an attack, promptly dispelling the barrier technique and conjuring several earth techniques to shield himself in front of Silas before swiftly retreating. However, Silas did not pursue. The Rasengan was aimed at the ground. In an instant, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted, and Silas was propelled away by the shockwave generated by the explosion of the Rasengan. It was not until he was hundreds of meters away that Silas steadied himself. Glancing back at the approaching Jiraiya, Silas turned and fled, deftly extracting the silver needles from his own body. Silas cast aside the silver needles, and, after retreating several dozen meters, the needles on the ground suddenly morphed into a number. This was a message from Silas to Jiraiya, a thought that came to him after being pricked by the needles. The inspiration stemmed from the original storyline, where Jiraiya left behind a coded signal before his demise. He could not simply inscribe a number in blood, as that would be too conspicuous and likely to be discovered by Absolute. Instead, he had to utilize magnet release to remotely manipulate the magnetized silver needles into the form of numbers. If not for the limited number of needles striking him, Silas would have preferred to articulate the reason for this in written form. Teacher Jiraiya, I shall spare you this time. If our positions were reversed, you would make the same choice as I. Before we meet again, ponder how to leave your comrades your final words. With the last silver needle withdrawn, Silas employed Flying Thunder God, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Jiraiya and the two toads perched upon his shoulders gazed at the place where Sylas had disappeared. Enveloped in silence. Little Jiraiya, you need not, no, I'm fine. I can only blame my own weakness, Jiraiya sighed. Just as he was about to turn away when he suddenly noticed 3 silver numbers on the ground. 100. As he approached, he realized, isn't this my hair? How could this be? Jiraiya jolted awake, beginning to retrace his steps. The numbers that gradually appeared etched themselves into Jiraiya's mind. Soon, he had gathered all the numbers. 100. 8. 6. 11. 42. 50. As he gazed at the 6 groups of numbers that resembled a code, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. What does Sylas wish to convey to me? What significance do these numbers hold? No, beyond this, Sylas must have left behind other messages for himself. If our positions were to be reversed, you would face the same choices I do. Before our next encounter, ponder how to leave your own farewell to your companions. In an instant, Jiraiya recalled the final words spoken by Sylas. If it truly were his last moments, in what manner would he communicate his thoughts to his comrades? Moreover, this is something that Sylas must be aware of. It is, in fact, a shared trait between us. Suddenly, Jiraiya lifted his head sharply, struck by a realization. Sylas could only convey information to him in such an oblique manner, indicating that he had been under constant surveillance by the enemy. If he were to face scrutiny even in his final moments while attempting to relay a message, he would certainly not articulate it too clearly. The numerical codes must correspond to specific words for interpretation, perhaps even referencing a certain tome. He hoped that Jiraiya-sensei would discern this. If only the silver needles that had pierced him had been more numerous, he could have simply penned the message without such convolutions. Upon reaching the borders of the Land of Fire, Sylas remained stationary, exerting control over the seal to fully unlock it. A torrent of chakra surged forth, enveloping him in a blue cloak akin to that of a tailed beast. He did not employ his own strength to guide this power. Instead, he allowed it to rampage within him. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he transported himself from Mount Mayaboku to the border of the Land of Fire. Given such a distance, one could hardly expect to avoid repercussions. It was likely that Obito would exclaim that this individual must not be allowed to live, resulting in his immediate demise. Should Obito inquire, he would simply claim that at the last moment, a surge of power had erupted within his eyes, enhancing his sensitivity to the technique, in conjunction with the chakra of the Two Tails, which facilitated his arrival here. Anything that could not be explained would be attributed to his eyes. Of course, the price paid was excruciating pain in his eyes, potentially rendering him unable to employ this technique for a considerable time, and the seal of the Two Tails chakra once again spiraled out of control. Sylas felt an overwhelming weakness, shielding his eyes as he awaited Obito's arrival to rescue him. As anticipated, after a brief moment, a vortex appeared in space, and Obito materialized. You truly astonish me. Upon hearing that Ju had conveyed the message to him, Sylas was astonished that he had flown from Mayaboku Mountain to the Land of Fire. Such a feat likely surpassed even Kakashi's understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. Initially, he harbored doubts about his ability to control Sylas, but upon arrival, he realized that Sylas's capabilities were not merely a result of utilizing the Flying Thunder God. Furthermore, the toll it took was considerable. My eyes, they ache. Sylas was seen clutching his eyes, with blood seeping faintly between his fingers. Could it be that he, like me, possesses a space-time kaleidoscope? He took Sylas back to the underground cavern, acknowledging him as a kin. His strength, talent, and even his intellect met Obito's expectations. Once Sylas matured further, he could be inducted into the Akatsuki, thereby advancing Nagato's tailed beast capture plan significantly ahead of time. The new world was drawing closer to him. Your movements are too conspicuous. 2 days later, Sylas had fully recovered from his injuries and was engaging in sparring with Obito. The chakra of the Two Tails that had been sealed within him was now entirely depleted, leaving the sealing technique in his abdomen as nothing more than an empty shell. However, Sylas had no intention of borrowing from the Two Tails again. Should Obito discover this, the consequences were unpredictable. Currently, aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, he could only be regarded as a jonin severely lacking in combat experience. Naturally, he was being toyed with by Obito. While ninjutsu could be enhanced through the release of points, combat experience could not. Not to mention Jiraiya, even Obito's battle experience vastly overshadowed Sylas's. Furthermore, Obito possessed the game-changing ability of intangibility. During his time on the front lines, Sylas accompanied Kakashi on merely a dozen missions. Although he encountered various ninjas, his actual combat experience was quite limited. Subsequently, he was concealed away as a secret weapon. While his final intervention decisively secured victory, Silas's personal development remained rather constrained. Possessing great power yet unable to fully harness it, Sylas was not the companion that Obito desired. This kind of training bears no significance for your growth. What you truly require is the tempering that comes from the brink of life and death. With that, Obito ceased his movements and addressed Sylas. Chapter 40. The Hidden Mist Village. The overall strength of Sylas is commendable, yet his combat experience leaves much to be desired. Obito believes that through the crucible of battle, he will achieve rapid growth. Conveniently, he has recently set his sights on the Hidden Mist Village. Thus, it would be prudent to send Sylas there for training. So, where do you wish for me to go? You shall discover that shortly. Obito, accompanied by Sylas, swiftly transported themselves to the Water Shadows edifice within the Hidden Mist Village. He had previously seized control of the fourth Mizukage, and now, he stands as the de facto ruler of this village. Here lies. Sylas gazed at the towering edifices shrouded in mist outside, already surmising the identity of this place, the Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water. The Land of Water is an island nation characterized by its distinctive culture. The Hidden Mist Village, nestled deep within the mountains, is often enveloped in thick fog, rendering it entirely isolated from other nations. Surrounded on all sides by the sea, it boasts a unique topography of numerous peaks. Due to its distance from the mainland and the marine barrier, the Land of Water has historically remained aloof from the great ninja wars that ravaged the world. Are we truly safe in coming here? Sylas feigned ignorance, expressing a hint of concern as he inquired. Rest assured, the fourth Mizukage is also our ally. Please wait here for a moment while I consult with him. Sylas gazed at Obito as he departed, letting out a deep sigh. He was already aware of the impending events. Obito, harboring resentment towards the Hidden Mist Village due to Rin's death, manipulated the fourth Mizukage to enforce a brutal tyranny, orchestrating a graduation exam that forced the students of the Ninja Academy to engage in mutual slaughter, persecuting the bloodline ninjas of the Land of Water, ultimately giving rise to the Village of Bloody Mist. Moments later, Obito returned, accompanied by the eternally youthful face of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. From now on, you shall be a genin of the Hidden Mist Village, Obito declared bluntly, officially changing Sylas's village affiliation. Next month, a Chunin exam will take place. As Obito glanced at the village shrouded in mist, a cruel smile flickered across his face at the thought of what was to befall it. Rin, your death shall be avenged 1,000-fold upon the Hidden Mist Village. Meanwhile, within the confines of Konoha, Jiraiya had been sleepless for 2 consecutive days. He had meticulously combed through all of Sylas's works from the past half-year, ranging from the compilation of writings by the Jonin Abin and the landlady to various tales. Following the numerical references provided by Sylas as page numbers, he could only uncover a series of meaningless words, failing to find any suitable explanations. As he surveyed the scattered manuscripts strewn across the floor, fatigue began to weigh upon him. Was it possible that his own reasoning was flawed? At that moment, Kakashi unexpectedly appeared on the opposite tree trunk. Only after receiving Jiraiya's permission did he enter the room. Lord Jiraiya, do you have any leads yet? The news of Sylas's defection has spread throughout Konoha. Kakashi, of course, does not believe he would betray them, so he returns to Jiraiya daily to inquire about the situation. If evidence is not provided soon, the third Hokage may declare Sylas a rogue ninja and issue a public notice. The two fell silent, pondering the gravity of the situation. Perhaps we should consult the Yukinin? Kakashi suggested, as a thought struck him. The Yukinin? Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. They made their way to the dungeon where prisoners were held in Konoha. Everyone leave. The guarding ninja, upon hearing Jiraiya's command, dared not protest. Rumors have circulated in the village that the third Hokage wishes to retire, and Jiraiya is currently the most qualified to inherit the title of Hokage. Offending one's future leader is unnecessary. Ah, you have finally arrived. Where's Sylas? I have nearly finished the novels and comics he lent me. Jiraiya was perplexed as to why Sylas maintained such a close relationship with the opposing Jinchuriki. Most notably, he even managed to befriend the two tails. Sylas has defected. Defected? Where to? The Cloud Village? The Yukinin appeared surprised, a flicker of hope in her eyes that Sylas had indeed gone to the Cloud Village, as the war had ended, and she would soon be redeemed. Sylas trusts you greatly, so you must not speak of this to anyone. Jiraiya relayed the details of Sylas's defection and the signal he left behind. After a moment of contemplation, the Yukinin replied, Sylas always told me he would become a great literary figure in the ninja world, just like you, Jiraiya-sensei. So, why do you believe the signal must correspond to something he wrote? Jiraiya shook his head, for he had no notable works of his own. However, he had read a few of Sylas's short pieces, and had developed some peculiar thoughts about sharing his own experiences from years traversing the ninja world. Wait. Speaking of his own writings, he recalled a tale of perseverance he penned 3 years prior, inspired by his disciple Nagato. Yet, this book, as Jiraiya's debut, had never been published, and its only readers were the late Minato and Kushina. Previously, in an effort to teach Silas the Flying Thunder God technique, he had inadvertently given him some of Minato's relics, possibly including the tale of perseverance. Could it be that Silas had read it? Without turning back, Jiraiya departed, leaving the Yuki-nin and Kakashi exchanging bewildered glances. Hey, that 50-50 chance, can you? Hey, wait, don't go. The Yuki-nin instinctively called out Silas's commonly used name while attempting to ask Kakashi for some entertainment. However, upon hearing her, he continued on without a glance back. I am Kakashi. The wooden figure gazed at the desolate cell and sighed. How much better it was when Silas was here. Jiraiya returned to his chamber and discovered the original manuscript of the Strong Will Ninja transmission, beginning to document its contents. After a brief moment, he arrived at an answer. The 6 digits corresponded to the characters, and, which together conveyed the message, there is no defection. This was the signal Silas intended to relay to him. In other words, what the Umbu observed was not the truth. Silas did not defect. He was merely under the watchful eye of his enemies, compelled to use this method to convey his circumstances. He even contemplated a possibility that Silas had attracted the attention of a formidable organization, one that included Orochimaru and the Masked Man. Perhaps he had willingly chosen to infiltrate them. Jiraiya increasingly felt he was drawing closer to the truth. Lord Jiraiya, have you uncovered something? Kakashi arrived, eager to hear Jiraiya's findings. However, Jiraiya's brow furrowed as he concentrated his chakra, causing the parchment in his hand to be consumed by flames. This is Kakashi. Silas has indeed defected. If the enemy could silently surveil Silas, it stood to reason that they could also monitor him. Even though the village of Konoha was protected by powerful barriers, the nature of ninjas required occasional departures from the village, leaving them vulnerable. Thus, the less people who knew about Silas's infiltration, the better. Chapter 41. The Triumph of Science. Kakashi could hardly believe what he was hearing. Jiraiya glanced at him, sensing that he ought to share a fragment of information. Kakashi, Silas's current situation is perilous. The more we target him, the safer he becomes. With Jiraiya's words, Kakashi quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Silas has undoubtedly not defected. Rather, he has infiltrated a clandestine organization. A true ninja, after all, is one who safeguards the light from the shadows. I understand now. He only despises his inadequacy, lamenting his inability to assist his comrades in their dire predicament. Kakashi, do you believe I am fit to become Hokage? Jiraiya suddenly inquired as Kakashi was about to depart. Absolutely. No one in Konoha is more suited than you at this moment. Jiraiya remarked, casting a wistful glance at the ashes upon the ground. Silas, this is the only way I can assist you. 5 days later, Konoha announced the retirement of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Following a village-wide election, Jiraiya ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage with overwhelming support. Upon returning from his appointment in the Land of Fire, Jiraiya's first course of action was to designate his disciple, Uchiha Sylas, as an S-rank rogue ninja. The news sent shockwaves through the ninja world. With numerous hidden villages mocking Konoha in hushed tones, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage had turned rogue, and now the disciple of the 5th Hokage. What a scandal. Who knows? Perhaps even the 4th Hokage's pupil harbors some secrets. By the time this information reached the isolated village of Kirigakure, half a month had already elapsed. When Silas learned that Jiraiya had personally classified him as a rogue ninja, he gazed at the panel displaying Jiraiya's 95 liberation progress and Fuji's 21 liberation progress, letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his teacher had managed to decipher the intelligence he had left behind, specifically regarding himself. While the situation of the Uchiha clan remained unaffected, this was evident from the steadily increasing liberation progress of Fugaku. The more Konoha targeted him, the safer he felt. Thus, he could continue his undercover mission with peace of mind. Silas, please attend today's Chunin exams in my stead, the 4th Mizukage, Kiyagura, instructed Silas from his office within the Mizukage building. Currently, Silas serves as the guardian of the water shadow. Many are discontent with this enigmatic child, who emerged unexpectedly and dons a mask. The recent actions of Yagura have been nothing short of tyrannical, and the audacity to appoint a mere child as a protector has incited a desire among many to impart a lesson to Silas, although they refer to it as a sparring match. However, Silas has resolutely declined, not out of fear, but rather due to a remarkable discovery. Through extensive training, he has perfected the flying thunder god technique, enabling him to teleport with near-silent precision to any location within the range of his chakra, without the need for hand seals. Coupled with his newly developed chakra scalpel, he possesses confidence that even an elite Jonin would falter under his skill. Alas, Yagura remains obstinate, claiming that the time has not yet come. A few Jonin are set to oversee the examination. Your task is to provoke them into combat, and ideally, to defeat them. Silas cast a glance at Yagura, gaining a general understanding of their intentions. The strategy that Obito had entrusted to Yagura was to perpetually exacerbate the discord within the hidden mist village. Now, as the sole bodyguard of the Mizukage, he could, to some extent, embody Yagura's sentiments. His demeanor towards those several Jonin would reflect Yagura's stance towards them. It remained a mystery, however, which fortunate individuals had drawn Yagura's particular ire from the very beginning. Understanding dawned. Silas arrived at the examination venue of the hidden mist village, situated on a circular terrace at the edge of the village. The CHNIN exams adopted a 1v1 format, yet this year differed significantly from previous ones. Yagura had implemented a new stipulation: one party must either be incapacitated or injured. Many ninjas were taken aback by this requirement, as the likelihood of injury was already high. Unlike Konoha, they lacked superior medical facilities. Injuries could severely impede missions, resulting in substantial financial losses for the village. Nonetheless, Yagura dismissed their objections, even asserting that he would dispatch envoys to oversee the entire examination process. The crowd, casting glances at the masked Sylas, felt a surge of indignation, realizing that this young lad was the envoy Yagura had mentioned. The organization of this exam fell to two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen who were not on active duty, Pipa Tenzo and Suigetsu H. Zuki. The two exchanged knowing glances, formulating their plans. They were determined to teach this young man a lesson. However, before they could seek out a confrontation, Silas made a beeline for them as soon as he entered the venue. When Silas first laid eyes on the two individuals, he immediately discerned the intentions of Yagura. Or rather, Obito. Firstly, to establish his authority through prowess. Secondly, to coerce the 7 ninja swordsmen into assassinating Yagura, ultimately leading to their defection. It seems Obito believed that with Silas's involvement, the tailed beast capture plan could be expedited, which is why he was so eager to recruit members for the organization. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village were indeed suitable candidates. In fact, in the original narrative, the character Kisame Hashigaki chose to assassinate Yagura due to his dissatisfaction with Yagura's tyrannical rule, ultimately becoming a rogue ninja. Now, Silas was determined to hasten this progression. Oh, aren't you the famed 7 ninja swordsmen? I've heard whispers that you were reduced to just 3 by a single ninja from Konoha with merely a few strikes. I wonder if there's any truth to that. Could you enlighten me about the circumstances of that encounter? Silas maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he regarded the two individuals across from him. The expressions of Loquat Shirzong and Watermelon Shawnee turned grim, prompting the surrounding ninjas to immediately retreat several dozen meters. Discussing this matter in their presence was, after all, a profound taboo. A wave of murderous intent surged forth, casting an eerie chill over the atmosphere. Silas appeared oblivious to his surroundings, tapping his head in contemplation. Ah, how could I have spoken so carelessly to my senior? I truly apologize. Such matters are rather embarrassing, especially considering that the other party is merely a low-ranking ninja. In his previous life, Silas was also a resident of Zon, and with just a few words, he managed to provoke his opponent. You seek death, little imp. Paipa Shirzong could no longer contain himself. He swung the executioner's great sword behind him, aiming it towards Silas ahead. This disheveled man, clad in a skin-tight green suit and sporting a stubbled face, had long since become an inescapable nightmare for him. How dare this imp use such a matter to humiliate him? You are doomed. Silas gazed unflinchingly at the descending guillotine. The blade swept through his form, yet Hibachi Shirko felt no sensation of flesh being cleaved. A mere afterimage? Where has he gone? My dear senior, your movements are far too sluggish. Behind me? Such astonishing speed in the body flicker technique. The guillotine swiftly reversed its arc, only to strike emptiness once more. Ah, it is no wonder you were left battered by a mere chunin from Konoha. Your weakness compels the Mizukage to resort to such stringent assessments to regulate the advancement of ninja ranks. Silas stepped upon the vacant blade of the decapitating sword, silently inscribing a concealed flying thunder god technique. Upon completing the task, he cast a glance at the surrounding mist shinobi, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Esteemed elder, do not misconstrue my words. I harbor no ill will towards you or the rotund fellow behind. Rather, I declare that all present here are not but refuse. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are indeed the pride of Kirigakure, and if they are this feeble, what can be said of the others? Without a doubt, Silas's words would offend many, yet he remained unfazed, his mouth, a vessel of scorn, spared no effort in ridiculing the crowd. All eyes were fixated upon him. Do you truly believe you possess the audacity to utter such a statement? Approached Watermelon, the pufferfish demon, glaring with fury. Shall we settle this with a fight and see? Silas's proactive suggestion for a sparring session took both Loquat Shirzong and Watermelon Shanha by surprise. The two exchanged glances, deliberating on who should step forward to teach the impudent youth a lesson. Why not both of you take him on? Silas taunted. To be honest, if it weren't for the absence of the 7 ninja swordsmen, I would relish the opportunity to face all 7 of you at once. Admittedly, defeating you may be beyond my capabilities, but I can certainly engage in some verbal sparring. This predicament is entirely of your own making. The two were now consumed with the desire to reduce Silas to mere fragments. Let us adhere to the rules of this examination then. The engagement will conclude upon one party's death or severe injury. Loquat Shirzong harbored no intention of allowing Silas to return unscathed. He was determined to silence Silas's incessant chatter. In the center of the arena, the 3 stood poised, each occupying their respective positions. Opposite Silas stands the murderous duo of the ninja blades, their intentions unmistakably lethal. Silas understood that although he had spoken eloquently before the match, once the fight commenced, he needed to focus intently. Begin, called the referee, quickly retreating. He had no desire to partake in a battle of such elite shinobi, as even a slight ripple from the clash could threaten his very life. Pai Pa Shirzong and Shigua Shan He Tun Gue separated, flanking Silas from either side. Fire release, great fire destruction. A torrent of flames erupted, engulfing nearly half of the arena, startling the two opponents. To wield such a potent fire technique in the land of water was no small feat. This boy, not only swift, possessed considerable mastery of ninjutsu. The duo simultaneously executed water release to douse the flames, preserving a significant amount of water upon the ground. The resultant vapor, propelled by the heat, swiftly enveloped the arena, obscuring the figures of the 3 combatants. As members of the Mist Ninja, the duo found themselves at an advantage in this environment. However, Silas had other plans. He sensed a rapid movement of the Flying Thunder God technique, which he had previously inscribed upon the executioner's blade. Forming hand seals, a lightning release shadow clone materialized. This was the sole technique bestowed upon him by Kakashi. The shadow clone then utilized the Flying Thunder God to teleport directly to Pai Pa Shirzong, or more precisely, to the edge of the executioner's blade. Pai Pa Shirzong nearly burst into laughter upon realizing the fortunate turn of events, delivered right to the blade's edge. With a decisive thrust, the executioner's blade swept through Silas's form. Immediately, a chilling scream echoed throughout the arena, followed by an eerie silence. That sound, it seemed to belong to Lord Pai Pa Shirzong. Had he been dispatched so swiftly? Silas materialized beside the decapitating blade, casting a glance at the fallen Bibao Shirzong, a faint smile gracing his lips. The conductivity of iron is certainly not to be underestimated. Though Silas was unaware of the precise voltage released upon the destruction of his lightning clone, conjured from half of his chakra, the sight of Bibao Shirzong, charred and blackened, suggested it was indeed considerable. Chapter 42, The Triumph of Science, Part 2. The Watermelon Mountain of Suiguan, upon hearing Bibao Shirzong's anguished cries, felt a pang of alarm. So soon? As a fellow member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had a keen understanding of Bibao Shirzong's prowess. It appeared he had truly underestimated this young foe. Suiguan reached for his Samahata, sensing that he would need to harness its formidable power. As if attuned to Suiguan's intentions, the scales of Samahata quivered slightly. The chakra absorbed began to flow back into him, and feeling the surge of energy coursing through his body, Suiguan felt a surge of confidence, promptly turning towards the direction of Bibao Shirzong. Moments later, observing the water stains on the ground, Suiguan furrowed his brow. Has he been taken away? At that instant, a rush of air sliced through the atmosphere, prompting Suiguan to instinctively raise Samahata in defense. He witnessed the decapitating blade slicing through the air, sparking as it grazed the scales of Samahata. The thwarted blade embedded itself at an angle into the earth, and Suiguan gazed ahead, where a figure flickered in and out of visibility. A water-based ninjutsu was unleashed, yet it met nothing but emptiness. Such swift body flicker technique. At that moment, several silhouettes began to emerge around him. Water clones, Such insignificant distractions are merely an offering. As the figures became increasingly distinct, Sueguan employed the Great Waterfall technique to clear the arena. Meanwhile, Silas, positioned at the edge of the mist, chuckled at the water nearly reaching his calves. The silhouettes perceived by Sueguan were merely illusions conjured by Silas's basic cloning technique, utilizing minimal chakra. The opponent's decision to deploy such a vast array of ninjutsu at once was evidently imprudent. Yet considering the replenishment of chakra through Samahata, this tactical arrangement was still sensible. However, this convenience played into my hands. Initially contemplating a surprise attack using magnet release to manipulate the decapitating blade, such measures would now be unnecessary, for shadow clones emerged, dispersing to the corners of the arena. Each produced 2 shuriken, embedding them in the water, and commenced channeling lightning ninjutsu, electrifying the water. As is well known, when electricity is introduced into water, oxygen and hydrogen are generated at the respective positive and negative electrodes. With his mastery over lightning release, he could easily simulate a pathway akin to a battery's terminals. In an instant, a cacophony of crackling echoed throughout the arena. What is this boy scheming? Sueguan was utterly perplexed by Silas's actions, and as the sounds reverberated around him, an ominous feeling stirred within. Those lacking in strength ought to distance themselves. As the 4 shadow clones expended all their chakra to decompose the water, Sylas called out loudly, grasping the unconscious Pai Pashakizo with his right hand. Sylas leaped towards the spectator stands, casting a chakra-infused explosive tag into the air. You are out of bounds. The referee reminded him. I am aware. But my ninjutsu is not yet complete. Earth style, earth flow wall. Suddenly, countless earthen walls materialized around the arena. This technique nearly depleted Sylas's entire chakra reserve. What are you doing? The referee had never witnessed such a spectacle, and before he could utter his next words, he was stunned by a thunderous explosion. The sound reverberated throughout the entire hidden mist village, and those nearby felt the ground tremble beneath them. Even the freshly conjured earthen walls seemed on the verge of collapse. Supported only by the reinforcement efforts of numerous earth-release ninjas, ultimately managing to withstand the blast. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, the onlookers beheld the devastated arena and swallowed hard. What kind of ninjutsu is this? On the charred ground, a shadowy figure lay collapsed. As the crowd approached, they could faintly detect the scent of cooked flesh. It's Lord Suigetsu's pufferfish spirit. He is still alive. The crowd gasped in astonishment. From the high platform, Sylas glanced at the semi-conscious Suigetsu and remarked, what a fortunate life he leads. Yagura had instructed him to create chaos, but had not specified the extent. In this state, it undoubtedly met his expectations, perhaps even exceeding them. What is going on? Yagura arrived, surveying the near ruins of the arena in bewilderment. It's nothing. I merely unleashed a small ninjutsu, Sylas remarked nonchalantly. Yagura gazed at the fate of the watermelon and pufferfish demon lying on the ground, a smirk spreading across his face. Is this what you call minor ninjutsu? All I intended was to seize this opportunity to suppress them, ensuring their compliance with my actions. Are you not inadvertently inciting rebellion? This was a misunderstanding of Sylas regarding his leadership's intentions. He believed that Obito was signaling Yagura to incite his subordinates to revolt, allowing him to subsequently win them over and strengthen the future Akatsuki organization. In his effort to align with Obito's strategies while preventing the narrative from straying too far, he ended up saving Piwa Shirzong. Otherwise, the Akatsuki would suffer the loss of a significant member. As for the fate of the watermelon and pufferfish demon, Sylas truly did not concern himself with it. I have heard that your medical ninjutsu is quite proficient. Perhaps there's still a chance for salvation, Yagura stated, unwilling to lose such a formidable ally at this juncture. It was an oversight. He had not anticipated this young man to be so formidable. Upon hearing this, Sylas inwardly lamented, had I known I would need to save him, I would not have been so harsh. Nevertheless, he complied with Yagura's instructions and approached the watermelon mountain puffer demon to administer treatment. The numerous ninjas surrounding them observed, with astonishment, as the puffer demon, who had been struggling to breathe, soon found his respiration becoming smooth under Sylas's care. They could not help but mentally exclaim, what a miraculous healer. The thought crossed their minds that it would be splendid if such a medical ninja could exist in our hidden mist village as well. As for Sylas's earlier remark, bluntly stating that everyone present was worthless, it was promptly disregarded. After all, he possessed such formidable skills. In that moment, everyone contemplated how to forge a closer bond with Sylas, for this extraordinary healing ninjutsu could very well save their lives in critical times. Ahem. Moments later, the watermelon frost puffer demon awakened, his charred eyelids fluttering as bloodshot eyes emerged, gazing at Silas, who was treating him so closely. He now dared not utter a single word. Another 6 months of recovery will suffice. Silas rose and spoke. Shikaku, observing the seemingly unscathed Suikazan Numa, let out a sigh of relief. However, upon turning to glance at the curled-up J-Key and the shattered decapitation blade on the ground, he felt a wave of discontent wash over him, especially considering the grievous injuries suffered by Pipa JZ, that wretched lad, having incapacitated 2 of my formidable allies. Were it not for my prior knowledge of your true capabilities, I might have genuinely believed you were sent by Konoha to outmaneuver me. Pipa JZ and Suikazen Numa shall first recuperate, while J-Key will temporarily remain in the custody of GK. The new name of Sylas is 5-5 Open. According to the customs of the Hidden Mist Village, the blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen will be inherited by the challengers who defeat them. Sylas has triumphed over 2 wielders of the ninja blades in a single encounter, yet it is impossible to bestow upon him 2 such weapons. Coincidentally, his decapitating blade has shattered, necessitating a considerable period for restoration, leaving only the option to grant him the shark skin. It turns out, he is known as 50-50. For the past fortnight, the identity of the enigmatic masked boy who has been by the Mizukage side has remained shrouded in mystery. But now they have finally uncovered his name. This name was deliberately chosen by Silas, as his prowess will soon enable him to stand out in the Hidden Mist Village. And intelligence regarding him will undoubtedly be gathered by numerous ninja villages. Even if he does not overtly employ techniques such as the Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, Raikiri, or Summoning Jutsu, when Kakashi encounters the name 50-50, he will certainly recognize his identity. Silas picked up the coiled and shrunk form of the shark muscle, which had diminished to nearly half its size, and began to infuse it with his chakra. In the aftermath of the explosion, it had expended nearly all of its chakra to preserve both the watermelon mountain pufferfish spirit and its own life. Now, a surge of exceptionally high-quality chakra flowed into its being, akin to a parched individual in the desert discovering a refreshing spring. The shark muscle unfurled its scales, greedily absorbing Silas's chakra. However, after a brief moment, Silas ceased the infusion. With his chakra reserves already scant, the shark muscle's voracious consumption nearly left him as a mere husk. Observing the meager level 3 chakra refinement technique and the scant balance of liberation points on his panel, Silas steeled his resolve and upgraded it to level 5. Feeling the abundant sensation of chakra constantly being refined within him, he placed his hand upon the shark muscle. To his astonishment, the rates of absorption and recovery were remarkably similar. Silas and the shark skin were both filled with joy. One rejoiced at the absence of worries regarding a lack of blue resources, while the other celebrated having secured a long-term benefactor. A perfect partnership, one wielding a blade alongside the other. As the ecstatic shark skin reveled in delight, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost was struck with anguish, spitting out blood and internally lamenting. I never imagined you would be such a traitorous blade. Before I have even departed, you have already embraced another. Witnessing the infusion of strange substances into his beloved treasure, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost felt his blood boil, his pressure soar, and he fainted on the spot. With the arena transformed into such chaos, the CH9 exams could only be postponed. With a command from Yagura, everyone returned to their homes. Soon, word spread throughout the Hidden Mist Village of a mysterious boy known as 50-50, who had swiftly defeated 2 wielders of the ninja blade. Within the Ninja Academy of the Hidden Mist Village, a senior student, his neck and face wrapped in white bandages, listened intently as his classmates vividly recounted the tale of 50-50's monumental victory over Pipa Shiz and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. He found himself captivated. The thunderous sound had echoed across half of the Hidden Mist Village, leading him to initially believe the village was under siege, only to discover it was merely a jutsu. One could only surmise the formidable strength of that individual. Do you think we might have a chance of being accepted as disciples by that Lord 50-50? In an instant, Silas became the focal point of discussions within the Hidden Mist Village, and the rumors surrounding him grew increasingly absurd. The first version of the rumor claimed that although 50-50 appeared to be a youth, he was actually of the same age as the 4th Mizukage. The second version asserted that 50-50 was a contemporary of the 4th Mizukage. The third version declared, shocking, the illustrious 50-50 has a familial connection to the 4th Mizukage. The fourth version took an even more ludicrous turn, discarding any sense of shock and bluntly stating, 50-50 is the twin brother of the 4th Mizukage. Within the Mizukage Tower, Yagura, engaged in conversation with Silas, sneezed repeatedly, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had gained a brother. Had he known how outrageous the village rumors had become, he might have been infuriated enough to transform into a tailed beast. I shall petition the Elder Council to allow you to bypass the Jonin examination directly. He was now aware of the underlying reasons, recognizing that all Silas had accomplished was in accordance with his directives. However, he had not anticipated the commotion would be so significant, resulting in the village losing 2 wielders of the ninja blade, likely leaving them without missions for several months. The already financially strapped Hidden Mist village faced further hardship. Thus, Yagura had a sudden inspiration, deciding to have Silas fill the void left by the two. With his abilities, it was likely that his task completion efficiency would rival that of Peepa Shiz and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost combined. Chapter 43. Have you ever seen a guard who leaves work on time? The elders expressed that if he was willing to demonstrate that jutsu, he could be exempted from the Jonin examination process. Silas cast a fleeting glance at Yagura and nonchalantly remarked, I apologize, but the secret techniques I have developed are not for dissemination. Yagura was not taken aback, for this young man's identity was indeed peculiar. He could merely be regarded as an auxiliary member of the Hidden Mist village. Very well, prepare for the assessment. Please arrive at the training grounds this evening. I regret to inform you that my working hours have concluded for today, and I am due for rest over the next 2 days. Therefore, I shall send my shadow clone to partake in the evaluation. Silas glanced at the time, picked up the shark skin, and departed from the water shadow building. As he left, he created a shadow clone to attend the assessment in his stead. You, Yagura, found yourself at a loss for words. It seemed that I was the only one in the entire ninja world who encountered such punctuality in a bodyguard. As his guardian, Silas was expected to remain by his side at all times. However, Silas stubbornly clung to notions of a 9-to-5 schedule, a 2-day weekend, and the comprehensive benefits that accompanied employment, insisting on signing a contract. He would proclaim, this is my rightful entitlement. When it came to matters outside of work hours, he would delegate them to his shadow clones. In Silas's words, overtime is an impossibility. It will never happen in this lifetime. The only way to scrape by is to engage in a bit of mischief during working hours. Earning a salary while at work is what every laborer deserves. But to earn a salary while indulging in leisurely pursuits at work, that is truly a reward for oneself. Silas remains indifferent to their thoughts. Who is Yagura? Currently, he is merely a puppet of Obito. Their relationship is not one of hierarchy. At best, they are partners, and even that is temporary. It is entirely possible that one day Silas may eliminate the white Zetsu cells in his heart, leading to their inevitable parting. It is not beyond reason that they might even engage in a fierce confrontation. Thus, he has no intention of toiling tirelessly for the construction of the Will of Mist. On the way home, the peculiar glances from the crowd caught him off guard. After all, he is the twin brother of the 4th Hokage. Vaguely, Silas overheard their discussions. What was that? Twins? Have you all misunderstood something? In a moment of realization, he grasped the situation, yet he could not be bothered to clarify. A misunderstanding serves to lessen his burdens. Upon returning to his residence at the border of the Hidden Mist village, Silas commenced meditation, focusing on the cultivation of his water chakra. Perhaps due to the climate of the land of water, he found that the cultivation of his water chakra progressed surprisingly, at a pace comparable to that of his earth chakra. Silas estimated that within 6 months, he would accomplish his goal. He began to envision a scene where he gathered all the bloodline limits of the ninja world. Immersed in fantasies of delivering powerful blows to the likes of Six Paths Madara and kicking Kagaya Otsutsuki, Silas maintained a meditative posture until the stroke of midnight, when he finally succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, the shadow clones that had emerged from his being gradually dissipated, their memories returning to Silas's mind. The following day, he awoke from a nightmare, having experienced an exceedingly peculiar dream. In this dream, the shadow clones, once diligent, selfless, and committed to accumulating knowledge on his behalf, had somehow gained their own consciousness. After Silas had summoned them for a learning task, each clone turned on him, delivering a resounding slap and exclaiming, "Down with the capitalist," before taking their own lives. How terrifying! Silas gazed upon the shadow clones diligently engaged in their studies within the confines of the room, feeling a twinge of guilt for the relentless demands he had placed upon them. Each day was akin to a ceaseless grind, devoid of respite. Where even sustenance was a luxury, any capitalist would weep at the thought. In a moment of contemplation, he decided to dissolve all shadow clones, granting both himself and them a well-deserved reprieve. As memories flooded back, Silas closed his eyes to assimilate these recollections. Terumime? To his astonishment, he encountered a familiar figure within his memories. This particular recollection stemmed from a shadow clone that had participated in the recent Jonin examination. The news of the 50-50 candidate entering the Jonin assessment swiftly spread throughout the entire Hidden Mist village, inciting curiosity among numerous Jonin who expressed their desire to witness the event. Among them was the village's prodigious ninja, Terumime. In the heat of battle, Silas beheld the captivating figure of Kagayaheim seated in the audience. As for the Ch-Nin exams, they were merely a formality. Furthermore, the Jonin he faced in combat, having suffered defeat at the hands of two renowned wielders of the ninja blades, nearly conceded outright. Silas has officially ascended to the rank of Jonin in the Hidden Mist village. On his ninja dossier, aside from the name 50-50, there exists a void of information. 2 days later, Silas reluctantly returned to the Mizuki's building, concluding his brief respite to serve as a guard for Yagura. You need not return henceforth, Yagura stated upon their first encounter. What is the meaning of this? I was led to believe this position was both effortless and lucrative. Yet before I have even received my first month's salary, my employer wishes to dismiss me? The village is in dire need of manpower to accomplish various missions, particularly with the injuries sustained by Pipa Shiz and Suka Mizuho, leaving some tasks that should have been assigned to them to fall upon your shoulders instead. Upon hearing this, Silas realized that it was due to his actions in incapacitating the two renowned Crimson Flower twin staves of Misty Hidden Village that he was reluctantly assigned to take on a post. If I must go, very well, he mused, but first, I must inquire about the remuneration for the task. Clearing his throat, he added, never mind. I shall proceed at once. Silas had initially intended to inquire about the distribution ratio of the task's rewards, but upon witnessing the tense veins bulging on Shikaku's forehead and the ominous signs of a tailed beast cloak manifesting on his person, he wisely chose to refrain from further questioning. It turned out to be a long-term war mission. Moments later, as Silas emerged from the assembly hall, he gazed at the task scroll in his hand and murmured softly. The origin of the mission dated back over a year, when two small nations discovered a mineral deposit along their border. This led to a fierce conflict, with the nation at a disadvantage seeking assistance from the village hidden in the clouds, while the other nation, equally defiant, issued a task to the village hidden in the mist. He would partake in this endeavor in the capacity of a field commander. Silas concluded the conflict between Konoha and the village hidden in the mist, initially believing that the wars of the ninja world had reached a cessation. However, he soon realized that the power struggles among the great nations merely adopted a different form of continuation. The aspiration to bestow genuine peace upon the world grew increasingly vivid in Silas's heart. The first step towards this goal was to ensure that the name 50-50 resonated throughout the entire ninja realm. A day later, upon arriving at the battlefield, Silas integrated himself into the ranks of the Mist Village's forces. Hey, who is this little brat? Remove your mask and let me see. A drunken ninja, spotting a stranger among the troops, attempted to unmask Silas, only to be swiftly overpowered and thrown to the ground. As he felt the blade of a kunai pressed firmly against his throat, the intoxicated man instantly sobered. I am Meichuan Karan, a Jonin of the Mist Village. I did not realize who you were. In an instant, he instinctively adopted a tone of respect. 50-50. Silas revealed his pseudonym. What? This is the newly appointed Jonin of the village, 50-50. It is said that he is a twin brother of the fourth Hokage. The camp instantly buzzed with excitement. The news of Silas nearly annihilating the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon and his subsequent promotion to Jonin reached the front lines yesterday, sparking considerable interest among them regarding this newly elevated Jonin. Silas gazed at the raucous camp, his brow furrowing in discontent. In such a sensitive period, the revelry and indulgence in alcohol seemed utterly misplaced. One might mistakenly believe they were celebrating a victory. Yet, Silas was acutely aware of the dire situation on the front lines. The strength of Yumin Village surpassed that of Wuin Village, despite having recently endured a significant defeat at the hands of Konoha. Engaging Wuin Village would pose no challenge. In light of the unfavorable circumstances, how could they afford the luxury of drinking? With such disregard for military discipline, could they truly engage in battle? On the ground, Meichuan Karan noticed Silas as concerned and spoke up. Are you worried about our drinking, my lord? In his mind, he instinctively regarded this twin brother of the fourth Mizuki as a representative of Yagura, believing that the very reason for summoning his own brother was to oversee the troops. As Silas released his grip on the shuriken, Meichuan Kiralang let out a sigh of relief. My lord, we cannot be entirely blamed for this. Meichuan Kiralang elaborated on the recent circumstances, And upon hearing this, Silas finally came to a realization. It became evident that the high-pressure policies implemented after Obito took control of the supply lines had resulted in an alarmingly high casualty rate among the frontline ninjas. The nature of warfare inherently carries a significant loss of life. However, the new regulations established by the supply lines dictated that failure in a mission also equated to death. Moreover, the medical infrastructure in the Hidden Mist village was virtually non-existent. Those ninjas who managed to survive the grueling missions, battered and bruised, returned to the camp only to await their grim fate in despair. Thus, these ninjas lived each day with the understanding that tomorrow is uncertain. They craved a moment of respite. My lord, I implore you to consider the plight of those of us who toil relentlessly on the front lines. Water Shadow, I trust you will heed our plea. It was then that Silas suddenly recalled that he bore the title of a true brother of the Arrow Tower. Aware of the misunderstanding, he chose not to clarify, instead opting to evade the issue through silence. Given the circumstances, it would be more prudent to seize the opportunity to win over these individuals. First, lead me to the wounded. I cannot allow my brothers to endure suffering, he proclaimed. Rest assured, my dear brothers, now that I have arrived, I shall not stand idly by, Silas proclaimed loudly, and in that moment, the gazes of those around him transformed. Lord Wu Wu Kai is truly a benevolent soul. Moments later, under the miraculous healing prowess of Silas, a wounded individual, who was on the brink of death, astonishingly regained vitality. Not to mention that Silas adeptly employed shadow clones to perform the extraordinary feat of simultaneous healing in multiple threads. The many Hidden Mist villagers were overwhelmed with excitement, nearly exclaiming, "Divine healer." Brothers, I cannot alter the policies decreed by the Water Shadow. However, I assure you, as long as you still draw breath when you return to the camp, I, Wu Wu Kai, will ensure you leave here full of life. The oppressive policies imposed by Yagura were merely a manifestation of Obito's wrath. Silas was reluctant to confront Obito in such matters. He had no choice but to rely on his medical skills to win the hearts of the people. Upon hearing Silas's assurance and witnessing the once gravely injured individuals transform in mere moments into lively beings, the crowd found renewed faith in Silas's promises. We need not succumb to despair any longer. With a glimmer of hope for survival, they were naturally unwilling to relinquish their chance. In that instant, their admiration for Silas soared. Silas surveyed the adoring gazes surrounding him, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 44, Bringing Science to the Ninja World. Upon arriving at the front lines, Silas, with his exceptional medical ninjutsu and the remarkable efficiency of his shadow clones, managed to reduce the casualty rate of the Mist Village to a mere 20%, single-handedly altering the course of battle. As long as an individual could return to the camp, even if missing limbs, Silas could restore them to their former state, bringing severed appendages along with them. The combination of level 5 limb suturing and level 5 healing techniques proved to be unparalleled. As time passed, the Hidden Cloud Village gradually recognized this fact. A mist ninja, who had been pierced through the chest by a kunai, was seen vibrant and lively on the battlefield the following day. Such occurrences transpired countless times. In an instant, some cloud ninjas who had previously experienced the war against the Leaf Village recalled the dread they had felt in their encounters. Yet again, it was a war of attrition. The cloud side dispatched numerous scouts and, after incurring significant losses, finally uncovered the cause. The tale began 6 months prior when a mist ninja known as 50-50 arrived at the front lines, who also happened to be the younger brother of the 4th Mizukichi. How infuriating! Why have medical ninjas become so undervalued? Reflecting on their prior defeat against the Leaf, attributed to the prowess of medical ninjas, they could not help but lament. My lord 50-50, this is the item you requested. Within the central tent of the Mist Ninja camp, several artisans entered. They were originally responsible for the forging and maintenance of weapons at the front, but had been commissioned by Lord 50-50 to create a special device. Silas, meditating with his eyes closed, opened them. As per your specifications, the transmission components of this motor are entirely constructed from chakra-conducting metal. The propeller is made from a unique material that is exceptionally lightweight, yet possesses extraordinary hardness. The leading artisan unfurled a scroll and began to report on their progress to Silas. Thank you for your hard work. Observing the special device laid out on the ground, Silas felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Ever since he had utilized lightning release 6 months ago in the Mist Village to achieve the chemical reaction that decomposed water into hydrogen and oxygen, resulting in a significant explosion, a peculiar thought had lingered in his mind. If lightning release could serve as a source of electrical current, Why not create a direct current motor? Moreover, in contrast to electric motors of the past, his concept even eliminated the need for a power source. With my chakra recovery abilities, could it not be considered a perpetual motion machine? Upon arriving at the front lines, he began to develop this idea. Soon after, he produced a blueprint, and after integrating the insights of the artisans in this world, he completed the final draft. As Silas stepped forward, the moment his right hand made contact with the engine, it abruptly vanished from sight. This was yet another manifestation of Silas's mastery over the Flying Thunder God technique. With a flawless execution of this technique, he was even capable of conjuring a personal subspace to store his belongings. Amidst the artisan's expression of bewilderment, Silas suddenly lifted his gaze, and beneath his mask, a pair of crimson Sharingan spun wildly. Silas cast an illusion upon them. From the inception of the electric motor, he employed this sorcery to ensure that the artisans divulged no information to anyone. Now, he directly utilized the illusion to erase their memories of this period. Several craftsmen, in a daze, departed, and upon regaining their senses, they would forget their work on the electric motor for Silas. Of course, if someone were to probe the depths of their memories, they could unearth this recollection. However, the blueprints for the engine designed by Silas were still missing a crucial component, a powerful magnet. The magnetic properties of natural magnets did not meet Silas's requirements. For his ultimate ambition was to construct an aircraft. Only through magnetic evasion could a magnet of the strength Silas desired be created. This electric motor would possess genuine utility. The perfected Flying Thunder God technique would enable his teleportation to nearly encompass the entire ninja world. Wherever a technique existed, he could instantaneously arrive. Yet, his technique could not cover every corner of the ninja realm. In areas where teleportation was impossible, one would naturally have to rely on their own legs. In this world, ninjas could achieve a normal speed of several dozen kilometers for extended hours. However, Silas, accustomed to transportation in his previous life, could hardly tolerate the cumbersome public transport. Moreover, once the aircraft was manufactured, it could transform into a formidable weapon. In Silas's vision, this invention would be more effective than even the legendary Hashirama Senju. Based on his own experiences, during long-distance travel, if chakra reserves were insufficient, the efficiency of the Flying Thunder God technique might fall short compared to that of an airplane. If one side of a conflict possessed a method to airdrop large forces deep into enemy territory, then the necessity for war itself would be called into question. Now, all that remained was to await the opportune moment to escape the watchful gaze of White Zetsu. Silas glanced at the information displayed on the panel and mused to himself. Jiraiya's Liberation Progress. 100 Golden Liberation Points. 1. As for the ordinary liberation points, Silas had long since ceased to concern himself with them. Over the past 6 months, the existing liberation progress had all reached at least 60. Even Uchiha Shursui, whom Silas had never met, had contributed 12 liberation points to him. Yet, despite the abundance of liberation points, he refrained from indiscriminate usage. Only skills that had attained level 3 would be enhanced using liberation points. Healing technique. Perfect level. Silas emerged from the tent, marking the first time in a month that his true self had ventured beyond this place. Ever since Jiraiya achieved his liberation a month prior, he had devoted himself to rigorous training, and just moments ago, he had finally completed the cultivation of the water chakra seed. Lord 50/50. The members of the camp greeted Silas with genuine respect, their admiration stemming from the depths of their hearts. Silas is not only an exceptional healer but also leads the charge in every battle, embodying the spirit of a true leader. Originally intended to oversee the front line, Silas finds himself fighting at the forefront instead. Each time he steps onto the battlefield, the morale of the Mist Warriors surges, significantly enhancing their combat effectiveness. With his innate ability to provide team buffs, some perceive Silas as more suited for this role than his notoriously ruthless brother, Yagura. Silas arrived at the battlefield hospital and, after a brief moment of observation, took a severely injured ninja from his shadow clone. The right leg appeared to be ensnared in an enemy trap, riddled with shurikens and spikes. According to the usual procedure, it would suffice to remove the shurikens and then employ a healing technique to restore the injury. However, the prospect of a flawless healing technique inspired Silas to devise a novel approach. Brother, I shall attempt an entirely new method. Should anything go awry, your family and village will be taken care of. Chapter 45. A new mission has arisen. Lord Wuwukai, feel free to proceed. You have already saved my life. Upon receiving consent, Silas raised his right hand, channeling wind chakra into his palm. With a swift motion, he executed a descending blow. A sickening sound echoed as the opponent's right leg was severed. While bystanders struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, Silas initiated the healing technique. Amidst the radiant, life-affirming green light, the onlookers seemed to witness a miracle. Before their eyes, the severed limb began to regenerate, bones and flesh gradually forming anew. Observing the delicate new leg juxtaposed against the severed one on the ground, the crowd exchanged astonished glances. This phenomenon transcended mere medical ninjutsu, did it not? Lord Wu Wu Kai is remarkable. An unknown voice broke the silence, and suddenly the entire camp erupted in cheers, with even those unaware of the circumstances joining in. The term remarkable had originated from Silas himself. As Silas returned to his quarters, covering his face in embarrassment, he gazed at the discolored skin on his chest and formulated a plan. During his previous performance, he had infused his chest wound with white Zetsu cells, which also affected his heart. To eliminate the white Zetsu cells, he could either opt for a painstaking surgical removal, though Zetsu would certainly not grant him that opportunity, or he could replace his heart entirely. Silas could not engage in any heinous acts of murder for the sake of the heart. Instead, he awaited the perfection of healing techniques to bestow upon him a delightful surprise. Indeed, the perfected healing art had reached a level where it could accomplish such feats. Severed limbs could regenerate, so too could the heart. However, before that, there were still matters he needed to attend to. At the very least, he aimed to master the absolute wood release, and he had no intention of overlooking the two forms of release used by Kaguya. A letter from the water shadow had arrived. An umbu from the hidden mist appeared outside the tent. After delivering the correspondence, the umbu did not vanish, but instead gazed at Silas. Upon finishing the letter, Silas furrowed his brow. To his astonishment, Yagura had summoned him back. Although the correspondence mentioned that other tasks were to be assigned to him, and that the recovering Wukong, the pufferfish, and Pai Pa Shirzong would take over his duties on the battlefield, Silas sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Could it be that Obito believed his presence was jeopardizing his plans for vengeance and sought to recall him? Frankly, Silas harbored a reluctance to return to the Hidden Mist Village. He had found his time here immensely fulfilling, partly devoted to mastering ninjutsu with his shadow clones, partly honing his skills on the battlefield, and partly engaged in healing the sick and winning the hearts of the people. Silas estimated that if he remained for another 6 months, the ninjas on the front lines would only be aware of the concept of a 50-50 chance, oblivious to the existence of the water shadow's arrows. The umbu reminded him, the water shadow commands you to return to the village promptly upon receiving the message. Silas cast a glance at his companion, feeling that he ought to bid them farewell. The umbu remained silent, merely stepping aside to grant him passage. Lord Wu Wu Kai, it appears that Mei Chuan Ku Erlang has now become Silas's foremost subordinate. Ever since he returned to the camp, gravely wounded and on the brink of death from multiple stab wounds while fulfilling a mission several months ago, saved by Silas's intervention, he vowed his unwavering loyalty to Lord Wu Wu Kai. Life, after all, is of paramount importance. Upon learning that the umbu had arrived and made their way directly to Silas's residence, an unsettling feeling surged within him, prompting his immediate arrival. It's nothing. Lord Mizuki's has summoned me back. Henceforth, you must exercise caution during your missions, he advised. Upon hearing the news of Silas's impending return to the village, a multitude of ninjas surged forward. Observing Lord Wu Wu Kai, who appeared as if he were headed to the gallows to deliver his last words, a wave of indignation washed over the crowd. Surely, it was due to Lord Wu Wu Kai's immense popularity over the past 6 months that the current Mizuki harbored jealousy and sought to eliminate him, in stark contrast to the brutal Yagura, who lingered in the village. Silas's dedication to healing the wounded and his tireless efforts on the front lines illuminated his noble and grandiose character. Despite being twin brothers, the disparity between them was striking. My lord, do not depart. We cannot bear to lose you. Silas merely shook his head, his hesitance etched in the hearts of the numerous ninjas within the camp. As they watched the departing figure of Lord Wu Wu Kai, a singular thought emerged among them. How splendid it would be if Lord Wu Wu Kai could ascend to the position of the village's leader. Did Yagura mention anything to you regarding my return? Silas inquired, seeking to alleviate the monotony of the journey back to the village as he addressed the umbu trailing closely behind him. Wu Wu Kai, do remember your station. How dare you utter the name of the Mizuki so casually? Whispers of a rumor had circulated, claiming that the masked figure, whose stature matched that of Lord Yagura and possessed formidable prowess, was in fact the twin brother of Lord Yagura. Yet, Silas was well aware that this was merely a fabrication. As Silas observed the utter dullness of his companion, he chose to remain silent throughout the journey, ultimately returning to the hidden mist village the following night. Silas, you have performed admirably during this period, spoke Kiyotaka, as he dismissed the guards from the Water Shadow's office. At that moment, Obito also made his entrance. You have a new assignment. Proceed to the land of snow and eliminate a target. Silas originally believed he was to undertake an assassination of a significant figure, but was taken aback by the subsequent words of Obito. Kakashi Hitaki. Silas. That fellow, who has fortuitously acquired the eyes of the Uchiha clan, fails to appreciate their worth and has the audacity to forsake them. Silas. This is an affront to our Uchiha lineage. He will lead a team to the land of snow to undertake a mission. You must eliminate him. Obito's tone exhibited a noticeable shift in intensity. Before his defection, Silas sealed Kakashi's Sharingan using a sealing technique, intending to unleash it when the moment called for it. However, it appears that Obito is unaware of this fact. Obito mistakenly believes that Kakashi has discarded the heirloom he entrusted to him. This is your trial. Kill him. Improve your strength and worthiness. Only then will I introduce you to the inner circle of the organization. A trial, indeed? It is evident that you find it difficult to strike down an old comrade. Given Obito's current prowess, dispatching Kakashi should pose no challenge. Yet, he hesitates to harm his own teacher, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to act against Kakashi. Understood. Silas seized the opportunity to engage with Kakashi and gain insight into the current affairs of Konoha. Upon learning that Silas had accepted the mission, Obito swiftly utilized his Kamui to depart from the hidden mist village. This time, 2 companions were designated for you, as Yagura suddenly interjected. With my prowess, I hardly require teammates. Yagura remained silent, indicating that Silas had no choice but to acquiesce. At Training Ground 3, the 2 should be awaiting your arrival. Reluctantly, Silas made his way to the training ground, where he beheld 2 figures in the arena, Kisame Hashigaki, and the other is Zabuza Momochi. Chapter 46. Zabuza, something seems amiss. Within the training ground, the 2 were merely practicing their taijutsu. Presently, Zabuza was no match for Kisame, his face flushed with embarrassment amidst the latter's taunts. 50-50, my lord. Zabuza exclaimed upon noticing Silas nearby, hastily addressing him. Kisame also halted his movements, directing his gaze towards him. So the companions spoken of by the Mizukage are you too? Silas was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, I would be most grateful for your esteemed guidance. Arka, brimming with enthusiasm, continued. Here are the specifics of the mission for your perusal, esteemed senior. However, Keime's tone remained unruffled as she presented the mission scroll. Her striking emerald eyes fixed intently upon Silas. The younger brother of the daimyo of the Land of Snow sought to assassinate his elder sibling and usurp the throne, prompting him to seek assistance from the hidden mist. Originally, the responsibility for this mission rested upon 3 ninjas from the Yuki clan. However, upon learning that Kakashi, who had forsaken his left eye, would also be dispatched to the Land of Snow, Obito harbored the intention of having Silas eliminate Kakashi. Since we shall be comrades henceforth, let us become better acquainted. Silas inquired, eager to discern the current prowess of both Koyomi and Zabuza. Koyomi, a jonin, excels in water release techniques and possesses a rare bloodline limit known as boil release, capable of melting objects. Silas nodded, yet his thoughts wandered. Is it solely the boiling release? It remains uncertain whether she has yet to master the dissolution technique or is deliberately concealing her abilities. Zabuza, the skilled lower ninja, initially intended to boast of his proficiency in taijutsu. However, the recent admonishment from Terumi may rendered him momentarily speechless. He excelled in both taijutsu and swordsmanship. It was Terumi Mei who finally spoke. This young man had single-handedly eliminated all his peers during last month's ninja graduation examination, relying solely on his mastery of swordsmanship and taijutsu. Silas gazed at Zabuza, who was nearly of the same height as himself, pondering the ruthlessness of the man before him. Was this precisely the nature of the policies in the hidden mist? Even if I refrain from slaying them, they are destined to perish at the hands of their own comrades. Thus, I might as well bear this burden myself. Zabuza spoke these words with utmost seriousness. Over the past 6 months, the promotion system among the Mist ninjas had become exceedingly brutal. The practice of allowing ninjas to slaughter one another had nearly become the norm in the hidden mist. Even upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, the casualty rate stood at a staggering 50%. For a moment, even Mei Terumi fell silent. But it matters not. All of this will change. Silas smiled. So, won't you introduce yourself? Senior? After Mei Yin's remark, Zaibu also looked at Silas with great interest. I have a basic understanding of the concept of 50-50. Upon reflection, Silas realized the truth of the matter. Aside from the recently acquired water techniques, he had indeed mastered all other forms of ninjutsu. At the very least, he possessed several level 3 ninjutsu skills. Upon hearing this, Kahaku Mei displayed a captivating smile. Might I request a demonstration from you, esteemed senior? Given that Silas's physique and strength bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Mizukage, Yagura, the villagers often referred to him as the twin brother of Yagura, the esteemed figure known as 50-50. How else could one explain his sudden emergence as a bodyguard during Yagura's strict regime, subsequently being dispatched to the front lines as an overseer for 6 months? Who, besides a blood relative, could earn such profound trust from Yagura? Let us discuss the sparring at a later time. I have just returned from the front and am in dire need of rest. We shall convene at the port at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not be late. Silas gently patted the shoulder of Komi-Mei and waved goodbye as he departed. Her eyes narrowed, reflecting Silas's figure. Could he truly be the brother of Lord Mizukage? At the age of 16, and having matured at an extraordinary rate, Komi-Mei occasionally pondered the dynamics between men and women. However, as a prodigious bloodline ninja from the Hidden Mist, her standards were undeniably high. In terms of strength, while Silas may not rival Yagura, the Jinchuriki, he certainly surpassed the other ninjas of the Hidden Mist. It was a pity that he was slightly older, otherwise his potential for boiling release, which had already slipped away, could have been nurtured. Gazing at the prompts on his interface, Silas began the cultivation of boiling release. The fire and water chakras swiftly merged, forming a brand new chakra within him. Following the magnetic release, he had acquired a second bloodline limit. The Land of Snow is situated on a small island adjacent to the Land of Water, requiring a boat ride from the port and a day-long journey to arrive. Of course, if it were just Silas alone, he could easily rely on his extraordinary endurance and make the journey on foot. Alas, the presence of 2 burdensome companions hindered his swift passage. The vast expanse of the sea was interrupted by unknown birds arriving from afar, only to be startled away by Zabaz's commanding voice. Lord 50-50, please accept me as your disciple. Huh? As Silas turned to gaze upon the fallen Zabuza, he was engulfed in contemplation. This narrative diverges somewhat from my expectations. Just as Silas wrestled with the decision of whether to accept Zabuza as his disciple, their destination, the Palace of the Land of Snow, was already reached by 3 ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village headbands. I hope you can protect my daughter, Fuka Koyaki. Understood. The leader of the ninjas raised his head, revealing a black mask that obscured half of his face, with a prominent scar running vertically down his left eye. It was none other than Kakashi, who had been commissioned to carry out the task. Behind him were 2 companions, members of a squad specially formed under the directive of the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya. All members possessed the Sharingan. The captain, Kakashi, along with 2 prodigies from the Uchiha clan, Itachi and Shursui. Brother Shursui, since the feudal lord of the Land of Snow is aware of his brother's impending betrayal, why not confront him directly? Itachi, this is not our concern. We must focus solely on our mission. Upon hearing the dialogue behind him, Kakashi muttered, who knows? Having witnessed too much in his lifetime, Kakashi held little faith in the benevolence of such a king. However, as a ninja, he believed it unwise to meddle in matters beyond the scope of his duties. This is an A-rank mission, but we must remain vigilant, as there is a possibility of encountering hostile ninjas. Stay alert. Yes, they responded in unison, observing the swift dispersal as they took up positions. Kakashi felt a sense of satisfaction. Since Lord Jiraiya assumed the role of the 5th Hokage, the ties with the Uchiha clan had not weakened due to Silas's defection. Rather, they had grown stronger. These 2 young Uchihas had been personally entrusted to Kakashi by Fugaku, tasked with accompanying him on this mission. At merely 9 years old, Shursui had already awakened his double Tomo Sharingan, while 7-year-old Itachi had recently opened his eyes just months prior. Kakashi resolved to nurture them diligently. He touched his left eye, remembering Obito's gift and Silas's sealing techniques, tokens of 2 dear friends. Naturally, Kakashi was eager to impart his knowledge to the kin of his companions. Chapter 47. Who would have thought you were such a person? I am the requester of this mission, Fukanuda. You are the ninja squad sent by the Mist Village to assist me? Upon arriving in the Land of Snow, Silas and his companions awaited at the designated spot outside the city as agreed. Upon seeing the 2 individuals in the squad, Silas and Zabuza, who were both under 1.5 meters tall, the newcomer's tone was laced with indignation. It's one thing to have a woman but at least she is a renowned genius ninja from the Mist Village. What can these two brats possibly contribute? Please, be a bit more courteous. Teacher Wu Wu Kai is indeed the biological brother of the fourth Mizukage. Ahem, such matters should not be spoken of so freely. Zabuza, who has already become the disciple of Sylas, could not tolerate hearing disrespectful remarks about his master, and promptly asserted Sylas's identity. However, Sylas cleverly interrupted Zabuza's words. Half-finished sentences often provoke greater speculation. Kazahana Nato is also a ninja, and his mother is a bloodline heir of the ice release. He, too, inherited this bloodline. In his youth, he served as a hired ninja in the hidden Mist Village, spending considerable time there and naturally encountering Yagura. Observing the resemblance in height between Sylas and Yagura, as well as the respect that Terumi showed him, he instantly completed Zabuza's unfinished thoughts. It turns out that this Wu Wu Kai is the biological brother of Lord Yagura. The fact that Lord Yagura sent his own brother to assist me is a kindness I, Kazahana Nato, must repay. In an instant, Kazahana Nato's demeanor transformed, revealing a self-satisfied smile. I beg your pardon, Lord Wu Wu Kai. I have been away from the hidden Mist Village for some time, and my information is outdated. I was unaware that you were Lord Yagura's brother. No, I am here on a mission. Do not concern yourself with such identities. Moreover, I have never acknowledged this. Please do not treat me differently because of it. Yes, my lord, your teachings are wise. However, certain courtesies should still be observed. I hold a certain influence in the land of snow, so if any of you have requests, please feel free to voice them. After listening to Sylas's self-justification, Kazahana Nato no longer doubted his identity. The brother of the Mizukage, what a prestigious position. He resolved to cling to this opportunity, believing that his ambitions of usurping the country might yet be realized. He vowed that whatever demands Sylas made, he would fulfill. This way, please. Kazahana Nato led the three back to the city. What need do you have for a maid? Why would you desire such a thing, Zabuza? Huh? I never asked for a maid. Isn't it you, master, who mentioned needing one? Unruly disciple. You dare not acknowledge it and attempt to shift the blame onto your master. I truly misjudged you. Zabuza hesitated but ultimately conceded his desire for a maid. Kazahana Nato, walking ahead, paused upon hearing the commotion behind him. It seems that Lord Wu Wu Kai's disciple wishes for a maid. How unexpected. This seemingly earnest, silent masked youth turns out to be such a person. Nevertheless, Kazahana Nato was in search of ways to ingratiate himself. He welcomed any request, fearing more the absence of demands than their presence. I apologize, my disciple is rather unrefined. So please do not take offense. I will ensure he is properly educated upon my return. Your Excellency, it is but a mere formality. You have traveled from afar, braving the harsh winds and relentless snow, and naturally, you must be utterly fatigued. In my domain, there happens to be a hot spring, renowned for its maidservant services, perfectly suited to welcome you and provide a soothing respite. Is this not rather fitting? Silas wore a troubled expression, indicating that he ought not to accept such a decrepit service. How could it not be appropriate? Fengwa Nuteo, discerning the half-hearted reluctance and hesitation in Silas's tone, immediately seized the opportunity to insist that it was indeed fitting. Meanwhile, the blushing Zabuza exchanged a glance with his companion, Terumi, revealing a resigned smile. Terumi shook her head, letting out a sigh. This fifth Hokage's apprentice was not what she had anticipated. Such a man, she realized, required a measure of caution in the future. Moreover, she had no need for a maidservant. An hour later, the trio followed Fengwa Nuteo to a hot spring establishment. He had not lied. This establishment indeed belonged to him. As a member of the royal family of the Land of Snow, despite being the second son with no claim to the throne, he still possessed his own enterprises. Ah, how delightful, Silas exclaimed, luxuriating in the hot spring while enjoying the massage from the maid behind him, releasing a sigh that sparked boundless imagination. Master, do you never remove your mask? Zabuza, who had never left the village, found himself in a state of awkwardness, having never experienced such treatment. He inquired, observing that his teacher wore a mask even while bathing in the hot spring. It's nothing. I simply prefer not to reveal my face lightly. That's quite understandable. After all, Sylas, the rogue ninja from Konoha and the former disciple of the fifth Hokage, would certainly attract unwanted attention if his identity were to be discovered. However, since you are my disciple, you are naturally entitled to see my face, correct? Zabuza felt a surge of joy. This signified that his teacher truly recognized him. His earlier burdens had not been in vain. So, may I? Terumi, having overheard their conversation, leapt over the several-meter-high fence to land on the ground. She, too, was curious about Silas's appearance. Of course, after all, we are teammates now. Silas removed the mask from his face, revealing an exceptionally youthful visage akin to that of a doll. Astonishingly, he bore a striking resemblance to Lord Yagura, almost 7 parts alike. Indeed, they were brothers. Both Zabuza and Terumi May instinctively contemplated this revelation, as if acknowledging the truth before them. After Silas spoke, he donned his mask once more. The visage that was revealed was not that of Silas, but rather a meticulously crafted face, an amalgamation of Yagura's features. Silas had long harbored the memory of Baiju's prior use of transformation techniques, which had ignited within him a resolute determination to master the skill to its fullest potential. Even if not perfected, attaining at least level 5 was imperative. Moreover, during his time on the front lines of the mist, he discovered that his identity as Yagura's biological brother bore a certain utility. This realization prompted him to employ the transformation technique, ensuring that both his stature and appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yagura. Now that Zabuza and Kagaya may had already glimpsed his true visage, it was only a matter of time before the rumor of his and Yagura being twins would solidify into undeniable truth upon their return. Silas harbored thoughts of Shikamaru and Obito already having arranged their fates. If one day the news of Shikamaru falling under the sway of an illusion spreads, who would be deemed most worthy to inherit the mantle of the Water Shadow? A figure deeply cherished by the frontline warriors, possessing exceptional medical skills, formidable strength, and having sacrificed familial ties for the greater good of the village. Bravely exposing his brother's secrets with the resolve to overthrow tyrannical rule, could there be a more fitting choice than the one known as 50-50? Chapter 48. The door opens, please. After you, master. After enjoying the hot springs, the three followed the maid's guidance to their quarters. Without hesitation, Zabuza took the lead and opened the door. Silas nodded with a sense of satisfaction, appreciating the thoughtfulness of this Zabuza, who, as his apprentice, was quite eager to open the door. Since his arrival in the ninja world nearly 2 years ago, this marked the first occasion he truly indulged in the pleasures of life. He had never anticipated such privileges while undertaking missions. It seems I ought to make the most of this apprentice of mine. Next time, I could inquire, what delectable treats do you desire? Who would have thought you possessed such a side, Zabuza? In the subsequent occasion, I might simply ask, what do you wish for? Indeed, quite promising. As Silas contemplated, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him, and even his gaze towards Zabuza was tinged with admiration. Unbeknownst to Zabuza, who believed his teacher was pleased with his performance, he silently resolved to excel in the future. The trio parted ways to rest, and once the others had departed, Silas rose and peered out the window, following the instinctive call of the Flying Thunder God technique to locate the position of FKNT. Although not among the elite, FKNT was far from a trivial character. In the movie, he had utilized his knowledge to develop an array of high-tech inventions, such as armor that enhances chakra, a train traversing the land of snow, and most importantly, the airship that piqued Silas's interest. A scientist on par with Orochimaru, Silas had no intention of letting him slip away, especially since he seemed to possess the ice release technique. Such a talent, confined within the land of snow, was an egregious waste. Individuals like him ought to join me in contributing to the construction of the Wheel of Fire. In the tranquil courtyard, FKNT was tinkering with a device he had created to amplify his chakra. Though merely a prototype, it undoubtedly held the potential to revolutionize the ninja world. The thought of presenting this invention to the Hidden Mist Village briefly crossed his mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. He was unwilling to submit to anyone. Once he became the daimyo of the Land of Snow, he would harness the resources of an entire nation to further his research, allowing him to establish his own standing in the ninja world, even surpassing the Hidden Mist Village and overpowering the 5 great nations. What is this Hidden Mist Village? Once I ascend as the ruler of the Land of Snow, I shall trample them all beneath my feet. Perhaps it was the earlier humiliation of bowing to Silas that had stirred his discontent, prompting him to vent his frustrations in solitude. TSK, TSK, TSK. I seem to have overheard something significant. FKNT, recognizing a familiar voice, trembled as he turned to see Silas perched upon the roof, cold sweat trickling down his brow. My lord, he stammered, at a loss for words. The recent actions of the Hidden Mist Village had grown increasingly brutal, disregarding even their own ninjas, let alone the Land of Snow. If this unpredictable figure were to return to the Hidden Mist Village and embellish his tales with notions of defiance, it would spell disaster. As a neighboring nation oppressed by the Land of Water, The military might of the Land of Snow was currently insufficient to contend with the likes of the twin brother of Lord Yagura. A single individual could potentially annihilate the nation. Do not fret, Silas reassured him, for I am no demon. Moreover, strictly speaking, you remain my employer. Silas leapt from the rooftop, gently patting Fenghua Nuteo on the shoulder while deftly retrieving the device from his grasp. Indeed, it was the ice release. A testament to the prowess of the ice release ninja. Silas squinted, sensing the emergence of the third bloodline within him. This display, however, startled Fenghua Nuteo. The gentleman was certainly no demon. From the very first glance, I discerned that he possessed a magnanimous spirit and would surely not take offense at my recent slip of the tongue. In an instant, Fenghua Nuteo transformed into a sycophant. Silas cast a fleeting glance at him, weighing the device in his hand. What is this? He inquired. This is a unique apparatus developed by the little ones, capable of enhancing the user's chakra. He disregarded the fact that this device represented his hope for dominance in the ninja world and quickly added, how intriguing. Is this what you intend to leverage to trample over the hidden mist village? Fenghua Nuteo lowered his head, hesitant to respond. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to Yagura. Oh, no, to Lord Mizukic, he continued. Of course, it all hinges on your performance. Thank you, my lord. Fenghua Nuteo was well aware of Silas's intentions. It was a ploy to coerce and win him over. May I inquire further? Are you planning to exploit the resources of the Land of Snow to conduct research on these devices while issuing a mission for usurpation? Silas suddenly inquired. Truly, my lord. Your foresight is remarkable. How is it that you know all this? Enough with the flattery. Let us get to the matter at hand, the lord replied. Well, my lord. It is as follows. Fenghua Nuteo began to recount his recent experiences. Not long ago, he had independently developed a chakra enhancement device and sought to utilize the resources of the Land of Snow to upgrade and mass-produce it. Should the ninjas of the Land of Snow possess such extraordinary armor, their military strength would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. However, the dilemma arose when he approached his elder brother, the feudal lord Fenghua Zhaoxue, requesting funds for research and development, only to be met with the disheartening news that their household was devoid of financial resources. Upon presenting the ledger, it became clear that even the landlord's estate was bereft of surplus. Fenghua Nuteo, upon hearing this, thought to himself, what a prodigal sibling. Father left behind such a vast inheritance, and you have squandered it all. His frustration boiled over. At that very moment, rumors of a hidden treasure began to circulate within the Land of Snow, a secret that the Fenghua clan purportedly held. When Nuteo confronted his brother regarding the treasure, he was informed that such a thing did indeed exist, and that the Fenghua clan's funds had been entirely invested in it. Infuriated, Nuteo contemplated the tragic fate of his scientific career being thwarted by a lack of funds, and the dream of dominating the ninja world slipping from his grasp. In a fit of desperation, he envisioned the dark path of fratricide, usurping his brother's position to seize the treasure. Thus unfolded the subsequent events that led Silas to undertake a mission to the Land of Snow. Although the Land of Snow was not affluent, it was inconceivable that the royal Fenghua clan would be reduced to such poverty. It was evident that his brother had funneled all their resources into that so-called hidden treasure. How can one live in such dire straits while still clinging to the notion of leaving wealth for future generations? Fenghua Nuteo exclaimed in exasperation. Silas is indeed aware of the narrative. The so-called secret treasure is, in fact, a mechanism that transforms this barren, frigid Land of Snow into a realm of perpetual spring. It is nothing akin to the wealth hoarded and reserved for future generations as imagined by Fenghua and the others. Silas turned his head and pondered. Could it be that the individual capable of inventing such a device is indeed a scientist? Does your brother share your passion for scientific research? Silas shook the chakra amplification device in his hand and inquired, engaging in research? Fenghua Nuteo was momentarily taken aback, but soon found the term quite apartment. Indeed, before becoming a renowned figure, Fenghua had a penchant for scientific exploration and, lacking the innate talent to become a ninja, dedicated even more time to such pursuits than I did. However, rest assured, my lord, after years of diligent study, I can guarantee that my research capabilities are undoubtedly on par with anyone else's. Orochimaru may very well consider you a mere guinea pig to feed to his myriad snakes. Nevertheless, this leads us to a conclusion. That device capable of melting the snow of an entire nation must have been developed by Fenghua Nuto's elder brother. Given this, it is imperative that we ensure his survival. By the way, Lord Wuwakai, my informant, who is in close proximity to the brother, has revealed that he has summoned 3 ninjas from Konoha. You need not worry. With my strength, you can be at ease. Naturally, the ninja from Konoha is Kakashi. However, does Kakashi have companions? What are their distinguishing features? I only know that the captain bears a scar over his left eye, and the other 2 are marked by the Uchiha clan's crest on their backs. Silas furrowed his brow, pondering whether it was Uchiha or perhaps 2 individuals. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him, wondering if events would unfold as he envisioned. When do you plan to take action? He inquired. I shall make one final attempt tomorrow. If he remains obstinate and refuses to unveil this so-called treasure, I will have no choice but to call upon your esteemed intervention. Very well. Upon completing his statement, Silas vanished without a trace. Upon returning to his chamber, he began to contemplate the events of the following day, recognizing that an encounter with Kakashi was inevitable. Moreover, once the moniker 50-50 was uttered, Kakashi would undoubtedly recall his own identity. Thus, could I possibly leverage this impending confrontation to eliminate the latent threat to my heart without arousing any suspicion from Ju? A plan began to form in Silas's mind. The following day, Fenghua Nuda entered the royal palace alone, boldly confronting his elder brother, the daimyo, in front of the assembled ministers, demanding to know where all the funds and taxes of the Snow Country had vanished. As Fenghua Zhaoxue gazed upon his brother interrogating him within the palace, he let out a deep sigh, repeating his familiar refrain, no comment. The perpetually snow-covered Snow Country could be regarded as one of the impoverished nations of the ninja world. Relying on his status as daimyo, he had misappropriated all available funds and, through his own ingenuity, devised a device capable of melting the entire snow cover of the nation. Unfortunately, a solitary miscalculation had led him astray. The energy required to melt the snow far exceeded his estimations by several magnitudes. Fortunately, he had ingeniously combined the sealing techniques of ninjas to design a device that could harness geothermal energy. According to his calculations, he would only need to wait another decade to accumulate sufficient energy to melt the snow of an entire nation. However, time was no longer on his side. The treasury of the Snow Country had already run dry, leaving the impoverished nation unable to endure such frigid conditions for long. A revolt was an inevitable consequence. Only his demise could quell the fury of the populace. Fenghua Zhaoxue had prepared himself for this eventuality. Yet, he had not anticipated that his foolish younger brother would seek to instigate a rebellion. This turn of events would not only obscure the financial crisis but also spare the honor of the Fenghua clan from defilement. Thus, he had entrusted a leaf ninja with the protection of his daughter. When the time was ripe, all would be well. The shame of having made such a grave error, endangering an entire nation as populace, weighed heavily upon him, leaving him feeling unworthy of life. Let my death bring an end to it all. Chapter 49. A heart offered to the Akatsuki organization. Fenghua Nuda left the palace in a fury, making his way to Silas's residence. Before he could enter the courtyard, he overheard voices exclaiming phrases such as, "Rob the landlord, don't rob the rightful 10. How dare you?" Observing 3 individuals seemingly engaged in a card game within the courtyard, Fenghua Nuda quietly remarked, "Please, my lord, take action." Though he too was a ninja, he had no desire to risk his life by assassinating his brother. With the formidable presence of the 5-5 Kai, he felt assured that he need not worry. Rest assured, your brother will no longer vie for the position of daimyo of the Snow Country. A man capable of creating a device to melt an entire nation's snow is certainly of the caliber of Orochimaru, and Silas would never consider eliminating him. What value does a daimyo from such a destitute nation hold? It would be far more beneficial to join forces with me in building the Will of Fire. Last night, Silas pondered the likelihood of deceiving another renowned scientist, Orochimaru. According to the original narrative, Orochimaru was meant to seek out a small nation to establish the Sound Village, secretly plotting to overthrow Konoha. One might surmise that relocating the endeavor to the Land of Snow would not dissuade him. Of course, if it did, it would matter little. Silas now possessed the ability to persuade through sheer force, should he wish to invite him. It was intriguing to consider what would transpire should Orochimaru, Kazahana, and Fubuki, these 3 eminent scientists, converge. However, Silas was not oblivious to the task bestowed upon him by Obito, the assassination of Kakashi. He exchanged a glance with Karui and Zabuza behind him. They promptly nodded, reluctantly setting aside their cards to depart. Per the captain's directives, their primary objective was not to eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Snow, but to locate the hidden Konoha ninja lurking in the shadows. Naturally, the 2 were in agreement with Silas's strategy. Observing the pair vanish in an instant, Fubuki was somewhat perplexed. Why would the master refrain from intervening personally? Why rush? One cannot unveil their trump card immediately. After Silas spoke, he fell silent. Moments later, a green mist materialized within the royal city. Found it. As Silas followed the resonance of the flying thunder god technique carried by the two individuals, he was transported directly to their location. The moment he arrived, he was greeted by several shuriken aimed directly at his face. Instinctively, he swiftly drew his kunai and deflected the projectiles. At that moment, the combatants who had already engaged in battle since Silas's arrival and immediately dispersed. Zabuza and Kahaku swiftly joined Silas's side, while the trio from Konoha huddled together, deliberating their strategy. Senior Kakashi, that individual moves with such speed. I didn't even notice how he arrived, Shursui murmured. Kakashi, gripping his kunai, remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on Silas. The current Kakashi bore a stark contrast to his portrayal in the original narrative. Under Silas's guidance, his effort was now comparable to that of Guy, and with Silas's sealing techniques alleviating the incessant chakra drain from his Sharingan, he felt capable of battling 5 versions of his former self from a year ago. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of a masked figure in the midst of battle, that veiled mist shinobi would have met his demise. However, this unexpected ninjutsu seemed oddly familiar to him. Teacher 55, I am fortunate you arrived just in time to save me. Zabuza quietly expressed his relief behind Silas. Kakashi 55, ISNT that the nickname Silas gave me? Could it be that this individual is a one-on-one capture of the opponent? The Uchiha bloodline truly is tempting. This is a test for you. If you succeed, I will acknowledge you as my long-term comrades. Before Kakashi could ponder further, he heard 55's voice ahead, who then charged directly towards him. Was he attempting to create a 1v1 environment? Let us go. Kakashi understood. If this 55 was indeed the man he suspected, he would certainly find a way to convey information during the battle, necessitating the avoidance of others. Thus, Kakashi faced Silas, Shursui faced Kahaku, and Zabuza confronted Itachi. When Silas confronted Kakashi, he managed to divert a fraction of his attention to observe the fierce battle between his two companions and the two prodigies of the Uchiha clan. Surprisingly, Shursui utilized his unique body flicker technique to hold his ground against Mei Terumi. However, Itachi found himself struggling under Zabuza's relentless assault. By the chronology of events, Zabuza was merely 9 years old, while Itachi had yet to reach 7. The disparity in physical prowess and mental fortitude rendered Itachi unable to withstand Zabuza's onslaught, forcing him to rely solely on his Sharingan to evade the attacks. A decade later, when Uchiha Itachi emerged victorious in a tournament known as the Greatest Ninja Way, it dawned on Zabuza that his most glorious moment in life had been the day he first stepped onto the battlefield. He reflected on how he had once managed to pressure such an invincible adversary to the brink of exhaustion. Having observed the unfolding battle for a while, Silas began to fully concentrate on himself. Kakashi appeared to share a similar sentiment, having conserved his energy during the previous skirmish, even refraining from activating his Sharingan. Initially prepared to assist his teammate, it now seemed that Itachi could endure for a while longer. Under Silas's deliberate guidance, the battleground gradually shifted, moving away from the royal city and into the surrounding woods. Just as Kakashi contemplated probing whether this evenly matched opponent was truly Silas, the latter suddenly vanished. Reappearing behind him, "Die, Kakashi," Silas declared. Kakashi sensed the seriousness of the kunai aimed at him. Resistance would surely lead to his demise. The sealed Sharingan was instantly activated, allowing him to evade the strike with the dynamic vision afforded by the 3 Tomo and swiftly distance himself from Silas. Now temporarily safe, Kakashi remained vigilant, eyeing Silas with suspicion. Was he still under surveillance? Had he genuinely betrayed them? Or was this individual not Silas at all? "Who are you?" Kakashi inquired. "My dear predecessor, have you forgotten me so quickly?" Silas removed his mask, revealing his true visage. "It is you, Silas. To betray the village, to slay your comrades, to conspire with rogue shinobi, you truly deserve death." Kakashi bellowed, fully aware that his anger was the only appropriate response to the situation. "Senior, please refrain from making reckless statements. I am one who has devoted my heart to the leaf." Upon hearing this, Kakashi pondered over the implications of the phrase. The warning to remain cautious, to remember that he was still under surveillance, was unmistakable, and the declaration of having given one's heart to the leaf. His Sharingan scrutinized Silas's heart, but found no discernible evidence. No. If Silas was beyond resolution, then how could he, himself, hope to uncover the truth? To proclaim having offered one's heart to the leaf while having forsaken one's comrades, How audacious! Though Kakashi sensed that Silas's defection was shrouded in intrigue, he feigned ignorance and confronted Sylas. Not everyone shares your naive perspective, Kakashi. The leaf has decayed beyond redemption. Sylas continued, I did not come to reminisce, but rather, I have been commissioned to end your life. Kakashi tightened his grip on the kunai. Sylas, you have strayed onto a treacherous path. You must either turn back or perish at my hand. Then come, just as you did last time, pierce the chest of a former comrade with your Chidori. Your hands are already stained with the blood of friends. Though these words appeared to be mere pre-battle taunts aimed at unsettling Kakashi, they served as a hidden insinuation from Sylas to pierce, to strike at his own heart. Upon hearing Sylas's provocations, Kakashi, with reddened eyes, charged forward. Do not mention Rin. He recalled the events of roughly 2 years prior, when he and Rin had been on a mission. Rin was captured by the Mist Village's shinobi. A curse seal placed upon her heart, and the three tails was implanted within her. The plan was to devastate the leaf. And as she could not bear to harm herself due to the seal, Rin chose to sacrifice her life beneath Kakashi's Chidori to protect the village. It dawned on him that Sylas too had undergone some form of sealing on his heart. But without his heart, could he still survive? Kakashi, appearing furious, was in reality contemplating whether he had misinterpreted Sylas's intention. Was he truly being urged to attack his heart? If not, then what? Senior, are you truly distracted while battling me? Taking advantage of Kakashi's hesitation, Sylas swiftly inflicted several wounds upon him. I am resolute in my determination to slay my senior. If you are unwilling to engage in battle with me, then allow me to sever your head with a single stroke, so that I may fulfill my duty. Sylas was filled with exasperation, cursing Kakashi under his breath. Despite my subtle hints, he still failed to grasp the severity of the situation. There was undoubtedly a manifestation of Zetsu within his own heart, one that he could not eradicate. Before he could act, Zetsu might seize control of his consciousness, even if just for a fleeting second, leading Sylas to an inevitable demise. Only through damage sustained in battle could he avoid drawing Zetsu's attention, thereby eliminating the threat while simultaneously earning a reputation for self-sacrifice in the grand ambitions of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Kakashi steeled himself and resolved to engage Sylas with all his might. If Sylas was so confident, he had no choice but to place his trust in him. However, when Sylas referred to the heart, was he speaking of the entirety of it? This aspect differed somewhat from Rin's situation, as Sylas surely did not wish for his own death. Chidori seemed inadequate for this task. Therefore, he had no choice but to resort to that technique. Kakashi conjured Chidori in his hand, roaring as he charged towards Sylas. Meanwhile, the Rasengan formed in his grasp, and Sylas likewise surged forward to meet him. At the moment when the Rasengan collided with Chidori, the three tomo in Kakashi's left eye began to spin rapidly, morphing into a distorted shuriken shape. Kamui. The target was none other than the left side of Sylas's body. Within the warped space, Sylas's form began to be torn asunder. Chapter 50. Do you expect to become a Buddha simply by sheathing your blade? In the distance, Zetsu and Obito, who had been silently observing the battle, each harbored their own thoughts and plans. The nearly suicidal actions of Sylas did not evoke any aversion from the two individuals. The earlier incident at the front lines of the Mist Village, where Sylas miraculously healed a severed leg, certainly did not escape their notice. It was only when Kakashi presumed Sylas to be dead that Sylas's true lethal intent was unveiled. However, an unexpected surge of emotions welled up within Obito. Observing Sylas's reckless determination to fulfill the mission he had set, he found himself grappling with a tinge of regret. Initially believing that Kakashi had discarded the keepsake he had entrusted to him, he was taken aback to discover that Kakashi had merely sealed it temporarily with a sealing technique, even evolving it into a manjiki. This indicated that Kakashi held his eyes in high regard. In that moment, Obito's mind was torn, pondering whether he should save him. Having thought himself devoid of desires, consumed solely by a thirst for vengeance against the world, he now realized that Kakashi occupied a significant place in his heart. Meanwhile, Zetsu harbored concerns that the control he exerted over Sylas might vanish, potentially jeopardizing his subsequent plans. Kakashi's Kimui came to an end, and the sheer proximity of its power rendered Sylas's upper body nearly obliterated. The lifeless body of Sylas plummeted to the ground, just as Kakashi pondered whether he had mismanaged his strength. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Sylas had vanished, leaving only a bloody left arm sprawled upon the snow. The crimson blood, stark against the pristine white, served as a vivid testament to the reality of the recent events. How could this be? The exhaustion from utilizing the manjiki surged through him, rendering Kakashi incapable of maintaining his balance upon the branch. "Senpai, you have lost." Silas brandished a kunai, charging towards Kakashi with the intent aimed squarely at his head. Surprisingly, Silas's upper body has reformed. Furthermore, hasn't the seal been lifted? Why then must I face death? The angle and speed do not seem conducive to recovery. The kunai glinted ominously, and just as it was poised to strike Kakashi in his astonished gaze, a distorted pattern abruptly emerged in the space, engulfing Silas entirely, causing him to vanish without a trace. Is this not my Kamui? How could this be? Just moments ago. In an effort to disrupt the seal on Silas's heart, Kakashi had utilized it once. Now, he felt utterly drained. Could it be that this eye possesses an inherent protective function? Surely, Obito's spirit must be watching over me. In Obito's alternate dimension, Silas gazed intently at Obito across from him. What do you mean by that? Silas inquired softly. You truly cannot bear the thought of Kakashi's demise, can you? If Obito's ire stemmed from Kakashi's abandonment of the Sharingan, and he sought to exact vengeance through his own hands, would he reconsider his intentions upon discovering that Kakashi had, in fact, not acted in such a manner? The reason Silas took action against Kakashi was to validate this point. You have already passed the test. There is no need to actually kill him. Once we return, I shall introduce you to the Akatsuki organization behind me. That Kakashi still holds value. However, Obito was inexplicably unable to restrain his actions at the very moment Silas was about to slay Kakashi, and instead, he transported Silas to this realm, thus saving Kakashi. Still of value? I beg to differ. Silas pointed to the ground behind Obito, where a gruesome mass of blood and flesh lay scattered. If I am not mistaken, that should be the remains of my own body. Kakashi employed a space-time ninjutsu, likely a technique of his Mangeki Sharingan. Now, would you kindly elucidate why the alternate dimension connected to your eyes is identical to mine? Obito turned around, gazing at the dismembered remains, uncertain of how to explain the situation to Silas. So it appears that my eyes are intertwined with Kakashi's. Observing Obito lost in thought, Silas approached and called out his name. Uchiha Obito. Realizing that Silas had seen through his disguise, Obito offered a wry smile, removing his mask to reveal his true visage. Indeed, I am Uchiha Obito. However, what is the story behind this half of your face? Silas approached Obito and gently touched his right cheek. Obito, somewhat discontented with Silas's gesture, was about to brush his hand away and offer an explanation when an unforeseen event abruptly occurred. With a swift thrust of his right hand, Silas aimed directly at Obito's right eye. Obito intended to activate Kamui to evade this strike, but alas, the distance was too close. His right eye was seized by Silas. What are you doing? After successfully executing his maneuver, Silas swiftly retreated to evade Obito's counterattack. The bloodied eyes in his possession were swiftly transported to his unique space of Flying Thunder God. This perfected version of the Flying Thunder God, accompanied by its extraordinary realm, was unbound by any limitations. Return my eyes. Obito bellowed, clutching his eyes as blood trickled through his fingers, directing his fury towards Silas. Deprived of his sight, he had, in truth, forfeited his capacity to confront Silas. Obito-senpai, or rather, Obito disciples. Silas lamented, I sincerely apologize. My actions were merely to prevent you from reacting impulsively upon discovering the truth. After all, you are prone to overwhelming emotions. However, before providing further clarification, I must first address an outsider. What outsider? Obito inquired, perplexed. Silas did not respond. Instead, he charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle. With the loss of his greatest advantage, Obito, unable to escape this space, was thoroughly overpowered by Silas, commanding his shadow clone to pin the defenseless Obito to the ground. Silas retrieved a large blade from his own alternate dimension. Don't move, I might swing too hard. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter if I do, he remarked. In the midst of Obito's profound terror, Silas struck, cleaving him in two. To ensure the complete eradication of the white Zetsu cells within Obito, Silas even took the initiative to sever a bit more. Then, he cast a healing technique upon Obito's mangled form. Although Obito could sense the miraculous effects of Silas's healing, even as his wounds began to mend, the notion of resisting Silas was utterly inconceivable. Without his sight, he stood no chance against him. Next, it was time for you to uncover the truth. Silas commanded the shadow clone to release Obito while simultaneously igniting the severed half of his body with a fire technique. Obito, initially perplexed by Silas's actions, was taken aback by a startling sight. Several white figures emerged from the burning remains. Could this be white Zetsu? Once the flames had fully consumed the body, Silas collected the ashes and placed them in his alternate dimension. Having completed this task, he turned to the bewildered Obito and smiled, inquiring, "Obito, are you prepared to embrace your liberation?" Uchiha Obito's progress towards liberation, 37. After Silas, in the guise of Sage of Six Paths, delivered a profound revelation, Obito collapsed to the ground, unable to contain his tears. Rin's death, the loss of his mentor Minato, the comrades who perished during the Nine-Tails incident. "Ah, dear nephew, what do you intend to do now?" "Madara and Zetsu. I will kill them. Madara is already dead. Do you still wish to resurrect him? Let us not dwell on their matters for now. Instead, let us discuss your transgressions. Without mentioning anything else, you must bear the burden of the Nine-Tails incident, correct? Yes. Now consider this. You have committed such grave errors. You cannot simply absolve yourself with the excuse of being deceived, can you? Had it not been for Silas, when Naruto and Sasuke eventually saved the world, this bloodied Obito would have been celebrated as a hero, his name etched on the memorial stone for future generations to revere. Why should a villain, having laid down the sword, be allowed to attain enlightenment instantaneously? Silas could not accept such a situation. "I will end my life after killing Zetsu." Obito this time wisely chose not to bring Madara along. A sharp sound echoed within the realm of Kimui as Silas delivered a resounding slap to Obito. "Foolish! What purpose does your death serve? Can those who perish because of you be resurrected? Will this world become better due to your repentance? Obito, there are still many things you can achieve. For instance, creating the world you desire. What more can I do?" Obito raised his head, looking at Silas with confusion. "What you must do is continue to play the role assigned to you by Madara and Zetsu." "Why?" Obito's bewilderment deepened. "What benefit is there in killing Zetsu? As long as the shinobi world harbors different nations, war will persist. Only when a malevolent force emerges, powerful enough to necessitate the unification of all nations, will this world witness a unified alliance. Just as in the original narrative, the 5 great nations formed the allied shinobi forces. This marked the first instance in the shinobi world where a singular voice was established. As long as such an alliance endures long enough, the notion of unification can be indelibly etched in the hearts of everyone. Once the evil force is vanquished and a power capable of unifying the shinobi world arises, peace will surely follow. However, the death brought forth by war will only intensify the hatred within people's hearts. Such feelings do not dissipate with time. Hatred is transmissible, and Obito understood this deeply. Who claims that war must result in death? War without casualties? Obito momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Is it not possible to bring the dead back to life? The Rinnegan possesses a technique known as the outer path, samsara, which can revive the deceased within a certain range. Silas elucidated that the abilities accompanying the Rinnegan could be deemed as fundamentally overpowered. When combined with the technique of Edo Tensei, even those from the era of our ancestors could be resurrected. Indeed, countless individuals who perished because of the 4th Hokage could be brought back. The peaceful world fabricated by the infinite Tsukuyomi is but an illusion. Yet you now possess an opportunity to transform it into reality. This is the true path to your redemption. A remark from Silas enlightened Obito, prompting him to rise swiftly. "I have resolved to take action." In Chapter 51, Absolute, I harbor suspicions that you are orchestrating my downfall, yet I possess no evidence. The world of infinite Tsukuyomi, as envisioned by Uchiha Madara, evidently captivates Obito far more than Silas's conceptual reality. Moreover, the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi plan is merely a deception crafted by Kaguya, manipulating the Uchiha stone tablet to pursue his own grand ambition of resurrecting his mother. Were it not for Obito's status as a fellow victim, witnessing such a devoted son, who has relentlessly sought to revive his mother over millennia, would compel him to pay homage. You need not undertake any superfluous actions. Simply continue to fulfill your role. Obito nodded in agreement, gathering strength, collecting tailed beasts, and compelling the 5 great nations to unite. The script that Silas arranged for him was precisely aligned with his original intentions. However, there were certain alterations in the final segment. Moreover, under the guidance of his esteemed uncle, the matter of absolute certainty was no longer in question. Since you comprehend this, it would be prudent to don your attire first. Then, allow your uncle to gaze upon your eyes. Silas retrieved a set of garments from the realm of the flying thunder god and presented them to Obito. In order to ensure efficacy, Silas had previously struck with great force, severing a substantial portion. Consequently, even his heart was replaced, and naturally, His attire was lost as well. Once Obito had donned his new garments, Silas approached, casting a glance at the newly emerged right eye of his counterpart. Was this eye Sharingan? Obito pondered for a moment and shook his head. It was merely an ordinary eye. As Silas furrowed his brow, he was taken aback by the notion that the Sharingan possessed a uniqueness. You should replace your original eyes. Henceforth, your right side will be devoid of white Zetsu cells. However, you must remain vigilant regarding the side effects of the Mangeki Sharingan. Visit me periodically, and I shall replenish your ocular power. It is not an eternal Mangeki. Excessive use may lead to diminished eyesight and, ultimately, irreversible blindness. Silas was incredulous that his flawless healing techniques could not compare to the self-healing abilities bestowed by a white Zetsu. With the existence of such healing arts, ocular transplant surgeries in the ninja realm could be executed with remarkable swiftness. In less than 3 seconds, Silas had replaced Obito's right eye. After meticulously cleaning the bloodstains, Obito returned to the ninja world with Silas. This time, bereft of the support from white Zetsu cells, Obito felt the burden of utilizing the Mangeki Sharingan for the first time. It was excruciating. If he were to employ his ocular techniques at the previous frequency, he feared he might succumb within a day. How could this be? Absolute gazed helplessly at Obito, who was clutching his face. He sensed that the remnants of his body and the curse mark upon Obito's heart had vanished. It's nothing. Just a minor altercation with Silas that resulted in my body being shattered. Rest assured, we have reconciled, and everything shall return to normal. Tomorrow, I shall escort Silas to Pain's side to formally join the Akatsuki. Your body was shattered? Just a minor issue? Absolute, a relic of 1,000 years. Finally realized that the times had indeed changed. The two had already communicated within the Kamui space. All was explained as Silas harboring resentment for Kakashi, whom Obito had nearly sacrificed himself to save, resulting in the shattering of Obito's body. However, without that support, your ocular techniques may be limited. Fear not. We have discovered a new method. With one hand resting upon Obito's right eye, Silas began to replenish the ocular power expended by the Kamui technique. A surge of vitality flooded into Obito's eyes, and the warmth elicited an involuntary gasp of delight from him. Look, isn't this splendid? Witnessing Obito, once frail and diminished, now radiating vigor, Ju felt as if he were witnessing a flower bloom amidst a swamp. Is it truly possible to utilize it in such a manner? Very well. I shall proceed to my 2 subordinates now. Having confirmed the efficacy of his healing arts on the Sharingan, Silas resolved to check on Mei Terumi and Zabuza, who remained in the land of snow. As Silas vanished from sight, Ju could not contain his curiosity, exclaiming, "What transpired within?" It was merely Silas's dissatisfaction with my rescue of Kakashi that led to a brief skirmish. He even remarked how grotesque he found the other side of my body and insisted on a change. Furthermore, he believed that, having shattered his own heart in his endeavor to eliminate Kakashi, it would be unfair if he did not also swap my heart in the process. Upon hearing this, Ju felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Do not concern yourself. Our plans remain unchanged. Silas has already uncovered my true identity, yet he is still willing to ally with us. With his assistance, the Moon's Eye plan will progress considerably smoother. Ju nodded, yet a seed of doubt sprouted within him. Could these two be deceiving me? The thought that this might be the closest they had ever come to success in a millennium made Ju reluctant to abandon the endeavor. However, he resolved to remain vigilant regarding Obito. Ju harbored lingering resentment over Obito's intervention in Kakashi's rescue. It was you who dispatched Silas to eliminate Kakashi. Yet in the end, you could not bring yourself to forsake him due to your past bond. Let us move. There are matters that require our attention. Obito utilized Kamui to depart from the scene. Ju initially intended to exploit his advantages to observe Silas's movements, but soon sensed a surge of chakra. A sensory barrier? Instinctively, Ju distanced himself from the area. 10 kilometers away, he finally halted, emerging from the earth. Although he was uncertain who had cast such an expansive barrier technique, he felt an inkling that it was somehow connected to Silas. In the prison of the land of snow, Mei Terumi and Zabuza were securely bound and confined in separate cells, each guarded by Shui and Itachi. As Silas was drawn into the Kamui space, Kakashi swiftly returned to the city of the land of snow, intervening in the fray among the four. Just as Mei and Zabuza were poised to fulfill the mission entrusted to them by their master, they were caught off guard by the sudden arrival of Kakashi. Sustaining significant injuries and inadvertently falling victim to a genjutsu, the two were captured. Damn it, when Master will return, you are finished. Zabuza seethed, glaring at the Itachi, who stood watch over him. Kakashi-senpai has returned. Do you truly believe that the master will remain unscathed? In Itachi's perception, it was Kakashi who had dealt with the formidable opponent, allowing him the opportunity to support them. Impossible. The strength of the renowned 5th Division instructor is far beyond what a mere child like you could comprehend. Itachi, having cleared his ears, shook his head, dismissing Zabuza's words. Instead, he began to reflect on the issues he encountered during the battle. Itachi, Shisui, stepped forward. Kakashi summoned the two. Outside the cell, he calmly stated, "That formidable opponent may return at any moment. We must prepare accordingly. The daimyo of the Land of Snow has entrusted us with escorting his daughter, F-Ka, away from here. As the task's initiator, F-Ka naturally possessed the authority to amend the mission's details. Is that opponent still alive?" Shisui suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Kakashi retorted, "What, do you genuinely believe I drove him away? He is merely preoccupied with other matters. I cannot contend with him." Upon hearing his words, Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances, noting that given the stature of their adversary, he could not be very old, yet even Kakashi-senpai was unable to defeat him. What shall we do about those two mist ninjas? Kakashi pondered for a moment, concluding, since they are under the command of Sylas, I certainly will not take action against them. Just as the three were devising a retreat plan, their conversation was interrupted by a greeting, Kakashi, into the two clansmen. Greetings. Chapter 52. The current state and arrangements of Konoha. 5th Division. Shisui and Itachi immediately assumed a combat stance, only to be halted by Kakashi. It's all right. They are allies. What? Allies? Silas removed his mask, revealing his true visage. The two gazed at the familiar face and couldn't help but exclaim, Silas. With the hidden dangers now eliminated, there was no need for pretense any longer. Upon hearing Silas say this, the two seemed to grasp the situation. Are you planning to return to the village? Kakashi inquired, hoping that Silas would return to the village rather than being known to the ninja world as a rogue ninja. No, the mission is not yet complete. The notion of unifying the ninja world through coercive force, as proposed by Silas, is unlikely to garner the support of individuals such as Jiraiya and Kakashi. It is only at the final moment that he will reveal his plan. Kakashi feels a tinge of regret, while at this moment, Shisui and Itachi come to understand the situation. It turns out Silas has gone undercover, and one can only imagine the hardships he endures each day. Should Silas become aware of their thoughts, he would likely pat them on the shoulder and say, No, I am actually doing quite well. This matter must remain confidential, for surveillance may be omnipresent. At present, I have opened a barrier to ensure that any observers do not encounter me in the future. If I do not speak first, I shall continue to be regarded as a rogue ninja. The reason Silas dared to approach for recognition was due to his possession of a level 5 barrier technique, the celestial cover formation. This technique had been bestowed upon him by Jiraiya a year prior. Centered around the caster, it unfolded a spherical detection barrier, enabling the practitioner to freely expand the range of the barrier and capture the movements of individuals within its confines. With Silas's formidable strength, he could easily perceive disturbances within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Even the Absolute could not elude his awareness. It was only after he had eliminated the latent threat to his heart that he felt emboldened to utilize this ninjutsu to sense the presence of the Absolute. Understood. The two individuals, aside from Kakashi, all affirmed. By the way, have there been any negotiations between the Cloud Village and the Leaf Village? Will they not be taking all those captives? Silas has been preoccupied with the progress of the liberation of Hinata Hayashi and his son, Hinata Niji. The Hidden Cloud Village, on the other hand, has expressed a desire to negotiate the ransom for those ninjas, engaging in tentative correspondence. However, the number of captives is substantial, and it appears they are unable to afford the ransom, resulting in a prolonged stalemate. Silas furrowed his brow, pondering the existence of such matters. It was rumored that the battle with the village hidden in the mist had encountered significant difficulties, consuming a substantial amount of their energy and resources, leaving them unable to attend to the captives from Konoha. It was then that Silas comprehended the connection he had to the matter. His 6-month tenure on the front lines of Misty Vale had directly bestowed upon Misty Vale a tremendous advantage in the war. And what of the wooden figurine? Silas suddenly recalled that he still had a female admirer confined within the walls of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Kakashi was reminded of his last visit to the prison. Before the cell of the wooden man, a considerable gathering of Konoha's prison guards had assembled, each perched on their small stools, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds while listening to tales recounted by the wooden man. These stories were penned by Silas himself. Upon hearing Kakashi's introduction regarding the current situation of the Wymurin, Silas smiled slightly. No, you must return and inform Jiraiya-sensei to expedite the return of the Wymuran. The Wymuran were all spies I had arranged. How could they abandon their roles as clandestine operatives to narrate tales in Konoha? Kakashi duly noted Silas's instructions. Furthermore, I have come across some intelligence suggesting that the hidden cloud village harbors intentions regarding the Byakugan. When they officially dispatch their diplomatic envoy, remain vigilant and ensure they are not afforded the opportunity to act. Very well. Kakashi committed this advice to memory. The four continued their conversation for a while. And when Silas learned that the medical department of Konoha, which he had helped establish, had become a new awakening ground for the Uchiha clan, he felt quite astonished. It is no wonder Itachi awakened a year in advance. His father expressed gratitude towards Silas, stating that he always believed there must be an unspoken reason behind his actions, assuring him that the current state of the Uchiha clan is quite favorable. Just as Silas was about to conclude their dialogue, Itachi interjected, "All right. The time for idle chatter has come to an end. We must resume our act." As Silas concluded his words, he dispelled the barrier while donning a mask, and then shouted, "Kakashi, I have found you. Return my subordinates. Flee." Kakashi immediately understood and signaled to Shursui and Itachi to escape. The resounding voice echoed throughout the prison, and both Terumi-Mei and Zabuza naturally heard it. The revered Lord 55 was here to rescue me. They both thought in unison. After a fierce battle, Silas severely injured the three of them. Due to the dire circumstances, Kakashi and the others had no choice but to abandon their original mission and retreat back to Konoha. Wounded, I was engaged in combat with Kakashi when a powerful ninja from Konoha arrived, detaining me. I apologize for the trouble you endured. Silas released the bonds binding them and explained, "Upon our return, I shall petition Yagura to establish a small team, and you two shall serve as my subordinates." Upon hearing this, their faces lit up with joy. "Now, let us proceed to fulfill our mission." Silas turned and made his way towards the royal palace, with the two companions promptly following suit. When Silas employed the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Windflower Rage to his brother, Windflower Zao Shui, he was momentarily taken aback. "My lord, what is this? Have you not always been curious about the substantial financial deficits of the Land of Snow? Allow your brother to elucidate the matter for you." The kunai in Silas's hand pressed against Fenghua Zhaoshua's neck. "Abandon all hope. I shall remain silent," she proclaimed. "I will shroud everything in my own demise. The day the treasure is unveiled will bring eternal spring to the Land of Snow." With that, Fenghua Zhaoshua leaned forward, colliding with Silas's kunai. Silas vaguely surmised the purpose behind the other's procurement of funds. The device capable of melting the snow of an entire nation surely came at a considerable expense, as investing in scientific research is inherently costly. However, he was resolute in his refusal to allow anyone to martyr themselves. Under his healing arts, the specter of death would not loom. When Fenghua Zhaoshua felt Silas's right hand rest upon her neck, and the pain dissipated instantaneously, she understood that her demise was no longer imminent. Nevertheless, she remained unwilling to speak. "You may fear not death, but what of your daughter?" Silas cast a glance, and immediately, Mei Ming led a little girl into the room from outside. She was none other than the daughter of Fenghua Zhaoshua, Fenghua Xiaoshua. Upon seeing her father, stained with blood, she rushed into his embrace. "Shouldn't the Leaf Ninjas have taken you away from this country?" Fenghua Zhaoshua thought to send a scathing review to the Leaf Village upon realizing her daughter was still present. "So can you speak now?" Fenghua Zhaoshua looked up at Silas, and after a moment of silence, finally articulated the reason. When Fenghua Nuteo, who was intent on usurping his brother and acquiring funds for research, discovered that the family fortune had been lost due to such circumstances, he was momentarily at a loss for words. "So, you feel a pang of guilt for inadvertently pushing the country to the brink of collapse and now wish for death?" Indeed, if Fenghua Zhaoshua's plan could succeed in completely melting the snow and ice of the snow country, then the nation's financial deficit would be of little consequence. Death cannot solve any problems. Why not attempt to resolve this issue alongside your brother? These two brothers had ventured much further along the path of research than Silas. He believed that if the two could collaborate, they would be capable of finding a solution. If not, it would not matter. There was always Orochimaru. At that moment, just as Orochimaru, who had recently stabilized himself in the land of rice and was planning to establish his own ninja village there, suddenly sneezed. It was surely a result of the exhaustion from evading the Leaf's pursuit not long ago. Chapter 53. Acting? Impossible. After finishing his words, Orochimaru seemed to recall something and approached the vast underground chamber he had just excavated using earth techniques. The spacious area was filled with intricate seals, and in the center stood a kunai embedded within. 2 coffins were positioned on either side of the kunai, inscribed with the characters first and second, though merely unfinished remnants. They would suffice. Silas, you shall surely be astonished by this gift of mine. In the snow country, Silas observed the bickering brothers, Fenghua Zhaoxue and Fenghua Nuteo, and sighed, resting a hand on his forehead. Can you not speak to each other civilly? When Fenghua Zhaoxue presented the blueprints of his snow-melting device, the two began to argue over a series of issues regarding the device. Fenghua Nuteo mocked his brother for committing such a basic calculation error, while Fenghua Zhaoxue retorted, "If you're so capable, why don't you take charge? Can I please have a definitive answer? Is there any hope for this contraption?" Silas felt a growing impatience. The two brothers exchanged glances, and ultimately, Fenghua Nuteo spoke with a tone of exasperation. This simply won't do. Although he derided his brother for making such an error, he was astounded by the brilliance of the concept. Even if he were to attempt it, he could not surpass his brother's capabilities. And what of the time required to accumulate the necessary energy? They engaged in a thorough discussion, employing terminology that Silas found incomprehensible, and ultimately arrived at a conclusion: 11 years. This duration felt excessively prolonged. Silas had no intention of waiting idly. Upon learning the full truth, Fenghua Nuteo also found himself disillusioned with the prospect of the throne of this snow kingdom. Poverty was one thing, but having to shoulder the blame for his reckless elder brother was another. How much longer could the kingdom's reserves endure? At the current rate of consumption, without any replenishment, it seemed unlikely they would last beyond half a month. Upon listening to Silas, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "I shall find a way to procure a batch of supplies from the village of Mist. However, you must devise a solution to this problem within 6 months." The two individuals, initially pleased by Silas's offer of assistance, soon found themselves disheartened upon hearing the daunting timeline for the improvements. Shaking their heads in disbelief at the difficulty of the task, "Rest assured, I will prepare a leader for you. No, a pioneer in research," Silas asserted. Under his guidance, you should swiftly accomplish the enhancements. As the two exchanged skeptical glances, Silas concluded his statement and turned to depart from the capital of the Snow Kingdom. "Teacher, is this truly feasible?" On the return journey, Nozomi expressed his uncertainty. Though he had not overheard the specifics of Silas's discussions with the others, he was acutely aware that his mission remained unfulfilled. Fenghua Nuteo has already signed off on the task completion document. For us, this signifies the fulfillment of our mission. By the way, Lord Wukai, the ninjutsu you employed earlier, was it a space-time technique? Indeed, it is a special ninjutsu of mine, known as teleportation. At this moment, Silas's Flying Thunder God technique has completely transcended the original confines of this ninjutsu. If one is not also adept in the Flying Thunder God, it would be nearly impossible to discern even a trace of its essence within this technique. Truly remarkable. Amidst the continuous praise from Terumi, Mei, and Zabuza, Silas blushed. Employing the teleportation to escort the two back to a designated coordinate outside the hidden mist village. This matter must remain confidential. Silas turned around and addressed the two individuals, who were still in a daze. After delivering the items related to the settlement task, Silas departed once more. He intended to discuss the forthcoming plans with Obito. During a prior occasion when he had aided Obito in restoring his strength, Silas had inscribed his Flying Thunder God mark within Obito's body. Why does this feel so peculiar to me? Meanwhile, Obito was in his secret base, lost in contemplation as he gazed upon the immense statue before him. Is this truly the Ten Tails? Silas appeared suddenly behind him, startling Obito greatly. Typically, it was Obito who stealthily approached others for a surprise attack. Yet today he found himself on the receiving end. Obito intended to speak, but hesitated and held back. Upon hearing Silas's response, he finally inquired, "Master Silas, what do you seek from me?" Silas elaborated on his arrangements in the land of snow. Upon hearing this, Obito furrowed his brow. However, a portion of the funding from the Hidden Mist Village was already earmarked to sustain the construction of the Akatsuki organization. If additional resources were diverted, the internal stability of the Hidden Mist would undoubtedly be jeopardized. It was not a significant amount, merely enough to ensure that the land of snow could endure for the next 6 months. After a moment of contemplation, Obito acquiesced to Silas, though he remained somewhat perplexed. What could that small nation and those two ordinary individuals possess that warranted such concern? Alas, Obito, your perspective is still too narrow. Setting aside other matters, consider that you are reallocating funds from the Hidden Mist Village for the development of the Akatsuki. With such abundant resources in the land of water, It is lamentable that one does not capitalize on them, instead relying on the meager income of the hidden mist village. How can our organization hope to flourish under such circumstances? Silas was deeply pained at the thought of Nagato eventually becoming nothing more than skin and bones. This individual dedicated himself wholeheartedly to serving them, yet even a meager morsel of sustenance was too much to spare from the avaricious hands of the unscrupulous employer. As the saying goes, to aspire for wealth, one must first construct an airport. If we could establish an aerial and spatial transportation corridor spanning the ninja world, would we still need to fret over financial matters? Aircraft, after all, serve not only military purposes but also possess immense utility in civilian applications. The concept of military-civilian integration has been indelibly etched in Silas's heart. Not to mention that the tempestuous and passionate figures have developed a chakra enhancement device. These innovations are indeed the foundation upon which we shall usher in lasting peace for the world. Obito felt a surge of excitement and resolved to promptly arrange matters in the village hidden in the mist. Hold on, we are still in need of a crucial individual. Who? He inquired. Well, interestingly enough, he shares a connection with both of us. As a fellow ninja of Konohagakure, he is also a rogue ninja. Upon hearing Silas's words, Obito immediately deduced the identity in question. Is Orochimaru reliable? Absolutely, Silas affirmed. We could even recruit him into the Akatsuki, thereby bolstering our combat prowess. With Silas's assertion, Obito had no further objections. I shall seek out Orochimaru, but you must accompany me. He harbored a lingering suspicion that Orochimaru would not be entirely forthcoming in his cooperation, despite having previously issued warnings. While confident in his own abilities, Silas was prudent enough not to leave anything to chance. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, make sure to whisk me away immediately. After Silas finished speaking, he placed a hand on Obito's shoulder and, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, transported himself to the kanai he had left for Orochimaru. Master, why is it so dark here? As Silas contemplated using a fire technique for illumination, the surroundings suddenly brightened. Glancing at the two coffins labeled first and second, Silas seemed to grasp something profound. Ah, Orochimaru, you are indeed not as cunning as you believe. Is this all you have? Chapter 54, The Traitor of the Will of Fire. Silas, are you surprised? This is a gift I have meticulously prepared for you. Orochimaru, who had been recuperating, sensed the activation of the seals he had placed in the secret chamber and hastily made his way over, speaking from outside the room through a secret technique. To counter Silas, he had even devised methods to counter the Flying Thunder God technique. The room was filled with seals designed to interfere with perception. He was confident that once activated, Silas would have no chance of escape. At that moment, the two Hokage, whom he had previously manipulated with cursed seals, would be well positioned to teach this young man a lesson. His newly reborn vessel would then have a purpose. Obito, keep an eye on him. Can you handle them? Obito appeared somewhat perplexed, having recognized the two individuals, Konoha's first and second Hokage. Rest assured, their current strength is not even a fraction of what it was in life. Upon hearing this, Obito phased through the wall, beginning his search for Orochimaru's location. The last one to ambush Silas was none other than myself, and I was cleaved in two by a single strike, while Zetsu, well, he is undoubtedly gone. I am eager to see what fate awaits you, Orochimaru. Silas gazed upon the myriad of intricate seals adorning the room, fully aware of Orochimaru's intentions. However, it was regrettable that this could not sever his connection to the Flying Thunder God technique. He could depart from this place at any moment, yet, upon witnessing the two esteemed Hokage who had emerged from their coffins, he conceived an alternate plan. Would he truly refuse the opportunity presented by the wood release? Members of the Uchiha clan, were they? Such arrogant youths. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, stepped forth from the coffin, his keen senses identifying the malevolent chakra with ease. Descendants of Madara, he declared. Hashirama, the first Hokage, habitually scratched his head and remarked nonchalantly, we must not underestimate this lad. He is an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Orochimaru seemed to perceive the commotion within, interjecting, a rogue ninja, is it? I knew that the Uchiha clan members would be just like Madara. To achieve S-rank status at such a young age is truly remarkable. Unlike his brother Tobirama, Hashirama held a unique perspective on matters, often exhibiting an unconventional thought process. However, to underestimate him would be a grave error. When Hashirama took matters seriously, he epitomized the essence of a god among ninjas. Not only was he an Uchiha, but he was also a disciple of the fifth Hokage. Orochimaru continued his discourse, seemingly oblivious to the ethereal figure lurking behind him, who watched with a mocking smile. Go on, go on. I am eager to see how you will conclude this. Has Konoha already reached its 5th Hokage? Who now holds the title? It is Jiraiya-sensei, the teacher of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and also a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Silas elucidated, the Will of Fire's legacy has, in truth, always resided within the Senju lineage. Ah, Jiraiya's judgment is truly lacking, Tobirama scoffed, his tongue sharp. Perhaps you are unaware that the one who summoned you with forbidden techniques is named Orochimaru, a rogue ninja from Konoha and a former disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Silas has also uncovered the dark secrets of Orochimaru. The monkey's judgment seems rather lacking, doesn't it? Ah, by the way, there exists a fellow in Konoha named Shimura Danzo, who has long been in collusion with Orochimaru. He is not much different from a rogue ninja. Ah. It appears that Senju Tobirama has finally fallen silent. This is due to the fact that Danzo is his disciple. Had it not been for Tobirama's status as a reanimated body, his expression would surely have shifted. Additionally, there is another piece of news. Among the disciples of the 4th Hokage, there is indeed a rogue ninja. Silas continued to harvest the last hits. Haha, your disciples are indeed quite amusing, Tobirama, mocked Hashirama with a merciless grin. Brother, what is there to find amusing? I shall inevitably cleanse these traitors of the Will of Fire. Enough idle chatter, prepare for battle, he commanded. You 2 Hokage, please capture that boy alive. The cursed seals within the two began to take effect, compelling them to follow Orochimaru's orders and launch their assault. It is truly vexing to be toyed with by my own ninjutsu, Tobirama thought as he lost control over his body. Water style, heavenly cry? Water needles erupted from Tobirama's mouth at high speed, aiming for Silas's vital points. However, before the needles could reach their target, Silas's figure vanished from sight. Prior to their confrontation, Silas had stealthily dispersed his flying thunder god technique throughout the entire chamber. With the speed of his chakra recovery, he was fully replenished before their conversation concluded. It is the flying thunder god. Even though Tobirama could not vocalize, he silently assessed his opponent's prowess. His proficiency is exceptionally high, perhaps even swifter than I. Water style, water barrier. In just 2 hand seals, Tobirama executed the technique, unleashing torrents of water that formed a rapidly rotating wall, creating an almost impenetrable defense. Reluctantly, Silas abandoned his aspiration to utilize would release, retreating to a distance. Even a mere immature version of Edo Tensei proves to be immensely formidable. However, I am not feeble. Fire release, great fire destruction. This was Silas' sole fire release technique to attain level 5, as a torrent of flames surged towards the 2 Hokage. What an astonishing amount of chakra. Witnessing such a display of power, both men could not help but marvel internally. Even Senju Hashirama reigned in his usual nonchalance, beginning to earnestly engage in the battle. Would release, advent of the Forest Sea. Tobirama took charge of defense, continuously unleashing water release to alleviate the pressure imposed by the fire release. Meanwhile, Hashirama's would release surged sideways towards Silas's position. Clearly, the brothers' coordination remained intact. Observing the forest extending next to him, Silas reluctantly concluded his ninjutsu, employing the flying thunder god technique to relocate to the opposite side of the chamber. By the time Tobirama's ninjutsu concluded, the entire chamber was inundated with water. The forest created by would release continued to grow wildly, constricting Silas's space for movement. Simultaneously, several water dragons surged towards his location. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama charged forth, delivering an elbow strike directly at Silas's chest. As Hashirama lunged, Silas narrowly dodged the fatal blow, raising his arms defensively to absorb the impact. Would release, trainable. As Silas was sent flying by the strike, a notification appeared on the system. On the water's surface, Silas carved a trail, gradually rising to his feet. The disparity in strength was still too vast. Despite his preparations, he was still astonished by Hashirama's physical prowess. His hands felt as if they might fracture. But such an injury could heal in a mere second. Just wait until I develop for a few more years. I shall surely overpower you. Once Silas completed the training of wood release amidst his constant movement, he halted, gazing at the water-laden floor, intent on retaliating. Taste my ice release. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted, transforming the water that covered the chamber into Silas's ally. The entire space appeared as though draped in frost, even freezing the growth of the wood release. Chapter 55. A man who relies on himself. Orochimaru takes flight. The ice extending across the water temporarily immobilized the Senju brothers. slightly alleviating their movements. However, they soon broke free, yet this provided Sylas with ample time. Would release, birth of the forest realm. Sylas, in truth, does not possess the would-release ninjutsu. Rather, he infuses his own would-release chakra into the tree's birth from Hashirama's techniques. By harnessing his superior control, he stimulates the growth of the forest and directs its expansion. The two individuals, recently liberated from the grasp of the ice release, were swiftly ensnared once more by the encroaching foliage. Instinctively, Hashirama sought to reclaim dominion over the forest, a torrent of chakra surging forth. The overwhelming influx of chakra prompted a frenzied growth, quickly filling the entire chamber and causing the trees to rupture the ground, ascending skyward. Although Orochimaru could not discern the intricacies of the battle, he sensed the disturbance and intended to flee hastily, only to find a kunai pressed against his throat. When did this occur? Do not move, or else. Orochimaru turned slightly, catching sight of Obito behind him. Such stealth showcased a power that rendered escape futile. Soon, the trees erupted from the earth, and Orochimaru beheld the vast expanse of wood release obscuring his vision. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the first Hokage is remarkable. To conjure such a sprawling forest from thin air, yet why does this attack indiscriminately ensnare both foes and allies?" Observing the branches ensnaring Senju Tobirama, he pondered. How is it that even the first Hokage himself is trapped? In an instant, he also spotted Senju Hashirama similarly restrained by the wood release. The unfolding events surpassed his wildest imaginings. He mentally entertained the worst-case scenario. The true wielder of this technique might not be Senju Hashirama at all, but rather, Lord Orochimaru. I am quite pleased with this gift. The forest halted its growth as Silas leaped down, grinning at Orochimaru. The rudimentary dwelling Orochimaru had constructed was now overshadowed by the trees formed from wood release, shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves and illuminating Silas. Orochimaru marveled at the surreal nature of it all. Were it not for your bringing the first Hokage before me, I would never have mastered wood release. Wood release? You've mastered it? Not only was Orochimaru astounded, but Obito too found this revelation beyond his comprehension. The Sharingan was indeed so powerful that it could even replicate bloodline limits? Orochimaru's eyes brimmed with fervor. Had he not already realized he could not defeat Silas, he would likely have rushed to seize the opportunity. I did not expect Orochimaru to be such a superficial individual. I always believed you were a proponent of science. Yet it seems you too are a believer in bloodline superiority. Silas sighed, remarking that the current snake uncle harbored some misconceptions. Is that not the case? Just as Orochimaru was about to offer a rebuttal, he was interrupted by Silas. This is the power of knowledge. I, Silas, have arrived at this point solely through my own enhancements. Golden fingers, fill my points to the brim. This is the path of ninjutsu that I, Silas, adhere to. A philosophy of appropriation. Everything that is usable belongs to me. Impossible. Naturally, Orochimaru found it hard to believe. In his eyes, his knowledge was already vast, and he had mastered a plethora of ninjutsu. Yet, even so, he had not been able to create any bloodline limits. Lord Orochimaru, how about we make a bet? What sort of wager? Silas approached, gesturing for Obito to release Orochimaru. It is quite simple. I will teach you a bloodline technique. If you do not master it within a day, I shall let this matter slide. However, should you succeed, you are to diligently serve me for a year. Orochimaru replied with a cold smirk. Of course, I shall comply. Silas was unperturbed by Orochimaru's cunning, for he understood that, true to Orochimaru's nature, he would never relinquish what Silas had offered. After all, it was the key to unlocking the gateway to a new world. Silas extracted a strand of chakra metal from his flying thunder god space, skillfully bending it into a series of circular, ring-like structures. He then produced a magnet, placing it upon the wooden platform he had just fashioned using wood release. Behold, Silas held one end of the solenoid in each hand, initiating the flow of electricity. The direction of the lightning release must be both incoming and outgoing. The intensity must surge instantaneously. Under Silas's command, the current passing through the solenoid surged dramatically, causing the magnet on the wooden platform to abruptly change its orientation. Orochimaru keenly perceived this phenomenon. This is magnetic release. It is not merely a conventional application of lightning release, he pondered. How could that be? The ninja tool is merely a chakra metal wire. How can it achieve such a feat? Even Obito, who stood behind him, momentarily forgot to remain vigilant of Orochimaru, sensing that he was about to witness something of profound significance. Why don't you give it a try? The peculiar ninja tool lay before Orochimaru's eyes. Observing the other's trembling hands as he cautiously took it, fearing he might exert too much force and break it, Silas sighed. There is no need for such trepidation. You could simply use a piece of iron wire formed in this manner. Anything that can conduct electricity could accomplish this. Orochimaru seemed oblivious to the advice, emulating Silas's earlier actions as he infused the wire with lightning release. Astonishingly, it truly moved. Tears welled in Orochimaru's eyes. This was a truth he had yet to explore. Why? His gaze was filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. Silas harbored no intention of safeguarding secrets for Rosha. Would you truly be willing to entrust such arcane techniques entirely to me? Listening to Orochimaru's laughter, he responded, Rather, I would prefer that you learn this. This is not merely a bloodline limit, a secret art, or a ninja technique. It is science. Science, indeed, demands the dedication of countless individuals to achieve breakthroughs. Now, pay close attention. Utilize lightning release to create a helical circuit of electric current around your arm, and then control the current to increase instantaneously. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru followed Silas's instructions and took a step that could alter the course of history. Mastering electromagnetism is the beginning of the journey toward modern truth. As Orochimaru observed a magnet rushing into his hand, he murmured, Truly astonishing. What is so astonishing? This is the power of knowledge. This is science. I demand an explanation. Tell me. The fervent pursuit of truth had caused Orochimaru to forget his circumstances, and he hurriedly continued, What about our wager? Did I lose? Quickly, tell me why. Lord Orochimaru, that aspect was not included in our agreement. Silas gently patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. Moreover, what significance lies in the truths acquired from others? Why not embark on your own journey of exploration? With an air of feigned profundity, Silas proclaimed, Look at me. Did anyone impart this knowledge to me? I have acquired it all through my own endeavors. He was, after all, merely a high school physics teacher. Moreover, much of that knowledge had nearly faded from his memory. Should he continue, his facade would surely crumble. Although Silas could no longer rely on his own understanding to elucidate this phenomenon, the gateway to the realm of science, embodied by electromagnetism, had been slightly ajar for Orochimaru. He was confident that Orochimaru could harness his own abilities to navigate the subsequent challenges. Well, since you concede defeat, you should obediently accompany me to the land of snow to conduct research. Silas was on the verge of taking him to the land of snow when he was abruptly halted by Orochimaru. I have a few matters to attend to. Do you intend to shirk your responsibilities? Orochimaru glanced at Silas, who seemed poised to strike, and then cast a quick look at the two Hokage still suspended in the tree above. He hastily added, I have heard that there exists a medical ninja in the land of grass, capable of healing others by allowing them to absorb his chakra. I wish to bring him along as well. Silas pondered for a moment. Could that be Karen? No. Karen was at most 2 or 3 years old now, so that medical ninja couldn't possibly be her mother, could she? Their unique healing physique enabled them to allow others to swiftly recover their chakra and injuries by biting their own skin. The efficacy was so remarkable that even Tsunade, whose body had been severed in two, could restore herself to full health. Such a potent constitution, however, brought them calamity. Karen's mother had exhausted her life through excessive healing, and Karen herself had been treated as a mobile medical kit for the hidden grass village. It was only upon encountering Orochimaru 10 years later that she found liberation. But one must not treat a caretaker in such a manner. Silas felt a tinge of sympathy for their plight. Then let us proceed. Silas acquiesced to Orochimaru's request. First, attend to these two esteemed Hokage. After Silas had spoken, he disregarded Orochimaru and began preparations for his journey to the land of grass. Having left no flying thunder god markings in that realm, he could not travel directly. However, he resolved to soar there. Silas retrieved from his spatial pocket an engine and propeller components that he had meticulously prepared long ago, along with various gears and such. He then extended his hands, transforming them into brown wood, enveloping all the parts and gradually distributing them in their respective positions. The wood release technique flourished, taking shape as a wooden entity resembling a magnificent bird. The propeller emerged prominently from the head of this avian construct. Thus, the first aircraft of the ninja world was born, as Silas had originally intended to utilize wood release to create the fuselage, having already prepared several components. What was this? Orochimaru, who had just returned the two Hokage into their coffins, turned around to behold such an extraordinary sight. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Silas did not immediately respond to Orochimaru's inquiry. Instead, He performed a ninjutsu, conjuring a runway that stretched hundreds of meters in length and several meters in width. This marked the dawn of a new era. You may interpret it as a vehicle known as an airplane, which I have dubbed the Flying Thunder God No. 1. An airplane? A vehicle? Orochimaru found himself perplexed by these terms, gazing at the cumbersome object, adorned with wings and reminiscent of a bird. He struggled to fathom it as a mode of transportation. Did he truly believe that affixing a wing would enable it to soar? Come, Orochimaru. You shall be the first to experience the Flying Thunder God No. 1. This creation is a propeller-driven aircraft, meticulously crafted from Sylas's memories and inspired by World War II models. He had envisioned this concept countless times in his mind. With his adeptness in wood-release techniques, it was naturally effortless for him to bring it to fruition. However, challenges were undoubtedly present, such as the balance of the fuselage and the control of the wings. He planned to make gradual adjustments once the vehicle was in motion. Moreover, he was entirely unconcerned about the adequacy of thrust, if necessary. He would simply have Orochimaru provide the wind behind. Observing Orochimaru's hesitation, Silas scoffed. "What, do you doubt me?" With a look that conveyed a mix of disdain and challenge. Silas seemed to suggest that refusing to board would reflect poorly on Orochimaru. Reluctantly suppressing his inner reluctance, Orochimaru boarded the craft. "You may return now." Silas turned to Obito and subtly gestured. Upon noticing, Obito immediately understood. "Very well. You see, the retribution for Orochimaru has arrived, hasn't it?" He was aware that this contraption was called an airplane, a model conceived by Silas. Yet, it had never truly soared through the skies. "Why don't you let him come?" A vague sense of unease stirred within Orochimaru. "He has matters to attend to. And haven't you noticed there are only 2 seats here? Buckle your seatbelt. We are about to take off." As Orochimaru mimicked Silas in fastening his seatbelt, the Flying Thunder God began to gradually power up. The rudimentary aircraft, piloted by Silas, lacked the sophistication of its counterpart from his previous life. It was devoid of even a control stick. Instead, it relied entirely on his chakra to manipulate the pulleys below, directing its course with limited convenience. Observing Silas's clumsy maneuvers and feeling the jarring motion of the vehicle, Orochimaru suddenly pondered a grave question. "Am I the first to experience this? Surely, you must be a novice as well." "Ah, you've finally come to that realization." "Indeed. This is my inaugural venture into piloting such a contraption. Yet, science demands audacity and the spirit of exploration, without even the most basic willingness to sacrifice. How can one claim to be a pioneer? Sacrifice? Does that imply this contraption poses dangers?" As Silas's words echoed in his mind, a wave of fear surged within Orochimaru. Before he could utter his desire to disembark, the Flying Thunder God No. 1 began its ascent with a swaying motion. "By the way, I neglected to inform you that I have not prepared any landing procedures, so you will have to figure out how to land it yourself shortly." Chapter 56, 1,000 Snakes. "Orochimaru, this wretched boy is clearly seeking revenge against me." Finally, Orochimaru comprehended Silas's motive for insisting on bringing him aloft. It was retribution for his previous cunning use of the impure world reincarnation technique. However, fleeing was no longer an option. The consequences of being captured by Silas were too daunting to contemplate. Setting aside the repercussions, Silas's display of knowledge was enough to intrigue him. Yet, his inaugural journey into the skies was decidedly tumultuous. As they soared away from the earth, Orochimaru pondered the underlying principles of flight. The aircraft's ascent was not particularly swift. Some masters of physical arts could achieve similar speeds in a short time. Yet no one could soar in this manner. Why? Normally esteemed for his vast erudition, Orochimaru had always looked down upon mundane mortals. Yet today, the frequency of his inquiries had surpassed the total of the past several years combined. Are you 100,000 wise? Learn to observe with your own eyes. Use your intellect to ponder, to discover, and to conclude. Silas found it quite impossible to elucidate the principles of lift generation to Orochimaru. He vaguely recalled something about Bernoulli's principle and pressure differentials. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from putting on a facade of sophistication before Orochimaru. He observed, contemplated, discovered, and summarized. Upon hearing Silas, Orochimaru silently scrutinized the structure of the Flying Thunder God No. 1. The essence of flight surely could not lie solely in speed. It must be something else. As he gazed at the unique design of the wings, a flicker of thought crossed Orochimaru's mind. "Don't dawdle. Show me the way." It was then that Orochimaru remembered their objective, to reach the land of grass. He shifted slightly, glanced at the ground, and indicated a direction for Silas. However, After several seconds, the aircraft's course remained unchanged. "You're going the wrong way," Orochimaru remarked, taking in the unfamiliar scenery while gently reminding Silas. "What's the rush? I'm just pondering how to turn. I believe it relies on the tail wing, doesn't it?" At this moment, Silas skillfully grew a tail wing at the rear of the aircraft using would release, leisurely guiding the plane's direction. Meanwhile, on the ground, Obito gazed at the nearly indistinguishable flying thunder god number 1, murmuring to himself, "It has truly ascended to the heavens." Even he could discern that both the pilot and the aircraft itself were fraught with numerous issues. Yet, this did not diminish his fascination with this remarkable invention. After all, it was Sylas who spoke of it as a harbinger of a new era. On board, Sylas was simultaneously supplying power to the aircraft and, under Orochimaru's guidance, controlling its trajectory. Occasionally employing would release to adjust the structure of the plane. The flying thunder god number 1 had already soared beyond the clouds, though Sylas was uncertain of its exact altitude. Several thousand meters, perhaps? He mused internally. "Orochimaru, do you not feel, at this moment, that you are still quite ignorant? Magnetic release in aircraft, such wonders, yet I believe that in due time, I shall unravel these mysteries." Orochimaru, brimming with confidence, calculated. "How much longer until we reach the hidden grass village?" After a moment's reflection, he replied, "Less than an hour, I suspect." "That is remarkably swift," Orochimaru remarked, astonished. The speed of this contraption undoubtedly exceeded that of a Jonin sprinting at full capacity by more than 5 times. Furthermore, being airborne, there was nothing to impede its course. He could hardly fathom how the tide of war would shift should such a weapon be utilized. Is the power source of this aircraft linked to magnetic release? Though Orochimaru was unaware of the specific mechanics, the squeaking sound emanating from Silas's hand suggested a connection to magnetic release. Silas remained silent, and Orochimaru understood that he was likely contemplating the notion of independent thought. Yet, is this what Silas refers to as science? How intriguing. At last, they had arrived. With Orochimaru's indication, a hidden village materialized within their line of sight. Quite swift indeed. "Orochimaru, have you devised a plan for your descent? If you survive this fall, we can consider today's little trick settled. However, should you perish, then only through the technique of impure world reincarnation could you achieve your immortality." Upon hearing this, a pang of anxiety gripped Orochimaru as he tilted his head to gauge the height. Yes, this fall could indeed be lethal. He hastily replied, "I believe I can manage." Before he could finish, Silas activated the seat beneath Orochimaru, launching him from the aircraft. "Remember to create a landing strip with Earth style once you're down." This was the last remark Orochimaru heard before being ejected. Those who conspire against me must be prepared." Silas smirked as he watched Orochimaru plummet from the plane, executing a parabolic descent. Orochimaru spun through the air for a considerable time before regaining control of his body. However, his velocity was alarmingly high. As the ground loomed closer, he hastily formed hand seals and unleashed various ninjutsu. Flames and torrents of water erupted from his mouth, attempting to slow his descent. Nevertheless, it was still insufficient. Orochimaru surmised that he would likely meet his end if this continued. "Vast Serpent, I must rely on you today." Summoning the technique of summoning, Vast Serpent. A colossal purple serpent materialized in midair. "Wow, where am I?" The moment the Vast Serpent appeared, it intended to negotiate with Orochimaru, demanding 100 lives for this ritual. However, upon realizing their altitude, it quickly sensed something was amiss. "I'm afraid I may not have a future. After this encounter, I doubt I shall ever summon the myriad serpents again. It seems that the first thing they would do upon emerging would be to strike me dead." Orochimaru placed his foot upon the head of the great serpent, attempting to decelerate his descent, yet the serpent sensed the impending danger and instantly vanished from sight. Through relentless effort, Orochimaru managed to reduce his speed just before touching the ground. Nevertheless, with a resounding thud, he created a substantial crater upon impact. He had survived. At last. Though ninjas possess formidable strength, they are not without their limits. Such a perilous fall from such heights could indeed threaten one's life. Gazing at the flying thunder god number 1 still circling above, Orochimaru hesitated momentarily before relinquishing the idea of escape. After all, this ninja world offered him no sanctuary. It would be wiser to follow him for now. Earth release, Earth flow wall. Following the path constructed by Sylas earlier, Orochimaru employed Earth release to create a runway of identical dimensions. He then observed as Sylas maneuvered the circling aircraft, turning it around and gradually descending towards the runway. Chapter 57. Orochimaru is out of serpents. Ultimately, Silas overestimated his driving skills. Even before the lengthy runway was exhausted, the aircraft maintained a rapid speed. Reluctantly, he resorted to earth manipulation to extend the runway, ultimately achieving a smooth landing without veering off the track. The inaugural test flight of Thunder God No. 1 was a resounding success. Listening to Silas, Orochimaru silently resolved to keep a closer watch on this young man to avoid being led astray. Suddenly, Orochimaru sensed an approaching ninja nearby. A ninja from the grass village? Orochimaru, you hold them off while I go find someone. After Silas securely stored the first machine, he sensed the approach of the grass shinobi. Adhering to the principle that the one who speaks first holds the advantage, he swiftly set about his tasks and then vanished from the spot. Among the approaching grass shinobi, their leader furrowed his brow as he observed Silas disappearing into the distance. The village had previously noted the appearance of a giant serpent in the sky, and having participated in the Third Great Ninja War and crossed paths with Konoha, he recognized it as Orochimaru's summoned beast. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, what was Orochimaru doing here? This prompted an urgent gathering of troops to monitor Orochimaru. But to their surprise, before they could arrive, they witnessed a peculiar large bird descending from the sky and landing near Orochimaru, heightening their vigilance. Orochimaru, state your intentions. And where has that individual just gone? The leader inquired as the troops approached Orochimaru. The latter surveyed the group of ninjas before him and scoffed, a mere rabble. And you presume to speak to me? In such a minor shinobi village, the number of J-nin was exceedingly scarce. With even the village's leader being merely an elite J-nin, he had no intention of treating these individuals with the same courtesy he afforded Silas. Without hesitation, he performed the summoning technique, and several large serpents emerged. However, before he could issue a command, the serpents unexpectedly turned their aggression toward him. Huh? Orochimaru dodged the oncoming strike of the serpent's head, momentarily taken aback. He then recalled that he had recently betrayed the great serpent, and with its volatile temperament, it would undoubtedly seek revenge. He had not anticipated its speed. Upon returning, it promptly alerted its subordinates. As he watched the summoned allies turn against him, the grass shinobi's thoughts began to stir. Initially, their intent was merely to obstruct Orochimaru, but now it appeared that the summoning technique had gone awry. With the summoned serpents attacking their own master, should they attempt to capture him instead? As a disciple of the third Hokage, he surely possessed a wealth of forbidden knowledge and Konoha's secrets. Obtaining such intelligence would be invaluable. Everyone, charge. Capture him alive. With the leader's command, the grass shinobi surged toward Orochimaru. As Silas contemplated the transition of the grass ninja village, he diverted a fragment of his attention to observe Orochimaru's condition. A smile crept upon his lips upon witnessing the serpent he had summoned assailing him. Serves him right. Yet, he felt no concern for Orochimaru. Such a formidable individual possessed numerous means of self-preservation. Regaining his focus, Silas directed his attention to the village before him. With the activation of the heavenly covering formation, all within the village unfolded before his eyes. Here, no one possessed the ability to perceive Silas's barrier technique, rendering him as undetected as a phantom. Within his perception, two individuals emanated an extraordinarily unique chakra. One of them appeared alarmingly feeble, on the brink of life itself. That must be Karen and her mother. Following his instinct, Silas advanced toward them. Along his path, not a single soul could discern his presence. Mom, please wake up. It's me, Karen. Look at me. In the dimly lit room, a small girl wept beside the bed, her mother lying beneath the covers, frail and desolate, her exposed arms marred with bite marks. Creak. The wooden door of the room swung open, and Silas stepped inside. Do not touch my mother, Karen exclaimed, spreading her arms protectively in front of the bed. Still under the impression that a grass ninja had come seeking treatment. Child, I commend your bravery, but if you do not step aside, she may truly perish. Silas grasped Xianglin by the nape of her neck, pulling her aside. Observing the frail woman before him, marred by countless wounds, Silas let out a sigh. Healing art. With the aid of his restorative magic, she swiftly regained her strength. Not only did her external injuries vanish, but her vitality, previously drained by excessive treatment, was entirely replenished. My lord, thank you. Feeling her body restored to its former state, she drew Xianglin closer, kneeling on the ground to express her gratitude. Someone has entrusted me with the task of escorting you away from this village. Do you accept? The mother and daughter exchanged a glance, surprise evident in their eyes. Is it my father's emissary who has come to rescue us? Xianglin inquired. I do not know, her mother replied. Yet, they were both eager to leave this place. After the destruction of the land of whirlpools, Xianglin's mother had wandered aimlessly until she encountered her husband and, upon conceiving Xianglin, finally found stability in the village of Grass Ninja. However, after her husband went missing during a mission, she became regarded as a mere mobile blood bank due to her unique constitution. Of course, we are willing. Regardless of whether the emissary was indeed her husband, she resolved to escape with her child. After all, remaining here would inevitably lead to death, and if she perished, Xianglin would likely be unable to escape such a fate. Very well. Silas placed a hand on someone's shoulder, swiftly transporting both individuals to the land of snow. Take good care of them. After entrusting them to the renowned Kazakage Fuhuazeo Shui, Silas departed from the scene. Observing the frail appearance of the mother and daughter, clad in attire starkly different from that of the neighboring land of water, Fuhuazeo Shui furrowed his brow. He keenly sensed something amiss, but nonetheless instructed his maid to look after the two. Could it be the legendary space-time ninjutsu? Chapter 58. No, I did not. Do not speak recklessly. When Silas once again utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside Orochimaru, he found the surrounding grass ninjas had left behind a multitude of corpses, fleeing in panic. Where's your snake? With a hint of malevolent glee, Silas remarked, Orochimaru, were it not for my inability to defeat you, I would ensure that you share the same fate as those grass shinobi today. Fear not, on another day, summon forth the myriad snakes, and I shall assist in imparting some discipline upon them. However, Orochimaru's primary concern lay elsewhere, his objective. It has already been dispatched to the land of snow. The land of snow? Orochimaru mused, mentally calculating the distance, inwardly acknowledging the formidable prowess of this child's Flying Thunder God technique. The land of snow is situated deep within the ninja world, seemingly far removed. Yet with such distance, it is likely that this boy's chakra reserves could rival that of a Jinchuriki. Then swiftly take me along as well. Orochimaru contemplated, eager to experience such swiftness within the ninja realm. I never mentioned that we would be using the Flying Thunder God to get there. Silas gazed at Orochimaru, a chilling smile spreading across his face. We have yet to complete the experiment on Flying Thunder God #1, have we? Do you not wish to witness this momentous occasion? The expression on Silas's face, as if to say if you don't board, you are belittling me, and consider the consequences of such disdain, rendered Orochimaru speechless. Come, let us continue our flight. The conditions in the land of water were rather severe, and Silas was eager to test whether the Flying Thunder God #1 could navigate such an environment. Thus, Orochimaru ascended once more into the sky. Yet this time, there was no need for Orochimaru to guide the way. Relying on his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Silas successfully navigated this journey. After a night of sailing, by the early hours of the following day, the two finally arrived in the land of snow, once again utilizing the runway created by the airborne Orochimaru for their landing. Silas calculated the time taken. Approximately 8 hours had elapsed, nearly spanning half of the ninja world. Yet, this speed could indeed be further enhanced. However, that was no longer Silas's concern. Once the matters in the land of snow were resolved, it would serve as the inaugural major project for this research team. This place shall be your research base. Allow me to introduce you to 2 colleagues. Silas returned to the capital of the land of snow accompanied by Orochimaru. Upon locating Fuka Hazayuki, he discovered her engaged in a game of hide and seek with his daughter. Even Kankuro, who had only arrived the day before, was participating, and it was currently his turn to seek. As Kankuro, blindfolded, made his way through the surroundings, he unexpectedly grabbed the hem of Orochimaru's clothing, exclaiming, "Got you." He removed the blindfold, beaming with joy, only to realize that the person before him was a stranger. However, the older boy beside him, wasn't he the one who rescued us yesterday? This is the one who was entrusted with our rescue. Before Silas could finish his sentence, Kankuro suddenly shouted, "Daddy." Silas glanced at Orochimaru with a bewildered expression, his gaze suddenly altered. "Silas, how dare you, Orochimaru?" "Orochimaru, no, I didn't. Please do not make such wild accusations." Orochimaru took a few steps back, his serpent-like gaze fixated on Kankuro, causing her to retreat in fear and clutch tightly to Silas's pant leg. "Kankuro." Suddenly, Kankuro's mother rushed in from the side, grasping Kankuro and hurriedly apologizing. "My lords, I sincerely apologize." Kankuro thought she was entrusted by her father. "Oh, so she is not Orochimaru's illegitimate daughter. I had my suspicions. Someone like Orochimaru could never be fond of women. As for his preferences regarding men, I cannot say." Kankuro's mother, or rather, she introduced herself as Uzumaki F. Ri, expressed immense gratitude towards Orochimaru. "There is no need for such gratitude. My interest lies solely in your unique physique," he replied. The onlookers, everyone except Sylas, regarded him with peculiar expressions. It was a misunderstanding. His fascination was merely with F.R's distinct constitution. Upon Silas's clarification, the group's wariness lessened somewhat. Kazahana Sayaki led Sylas and the others to her study, where Sylas then introduced Orochimaru to her. "Wait, Orochimaru." Upon hearing that name, Kazahana Sayaki seemed to recall something. Although she had remained in the land of snow, she was still somewhat aware of the dynamics within the ninja world. Naturally, she recognized the name Orochimaru. The disciple of the 3rd Hokage, a friend of the 5th Hokage, and also an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. He couldn't possibly be. "Yes, that one." Sylas patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. He shall be your leader in research from now on." The notion that this S-rank rogue ninja had become their superior left Fenghua Zhaoxue momentarily bewildered. What if the hidden leaf became aware of this? He found it difficult to come to terms with the situation, fearing it might provoke discontent from the hidden leaf. After all, he was merely the lord of a small nation, and accepting a rogue ninja posed considerable risk. Moreover, how had Lord Wu Wu Kai managed to establish contact with him? "Sylas, have you not yet disclosed your identity to them?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Fenghua Zhaoxue found it rather challenging to turn her head and glance at the esteemed Lord Wukong beside her. "My foolish brother had informed me that Lord Wukong is, in fact, the twin brother of the Mizukage. Moreover, he had clearly stated the intention to draw a contingent of resources from the village hidden in the mist to aid the land of snow. Yet, it seems that Sylas is also a rogue ninja from Konoha, does he not? After all, the defection of the 2 disciples of Konoha's Hokage has indeed stirred quite a commotion within the ninja world. It appears that his identity has been exposed." Sylas removed his mask, revealing a visage that Fenghua Zhaoxue had never beheld before. "You see, now you are privy to my secret," he said. He had intended to reveal his identity to Fenghua Zhaoxue at an opportune moment. However, since Orochimaru had exposed his true self, he felt no further need for concealment. He trusted that Fenghua Zhaoxue would make the right choice. "No, my lord, I know nothing," came the response. Such is the lament of a small nation. When faced with a formidable rogue ninja, even the daimyo of a country finds their voice rendered powerless. "Fear not. I assure you that the supplies I promised will be delivered," he continued. "In return, once the issues in the land of snow are resolved, I would ask you to assist me with certain matters." Sylas donned the mask once more. Within 3 days, the supplies would arrive. "Orochimaru, you should first collaborate with those 2 brothers to resolve the challenges in the land of snow before embarking on further research." Noticing a hint of disdain in Orochimaru's eyes, Sylas chuckled. "Orochimaru, are you looking down upon him simply because of his ordinary status? In a journey of 3, there is always a teacher among us. He and his sister's brother, in certain respects, even surpass me. Once you delve deeper, you will discover that their talents are not inferior to yours." Chapter 59. The ace pilot. After Orochimaru spent several days working in the land of snow, he realized that Sylas's words were indeed not without merit. The 2 brothers from the Kazahana family, though lacking in ninja abilities, were undeniably competent as scientists. In fact, they were not at all inferior to Orochimaru. "Is this the conclusion you have reached?" Sylas gazed at the report presented by Orochimaru, feeling a sense of surprise. The fact that a feasible plan had been proposed in merely 3 months was indeed astonishing, surpassing his expectations by a factor of 2. Entrusting Orochimaru with scientific research was undoubtedly a wise decision. Indeed, the model suggested by Kazahana Hate was entirely viable. As for the energy component, we could undoubtedly rely on the power of the ninjas to bring it to fruition. I devised a method that incorporates sealing techniques, creating a mechanism that converts the chakra of the ninjas into the energy source for the snow-melting apparatus. However, a critical issue remains. The land of snow can no longer afford such exorbitant manufacturing costs. The current financial state of the land of snow is barely stable, and the absence of rebellion or turmoil is solely due to the resources Silas has appropriated from the hidden mist village. Naturally, there is no available budget for the creation of new devices. I shall find a solution. Money is not the issue. Silas is diligently assisting the land of snow because the Kazahana brothers have assured him that, should he help them through this crisis, they will heed his commands in the future. Moreover, the funds are not coming from his own pockets. The resources and finances appropriated from the hidden mist village can ultimately be attributed to the controlled Yagura. He has already discussed this matter with Obito. Once the hidden mist village reaches a point of impending collapse, Silas will step forward, exposing his brother and becoming the great hero who saves the village. Those resources you possess are from the hidden mist village, aren't they? Orochimaru perceptively detected the anomaly surrounding the supplies. It was evident that, at this time, only the 5 great nations had the capacity to provide such substantial support to other countries. Furthermore, through his communications with the Kazahana brothers, he had also learned that Silas had a dual identity, one that was clandestinely linked to Yagura as a brother. This left him utterly perplexed. What kind of deal have you struck with Yagura? Silas remained silent, removing his mask to reveal a face that was strikingly similar to that of Yagura. Orochimaru stepped closer, scrutinizing it meticulously. Remarkably, there were no flaws to be found. What an exquisite transformation technique! Orochimaru could not help but exclaim. Ah, the power of a golden finger. You wouldn't comprehend it. By the way, how is the development of the Flying Thunder God technique number 2 progressing? Upon hearing Silas's inquiry, Orochimaru fell into a brief silence. Come, let us take a look together. As Silas followed him to an open space outside the royal city, they caught sight of a wooden propeller plane gracefully hovering at a low altitude. It occasionally executed a roll, swiftly ascending and diving. Where did you find such a skilled pilot? Their technique is quite impressive, Silas inquired. To this, Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied. The current aircraft model is incomplete. It requires the pilot to make minute adjustments to the plane's exterior while flying. In this world, who else besides you possesses the wood release technique? Are you suggesting that the pilot is Senju Hashirama? Silas mused, surprised that their esteemed first Hokage held an unexpected interest in such matters. Orochimaru had initially intended to employ Hashirama merely to fulfill the task of enhancing the aircraft model assigned by Silas. In this context, it was impossible for him to completely restrict Hashirama's control over his body. He merely placed certain constraints on his movements. To his astonishment, after several test flights, the first Hokage developed a genuine fondness for the role of pilot, actively participating and even offering suggestions during the trials. Does the first Hokage possess lightning release? How did you resolve the issue of propulsion? Silas suddenly pondered this issue. It was quite simple. All that was required was to perform the reanimation jutsu on a lightning-style ninja. The bodies summoned through this technique are devoid of chakra limitations, necessitating merely a need to provide the energy for that motor. Orochimaru mentioned it casually. During his time in Konoha, he had amassed quite a collection of ninja flesh and blood. And those beings known as white zetsu. Procure for me a few more. No, several dozens. Orochimaru declared. Although Silas did not prohibit him from researching the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, he explicitly forbade him from taking lives to serve as materials for this dark art. Of course, Silas provided him with several white zetsu clones as substitutes for the required materials. No problem, I will deliver them to you this afternoon. As for the white zetsu clones, there is no shortage of them. In the original timeline, Obito had manufactured a staggering 100,000 white zetsu for the Fourth Great Ninja War. At that moment, an aircraft gently descended, landing smoothly on the well-organized runway. A testament to skill far superior to Silas's previous 2 landings. The 2 approached just in time to meet Hashirama Senju, who leaped from the aircraft. After a brief exchange between Orochimaru and Hashirama Senju, Orochimaru turned to Silas and remarked, he says this aircraft model is now functioning without issues. With that, Orochimaru placed Hashirama back into the coffin, seemingly fearful of a resurrection, sealing him once more. Following this prototype, let us design an aircraft that can be piloted by ordinary ninjas. The Flying Thunder God 2, a transport aircraft, is crucial to Silas's planned aerospace transportation route and is integral to his wealth accumulation scheme. Ordinary ninjas? That may prove difficult, Orochimaru elucidated. While a Chunin-level lightning release ninja can indeed make the aircraft move, sustained flight would require at least a jonin. Furthermore, if the intention is to traverse half the ninja world as before, even elite jonin may not suffice to meet such demands. It was then that Silas recalled the necessity of a continuous power supply for the motor. The level 5 chakra extraction technique had alleviated his concerns regarding the depletion of blue energy to such an extent that he momentarily forgot about the issue of endurance. I shall allocate 500 white zetsu clones to you. Now, conjure 100 lightning release ninjas for me. With a grand gesture, Silas unreservedly distributed the clones of zetsu to Orochimaru. Meanwhile, far within the heart of the shinobi world, Zetsu, who was executing a surveillance plan, unexpectedly sneezed. What on earth? Why did I just sneeze? A note of clarification, This is not a manifestation of my conscience urging me to update thrice. I am sincerely grateful for everyone's support and recommendations. Special thanks to the generous contributions of the user Donkuda Ijung with 898 Chidian coins, the brother of the beast with 100 Chidian coins, and book friend 2018-0203-2143-40341 with 100 Chidian coins, as well as book friend 202003-2519-4353734 with 100 Chidian coins. Additionally, I will be compensating for the 3 chapters 1.0. And I promise to add 5 more chapters before the new year. I never anticipated that even a struggling writer like myself would someday receive such generosity. My heartfelt thanks. In Chapter 60, the Water Shadow Replacement Plan, after Orochimaru had utilized all the hundreds of white Zetsu clones, over 90 reanimated bodies of lightning-style ninjas had emerged in the Land of Snow. Observing that the army of rechargeable batteries was adequately prepared for forthcoming demands, Silas nodded with satisfaction. Once this task was completed, I shall embark on my own experiments. Orochimaru spoke to Silas, expressing that he had gained new insights into the magnetic release showcased by Silas, especially after witnessing the prototype of the motor that Silas had created. Is it not possible for you to attend to both your experiments and my request simultaneously? Ah, Silas-kun, human energy is indeed finite. Unlike Silas, who possesses an extraordinary advantage, Orochimaru has traversed his journey relying solely on his own efforts. While human energy may be limited, the energy of shadow clones is not. Silas chuckled, reminding Orochimaru that while the shadow clone technique could be employed for training, it could equally be harnessed for research endeavors. Orochimaru suddenly grasped the disparity between them. It lay in the utilization of the shadow clone technique. Every task could be expedited through this extraordinary tool. And no wonder this young man had developed at such an astonishing pace. Wait a moment, it seems his original self is rather unoccupied. Could it be that he delegates all tasks to his clones? I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Without allowing Orochimaru the chance to voice his confusion, Silas abruptly stated, vanishing from sight in an instant. As the shadow clones of Silas dissipated in the Hidden Mist village, it was due to his disciple, Zabuza, who had come bearing significant news. The war between the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Cloud villages was nearing its conclusion, and 3 pivotal figures had defected. Since Silas had departed from the front lines, the absence of a super medical ninja's assistance, coupled with the oppressive policies of Yagura, had resulted in substantial losses for the Hidden Mist. Reports of ninjas voluntarily defecting due to failed missions had begun to surface. Moreover, 3 months prior, Yagura had diverted a shipment of supplies intended for the front lines to the Land of Snow, further undermining the morale of the troops. Taking Silas's place at the front were the remaining 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki, Raiga Kurisuki, and CHJR. In a bid to maintain combat effectiveness, even the sword, Samahata, originally belonging to Silas, was temporarily lent to Kisame. Although these 3 possessed commendable strength, their influence on the situation paled in comparison to Silas's. With the tide of battle turning against them, it was inevitable that someone would be made a scapegoat. Naturally, Yagura would not step forward to accept responsibility, leaving the 3 frontline commanders to bear the brunt of the blame. Thus, under the village's deliberate propaganda, these 3 became the scapegoats for the war's failure. Rational minds understood that this was a consequence of the village's policies, yet the prevailing public opinion forced them to conform. Kisame, CHJR, and Raiga could not accept such an injustice. Consequently, on a moonless, windy night, they fled from the front lines, infiltrated the village, and united to confront Yagura. Of course, given their capabilities, eliminating Yagura was out of the question. Thus, 3 new rogue ninjas emerged, a scenario even Silas had not anticipated. Each of them possessed significant strength, otherwise, CHJR would not have later become a member of the Akatsuki. The issue, however, was that 3 had defected all at once. Teacher, the 5th Mizukage summons you. Upon the return of the true Silas to his abode in the Hidden Mist village, the long-awaiting Zabuza promptly declared, understood. Upon finishing his words, Silas promptly made his way to the Water Shadow Tower. It appeared that in light of the assassination attempt the previous night, the security at the tower had been significantly heightened. As Silas arrived before Shakura, he was struck by the pallor of Shakura's face, which stirred a sense of foreboding within him. At that moment, Obito emerged from a portal. The battle from the previous night had caused some instability in the illusion I cast upon Shakura, although I managed to reinforce it in time. There remained a possibility of it being restored at any moment. Silas was reluctant to have Yakura awaken so soon. His plan was to utilize the period during which Yakura was under control to secretly cultivate the Land of Snow with resources from the Hidden Mist Village. After all, a portion of the funds from the Hidden Mist Village had already been allocated to support the Akatsuki organization. Thus, a little more would not make a significant difference, provided that his actions remained discreet enough to prevent the Hidden Mist Village from falling into dire straits. Given Yakura's current deterrence, it would be challenging to draw attention from others. Ultimately, when the chaos was rectified, all responsibility could be placed upon Yakura. However, at present, Yakura could regain his sanity at any moment, and the construction of the Land of Snow was only halfway complete. Therefore, the progress of the Land of Snow must accelerate. Silas addressed Obito, stating that there was no need to await the completion of the construction in the Land of Snow, as long as the funding was secured. The plan to substitute the Mizukage could be enacted. Rather than allowing Obito to covertly manipulate the Mizukage, Yagura, through illusionary techniques to secretly transport resources to the Akatsuki organization. It would be far more prudent to have the equally powerful figure take on the mantle of the Mizukage directly. This was their plan for substitution. After all, Obito's animosity towards the Hidden Mist Village had significantly diminished, longing instead for the swift arrival of a peaceful world. After some contemplation, Obito resolved to implement Silas's plan. It was better to prepare in advance than to let Yagura become a ticking time bomb. However, extracting such a large sum at once would likely exacerbate the already dire situation in the Hidden Mist Village. 5 days later, utilizing his authority and with the assistance and cover of Silas and Obito, Yagura successfully emptied the village's treasury, transforming it into the cornerstone for the construction in the Land of Snow. Consequently, the front lines, already lacking in supplies, were now utterly devoid of provisions. Another 5 days passed, and significant changes occurred at the front. The ninja forces mobilized not to attack the Hidden Cloud Village, but rather to shift their focus towards the Hidden Mist Village. The station ninjas, witnessing a sudden surge of figures outside the village, mistakenly believed another village had launched an assault and immediately sounded the alarm. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded. 2 factions of mist ninjas, separated by high walls, glared at one another. "Aren't you supposed to be fighting at the front?" inquired one of the guarding ninjas. "What battle? We haven't received supplies in over 10 days. We completely ran out of food 5 days ago. How can we risk our lives when we can't even eat?" came the frustrated reply. Exactly. In an instant, the guarding ninjas were taken aback. Was the situation at the front so dire? "I demand to see the Mizukage. Let us into the village," seeing that they would be forced to allow the agitated compatriots entry if the gates remained closed. The ninjas atop the walls eventually opened the doors. Countless ninjas streamed in, their sights set directly on the Mizukage's office. Chapter 61. The Great Ninja. For country and people, the group found themselves halted outside the Mizukage's building, as the Hidden Mist's Umbu collectively intervened, blocking these individuals who harbored intentions against the Mizukage. "Let us see the Mizukage." The voices within the crowd began to unify, all demanding to see Yagura. "The Mizukage was attacked and is still recovering. You must not disturb his rest." This was not a fabrication. Yagura had indeed been exhibiting peculiar symptoms lately, though this was due to Obito's illusion beginning to wane. Suddenly, a voice arose from the crowd. "Let us seek Lord 505. He will surely assist us." At this moment, everyone recalled the illustrious figure of Lord Wawukai, who single-handedly transformed the battlefield's fate. The 6 months that Lord Wawukai spent on the front lines were undoubtedly our happiest times. Not only did he lead from the front, engaging directly in combat, but his remarkable medical ninjutsu also significantly reduced the casualty rate. It was due to Lord Wawukai's immense prestige on the battlefield that Ichong had no choice but to summon him back to the village, even sending 3 unfortunate souls to take over his duties. Merely a few months had passed, and the front lines had collapsed, with one of them ultimately becoming a traitorous ninja. Lord Wawukai resides in a corner of the eastern part of the village. A mighty shout erupted from the crowd, followed by a similar response. The calls for Lord Wawukai to intercede on their behalf grew ever louder. Amidst the rising echoes of agreement, they began to move towards the eastern part of the village. In the swift movement of numerous figures, no one noticed that a few individuals had detached from the main group, veering into an alley, ultimately vanishing into a wisp of white smoke. Had anyone paid attention, they would have realized that these individuals were the very ones who had initially instigated the discord. Their intent to seek out Lord Wawukai was precisely what they had first mentioned. In the courtyard, Saras was instructing Zabuza in the art of ninjutsu. Feeling the memories flooding his mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. They have arrived. Master Wuwakai, I have already mastered nearly 10 techniques of water release. I am even more formidable than some Chunin. When do you think we can leave the village to undertake missions? Zabuza inquired. Yet, Ceres replied. Merely having learned a multitude of ninjutsu does not qualify one as a true ninja. The worth of a ninja is not determined by such superficial measures. Zabuza, perplexed by his teacher's words, pondered, then what constitutes the true value of a ninja? At that moment, the mist ninjas arrived near Lord Wuwukai's residence. Observing the esteemed figure, who commanded such respect on the front lines, residing in such a modest and humble abode, they felt a deep sense of injustice on his behalf. To show their respect, they halted their reckless rooftop antics from a distance, opting to walk to Lord Wuwukai's doorstep. Coincidentally, a group of individuals overheard their conversation. The worth of a ninja's life is not determined by how they live, but by what they accomplish before their death. Upholding justice and vanquishing evil is commendable, yet, in my eyes, it is merely a minor aspect of being a ninja. So, what then is the greater essence of a ninja? Silas sensed the growing crowd around him and slightly elevated his voice to ensure that all could hear his words. To be a true is to serve the nation and its people. Let us reflect upon our comrades battling at the front lines. They sacrificed their lives and shed their blood to safeguard the interests of our country and the peace of our village. They embody the essence of, if only I were capable. As Silas spoke, his voice faltered, revealing an unspoken burden that prevented him from taking to the battlefield. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding individuals were moved to tears. Lord Wuwakai has not forgotten us. He regards us as kin. His absence from the battlefield is merely due to the power struggles within the village. As for the specifics, we are all well aware. The mist shinobi echoed in unison, pleading, please, Lord Wuwakai, stand for us. Moments later, they beheld Wuwakai, who opened the door, astonishment etched upon his face as he gazed at them. Aren't you supposed to be at the front lines, my lord? We have suffered a defeat, one spoke up. Our brethren at the front have awaited your return to lead us into battle. Yet what awaited them was betrayal. Over 10 days ago, our supply lines were severed, and many of our comrades have perished within our own encampment. Upon hearing this, Silas could not help but shed tears of sorrow. I apologize. This matter is, in part, my responsibility, and I shall make amends. The crowd implored, Lord Wuwakai, we have come to seek your judgment. We demand to understand what has transpired with Lord Yagura. That our supplies would be cut off. Indeed, they chorused in agreement. Silas hesitated, yet ultimately, as if resolved to a decision, he removed his mask, revealing Wuwukai's visage. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. The many had already anticipated this revelation. Indeed, Lord Wuwakai is the brother of Lord Yagura. No wonder their faces bear such a striking resemblance. I too harbor questions that must be addressed directly to Yagura. If that is the case, let us proceed together. The crowd parted to create a path, and thousands of ninjas followed him to the forefront, leading the charge towards the Water Shadow Tower. The Umbu, witnessing the returning ninjas, prepared to sound the alarm, yet were taken aback by the face of the leading Wuwakai. Isn't this the Water Shadow? How? Wuwakai, how dare you employ transformation techniques to deceive the masses? Do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression? With a smile, Silas declared that Wukong was indeed the twin brother of Shakura, a notion that was once merely a rumor. Yet now, it has been substantiated. Step aside. I demand to see Shakura. Such audacity to utter his name so brazenly. Before he could finish his sentence, Silas swiftly executed a jutsu, whisking him away. With his prowess, dispatching A.J. Neen posed little challenge. Cease this at once. Just as Silas intended to lead his entourage into the Mizukage Tower to seek retribution, the elders of the Mist Village arrived. The elders, gazing upon Wukong's visage, so strikingly reminiscent of Shakura, were momentarily perplexed. Surely, Shakura's son could not be of such age. Could it be that the legends hold truth, that Wukong is indeed Shakura's sibling? Esteemed elders, your arrival is most timely. There are matters that must be addressed forthwith. With unwavering conviction, Silas exclaimed, Ijong, step forth. As Silas's voice resonated, the figure of Ijong emerged atop the Water Shadow building. Observing the subtle shift in Ijong's gaze, Silas felt a pang of anxiety. The illusion was already on the brink of unraveling, and just moments ago, Dato had executed a plan to implant a suggestion in Ijong, compelling him to remain silent in the face of any inquiry. Consequently, the illusion was likely to dissipate. Ijong, I beseech you, where have the supplies designated for the front lines vanished to? Ijong replied, it's a 50-50 chance. There may be more to the matter of the supplies. Let us remain silent for now. Silas cast a fierce glare at the elder who intended to act as a mediator. Have you not sensed the anomalies? Over the past few years, Yagura has seemingly transformed into a different person, imposing such brutal rule upon the village. Initially, I believed his intentions were for the village's good. But now I realize he has truly changed. He no longer cares for the village's welfare, nor for the lives of his subordinates. Have you never questioned this? That man may not even be Yagura. Upon hearing Silas's words, the crowd raised their heads to gaze at Yagura above, awaiting his response. Yet, Yagura remained silent. Chapter 62. Yagura, you are in a dire state. Yagura, if you still consider me a brother, then reveal everything to me. A group of individuals looked at Lord Wuwakai, tears glistening in their eyes, as they questioned Yagura, feeling deep sympathy for him. Confronting his brother before such a multitude must have weighed heavily on Lord Wuwakai's heart. Nevertheless, for the sake of the village, he made this agonizing choice. Regardless of Silas's words, Yagura atop the water shadow building remained mute, offering no response even to the elders beside him. As Silas inquired about the whereabouts of the funds and resources you had misappropriated, he posed questions that could easily sway the crowd's opinion, all while keenly observing the changes in Yagura's demeanor. The emotions in Yagura's eyes intensified, and ultimately, upon hearing Silas declare, "You are unworthy to lead this village," the illusion that had ensnared him was shattered. Just as Yagura prepared to unleash a torrent of curses and reveal the truth, Obito, who had been vigilantly watching from a distance, appeared behind him, placing a hand on Yagura's shoulder and transporting him to the Kimui dimension. Upon regaining his senses, Yagura realized he had been ensnared in a trap. These two individuals had no intention of granting him the opportunity to explain. Once he was taken by the masked man, clarity would elude him. Furthermore, Yagura felt no hope of offering any explanation. As the masked man vanished with Yagura, the onlookers remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. I have marked Yagura with a sensory tag. They have not traveled far. I shall pursue them. The situation of our adversaries is uncertain. Everyone, please refrain from following. Rest assured, even if Yagura is my own brother, I shall provide a satisfactory account. Without waiting for a response, Silas unleashed his full speed and swiftly exited the village. Once out of sight, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport beside Obito. In that fleeting moment of transition, a colossal water bullet surged toward him. After evading the attack, Silas beheld a gigantic tortoise, its body adorned with spines and boasting three tails, the three-tailed beast. What is the meaning of this? How did you unleash the three tails? Silas was somewhat taken aback. Although Obito's physical prowess was lacking, he was undoubtedly a master of ambush tactics. Suddenly, his vision spiraled out of control. Even Obito did not anticipate that his eyes would fail him at such a critical moment. Silas contemplated for a moment and deemed it essential to address this potential risk. After all, Obito could not be accompanied at all times. Oh, it seems one could indeed bring forth a shadow clone to accompany him. By merely placing a shadow clone within the Kamui dimension, Obito could receive treatment whenever he overexerted his ocular powers. Furthermore, should any matters arise, he could utilize the shadow clone to convey messages to himself. However, the immediate priority was to confront and resolve the formidable giant tortoise ahead. Please take a moment to retreat and rest. Grant me a few minutes. Silas summoned a shadow clone to assist in lowering Yagura. Meanwhile, he braved the onslaught from Isabu and charged forward. It appeared that Yagura harbored significant grievances against Obito, manifesting in his complete transformation into a tailed beast. As one of the rare perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world, Yagura's prowess was formidable. A few months prior, Silas would have found it quite challenging to overcome him. However, having mastered wood release, he no longer faced such difficulty. Over the past 3 months, he had learned a considerable amount of wood release techniques from the reincarnated Hashirama Senju. Now was the moment of reckoning. Wood release, wood dragon technique? Roots burst forth from the earth, rapidly growing under Silas's command, gradually forming into a massive wooden dragon with a long, hooked nose and covered in thorns. The three tails, recognizing this somewhat familiar ninjutsu, faltered in its own water release technique. Wait a moment, ISNT this would release? Before it could ponder further, the enormous wooden dragon ensnared its vast form, flipping the three tails over with unyielding force. Observing Isabu attempting to right itself by using its tail for support, Silas was determined not to allow it to succeed. Would release, binding technique? As Silas infused his chakra, several enormous wooden hands sprouted from the ground, firmly securing the three tails' tail. Isabu, struggling desperately, could only watch as the wooden dragon tightened its bindings. For symbol seal, the instant Silas made contact with Isabu, he commenced the sealing process. The seal had originally been on Yagura, but with his level 5 sealing technique, Sylas executed a forceful and unreasonable extraction. Isabu was forcibly transferred from Yagura's body into Sylas's own. Once the sealing was complete, only a barely conscious Yagura remained. In truth, Sylas did not require the power of the tailed beast. He merely needed the three tails as a means of explanation to the hidden mist village. He would take it to Orochimaru. With the tailed beast extracted, the Jinchuriki was inevitably doomed. If Yagura were to survive, it would truly be against the odds. Obito lifted Yagura and vanished from sight. Sylas, contemplating for a moment, summoned another shadow clone and began releasing ninjutsu wildly in all directions, creating the illusion that he had valiantly defeated Yagura and reclaimed the three tails. Observing the devastated landscape around him, Sylas nodded in satisfaction, estimating that the time was nearly right, and then leisurely made his way towards the hidden mist village. You defeated the tailed beast empowered Yagura? Reclaimed the three tails? Upon Sylas's return to the hidden mist village and recounting the events, several elders expressed skepticism. Yagura's strength was indisputable, yet this individual, seemingly evenly matched, possessed the capability to vanquish the three tails? This left them quite perplexed. Could such a formidable individual truly arise from the hidden mist village? Are you truly the twin brother of Shakura, Wukai? An elder inquired. I believe my visage speaks volumes, I replied. Where have you spent your previous days? In cultivation. Until Shakura summoned me from seclusion. It was then that I became his guardian and entered the hidden mist village. Initially, I presumed he sought to implement a series of reforms in the village, potentially facing peril and assassination, which prompted me to assist him. To my astonishment, he ultimately betrayed the village. During our confrontation, I uncovered some truths. Shakura had allied himself with a clandestine organization, and the resources that had vanished from the hidden mist village were appropriated by him, entirely delivered to that mysterious group. According to the predetermined plan, Sylas began to shift the blame onto Izong. Unbeknownst to him, he felt a sense of pity for Izong. When the opportunity for resurrection arrived later, he thought to arrange for Izong to be among the first. Chapter 63, Water Shadow, 50-50. As for Izong, once Sylas had finished deflecting blame, the elders inquired. He was taken away by that masked man. His abilities were exceedingly peculiar. At the time, I had just completed the sealing of the three tails and was powerless to stop him. However, with the tailed beast stripped from within, I believe Izong. Many elders, noticing Sylas's despondent demeanor, contemplated and understood. After all, he had effectively killed his own brother, which would inevitably weigh heavily on his heart. Of course, the narrative provided by Sylas contained numerous inconsistencies. For instance, how did he manage to catch up to the adversary and have the opportunity to seal the three tails under such bizarre circumstances? Yet, they had no intention of delving deeper. It was quite simple. Sylas's prowess left no room for their skepticism. During the 6 months that 50-50 executed tasks on the front lines, he exhibited extraordinarily potent abilities. Not only was his medical ninjutsu exceptional, but during one operation, he single-handedly eliminated nearly 100 foes while safeguarding the team's retreat, subsequently asserting that the best way to protect one's comrades was to vanquish the enemy. As several elders departed in unison, one suddenly posed a question. Is 50-50 truly Izong's brother? According to the intelligence they possessed, Izong had no twin siblings. The only brother, he had perished on the battlefield. Yet, the individuals involved in this matter were no longer present. Izong's predecessors had long since fallen in battle, and Izong himself was now regarded as a rogue ninja, his fate uncertain, thus he could not serve as a witness. We must verify this matter. Let us not forget that the three tails is sealed within him as a strategic weapon for the village, and it must be entirely under our control. But do we possess the capability to confront him? Upon hearing this, the elders fell silent. Regardless of whether 50-50 was indeed Izong's brother, they could only acquiesce. For the current strength of the Mist Village could not hinder him. Let us find an opportunity to verify this. Regardless of the outcome, we must publicly assert that 50-50 is Izong's brother. As for the next Water Shadow, with the front lines in disarray and all 7 ninja swords vacant, even the 4th Water Shadow had betrayed the village. In such circumstances, without a pillar to stand firm, the Mist Village feared it would become the first among the 5 great ninja villages to be disbanded. So it would be 50-50. In truth, they had no other choice. The news of Sylas's victory over the rebellious ninja Yagura and his reclamation of the 3 tails spread swiftly among the Mist villagers, further elevating his already considerable popularity. During his 6-month tenure on the front lines, he had provided healing to over half of the ninjas in the Hidden Mist village. The villagers admired their leader, who was not only powerful but also led by example without indulging in favoritism. As word of mouth circulated among the Mist ninjas, more and more began to recognize the merits of Sylas. On the third day, Silas received a summons to the village's assembly hall for an examination. This was essentially an assessment of his appearance to determine whether it had been altered by some secret technique. The conclusion drawn by several adept ninjas skilled in disguise was that Silas's visage was indeed natural, and thus he was confirmed to be Yagura's brother. This revelation rapidly disseminated throughout the Hidden Mist village. See, I told you I was right. I was the first to say that Silas was Yagura's twin brother. Someone boasted. Oh please, weren't you just rambling after a few drinks that day? Others retorted. In the taverns, many claimed to be the original discoverers of this secret. Silas, who traversed the Hidden Mist village treating the injured and thereby garnering goodwill, naturally overheard these conversations. Now, he was a bona fide ninja of the Hidden Mist. Moving forward, he was determined to work diligently for the betterment of the Will of Water. Once in office, his first initiative would be to establish a standard 9-to-5 work schedule. Half a month later, at the election assembly in the Hidden Mist village, Silas decisively triumphed over his nearest rival, securing his candidacy for the position of Mizukage. The fifth Mizukage, Sylas. After 2 days of cumbersome inauguration ceremonies, Silas finally found a moment of respite upon returning from the Land of Water, leaving a shadow clone to manage affairs while he ventured back to the Land of Snow. Curiously, Orochimaru, who was typically known as a workaholic, was inexplicably idle at that moment. Why are you slacking off in broad daylight instead of working? Silas gazed at the meditative Orochimaru, filled with curiosity. Slacking off? What does that mean? My shadow clones are diligently working, after all. Silas was taken aback. Orochimaru, something seems amiss. You were never like this. You used to be someone who wished for every moment to be stretched into 2. Has my laid-back spirit somehow influenced you? When there's work, let the shadow clones handle it. When there's none, indulge in a meal. Your timing is impeccable. Just moments ago, my shadow clone returned with news that the melting snow device has been fully charged with the chakra of those reanimated corpses. The plan can commence now. Come, witness the power of science. Chapter 64. The Dawn of a New Era. Silas followed Orochimaru to the border of the Land of Snow, where 6 colossal ice pillars loomed around them. At the center, upon a raised platform, a gathering of individuals stood in earnest conversation. Ah, you two have arrived. Fenghua Zhaoxue remarked, gazing at the pair as they approached. Everything is ready. The Land of Snow is about to embrace the arrival of spring. Silas accepted the key handed over by Windflower Early Snow and activated the mechanism. What transpired next bore no relation to the scientific principles he had come to understand. A colossal surge of energy erupted as 6 ice pillars ascended, casting beams of light that dispelled the perpetual clouds hovering over the Land of Snow. Furthermore, the intense heat emanating from the ground began to melt the snow accumulated on the surface. As the clouds dissipated, sunlight bathed the entire realm in warmth. The cheers resonating from the royal city made Windflower Early Snow feel that all of this was indeed worthwhile. From now on, my life is devoted to Lord 50/50. Even if his true identity is that of a rogue ninja from Konoha, you have paid such a considerable price merely to win their allegiance? Orochimaru could not comprehend such a notion, as he believed there were far simpler methods. For instance, capturing Windflower Early Snow's daughter and using her as leverage to compel him to act on his behalf. Orochimaru, the times are changing. The era of ninjas wielding forbidden techniques is drawing to a close. Silas chuckled, for he had arrived to establish the rules for this world. How fares the production of the transport aircraft? A total of 72 planes, each equipped with a ninja proficient in lightning release of at least CH9 rank. Moreover, we have made progress on the comprehensive positioning system for the entire ninja realm that you proposed. Although Orochimaru has recently mastered some peculiar techniques to bide his time, he remains acutely aware of the project's advancement. We must expedite our efforts, as it will soon be put to use. Silas, akin to a heartless employer, issued his commands and departed from this place, returning to the Land of Snow. Just as he completed the exchange with his shadow clone, a knock resonated at the door of his office. 5th Hokage, the elders request your presence to discuss the village's financial matters, announced his secretary, Terumi Mei. As Silas's subordinate, Terumi Mei had naturally been promoted in the process. Let us proceed, she said, guiding Silas to the conference room. Now that the 5th Hokage has arrived, we shall commence this meeting. It has come to our attention that Yagura previously misappropriated a significant amount of resources and funds, the exact purpose of which remains unclear. However, we have vaguely traced it to a small nation inland. Is there any possibility of recovery? Alas, it seems exceedingly difficult. The recent defeats at the front lines have considerably diminished our prestige, and many small ninja villages are now reluctant to entrust us with missions. The income from the mission gathering will consequently dwindle, and our village is running out of funds. Listening to the elders lament their financial plight, Silas couldn't help but smile. Are you here to bemoan your poverty? Since the revenue from the mission gathering has plummeted, then perhaps we need fewer ninjas. At this, the assembly furrowed their brows in dismay. The mission gathering was not merely about income, it was also a crucial venue for training during peacetime. Did Silas not fear that such drastic measures would undermine the village's combat capabilities? In truth, Silas held little regard for such martial strength. After all, those who found themselves on the battlefield were often mere cannon fodder. It would be more prudent to redirect them towards other endeavors. If one required cannon fodder, why not utilize white zetsu? That resource was inexhaustible. Ninjas, possessing formidable strength and various jutsu, were squandered solely for destruction, devoid of any productive purpose. As for those displaced ninjas, I have alternative plans. Regarding our finances, I shall devise a strategy. Inform the merchants still residing in the village. I wish to meet with them. As Silas prepared to depart, he was halted by an elder. Are you truly considering taking action against those merchants? Have you lost your mind? Do not underestimate my intelligence. I am seeking them out to engage in a significant business transaction. The order from the Mizukage is not one to be defied, especially at this juncture when the lingering influence of Yagura remains palpable. Do you suppose that this newly appointed Mizukage will require us to provide some extraordinary funding? Ever since Yagura fell under Obito's control, he has incessantly imposed various taxes on merchants under numerous pretenses. Many, unable to withstand such oppression, have departed from the land of water in search of alternative livelihoods. If this continues, I fear I too shall have to leave, sighed a jeweler. I doubt that will be the case. I have heard that the fifth Mizukage differs from his brother and does not share Yagura's disposition. While the merchants engaged in this discourse, Silas entered the room accompanied by Conan and Zabuza. Esteemed merchants, please allow me to have your attention. The reason for gathering you all here is to discuss a potential business opportunity. Upon hearing Silas's words, the merchants' hearts tightened. Lord Mizukage, may I inquire if this business venture requires us to make an initial investment? Upon hearing the inquiry posed by his interlocutor, Silas smiled and reassured the gathering. I understand your apprehensions, but rest assured, I am a man of integrity and would not engage in any deceitful schemes. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their uncertainty. Noticing their lingering doubts, Silas continued candidly, allow me to be straightforward. I possess a method that can transport goods from the water nation to the interior of the land of Earth within half a day. How is that even possible? As soon as Silas uttered these words, the entire conference erupted into a frenzy. A multitude of merchants began to voice their inquiries regarding the specifics of the situation. Transportation has always posed a significant challenge in the realm of commerce, particularly for a nation like the water country, renowned for its thriving aquatic industry, with its specialty being a diverse array of seafood. However, seafood comes with a shelf life that can be quite limited. Many precious varieties cannot be preserved for extended periods, making transportation to other countries a formidable task. Yet, the prospect of reaching the Earth country within half a day implies the possibility of completing a round trip within a single day across the ninja world. They could only surmise that the fifth Hokage had mastered a unique ninjutsu. Very well, this afternoon, I shall conduct a demonstration at the training ground, and you may select trusted individuals to partake in the experiment. 50-50. Is it true what you conveyed to those merchants about arriving in the Earth country within half a day? Please be mindful of your status. I am the leader of this village. Silas understood that his ascension to the position of Water Shadow was attributable to his own prowess, the power of the three tails within him, and the support of the grassroots ninjas. The elders represented various interest groups within the village, and their attitudes towards him were rather ambiguous. Previously, when matters required discussion, he was merely summoned, which hardly signified his status as Water Shadow. Rather, it felt as though he were merely a laborer, needed solely to stabilize the village. However, Silas was determined not to acquiesce to their wishes and seized an opportunity to drop a bombshell. From this point forward, this village would be under my command. The rules shall be dictated by me. Chapter 65. Illegal entry, is this what the esteemed water shadow referred to as the means for us to traverse to the land of Earth within a single day? Surrounding the training ground, many gazed at the center, where a colossal wooden contraption resembling a bird with wings stood. Could this object possibly fly? As the crowd deliberated the nature of this invention, Silas made his entrance. Esteemed guests, this marvel is called an airplane. Just as I have stated, it possesses the capability to travel to the land of Earth and return within a single day. Thanks to the enhancements spearheaded by Orochimaru's research team from the Land of Snow, coupled with the enthusiastic cooperation of a certain first Hokage, the airplane can now make the round trip to the land of Earth even when fully loaded. How is that possible? A round trip to the land of Earth within a day? Silas's remarks stirred a considerable uproar among the crowd. I understand that many of you harbor doubts. Yet no amount of explanation can compare to the experience of first-hand involvement. I shall personally pilot this aircraft, traversing to the land of Earth. As evidence of this endeavor, I will also travel to the hidden Earth village to sign a trade agreement with the Uchiha. This time, there are but 10 coveted spots available. Upon concluding his words, Silas observed the merchants as they appeared ready to clash, eagerly vying for the 10 coveted slots. Ultimately, 10 merchants were selected to stand before Silas, 7 of whom were engaged in the aquaculture industry. Their curiosity regarding this novel mode of transportation was palpable. Furthermore, upon learning that it would be piloted by none other than the water shadow, they felt assured of their safety and were eager to participate. Had they known that Silas had only piloted an aircraft twice and nearly faced disaster, they would surely have voiced their discontent vehemently. You may bring various goods to the land of Earth. When these 10 individuals successfully sell their wares and return to the hidden mist village with their earnings, it shall mark a transformative moment in this world. Several hours later, the cargo hold of the airplane was filled to the brim with the provisions of these 10 merchants. Silas ensured their comfort by accommodating them and their attendants in the lavishly appointed lounge. He then turned, employing wood release to forge a passageway to the cockpit. Inside, a solitary figure awaited, accompanied by a pigeon. Lord First Generation, I apologize for the trouble, the figure remarked. You truly are remarkable, young one. Silas has already disclosed his identity to Senju Hashirama, stating that he infiltrated the hidden mist village out of necessity for the sake of peace in the ninja world. To his surprise, his exceptional abilities propelled him all the way to the position of Mizuki's. Please fasten your seatbelts. The shadow clone of Silas, stationed in the rest cabin, reminded him and meticulously secured each individual with specially designed safety belts. This novel contraption, known as an aircraft, captured the attention of nearly all the residents of the hidden mist village. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, this colossal machine ascended into the sky, bathed in the hues of the setting sun, and turned westward. The direction was correct, stated the pigeon, perched upon its support within the cockpit. Upon realizing that this was the comprehensive positioning system for the entire ninja world devised by Orochimaru, Silas was nearly driven to exasperation. This pigeon, classified as a small ninja beast, possessed a degree of intelligence and was typically employed by vessels from the land of water to navigate the seas. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru had brought them into the skies, discovering that their navigational capabilities were quite precise. They could accurately remember the locations of places they had previously visited. The individual known as Orochimaru summoned me for test flights each time, never discussing matters of the ninja world with me. Do share your thoughts. For Senju Hashirama was specifically sought out by Silas as the pilot. Otherwise, if left to his own devices, the entire crew would likely meet their demise. Silas recounted to him the events that transpired after the demise of Hashirama Senju. After listening, Hashirama fell into a prolonged silence. Realizing that the peace he had so fervently championed was perhaps too naive, he had not anticipated that his death would plunge the entire ninja world into an enduring conflict. Peace shall indeed come. Silas rose, intending to check if the merchants were experiencing any discomfort. After all, this undercover agent had ascended to the position of the shadow of the mist village. Although the specifics remained unclear, Hashirama Senju envisioned Silas infiltrating the mist village, attempting to peacefully liberate the land of water. My lord, 2 merchants are feeling somewhat unwell. However, under the treatment of your shadow clone, they are now in a much better state, Korin May informed as soon as she saw her leader emerge from the cockpit. Since Silas intends to negotiate trade between the 2 villages with the Uchiha, it is only natural that he cannot go alone. In addition to Terumi May, there are several ministers from the Mist Village. Lord Mizuki, may I trouble you to open a window? Silas was momentarily taken aback, pondering how to elucidate this predicament. No, it would be fatal. After a brief contemplation, he resolutely declined the request based on this rationale. Fatal? Are you suggesting that this is perilous? Oh, did I not mention it to you? We are currently soaring at an altitude of several thousand meters, and naturally, danger is present. This revelation sent a shiver through the hearts of the few ninjas present. Several thousand meters in the air? Once you take a nap, you will naturally arrive there. According to Orochimaru's calculations, their flight duration would be approximately 10 hours, with an expected arrival at dawn the following day. After clarifying a few matters, Silas turned back to the cockpit. Below the cockpit, 3 reincarnated beings were intently channeling chakra into their respective chakra conduits, ensuring a steady flow. The latest scheme devised by the research team involved multiple contributors supplying energy, which would then be consolidated and evenly distributed to the engines on either side of the aircraft, significantly enhancing its efficiency. However, as there were ordinary individuals aboard this flight, they could not accelerate to full speed. Had their limits not been a factor, the entire flight duration could have been reduced by a third. For the 10 individuals on board, this was destined to be a grueling night. Due to budget constraints, Silas had not intended to install windows in the sleeping quarters, which greatly amplified their feelings of anxiety. Within the seemingly enclosed space, a breeze, mysteriously sourced from somewhere, courtesy of the reincarnated being, MMP, it's me, alleviated their discomfort. Nonetheless, having never experienced such a situation, they were somewhat apprehensive. The ninjas, however, seemed unfazed. Given the disorienting sensation, they were indeed in the sky. At long last, the arduous night came to an end. When the dove signaled, Silas awoke. After placing the dove in a special protective chamber, Hashirama Senju utilized wood release to directly open the cockpit. Previously, in order to conceal Hashirama's presence as the pilot, the entire cabin had been sealed. Since they had relied on the dove for navigation, there had been no need for visibility. However, that was no longer feasible. Lacking instrumental assistance, they had to depend on their sight to execute the landing. On the already constructed runway below, several snow ninjas had lit torches to guide them. Hashirama, like an experienced driver, expertly piloted the aircraft towards a smooth landing on the runway. The sudden jolt startled the passengers, who feared something had gone awry. Moments later, Silas opened the cabin door and announced, "Welcome to the land of Earth." The bewildered merchants gazed at the starry sky above and the surrounding yellow earth, questioning if they had truly arrived in the land of Earth. Ninjas, prepare yourselves to protect these merchants. Some were puzzled, remarking that we were currently near Rock Hidden Village. Yet we had not had the opportunity to register with them. The commotion just now was quite significant. They undoubtedly noticed it. Silas rubbed his fists in anticipation, fully prepared for battle. Why do you gaze at me so? I mentioned leading you to the land of Earth. Yet I did not imply their consent for our unlawful entry. Chapter 66, The Torrent of the Era, end of volume. Although these merchants harbored some grievances in their hearts, they dared not voice them aloud, for the ninjas of Rock Hidden Village had already arrived. At this moment, they could only rely on the esteemed Mizukage. Who goes there? The leader, a robust middle-aged man adorned with the forehead protector of the Rock Ninja, was none other than the son of the third Suchikage, Lus. Silas stepped forward and obstructed the crowd. The fifth Mizukage equally matched. The numerous IWA shinobi exchanged glances, pondering when the village hidden in the mist had undergone such a change in leadership. Our own Suchikage has only reached the 3rd generation. The land of Earth, being remote and surrounded by towering mountains, boasts formidable defenses, making it arduous for enemies to penetrate its interior. However, this isolation also renders communication with the outside world rather challenging. Naturally, they remain unaware of the events transpiring within the village hidden in the mist. Is this surprise assault a prelude to war with the village hidden in the stones? Silas shook his head. Look behind me. Aside from a few ninjas, there are merely ordinary merchants. Do you truly believe I have come to wage war? That enormous ninja tool? It is a newly invented vehicle from the hidden mist village, filled with goods. We are here to conduct business. The Rock Ninja was taken aback by Silas's declaration. Is this water shadow genuine? He has come to discuss trade? Enough with the questions. Take me to meet Noki, Silas insisted. Silas had no intention of engaging in a leisurely conversation with them. Instead, he employed magnetic levitation to lift the entire aircraft with ease. Observing Silas's remarkable display of power, the onlookers assessed the situation and concluded that their group stood no chance against him. It would be wiser to summon Lord Suchikage to handle the matter. Please, follow us. Heitu signaled to those behind him to step forward and inform that Suchikich. Silas naturally observed the subtle gestures of the other party, yet he refrained from intervening. It seems rather inappropriate to suggest that a shadow from one village could descend upon the territory of another nation without engaging in conflict. Silas, cradling the aircraft with one hand, trailed behind the rock shinobi, followed closely by the mist merchants. Is Lord Mizuki's plan truly reliable? Several merchants muttered fearfully. Had we known this was a legal entry, we would have preferred to remain in our safe confines. A bunch of cowards, Kuratsuchi scoffed, overhearing their discourse. Her gaze shifted to the floating aircraft, lost in contemplation. Moments later, the formidable Inoki arrived. Suspended in the air, he regarded the approaching colossal aircraft, perplexed by its nature. Sensing the faint chakra connection, his gaze fixated on Silas. You are the fifth Mizuki, are you not? They call you 50-50, correct? Indeed. I have come to negotiate a transaction with the Rock Village. A mere transaction? I doubt it is that simple. Inoki was certainly skeptical that the Mizuki had journeyed here solely for business. He must harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps the secret lay within that immense shinobi tool. First, I shall destroy that contraption. As Inoki prepared to unleash his dust release to obliterate the aircraft, Silas sighed inwardly. Ultimately, it seemed he could not evade the fate of conflict. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing beside Inoki. At such proximity, he required no jutsu. Wherever he sensed chakra, he could instantly arrive. Old master, spare yourself the concern. I genuinely seek to engage in trade. Silas rested a hand upon Demon's shoulder, speaking slowly. How swift. Is it a space-time ninjutsu? Yet, despite his extensive experience, he could not discern the nature of the technique. Could it be a new secret art from the hidden mist village? Dust release, how cultivable. Ha ha ha, the youth are so easily perturbed. I merely intended to stretch my limbs. Silas released his grip, and perhaps it was for the best. However, given your appearance and stature, you must be the son of Yagura. I am his twin brother. Upon noticing that Anamu seemed intent on assigning him a father figure, Silas swiftly intervened. And what of Yagura? He defected, and I took his life. Silas spoke coldly. However, Daimyo was greatly frightened by this statement. Had he insisted on taking action earlier, he would likely have met a fate similar to that of Yagura. Such audacity. I admire your spirit. Daimyo would certainly refrain from mentioning the ruthlessness of this young man, who could even turn against his own kin. The recent events were merely misunderstandings. Let us proceed to the village and discuss matters at length. Though over 60, Daimyo, regarded by the village as a stubborn old man, was by no means foolish. He had already assessed the situation and would not engage in bravado at this moment. Upon reaching the entrance of the Earth-hidden village, Silas lowered the aircraft, allowing the cargo within to gradually drift out. Merchants, accompanied by their subordinates, began to organize their goods. Throughout the process, the surrounding rock ninjas remained on high alert, wary of the potential danger concealed within these items. Yet, as the cargo hold opened to reveal an array of goods, they stood in astonishment. Due to geographical constraints, some of the rock ninjas had never even encountered seafood in their lives. Is this the trade you wish to discuss? Daimyo pondered how Silas had managed to control such items, but was soon captivated by the cargo itself. In an instant, a possibility dawned upon him. Perhaps this fellow was indeed here to negotiate business. Indeed, I aspire to establish a trade route between the Rock Ninja Village and the Mist Ninja Village, providing merchants from both sides with a channel for commerce. Such matters of trade would typically be addressed with the Land of Earth, Daimyo thought, perplexed. For ninja villages, primarily focused on military might and were not concerned with commercial affairs. Given Daimyo's extensive experience, he surely understood the value of such endeavors. I shall not hide it from you. This aircraft can make round trips between the Land of Earth and the Land of Water within a single day. What if, instead of mere supplies, it were laden with hundreds of ninjas? At that moment, Daimyo grasped the immense strategic value of this machine. Are you threatening me? He inquired. No. I merely present a hypothetical scenario. Should I wish to obliterate the rock-hidden village, a single aerial drop of a three-tails would suffice to resolve the issue. My esteemed predecessor, this era is indeed changing. Silas cast a meaningful glance at Inoki. The battles among ninjas are fundamentally driven by self-interest. Now, we possess a superior means to generate wealth. Why not endeavor to instigate change? Goods from the Land of Water can be transported to the Land of Earth, and vice versa, facilitating the flow of currency. More importantly, such extensive trade would engender numerous job opportunities. Whether one is a ninja or an ordinary citizen, there exists a role for everyone within this framework. This represents the most significant transformation in the ninja world since the advent of ninjutsu. Should we fail to grasp it firmly, we risk being cast aside by the tides of time. Inoki pondered for a moment before sighing. Let us discuss this at the Tsuchikage building. With a smile, Silas acknowledged that such a formidable weapon must be kept under wraps. What is it that you desire? And what can we gain in return? The prospect intrigued Daimyo, as he found himself devoid of any rationale to decline. While dust release could indeed thwart such aircraft, it was impractical to remain perpetually vigilant against aerial assaults. Faced with the inability to resist, he pondered the merits of aligning with the opposition. Let the specifics of our collaboration be discussed between my secretary and the head of the Commerce Department from the Hidden Mist Village. On the way to the destination, Silas had already entrusted the responsibilities to both Tosaka and the head of the Commerce Department. The Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Rock Village would establish a commercial association. The Hidden Mist Village would oversee the transportation of goods between the two nations and ensure the security of the association within the Land of Water. Conversely, the Hidden Rock Village would be responsible for the safety of the association within the Land of Earth. All merchants participating in the trade would contribute a fee based on the value of their goods, which would be allocated for the operation of the association, including the maintenance and repair of aircraft, the training of pilots, and the security expenses for renting ninja protection. However, the specific details and the ratio of contributions from merchants of both nations would be left for them to negotiate. Inoki sent his son, Inoki, along with a few others to finalize these particulars while he accompanied Silas to explore the Hidden Rock Village at the latter's request. The items brought by the 10 merchants from the Hidden Mist Village, such as jewelry and seafood, were rare commodities in the Land of Earth, naturally drawing considerable attention. The goods were almost instantly sold out, with eager patrons inquiring about their next visit. Witnessing this scene, Inoki shook his head and remarked, "It is truly incomprehensible that a Mizukage would conceive such an idea. If the Hidden Rock Village possessed this technology, they would likely consider it a means of warfare rather than, like the 5-5 opening, utilizing it to establish a trade route. What is the point of fighting and killing? The pursuit of wealth is the true path. Indeed, the pursuit of wealth serves the purpose of facilitating future conflicts." Silas has not forgotten his grand ambition of unifying the shinobi world. Moreover, the research trio from the Land of Snow is certainly burning through cash, particularly Orochimaru, who spends money as if it were inconsequential. Recently, the funds transferred from the village hidden in the mist have nearly been exhausted under his extravagant expenditures. The following morning, the plane bound for the village hidden in the mist soared across the sky, vanishing from the sight of the rock ninja. On board, it was laden with the specialties of the Land of Earth. These were hastily procured by several merchants, eager to capitalize on the opportunity. Once these goods are sold, they stand to earn at least tenfold on their investment. They could only lament their initial caution in packing too little. Before boarding the plane, they discreetly handed Silas a substantial amount of hard-earned money, expressing their hope to charter a plane for their next venture. Silas accepted the money and addressed them, stating that upon their return, a merchant association would be established, specifically tasked with the allocation of warehouses, and from that point onward, their success would depend upon their own capabilities. He then turned and entered the cockpit, tossing the money to the pilot, Senja Hashirama. Little did I expect that even in death, I could still receive a commission. Silas reiterated the term. In the time that follows, it seems I may trouble the original master once more. Currently, the only available pilot is Hashirama Senju. Until new pilots can be cultivated, he may have to traverse the two nations alone. It is of no concern. The reanimated bodies of the impure world do not experience fatigue. I never anticipated that, even in death, I would still contribute to the construction of the Will of Fire. When Tobarama developed this jutsu, I was quite furious. Little did I know that many years later, thanks to this technique, I would be able to witness this world anew. Hashirama's hostility towards the impure world reincarnation jutsu stems from its inherent cruelty. Each summoning of the deceased necessitates a living sacrifice. However, the peculiar white Zetsu clone that Silas produced adeptly circumvented this flaw. Consequently, Hashirama no longer resisted this technique. After several hours of flight, the messenger pigeon of the entire ninja world spoke up, informing the two that they had arrived at the Hidden Mist Village. Relying on his keen perception, Silas reported the altitude and position to the column before ultimately descending onto the runway. Just as Silas disembarked with the crowd and began unloading the cargo, an elder from the Hidden Mist Village approached him. "Lord Mizukage, may we have a word?" When Silas unveiled the aircraft and extended an invitation to 10 merchants to journey to the Land of Earth, The elders, representing various influential factions within the village, realized they could no longer manipulate Silas. Originally, their support for his ascension was merely a strategy to leverage Silas's reputation to stabilize the tumultuous situation in the Hidden Mist village. In their scheming, they believed that although Silas possessed formidable strength and garnered the backing of numerous ninjas, the village was, after all, devoid of funds. Ninjas, ninja tools, and resources all required financial investment. They anticipated that in due course, the Lord Mizukage would be compelled to bow to them and relinquish greater authority to secure the allegiance of the village's major factions. However, to their astonishment, this individual defied their expectations, feigning ignorance to their subtle hints, and instead brandished a formidable weapon, shattering their dreams. Please wait a moment. Silas, utilizing the art of wood release, stealthily greeted the intercom within the aircraft, instructing it to return to the land of snow. Subsequently, everyone beheld the aircraft executing a complete turnaround before taking flight. Sir, aren't you the pilot? This aircraft operates autonomously. That is correct. A reanimated entity should hardly be considered human, right? The notion of an unmanned vehicle left the onlookers in disbelief. Only the elder, who had come to converse with Silas, exhibited a change in countenance. Within the water shadow tower, Silas, seated in his office, regarded the elder across from him with a smile. Speak freely. What is it you wish to discuss? Lord Water Shadow, several financial consortiums from the village have commissioned me to confer with you regarding the village's fiscal matters. In light of these challenging times, the village's finances are indeed strained, and we aim to alleviate your burdens. Pray, do share your thoughts. Silas felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the proposals they might offer. With a new leader in place, there existed the potential for clever schemes to curry favor with the gentry, extracting taxes and donations. Only upon receiving these contributions could the common folk be persuaded to part with their money. Once the funds were amassed, the gentry would be reimbursed in full, while the townspeople would receive a mere 30% of the total. How could it be merely 30%? That portion belonged to them. The elder across from Silas remained oblivious to the peculiar expression upon his face and continued, 30% is still a considerable sum. It will undoubtedly allow the village to weather this period. As long as the esteemed individual shares the aircraft as a means of leverage, within a month, the village's finances will flourish immensely. Observing the elder before him painting grand illusions, Silas smiled. Are you attempting to deceive me? Chapter 2. Only children make choices. I desire them all. The elder's attempt to treat him as a fool naturally irked Silas. 30%? I shall ensure you receive nothing. Your suggestion is intriguing. Yet I believe 30% is far too modest. What portion do you deem appropriate? Only children make choices. I desire it all. Silas slammed the table and spoke with conviction. My lord, there is no need for further discussion. Return and inform those behind you. This matter is non-negotiable. The audacity of these factions to make such demands stems merely from their recent ascension to power, believing themselves to be on shaky ground, seeking to extract greater rights and benefits from their position. Without waiting for the elder to continue, Silas departed from the Water Shadow building, leading Kaguya towards a secluded corner of the village. There lay the stronghold of the Kaguya clan, a lineage that venerates martial prowess, with each member intrinsically driven by the spirit of combat. Consequently, their fighting capability is formidable. However, the clan lacks political acumen, constantly facing ostracism from the Hidden Mist village. Moreover, the policies previously enacted by Yagura have further exacerbated their precarious situation. If the current trajectory persists, they are likely to suffer a fate akin to that of the Uchiha clan, rebellion followed by annihilation. Silas intends to subdue this tribe, for he possesses an irresistible leverage that they cannot refuse. Lord Shuaying, I wish to meet your chieftain. Upon entering the Kaguya stronghold, Silas was taken aback to find himself led to a training ground by the Kaguya clansmen. Observing the fierce expressions and eager stances of these warriors, Silas furrowed his brow. Was this their way of hospitality, starting with a fight? Lord Mizukage, this is how the Kaguya clan operates, May informed him, and suddenly, Silas understood. So that is why no one offered me a cup of tea. It is tradition. The Kaguya clan's reverence for strength is unfathomably intense. To them, engaging in combat before discussing matters is a sign of respect towards the powerful. It is no wonder that these individuals face ostracism in the village. Who could endure such a peculiar form of hospitality? Imagine if the leader of another clan approached the Kaguya for a diplomatic discourse, only to be ushered into the training ground with a demand for a spar before any dialogue. And there, in front of his own clansmen, he would be soundly defeated. Ha ha ha, it is indeed rare to have Lord Mizukage in attendance. From a distance, a robust voice approached, belonging to a middle-aged man, the leader of the Kagaya clan. My lord, let us not rush into business. According to Kagaya tradition, we should first engage in a friendly spar. In truth, not everyone is afforded this privilege. Only those recognized as formidable are challenged upon their arrival at the Kagaya stronghold. The clan leader dismissed the onlookers, providing ample space for the duel, while simultaneously leaving Silas no opportunity for refusal, as he immediately launched an attack. Two formidable bone spikes erupted from his hands, swiftly grasped, and with extraordinary agility. He charged toward Silas. Silas had never encountered such a direct form of greeting, yet it aligned perfectly with his expectations. A rough-and-tumble man, consumed by thoughts of combat, believed that as long as he could subdue his opponent, it would suffice. The dance of willows. Much like the gentle sway of willow branches, the swift strikes of bone spikes were unexpectedly rapid. However, to everyone's astonishment, Silas, with swifter reflexes, seized the hands of the leader of the Kagaya clan, halting the impending assault. Truly, he was worthy of the title of Water Shadow. Now, brace yourself for my next move. The dance of pine trees. The Kagaya leader sprouted hard bone spikes all over his body, prompting Silas to deftly evade the onslaught. Yet, this maneuver was far from over. The Kagaya leader spun his body, and the protruding bones, propelled by the momentum, surged towards Silas. This dual offensive and defensive technique bore a striking resemblance to the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm, return to heaven. Nearly all physical attacks would falter before such an impenetrable defense. However, I am no master of taijutsu, nor am I bound to engage in close combat. With Silas's ample chakra reserves, he could easily unleash a barrage of fire from a distance, exhausting his opponent. Yet, such a victory would lack significance. With his hands clasped together, Silas intended to seize this opportunity to subtly showcase a fraction of his prowess. The technique of wood release, silent binding, emerged as branches sprouted from the ground, surging towards the spinning Kagaya clan leader. At the moment of approaching the surface, they were severed by sharp bone spikes, reduced to mere fragments that fell away. Yet, Silas's wood release was inexhaustible. Minutes later, amidst the scattered wood shavings, the technique ultimately ensnared the Kagaya clan leader, rendering him unable to continue his joyful rotation. This is wood release, exclaimed a bystander. The secret technique of the first Hokage has been mastered by our fifth Mizukage, observing the excited crowd around him. Silas was confident that this news would swiftly circulate throughout the hidden mist village. Are you still going to fight, Kagaya clan leader? Bound firmly by the wood release and silenced, the leader of the Kagaya clan struggled to shake his head. The Mizukage is indeed unfathomable, possessing even such profound techniques as wood release. Aware of the disparity in strength between them, the Kagaya clan leader had already conceded. In their minds, strength was paramount. I have come here to seek the support of the Kagaya clan. Naturally, as compensation, I will resolve the issue of the clan's bloodline disease. Resolve our bloodline disease. This was the very reason Silas had the audacity to present himself here. Despite the Kagaya clan's formidable power, nearly every member ultimately succumbed to the bloodline disease. Some perished in their teens, while others, by sheer luck, managed to survive until their 30s. Yet, anyone who had seen battle could not escape this fate. They believed it to be a curse of their lineage, but Silas held a different perspective. The Kagaya clan's battles relied solely on their own bones. And after slaying their foes, they would directly reclaim the remains within themselves. The pathogens from the blood of others thus infiltrated their own bodies. In essence, the ailment they suffered from was not a bloodline disease, but rather an infection transmitted from those they had slain. Indeed, this condition was one that the Kagaya clan could not possibly refuse. Even if they revered strength and craved combat, they would undoubtedly not wish to perish in the future from an inexplicable bloodline disease. In the Kagaya clan's reception hall, Silas sat across from the clan leader. Mizukage, is what you just said true? The bloodline disease you fear is not a curse at all. It arises from your misapplication of the corpse bone path. As Silas recounted the origin of the bloodline disease, the patriarch of the Kagaya clan was left in a state of astonishment. Terms such as bacteria, infection, and immune system were beyond his comprehension. Yet, he could grasp the implication that the affliction besetting them was transmitted through the blood of their enemies, brought back within their own bodies. This age-old tradition, spanning centuries, was indeed the root cause of their clan's misfortunes? Chapter 3, on Shamelessness. I dare to call myself the strongest, The realization infuriated the Kagaya patriarch to the point where he contemplated disturbing his ancestral tomb. For the clan members who had not fallen ill, he urged them to refrain from inserting used bones into their bodies. He summoned those afflicted to gather, desiring to examine them all at once. The patriarch was well aware of Lord Suigetsu's exceptional medical skills and promptly dispatched a messenger to call forth the ailing clansmen. Before the Kagaya clan, Sylas demonstrated the miraculous way in which a healer could cure the sick. He placed one hand upon the shoulder of a dying Kagaya clansman, and after a surge of vibrant green light, the man's complexion transformed to a rosy hue, as if he had consumed a potent restorative elixir. In an instant, he was able to rise and even take a few steps, his vitality restored. The Kagaya clansmen waiting outside the council hall were astonished as they witnessed their once ailing brethren enter and emerge brimming with vigor and vitality. Even those who were missing limbs found new appendages sprouting forth. Is this truly the work of a divine healer? Have all the injured been attended to? Indeed, gratitude filled the patriarch's eyes. Lord Suigetsu was remarkable, not only possessing unparalleled strength, but also effortlessly resolving the bloodline disease that had plagued their clan for millennia. Henceforth, the Kagaya clan vowed to serve Lord Suigetsu with unwavering loyalty. The direct and forthright Kagaya clan could only repay Silas in this manner. Is there a child among your clan named Junmaru? Yes. The patriarch hesitated. I am aware of his unique bond with the Kagaya clan. However, I wish to take him as my disciple. I trust you would not object. It would be an honor for Junmaru to become Lord Suigetsu's disciple. Bring Junmaru to me. A moment later, Kagaya may leaned down to take the hand of a 4 or 5-year-old boy, following Silas as they departed from the Kagaya stronghold. Junmaru's liberation progress, 18. Observing the long-awaited system prompt, Silas felt no stirrings of emotion within. Having surpassed the initial developmental phase, his need for ordinary liberation points had diminished significantly. Only the golden liberation points could evoke a sense of excitement within him. The perfect level flying thunder god technique and healing arts possessed an extraordinary allure beyond comprehension. Kakashi's liberation progress, 89. Silas gazed at the system panel, observing the individual with the highest current progress, contemplating the opportune moment to arrange for his involvement. He considered revealing Obito's identity at an appropriate juncture, as the progress seemed nearly equivalent. Lord Mizukichi, your prowess is truly remarkable. You have effortlessly resolved the Kagaya clan's bloodline illness, remarked Terumi. Nay, you are mistaken. The Kagaya clan's bloodline illness still persists. But you are not, she chuckled. Silas revealed the so-called truth of the bloodline disease to Konoha, leaving her utterly astonished. Is it truly this way? Have you ever pondered why the members of the Kagaya clan are fervent advocates of martial prowess, driven by an insatiable thirst for battle? When do they ever engage in serious contemplation? The Kagaya clan is often perceived as reckless. Occasionally, there are a few clear-minded individuals among them, possessing lucid thoughts. Yet they invariably perish on the battlefield, unable to keep pace with the relentless charge of their kin. The Kagaya clan wields their bones as weapons, with a hardness and size that far surpasses that of ordinary humans. Silas turned around and pointed to his own head. The peculiar skeletal structure would exert pressure inward on their cerebral nerves, resulting in their unusual neural pathways. This, indeed, constituted their true bloodline disease. This realization dawned upon Silas while he was treating the members of the Kagaya clan moments ago. Almost every member of the clan exhibited some degree of this affliction, with those of greater strength suffering from it more profoundly. While Silas could certainly articulate this issue, it is, in truth, quite unnecessary. A resolute member of the Kagaya clan aligns more closely with my expectations. Let us proceed to the Keiyuzu household. Indeed, upon seeing Lord Gokuyukai's intention to return to his family, Terumi swiftly followed suit. Grasping her hand, Junmaru extended another hand to hold Terumi, as if he feared being left behind. Chief, you have finally returned. Ever since Gokuyukai reclaimed the Three Tails within Yagura and the news of their twinship spread, the Keiyuzu clan has ardently desired Gokuyukai to acknowledge his ancestral roots. Certainly, Silas would not comply. To suddenly conjure up several hundred ancestors out of thin air is absurd. He could endure the absence of a few brothers, but this? Silas would undoubtedly demolish their ancestral hall. I am not the clan leader. I am here to inquire about the stance of the Keiyu family. In the grand hall of the Keiyu family, Silas addressed an elder. Is it that Lord Shueying fears we might side with the Elder Council? The elder, well informed about the recent happenings in the village, had been approached prior to Silas's arrival, with attempts made to sway his allegiance. However, the elder, possessing remarkable acumen, had outright declined. With Izong's departure, the already precarious Kyu family could only rely on the dubious support of a twin, suspected to be from Izong, to serve as their pillar. At this juncture, to cast aside this sole source of support would indeed be folly. The Kyu family shall advance and retreat alongside Lord Shuiying. Although Izong betrayed the village, he left behind a final instruction for me to take good care of the Kyu family. Trust me, you shall not regret the decision made today. As Sylas took his leave, he paused momentarily beside a small tree in the courtyard. When he departed with his young apprentice and disciple, the old man cast a puzzled glance at the tree. To his astonishment, a remarkable sight unfolded before him. The small tree appeared to swell as if infused with water, rapidly growing until it enveloped the entire courtyard. Was this a secret technique to control the growth of trees? Could it be the legendary wood release? Lord Wu Kai, is this truly the wood release technique you have employed? Mei Ming could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. It's merely wood release, Silas retorted. If Senju Hashirama can master it, why should I not? Any system or technique attributed to me is solely a testament to my own skill. When it comes to shamelessness, I would gladly claim the title of the strongest. Chapter 4. The Reemployment of Village Enterprises Employees, Seeking Recommendations. Enough of this. This is your junior disciple, Jumaru. Silas entrusted his newly acquired disciple to the doorkeeper. No more decapitation, instructing him to oversee the training. In a mere blink, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive in the Land of Snow. Are you not afraid of exposure by having the first Hokage pilot the aircraft to the Land of Snow? Orochimaru, who had been idly lounging, remarked upon sensing Silas's arrival. Orochimaru, do refrain from speaking recklessly. The anomalies in the Land of Snow, along with the new ninja tools and aircraft, are all of your doing. At the very least, Sylas can be included in this as well. You two rogue ninjas from Konoha, allied with the daimyo, have no direct correlation to my 50-50 share in this matter. I merely stumbled upon you and Sylas in the Land of Snow by chance and chose to collaborate. So, you had it all planned out, Orochimaru mused. Completely unfazed by the fact that Sylas was merely a 10-year-old child, in his eyes, this individual was more astute than himself. A multitude of ninjas would soon arrive to gather information. Anyone who came would be captured, as the future construction of the Land of Snow would require considerable labor. Sylas intends to transform the Land of Snow into his personal logistics hub, where all international flights will commence. One wonders how Jiraiya, that foolish man, would react upon learning that his disciple has ascended to the position of Mizukage. Orochimaru is eager to witness the astonishment etched upon Jiraiya's face. Meanwhile, Sylas contemplates how to establish contact with the organization. Recently, due to his close ties with Ibido, he has been frequently accompanied by Zetsu, leaving him little opportunity to communicate with the organization. This time, having publicly utilized wood release in the presence of many in the Hidden Mist village, it is likely that the village's spies will soon become aware of it, and consequently, Jiraiya-sensei will also learn of this matter. Furthermore, with Orochimaru residing in the Land of Snow, the news of Sylas's concealment and collaboration with the 5th Mizukage will likely spread swiftly. At that juncture, Konoha will have ample justification to initiate a high-level summit between the two nations. Sylas will also possess legitimate grounds to meet with Jiraiya. The former executives of the Hidden Mist village, now rogue ninja Orochimaru, have maintained close contact with Sylas, and through certain clandestine channels, have illicitly acquired the secret techniques of our village's first Hokage. We express our vehement condemnation and protest, urging your village to provide a reasonable explanation. Sylas had already formulated a notice for Konoha. Is the information accurate? Within the Hokage building, Jiraiya addressed Kakashi standing before him. Indeed, Sylas, under the guise of a 50-50 identity, has ascended to become the 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village. Upon learning that his disciple had infiltrated the Hidden Mist village and, within merely a year, risen to a position of equal standing with himself, he experienced a peculiar mix of emotions. Direct the spies to monitor intelligence from the Land of Water and report any anomalies immediately. Although he could not communicate directly with Sylas, he was confident that Sylas would devise a means to establish contact when the opportunity arose. Yes, the following day, the Mizukage's office was inundated with a throng of merchants. The 5th Mizukage, arriving for work at 9 o'clock, initially doubted he had come to the correct place. News had spread throughout the day prior that the first batch of merchants heading to the Land of Earth had reaped profits exceeding tenfold. Now, everyone was aware that the aircraft could indeed make a round trip to the Land of Earth within a single day. Merchants, frustrated by the underdeveloped transportation in the ninja world, sensed the tantalizing scent of wealth. They had risen as early as 5 o'clock to queue outside the Mizukage building, eagerly awaiting Silas' arrival. I have previously stated that the allocation of cargo space on the aircraft will be managed by the Merchant Association. After a few days, once the association is established, you will be able to. Before Silas could finish his sentence, an audacious merchant surged forward, presenting him with a bulging red envelope. Sir, I have heard that the Hidden Mist village is experiencing financial strain, and that even the compensation for fallen comrades has not been fully dispersed. It weighs heavily on my heart. While this sum may not be substantial, it is a token of my goodwill. I implore you to accept it on their behalf. Yes, sir, I feel the same. Silas gazed at the pile of red envelopes that had swiftly filled nearly half of his office, a smile spreading across his face. Given your generous intentions, it would be impolite for me to decline. I shall promptly make arrangements for our journey to the land of snow, notifying the necessary parties to schedule 5 round trips each day. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their gratitude to Silas before hastily departing, racing towards the port. Silas conjured a shadow clone and sent it to the land of snow to extend a greeting, while subtly hinting to Orochimaru that this opportunity could be utilized to inform others that the land of snow served as the domain for 2 rogue ninjas from Konoha. This approach would, on one hand, leverage the formidable strength of the 2 individuals to mitigate unnecessary troubles, and on the other hand, serve as a reminder to Master Jiraiya. Lord Mizukage, the 3 elders wish to pay their respects. Silas nodded, and moments later, the 3 elders entered the office. Glancing at the pile of red envelopes beside them, they exchanged glances filled with helplessness. Initially, they had intended to leverage the village's economic plight to constrain him, thereby securing greater benefits and influence for their own factions. However, they had not anticipated that this 5th Hokage would prove even more formidable than his brother, Yagura. Yagura had ruled with an iron fist, compelling the entire village to submit to his tyranny through sheer brutality and overwhelming strength. The 5th Hokage not only surpassed Yagura in strength, but also employed methods that were far more elusive. Just yesterday, he had managed to subdue the rebellious Kagaya clan. Moreover, the emergence of the aircraft as a ninja tool left them with no alternatives. We, representing the various factions within the village, wish to discuss the matter of the new ninja tools with the 5th Hokage. Only now do you realize the necessity of purchasing tickets after the plane is taken off. It's too late. While I hold the title of Mizukage, the decision regarding the new ninja tools is not solely mine to make. If you seek to partake in the benefits, it is feasible, provided my partner consents. I have no objections. May I inquire, Mizukage, who is your partner? With a raised eyebrow, Silas suggested, why not pay a visit to the land of snow? Upon finishing his words, he gestured for them to leave. Let these individuals engage in their endless banter with Orochimaru. Conveniently, this would also allow the news to spread through their chatter. Silas turned his attention to the multitude of reports sprawled across his desk. The policies previously instituted by Yagura had resulted in financial depletion, leading to a disbanding of morale, making it increasingly difficult to maintain order within the ranks. But I must clarify, the funds in question were actually utilized by myself, so perhaps Yagura cannot be entirely blamed. Notify those dismissed ninjas to convene in the council chamber, he instructed as he prepared to address their subsequent affairs. Due to a myriad of circumstances, Silas's sweeping reforms had rendered a significant number of ninjas, who once had secure positions, unemployed. Now, he was tasked with issuing new directives for these displaced village employees. Chapter 5. The Reemployment of Village Employees, Part 2. Upon receiving the summons from Lord Mizukage, hundreds of ninjas on the brink of dismissal gathered in the conference hall. A palpable discontent lingered among them regarding their enforced unemployment. When they first learned of the news, many expressed their grievances, declaring their past contributions to the village. I bled for the Mizukage. I demand to see him. However, upon being informed that this was indeed the decree from Lord Mizukage, confusion ensued. Inside the conference hall, 2 factions engaged in a heated debate. Those unfamiliar with Silas questioned the legitimacy of his order, asserting that his approach was even more destabilizing than the oppressive policies of the former Mizukage, Yagura. Conversely, ninjas who had benefited from Silas's benevolence defended him, insisting that the Mizukage must have his reasons and would undoubtedly provide for their future. Everyone, please, calm yourselves. As Silas entered with the young aide, he surveyed the clamorous crowd and spoke. I presume you have all received the orders. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to voice them. Lord Watershadow, why has the village decided to dismiss us? Terms like dismissal and appointment have only recently surfaced, and we cannot be cast aside simply because the village is financially strained. Does this imply that the village no longer requires ninjas? Furthermore, why are we being singled out? This group of laid-off personnel possesses commendable abilities, predominantly ch-nin. And they are all commoners. Without the support of a clan and unable to undertake missions, they will soon face starvation. Their families depend on them. The situation is as follows. Due to the actions of the previous water shadow, a significant amount of funds and resources has flowed to foreign lands, and the village is genuinely in dire financial straits. Recently, I approached the Council of Elders to discuss the possibility of the prominent clans contributing some funds to help the village weather this crisis. To my dismay, they claim they too are financially constrained, burdened by the need to support their own clansmen, and truly lack any surplus. Outrageous. Those prominent families, at such a critical juncture, are only concerned with their own welfare. Amidst the rising tide of agitation among the crowd, Silas assured them, "Rest assured, I have already devised a contingency plan for you. I trust you are all aware of the matter regarding the aircraft." With a wave of his hand, Silas summoned his secretary, Mei Ming, who promptly approached to distribute a document to all present. The document detailed the substantial profits accrued by the merchants during their recent expedition to the land of Earth, where they engaged in trade. As recorded, the 10 merchants who accompanied me to the land of Earth earned over tenfold their initial investment within a single day. Such extraordinary profits are bound to incite envy among others. Surely, this process necessitates the protection of ninjas, does it not? Upon hearing Silas's words, the audience quickly grasped the implication. It became evident that Lord Mizukic had already arranged a contingency plan for them. However, one might wonder why those merchants did not directly hire ninjas from the village, opting instead to render us redundant. This is because I intend to diminish the concept of a ninja village, as ninjas from various nations gradually permeate the entire ninja world through commercialization. The populace will no longer find it peculiar to have ninjas from other villages residing within their own. The pattern of diverse coexistence, where you are within me and I am within you, serves as the foundation for a unified ninja world. This enticing opportunity, if entrusted to the village, would merely be divided among the prominent clans, leaving you to ponder how much benefit you would truly receive. Consider this, as civilian ninjas, after toiling and sacrificing so much, did you ultimately receive your rightful share? What remains after the profits are divvied up is but a mere residue. My actions are motivated by a desire to prevent the civilian ninjas of this village from enduring further exploitation. We are all part of the Mist Village. After exerting the same effort, we deserve equivalent rewards. While my heart may be filled with the will of fire, it does not detract from my ability to serve as a commendable Mizukic. Silas's words stirred an indescribable emotion within the hearts of many ninjas. The esteemed Lord 55. Truly a remarkable shadow. Rest assured, dear friends, in just a few days, a merchant association will be established, and at that time, each of you shall return to your posts. I, 55, shall never abandon a single brother. The applause resonated throughout the entire building, enduring and fervent. My lord, you are a splendid shadow. On the way back, Terumi May remarked, her eyes brimming with admiration. In this life and the last, this is the first time I have encountered a woman whose gaze is entirely devoted to me. Alas, women only serve to hinder my hand-sealing speed. In the future, refrain from carelessly distributing shadow cards. After Silas spoke, he left behind a graceful silhouette as he departed. When the merchants and the group of ninjas arrived at the newly established port of the Land of Snow, they were astonished by the transformation of what they had expected to be a snow-covered realm for most of the year. How could this land, typically shrouded in snow, appear so vibrant? Due to its scarcity of resources and harsh environment, the Land of Snow had seldom engaged with the outside world. While it might be an exaggeration to say it was isolated, it was not uncommon for months to pass without a single outsider's visit. Observing the beaming smiles of the residents and the surroundings reminiscent of early spring, they could scarcely fathom what had brought about such a change. Esteemed lords, have you come for the flight to the land of Earth? An attendant, who had been waiting for quite some time, inquired. Indeed, came the reply. I have been instructed by the daimyo to await your arrival and guide you to the council chamber. Before we proceed, I must convey some important regulations that you are to remember. These are the decrees of the Land of Snow, and any transgression will incur severe penalties from the Snow Ninja. The group followed the direction of the attendant's finger to a large wooden board, upon which a series of rules were inscribed. Murderer, death. Trespasser, death. Thief, sentenced to labor reform of at least 1 year but not exceeding 50, with severe cases resulting in death. Vandalism, The merchants remained unfazed, yet the more reckless ninjas found it intolerable. Do you not fear death, woman? Are you aware of our identities? One ninja retorted. Might I remind this esteemed ninja that threatening a public servant is also subject to arrest. Arrest me? With your so-called snow ninjas? The ninja was dismissive, preparing to teach the insolent attendant a lesson when a kunai was pressed against his back. Do you have an issue with these regulations? And no, I was just. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck down, rendered unconscious on the ground, threatening a public servant and resisting arrest. He is hereby detained in accordance with the law. The onlookers gaped as a man appeared suddenly, incapacitating a seasoned ninja with such ease, and they instinctively stepped back, thinking, he didn't even finish his sentence before being violently subdued. Chapter 6. Kisame Hashigaki, I understand that you have been accustomed to behaving arrogantly, but the rules have changed. If anyone has objections, speak now. I, Uchiha Sylas, have always believed in the power of reason. Suddenly appearing behind the man, the one who subdued him with a single move was none other than the wood clone of Silas. In terms of combat prowess, a mere wood clone exceeds that of an ordinary elite shinobi. Moreover, the Land of Snow harbors additional wood clones and shadow clones. This formidable force serves as a sufficient guarantee of the Land of Snow's military strength. Even if a true shadow were to arrive, the multitude of shadow clones, combined with the assistance of Orochimaru, would be capable of restraining it. If there are no objections, I shall take your silence as an acknowledgement of these rules. Upon the conclusion of Silas's wood-style doppelganger's remarks, he effortlessly grasped the captured mist ninja and vanished from the spot. Silas Uchiha? Wasn't he the notorious renegade of the Hidden Leaf, the very disciple of the 5th Hokage? Rest assured, everyone, as long as you adhere to the regulations, you are all guests of the Land of Snow. It was then that the crowd realized the legitimacy of the stipulations inscribed upon the wooden board. Committing a crime in the Land of Snow indeed warranted repercussions. They hardly believed they possessed the prowess to evade an assault like the one they had just witnessed, prompting many to diligently jot down the regulations before following the maid toward a distant hall, the customs office of the Land of Snow. Exchanging glances, the attendees felt an overwhelming unfamiliarity with this designation. Yet, soon enough, the merchant's focus shifted entirely to the matter of securing cargo space on the aircraft. Meanwhile, the ninjas, who had initially harbored intentions of extracting intelligence from the Land of Snow, found themselves deterred by Silas's presence. Little did anyone anticipate that the head of this customs office was also a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf. When Orochimaru ascended the platform to announce the rules, those seasoned warriors who had faced him in battle were utterly petrified. Any thoughts of gathering intelligence vanished. These two renegades from the Hidden Leaf could easily eliminate them all. One could only wonder how they would react if they were to learn that the 1st and 2nd Hokage were also stationed in the royal city of the Land of Snow. The following day, when the first aircraft returning from the Land of Earth landed in the Land of Snow, pandemonium ensued. The strength of a village fundamentally hinges on the cultivation of talent, a pursuit that necessitates significant investment. In essence, it all boils down to one word: money. The second batch of merchants heading to the Land of Earth, having prepared meticulously, reaped even greater profits than their predecessors. Furthermore, envoys from Awagakure in the Land of Earth also boarded the flights to the Land of Snow. Upon the dissemination of this news, not only did the Mist Village erupt in excitement, but even the feudal lord of the Land of Water dispatched representatives to negotiate, sending merchants from their land to discuss specific matters. After over 10 days of deliberation, the various factions finally devised a feasible plan. Originally, Silas had intended to finalize the draft within a few days, yet to his astonishment, these influential figures were indeed demanding exorbitant concessions. Certainly, Silas would not allow them to have their way. Not only did he demand half of the profits, but he also forcefully enacted labor protection laws. This fundamentally safeguarded the interests of the employees under the Chamber of Commerce, ensuring that both ninjas and ordinary citizens were afforded protection. Initially, the opposing parties were reluctant. But after a cordial exchange of techniques between the 5th Mizukage, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Silas on the open grounds outside of Kirigakure, all factions began to set aside their peculiar thoughts. It was perplexing how these three had come to collaborate. Of course, all these benefits and protections were confined to the Land of Water. As for the Land of Earth, Silas had no jurisdiction there. The first batch of laid-off ninjas from Kirigakure became the initial security personnel for the Chamber of Commerce, returning home with 3 months' advance salary amidst the envious gazes of others. Why did these laid-off ninjas have a basic salary that surpassed our total monthly income? Had Silas known, he would surely have explained the reason. There were no middlemen to siphon off profits. Sir, the weekly report from the Penguin Chamber of Commerce has arrived for your review. Mizuki Kirigaya now held multiple positions. Not only did she receive a salary as the secretary to the Mizukage and Kirigakure, but she also served as the secretary to the chairman of the newly established Penguin Chamber of Commerce. Since she was ultimately serving Silas, she harbored no grievances. Most importantly, she had mastered Silas's art of leisure. If something could be accomplished by a shadow clone, she would certainly not do it herself, thereby significantly reducing her workload. Additionally, Konoha had sent a notice requesting that you provide an explanation regarding Orochimaru, Sylas, and the wood release technique. If possible, they hoped you could clarify this matter in person. Upon hearing this, Silas instantly perked up. The organization has finally made contact with me. Very well. Let us arrange a time for a meeting between the high-ranking officials of both sides. And perhaps we might also explore the possibility of establishing a trade route to the Land of Fire. There is another matter to consider. Who shall serve as your escort on this journey? While Terumi may possess formidable strength, her solitary presence may inadvertently lead others to underestimate the position of the Mizukage. Within the Umbu, there is an individual named Kisame Hashigaki. If he is not currently on a mission, I would like him to meet with me. Understood. After Terumi May withdrew, she promptly contacted the head of the Umbu. A swift response ensued, confirming that Kisame Hashigaki was in the village and had not undertaken a mission for the past fortnight. When Kisame Hashigaki appeared before Silas, he found himself momentarily taken aback by the visage that seemed somewhat incongruous with his memories. It was surprising to see that Kisame possessed a certain youthful charm in his earlier years. I have heard that you have not been on a mission for half a month, and during this time, you have repeatedly declined assignments from the Umbu. Indeed, I was once a subordinate of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, specifically of the sword-wielding Hashigaki Kisame. Ever since he assassinated the Mizukage and defected, I have refrained from undertaking any further missions. Following Kisame's betrayal, I began to feel that all I had done for the village was rendered meaningless, an illusion. Silas inwardly mused. No wonder you and Itachi are so well matched in the future. It appears you are both philosophers at heart. I wish to appoint you as my guardian. What are your thoughts on this? Kisame raised his head, somewhat incredulous. As a rogue ninja, it was inevitable for him to be ostracized by the village. And being spared from undertaking those fatal missions was already a stroke of fortune. He never imagined himself becoming a guardian of the Mizukage. However, one must not underestimate the significance of this role. Throughout the ninja world, in every village, those who succeeded the previous generation of Kage were often brothers, disciples, or guardians. Particularly in the Land of Water, the second Hokage was the guardian of the first, the third was the guardian of the second, and the fourth was the guardian of the third, a true nesting doll scenario. Even Silas had once served as a guardian for Yagura for a time. While Kisame had no interest in the position of Mizukage, the trust bestowed upon him by the esteemed leader deeply moved him. I will devote my life to protecting the fifth. Anyone who wishes to harm the Mizukage must first step over my body. Chapter 7. The Future of the Ninja World, Kisame's Progress Towards Liberation. 21 Silas smiled with satisfaction at this. 3 days later, he received a response from Konoha. They would convene in a coastal town along the border of the Land of Water and the Land of Fire to discuss the would-release secret technique and matters concerning rogue ninjas. Jiraiya would also be part of the delegation. Kisame, Terumi, let us depart. Upon receiving the notification, Silas promptly informed his secretary and security team to set off immediately. Furthermore, to allow Konoha to experience the convenience of air travel, Silas boarded a small aircraft that had been procured from the Land of Snow well in advance. When Kisame first boarded this marvel of new ninja equipment, which had been the subject of much speculation in the village, his eyes sparkled with curiosity. My lord, how long will this journey take? About an hour and a half, I believe. Silas calculated the time and responded. During this period, he had deliberately employed shadow clones to refine his piloting skills. Although he was still not as proficient as Hashirama Senju, he could undoubtedly be considered a competent pilot. An hour later, guided by the all-ninja world positioning pigeon, Silas arrived at his destination. After dispatching a shadow clone to create a landing strip, he finally touched down safely. At this moment, a number of bold residents had gathered around, observing them from a distance, or rather, gazing at the enormous and novel contraption. The commotion of low-altitude flight was quite significant, naturally drawing attention, especially since their chosen destination was not far from the small town. Kisame Hashigaki surveyed the crowd. Instinctively reaching for his blade to disperse them, but was halted by Sylas. After Sylas retrieved the aircraft into the space of the Thunder God, he intended to connect with the populace. However, before he could utter a word, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the crowd. It was a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Due to the circumstances surrounding Yagura, the public's perception of the Hidden Mist Village remained tarnished, associating it with extreme brutality and ruthless means to achieve its objectives. In an instant, the crowd scattered like birds taking flight, vanishing from sight. Only a small child remained, having stumbled and now clutching their ankle, standing alone in silence. Tears streaming down their face, utterly lost and bewildered. Upon witnessing this, Silas shook his head. Within 5 years, I shall ensure that whenever anyone hears the name of Misty Hidden Village, they will conjure thoughts of prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony. It must not remain the frightful state it is now. Do not worry, little one, all shall be well. Silas stepped forward, utilizing his healing magic to mend the injury on the child's ankle. Thank you, big brother, the child expressed gratefully. A wave of warmth enveloping him as the pain in his leg dissipated. The child gazed up at Silas, who was of a similar height and youthful appearance, and voiced his appreciation. Little brat, do you not comprehend that the formidable Kisame, intent on asserting the village's authority and safeguarding the Mizukage, is no longer on duty? You have no idea who this person before you truly is. Kisame, do not be so dramatic. You might frighten the child. He recalled a time in his past when he had just begun university. Due to his somewhat rugged looks, he would often offer his seat on the bus to children, only to be addressed as uncle, which infuriated him to the point where he wished to seize the child and reclaim his spot. What do you mean, uncle? I'm hardly much older than you. He mused. Besides, I prefer to be called brother. After finishing his words, Silas took out several banknotes and said to the child before him, We come from the land of water and seek a place to rest. Could you guide us? My family runs an inn. I will take you there. The child exclaimed, pulling Silas toward the small town. Kisame and Conan followed closely behind, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Mom, we have guests wanting to stay. The child halted in front of the hot spring inn, calling out to the interior. Coming, coming. A gentle voice responded. And a woman, her head wrapped in white silk, emerged from behind the curtain of the inner room. Upon seeing the 3 individuals beside her child, her expression suddenly shifted. Besides Silas, the other 2 wore the forehead protectors of the Hidden Mist Village. Esteemed adults, there is no need for such formality. We are merely here to lodge. Silas reassured her. He had sensed the prevailing prejudice against the Hidden Mist Village throughout their journey. Every shop they passed fell into an immediate silence, regardless of the number of patrons inside. It was evident that the intimidation from the blood mist had deeply rooted itself in the minds of the people. In this peculiar atmosphere, Silas and his companions successfully checked into the inn. The child's mother even hesitated to accept their payment. The hot spring behind the inn was originally bustling with visitors, but upon learning that ninjas had arrived, especially from the Hidden Mist, they fled in fear. Some individuals even dashed out without donning their clothing. Kisame, do you think the ordinary folks' fear of the Hidden Mist Village and ninjas is a good or bad thing? Kisame instinctively thought to respond that it was indeed beneficial, as the common knowledge within the ninja world dictated that ninjas were superior beings. However, he reconsidered, realizing that the Mizukage would not pose such a superficial question. Before he could answer, Silas continued. The reverence that people exhibit towards ninjas does not stem from an acknowledgement of their virtues, but rather from a simple fear of the immense power they possess. Yet, ninjas genuinely believe themselves to be superior, relishing in this perverse admiration. Master, is this not incorrect? Kisame struggled to comprehend his Mizukage's perspective. Indeed, it is incorrect. Ordinary people and ninjas alike are part of this world. For ninjas to enjoy greater rights and earn genuine respect, they must contribute meaningfully to society. Only through giving can one receive in return. This is the principle Silas wishes to establish for our world. The oppression faced by the village, the clan's dominance over ordinary ninjas, and the pressure that ninjas exert upon common folk. All these injustices must vanish without a trace. After listening, Kisame nodded thoughtfully. The progress of the release for Kisame Hashigaki stands at 34. Years later, as the esteemed leader of the Waters Administration, Kisame reminisced about the events of this day. Vividly etched in his memory, equality for all, that was the essence of the man's pursuit. Chapter 8. The source of LSP as per the agreement. The delegation from Konoha was set to arrive in this small town tomorrow morning. However, due to the flight schedule, Silas had arrived a day early, seizing the opportunity to utilize his shadow clone technique to discreetly separate from his 2 subordinates and explore the town at leisure. It was not until the late hours of the night that he leisurely made his way back to the inn. Someone is spying. Capture the pervert. As Silas stepped into the inn, a sharp sound emanated from the women's hot spring in the backyard. A figure swiftly darted across the rooftop. It was indeed a rogue. Silas ascended to the rooftop, poised to pursue. Lord Shueying, were you not inside? Originally preparing to rest within the inn. The vigilant Komiai jumped onto the rooftop instinctively upon hearing the commotion, determined to apprehend the rogue. To her astonishment, she beheld Lord Shueying, who should have been resting indoors. Leaping into her vicinity from the inn's grand hall, the reason dawned upon her. He had deceived them using shadow clones. No. First, capture the thief. Despite Komiai's reverence for herself, she knew that her decision to separate from her two guards and act independently would certainly prompt a lengthy admonition. Silas took the initiative and charged forward, intent on redeeming himself through action. Sensing the fluctuation of chakra from the two individuals, Kisame also appeared on the rooftop. Joining the pursuit. With one water shadow and two elite jonin, Silas felt assured of their success, yet an unforeseen event transpired. The lecherous thief, on the rooftop, displayed remarkable agility, his stamina and speed rivaling those of the trio behind him. Moreover, whenever the three were on the verge of closing the gap, he employed various cunning tactics to maintain his distance. Silas sensed an unsettling aura as he gazed at the figure from a distance, finding it somewhat familiar. It is a ninja, without a doubt, at least an elite jonin. Kisame remarked, dismissing the notion that an elite jonin would indulge in spying on a women's bathhouse. This individual was undoubtedly here on behalf of Lord Mizukichi. A glint of coldness flickered in Kisame's eyes. For any element that posed a threat to Lord Mizukichi must be eradicated. Moments later, the pursuit had led them to the woods beyond the small town. Silas quietly assessed the likelihood of this person being Jiraiya. With formidable strength in the proximity to the bathhouse, the two key factors seemed to align. I merely sought to gather some materials. Why the relentless pursuit? Suddenly, the figure ahead came to a halt, employing a Doton technique to conjure a massive earthen wall that obstructed the path of the three. Do not pursue, came the command. Silas obstructed the three who sought to continue their pursuit. Their strength was formidable, hence, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Although his voice bore slight alterations, Silas could now unequivocally ascertain that it was indeed Jiraiya. The bathhouse, the gathering of materials, such actions were not something an ordinary person could undertake. Save for a certain renowned individual in the ninja world. The trio turned to depart, while in the forest behind them, Jiraiya was sprinting toward the encampment. Since ascending to the position of Hokage, he attracted attention wherever he went, rendering the freedom he once enjoyed a mere memory, lacking the three-dimensional vision technique of his mentor. The third Hokage, gathering materials, had become quite cumbersome. He had intended to seize this business trip as an opportunity to accumulate inspiration for his new work, discreetly leaving behind his accompanying guards to arrive early. Yet, not only was he discovered, but he was also pursued relentlessly by three mist ninjas. Should his identity be revealed, the illustrious reputation of Jiraiya would be tarnished forever. Upon returning to the camp, Kakashi observed him and sighed. If you have other arrangements, Lord Fifth, we can discuss them. There is no need to dismiss us with shadow clones. Kakashi had sensed something amiss with Jiraiya within half an hour, yet he refrained from making a fuss, quietly concealing it from his companion, Uchiha Shursui. Ha ha ha. I merely had a sudden urge to gather materials. It is nothing of great significance. So I did not trouble you, or Shursui. Gathering materials? Is Lord Jiraiya planning to continue writing? Might you disclose the genre? Jiraiya froze momentarily, cursing inwardly. If he admitted it was adult content, then Kakashi would undoubtedly grasp the true nature of his gathering. Ahem, it's nothing, he replied, contemplating burying the matter deep within. The following day, as Jiraiya and his companions boldly entered the small town without concealing their presence, Silas sensed a familiar chakra. That individual from yesterday was undoubtedly teacher Jiraiya. When he glimpsed Jiraiya again, it aligned perfectly with the indistinct figure of the previous day. Conversely, upon seeing the three before him, Jiraiya nearly turned to flee. Were these not the same mist ninjas who had pursued him the day prior? He should have anticipated this. However, glancing at the expressions of Mei Terumi and Kisame Hashigaki, Jiraiya felt assured that his identity had yet to be compromised. Yet, the individual resembling Yagura, caught between the two, was Silas's alternate persona? You are the fifth Hokage, Mizukichi, are you not? Jiraiya and Silas spoke in unison. High-level meetings in the ninja world often transpired in such a simple and unadorned manner. All that was required were the individuals involved, the location, and the content of the meeting. In the forest, within the conference room crafted by Sylas using wood release, the six engaged in earnest discussions regarding the harboring of rogue leaf ninjas in the Mist Village and the theft of leaf secret techniques, thoroughly exchanging opinions on the matter. Though ultimately, they reached no significant agreement. Silas and Jiraiya were on the brink of a confrontation, with the four guards nearby poised to intervene. Silas and Orochimaru were conspiring together, wreaking havoc in the territory of my water nation. I do not consider this collaboration. My role is merely to observe the two of them. The wood release technique is a skill I have mastered on my own. Of course, regardless of how much Silas and Jiraiya bicker, it is all an act. This performance is intended for Kahaku and Kisame, whose allegiances remain uncertain, as well as for the potential presence of Zetsu lurking in the shadows. While Silas can certainly maintain the surveillance barrier for an extended period, it is inevitable that it would arouse the vigilance of Kuro. Should the rescue of Mother be thwarted midway by Kuro's misstep, Silas's plan would come to an abrupt halt. I have conveyed this to you, yet you remain unconvinced. If you possess the ability to defeat me, I shall refrain from obstructing Konoha's pursuit of Silas and Orochimaru. However, should you find yourself unable to overcome me, I kindly ask that Konoha refrain from interfering in the internal affairs of the Land of Water and the village hidden in the mist. Silas sought a pretext to grant himself the opportunity to unleash his barrier technique. You all may leave. Both individuals simultaneously instructed their guards to withdraw, choosing a secluded forest deep within the mountains, far from the reach of the townsfolk, in preparation for battle. Would release the advent of the forest realm? Silas commenced the battle with a sweeping area of effect attack, dramatically reshaping the terrain. Meanwhile, Jiraiya employed a combination of oil and fire techniques to fortify his defenses. In the distance, the four vigilant members of the guard observed the duel between the two shadows, casting an array of high-level ninjutsu, as if they required no chakra at all, each shaking their heads in resignation. The disparity between themselves and the shadows was simply too great. Silas seized an opportune moment to activate the celestial cover array. Upon perceiving that there were no traces of absolute presence within, he commanded the wood release to grow rapidly, ultimately concealing the figures of both individuals entirely. Teacher, please cease your actions. Silas conjured two shadow clones, instructing them to disperse ninjutsu across the battlefield, thereby simulating the appearance of two individuals still engaged in combat. He then addressed Jiraiya. Chapter 9. Could it be that Orochimaru is also a false defector? Jiraiya observed the chaotic ninjutsu unleashed by Silas's clones and was astounded by the sheer volume of his disciple-esque chakra. Even among the Uzumaki clan, one would hardly encounter such a reservoir of chakra at this age. Was that observer not present? Do not worry, master. That individual is absent, Silas reassured him. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. Now, please elucidate the details of the situation for me. Silas recounted his experiences from being attacked by Jiraiya under the influence of white Zetsu, to breaking free from his constraints, mastering various ninjutsu through the Sharingan, and ultimately rising to the position of Mizukage. He shared everything, save for certain plans and matters that must remain unknown to Jiraiya. It has indeed been a challenging year for you. The weight of his disciples' tribulations over the past year weighed heavily on Jiraiya's heart. Furthermore, upon learning that Silas would be infiltrating that enigmatic organization, Jiraiya felt a deep sense of sympathy for him. Had you remained in Konoha, you undoubtedly would have ascended to the rank of 6th Hokage, contributing a vital chapter to the Will of Fire. However, fate took an unexpected turn, leading you to the Mist Village as its leader. Such a juxtaposition of water and fire. Master, that lecture in the women's bathhouse yesterday was you, wasn't it? After reminiscing, Silas suddenly spoke, causing Jiraiya's face to flush with embarrassment. Researching material cannot be deemed as peeping. The sounds generated by the various ninjutsu masked Silas's laughter. Master, you ought to have someone to care for you. Upon hearing Silas's words, an unusual seriousness emerged on Jiraiya's face. Silas, some matters are far more significant than affairs of the heart. Master, please stop pretending. I know you still harbor feelings for Lady Tsunade, yet your indecision is far from heroic. The death of Rope Tree has left Tsunade with no attachment to the village. Then let him be revived. What did you say? Jiraiya's head snapped up. If you dare to use that forbidden technique on Rope Tree and desecrate his soul, I assure you that Tsunade. Master, you misunderstood. You are aware of the Rinnegan, correct? When Silas mentioned these three syllables, a memory flickered in Jiraiya's mind. It was during his time in the Land of Rain. Alongside Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan, that pair of eyes possesses the capability to bring the deceased back to life. Moreover, the Rinnegan is, in fact, an evolution of the Sharingan. Such intelligence was beyond even Jiraiya's grasp. If it truly holds the power to revive Rope Tree, then perhaps there is still hope for Tsunade. Have you heard about the situation with the airplane master? As Silas shifted the conversation, he brought up the new ninja tools. The Umbu had relayed intelligence, and the merchants within the village were embroiled in heated discussions. However, this ninja tool was ostensibly developed by two rogue ninjas from Konoha. Were it not for this fact, it is likely that proposals for its introduction would have already surfaced. If it were any other village, there would be concerns about the Mist Village launching aerial assaults. Yet, Konoha, fortified with formidable barrier techniques, had no such worries. Should an aircraft deviate from its flight path and head towards the village, ninjas would swiftly intercept it. The advent of aircraft must inevitably permeate the entire ninja world. It is inconceivable that only the Land of Fire would remain untouched. Perhaps a better course of action would be for you, Master, to return and enlist several prominent families, urging them to collaborate with the commercial representatives of the Land of Fire and the village, staging a performance wherein you reluctantly agree to the introduction of the ninja tools developed by your wayward disciple, Sylas. Listening to Silas, Jiraiya could not help but nod in agreement. This approach would not only mitigate the risk of exposing Silas, but also allow the village to reap benefits. In a fleeting moment, Jiraiya seemed to have a realization and quickly inquired, if Silas's defection were a ruse, could it be that the betrayal of his dear friend Orochimaru was also a deception? Silas, is Orochimaru's defection akin to yours, merely a fade for a greater purpose? Silas furrowed his brow and said, Teacher, you have greatly misunderstood the situation. Uncle Snake has genuinely defected, in pursuit of his own truth and the quest for immortality. He chose to leave Konoha. Moreover, without my intervention, if we were to wait another decade, he would likely initiate a plan to bring Konoha to ruin. And I fear the third Hokage might perish in that conflict. Oh no, you are now the Hokage. It could very well be you who faces the consequences then. No, Orochimaru has truly betrayed us. But why have you established contact with him? Unless Orochimaru is eliminated, no one can thwart his relentless pursuit of truth. I keep him close not only to harness his talents for the creation of innovations that may benefit the shinobi world, but also to monitor him, preventing any reckless experiments. Upon hearing Silas's words, Jiraiya finally grasped his good intentions. In that case, I entrust this matter to you. By the way, what has transpired with the situation in the Cloud Village? The system had yet to provide any updates on the liberation progress of the Hyuga father and son, which left Silas quite anxious, fearing that troubles might arise in Konoha. Recently, the war between the Mist and the Cloud Village had concluded, allowing the latter to finally attend to the matters concerning the captives. I expect that by the time I return, their envoy should have arrived. I will ensure the Hyuga family's affairs are attended to. They shall not be given any opportunities. With Jiraiya's firm assurance, Silas nodded in acknowledgement. Having discussed the essential matters, it was time to resume their charade. Jiraiya, prepare to meet your demise. The first negotiation between the 5th Mizukage and the 5th Hokage culminated in a fierce battle between the two parties. After the stalemate, as they departed, some shinobi ventured to investigate the battlefield, only to discover that the landscape within a radius of several dozen miles had been utterly transformed. They could not help but exclaim, "Such is the terror of shadow-level warriors." Chapter 10. The altered plot. Before the battle concluded, Silas tossed 2 flying thunder god kunai to Jiraiya, instructing him to place one outside the Konoha village's protective barrier and the other within his residence at the Uchiha compound. The presence of the village's barrier rendered the reckless use of the flying thunder god technique potentially disruptive. An inadvertent breach could lead to chaos. If word of his undercover status were to leak, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Thus, Silas conceived a plan to first navigate through the barrier via legitimate means before employing the flying thunder god technique to directly transport himself to the village. With the battle now over, the surrounding forest lay utterly devastated. Had the two warriors not deliberately avoided the crowd, their clash would have undoubtedly resulted in countless casualties. The initial negotiations between the Mist Village and Konoha concluded in failure, both parties departing with palpable hostility. Upon returning to their respective villages, news of their fierce standoff, which ended in a stalemate, spread across the ninja world. In the hidden Cloud Village, as the delegation set to depart for Konoha to discuss matters concerning prisoners of war, The fourth Reikage addressed the head of the team with earnest caution. In the wake of the Ninetales turmoil, Konoha is in disarray, its strength significantly diminished. With Sylas's emergence and Orochimaru's defection, followed now by discord with the Mist Village, it may be prudent for you to explore this situation further. The leader nodded in understanding and led the team towards Konoha. Upon their arrival, they encountered Jiraiya, who had orchestrated a dramatic confrontation alongside the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Jiraiya expressed a strong aversion to the new ninja tools developed by Silas and Orochimaru, yet the clans, driven by self-interest, united to compel him to accept their introduction. Observing this, the head of the negotiation team contemplated the internal strife within Konoha amidst external threats. Perhaps, he mused, there exists an opportunity to seize those coveted eyes. Thus, during the subsequent negotiations, on a night cloaked in darkness and wind, he stealthily ventured out, intent on executing his clandestine mission. Hyuga Hizashi, Liberation Progress, 100 Hyuga Niji, Liberation Progress, 50. It was the weekend, and under his self-imposed 2-day break regime, Silas found ample justification to refrain from attending work. He was engaged in guiding his 2 disciples in their physical training when he received the news, smiling with pride. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of alarm upon reading the subsequent updates. Uchiha Fugaku, Liberation Progress, 30 Uchiha Itachi, Liberation Progress, 30 Uchiha Shursui, Liberation Progress, 30. As the liberation progress for the Hyuga father and son increased, the Uchiha clan's progress waned across the board. Had the Hyuga family engaged in conflict with the Uchihas? Silas's attention was entirely captured by the sudden change in the system. And in a moment of carelessness, he was struck by the bone spike of his second disciple, Junmaru. Master, are you alright? Due to Silas's instructions, both Zangetsu and Junmaru exerted themselves fully. This strike was delivered without restraint, piercing through Silas's entire shoulder. I am fine, though I have a minor issue. Let me return, and I shall teach you both then. Silas withdrew the bone spur and vanished in an instant. Junmaru gazed at the bone spur on the ground, instinctively yearning to pick it up and integrate it into his own being. The blood of the 5th Mizukage. This is a testament to strength. Their clan takes great pride in this. Junmaru, put that down. Have you forgotten the adult's instructions? Terumi may reminded him. It was then that Junmaru recalled his teacher's warning about not introducing peculiar substances into his body. Orochimaru, I must be away for a while. Should any issues arise, act as you see fit. Konoha must be in turmoil, as must the Uchiha clan. Silas was fervently eager to uncover the truth, sensing an intrinsic connection to the events at hand. As soon as he uttered his thoughts, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique, traversing a considerable portion of the ninja world to arrive at the outskirts of Konohagakure. Beside him stood the towering village walls, punctuated at intervals by guard towers manned by vigilant ninjas. Only the gateway at the base of the high walls provided an inconspicuous point of entry. Days prior, during his clash with Jiraiya, he had been apprised of the secret code. Nevertheless, discretion was paramount. Mimicking the appearance and aura of Kakashi as he had observed during their last encounter, Silas utilized a transformation technique to disguise himself as Kakashi. With his skills, he was confident in his ability to remain undetected. Ah, Kakashi, did you not return with the 5th Hokage just a few days ago? When did you embark on another mission? As Silas approached the entrance, he beheld a ninja with a bandage stretching across his nose and both cheeks, who addressed him with a startling familiarity. Good heavens! It was none other than Steel, one of the sentinels of the Konoha Gate. Alongside his partner, Kamizuki Izumo, they were tasked with safeguarding the Grand Gate of Konoha, but that was a matter for years hence. At present, however, they were merely in charge of a modest side gate. Where is your companion, Kamizuki Izumo? Silas inquired. Silas feigned Kakashi's tone as he mentioned his need to step aside for a moment. You may converse briefly upon his return. No, there are pressing matters in the village. I must return immediately, Kakashi stated. Upon hearing this, Gongzi Tai reined in his thoughts and, after verifying his identity in accordance with protocol, permitted him entry into the barrier. Moments later, his partner, Shingitsu Izumi, emerged from the nearby underbrush. You've worked hard? Was there nothing of note? Not particularly, except that Kakashi hurried back to the village. Who? Shingitsu Izumi inquired, eyes wide. Hitaki Kakashi. Good grief. I saw Kakashi in the village just before we switched shifts yesterday. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gongzi Tai immediately turned to the direction Kakashi had departed, only to find no trace of him. We must notify the village at once. Utilizing the Flying Raijin technique, Silas arrived at his home, noting its tidiness, even more so than when he had left. It must have been Itachi who tidied up, he mused. Just then, the door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Since Silas's defection, he had frequently visited this place, pondering the reasons behind his senior's actions. Upon uncovering the truth of his senior's betrayal in the land of snow, his visits had become even more regular. He believed that one day, his senior would return to the village, and he aimed to keep the home immaculate in anticipation. A few days prior, when Kakashi had visited the Uchiha compound, he had left behind a flying Raijin kunai at Sylas's residence. Being as astute as he was, Silas naturally deduced its significance. Coincidentally, a significant event had transpired in the village the previous night, causing an uproar within the entire Uchiha clan, rendering them unable to focus on their training. Seizing the opportunity while his father and clansmen deliberated, he had come here. Itachi, it has been a long time. Silas emerged from the shadows. Senior, you have finally returned. The Uchiha clan is in peril. Last night, the leader of the ninja from the land of lightning infiltrated our stronghold, seeking to abduct my brother Sasuke's precious eyes. My father, utilizing Susanoo, struck him down on the spot. What? Susanoo? When did Fugaku awaken his eyes? Wait. That seems to be beside the point. Why has the leader of the land of lightning fixated on the Sharingan rather than the Byakugan? Chapter 11. The Sharingan, plug and play, highly compatible, and capable of online upgrades. Currently, the delegation from the land of lightning adamantly denies any intention of abducting Sasuke. And they have absurdly used the death of their ninja leader as a pretext to make unreasonable demands. They have set a 3-day ultimatum, insisting on viewing my father's corpse, or else they will declare war on Konoha. The ninja leader who attempted to abduct Uchiha Sasuke has been slain by the Uchiha clan head. This seems to diverge significantly from the original narrative, where the ninja leader who sought to abduct Hinata Hyuga was similarly struck down by the head of the Hyuga clan. At this moment, Silas finally comprehended the source of the anomaly in the progress of his liberation. It was likely due to his own transference that the village of Kumogakure's curiosity towards the Byakugan had shifted towards the Sharingan. In other words, the Uchiha clan had inadvertently become the scapegoats for the Hyuga clan. The anguish that should have been borne by the Hyuga family had instead been transferred to the Uchiha. The truth, as Silas had surmised, was that his remarkable performance during the conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure had piqued the village's interest in the secrets of the Sharingan. Their clandestine plans had evolved from stealing the Byakugan to targeting the Sharingan instead. This was the reason behind Sasuke's abduction in place of Hinata and the Uchiha clan shouldering the blame for the Hyuga. Despite all his calculations, he found himself ensnared in this predicament. Undoubtedly, Silas had committed the error of empiricism. Having witnessed the script, he believed that as long as he prepared for an assault on the Hyuga clan as per the original narrative, he would be secure. Little did he know that they had chosen to diverge from the script entirely. Itachi, stay here for a moment. I shall assume your guys to gather intelligence and see what can be done. Upon hearing this, Itachi nodded in agreement. Silas transformed into the likeness of Itachi and strode confidently into the Uchiha compound, making his way toward the clan's council hall. Itachi, you have arrived. As Silas approached, Shizwater appeared by his side and spoke. The fifth Hokage found himself in a predicament. On one hand, he faced pressure from the land of lightning, and on the other, internal strife within the village. Do not speak. Follow me, Itachi said, pulling Shizwater to an isolated location. You are not Itachi. You are. Just as Shizwater was about to make a move upon sensing something amiss, Silas interjected, I am Silas. You have returned. Is there a faction within the village advocating for the surrender of the clan leader to quell the anger of the cloud-hidden village? Indeed. Furthermore, the clan leader's revelation of the Mangeki Sharingan under duress yesterday has raised suspicions among some, leading them to believe he is concealing his true strength with ulterior motives. Shizwater elucidated. Silas pondered for a moment, instinctively aware that the individuals mentioned by Ji Shui likely referred to a certain old coin. This Tuanzong must be dealt with promptly. A swift plan must be devised to arrange his affairs. Ji Shui, allow me to pose a question to you. I implore you to respond earnestly. Have you awakened the kaleidoscope? Prior to Silas's journey through time, Ji Shui was already active on the battlefield, renowned for his illusions and body flicker technique. According to the original narrative, for years hence, Ji Shui would bestow one of his kaleidoscope Sharingan upon Itachi. However, Silas remained oblivious to the timing of his awakening. After Silas finished speaking, Ji Shui fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the instant he witnessed his father's demise. He could sense a transformation within his own eyes. Prior to that moment, He had already possessed the three-tomo Sharingan. He surmised that his eyes had now evolved into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Silas felt a surge of joy within, contemplating how to arrange the formidable Kodo Amatsukami package for Danzo. However, Shursui promptly remarked, "But I cannot harness that power." This predicament bore some resemblance to Kakashi's situation, even though Shursui was aware of the transformation in his eyes. Without guidance from others, he needed to gradually explore how to wield this newfound strength effectively. Moreover, Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan abilities differed from the combat-oriented skills like Kamui. Unfortunately, time was no ally for Shursui's exploration. "Shursui, I wish to exchange an eye with you. Your eye could liberate the Uchiha clan from its plight. It is well known that the Sharingan is plug-and-play, supports vigorous interchanges, boasts excellent compatibility, and can be upgraded online. By utilizing Kodo Amatsukami, we could transform the malevolent leader of the greatest criminal organization threatening the harmony of Konoha, Danzo Shimura, into a being of virtue, compelling him to renounce his pursuit of power and strength. This endeavor should not pose a significant challenge." Agreed. Shursui did not inquire why Silas held his Manjiki Sharingan in such high regard, for he understood that this individual, like himself, was a bearer of the will of fire. Very well. Silas returned to his abode, accompanied by Shursui. In Itachi's astonished gaze, a surgical procedure that defied all his preconceptions regarding eye transplantation took place. Members of the Uchiha clan have now become the very backbone of the surgical theater. Even Itachi himself has undergone quite a number of such operations. Yet, the brazen method employed by the two seniors still took him by surprise. Never mind, simply consider this a characteristic of the Sharingan. If he were to learn that Madara, during his eye transplantation, did not even need to differentiate between left and right, he would likely be even more astounded. Silas felt the sensation of his newly replaced eyes as chakra surged within him, activating the Sharingan, eager to experience the kaleidoscope of the Manjiki. In that moment, the three-tomo in his eye spun wildly. "Do you see any changes in my eyes? What pattern do they form?" he inquired, turning to Itachi and Shursui, who were observing his right eye intently. "Indeed, there is a transformation. They have coalesced into a continuous circle," Itachi exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Silas pondered, "Shouldn't Shursui's eyes resemble the shape of shuriken?" "No, Itachi, you must have misinterpreted. That was merely an illusion created by the rapid rotation of the three-tomo Sharingan." "Huh?" Upon hearing Shursui's words, Silas ceased his chakra supply. Once the tomo halted their spinning, it indeed remained as three-tomo. As anticipated, the method of unlocking the Manjiki is the sole distinction from the ordinary Sharingan. For a moment, the trio fell into silence. "Silas, should we allow the clan leader to attempt it?" Although uncertain about how Fugaku activated his eyes or when he mastered Susanoo, Silas surmised it had been for some time. However, given Fugaku's sensitive status and the current circumstances, it would be ill-advised to have him confront Danzo. Presently, among the Uchiha clan, the individuals possessing and still capable of using the Manjiki are none other than Fugaku and Obito, are they not? In a fleeting moment, Silas recalled his disciple. "No. The clan leader is currently not in a position to engage in such matters. I shall enlist someone to undertake this task. You need not worry. As long as I am present, the Uchiha clan shall remain unharmed." Chapter 12. Kakashi and Obito. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the house. "Itachi, are you there? Have you seen Shursui?" It was none other than Kakashi's voice. "Senior, Brother Shursui is here." Itachi glanced at Silas, who nodded in affirmation, and responded. Having just received urgent intelligence, someone has disguised themselves as Kakashi. Upon entering the room, he began to speak, but before he could finish, he caught sight of Silas within. "Silas, when did you return?" "I just got back. Coincidentally, someone has been impersonating me and infiltrated the village. The fifth Hokage has sent me to inform the Uchiha." Silas was taken aback. Could that be me? It shouldn't be possible. Could someone of Steel's caliber truly discern the flaws in my level 5 transformation technique? If you are referring to the information relayed by Steel, then that person must indeed be me. Kakashi, after a moment of silence, responded, "How unfortunate. Just yesterday, before the shift change at the border, I happened to be seen in the village by Chameleon's Moon. You are aware of the situation in Yuin village, correct? Due to this incident, the entire village is now on high alert. Your infiltration has been deemed an emergency situation, and it's likely that sensory ninjas and the sealing team will soon be dispatched to search for you." Certainly, Silas harbored no fear of being discovered by these individuals. However, given the escalation of the situation, there was no longer a need for concealment. It would be more prudent to directly employ the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Obito in, bestow upon him new eyes, and liberate Danzo. Kakashi, shortly I will be bringing someone over. You must be mindful of your emotions, Sylas stated. Upon Kakashi's nod, Sylas took flight. Within the Leaf Village's barrier division, the leader sensed a tremendous force breaching the protective village barrier, creating a substantial breach. North Point C. The barrier has anomalies. The number of intruders is uncertain. He immediately instructed his subordinates to alert the village and initiate a search. Why did this feel so peculiar? Once his subordinates had departed, he pondered the sensation he had experienced earlier, faintly recalling that it seemed familiar from the past. In the blink of an eye, Sylas found himself in a dense jungle. Dato stood upon a branch, his gaze fixed upon 3 silhouettes ahead. Each of the 3 bore peculiar weapons. One carried a sword resembling a door in size upon his back, another's weapon was swathed in bandages, and the third had long blades hanging from his waist, their edges branching out. Could these be the renowned sword-wielders of the Hidden Mist Village? Sylas whispered behind Obito. Surely, you do not intend to recruit them into the Akatsuki, do you? Indeed, that is my intention, Obito replied. Initially, only a single member, the Loquat Tenzo, was meant to join the Akatsuki. However, due to Sylas's involvement, the 3 of them collectively defected. Now, Obito wishes to enlist them all into the Akatsuki. Is that so? Just keep an eye on him. I have matters to discuss with you. Come with me first. A pitcher plant emerged from the nearby trunk, inquiring, where are you 2 headed? We are conversing here. What business do you, a mere pitcher plant, have in our discussion? After Sylas finished speaking, he departed with his own disciple. Unexpected events had arisen concerning the Uchiha clan. Sylas conveyed the events transpiring in the village to Obito, who nodded in understanding. What is it that you require of me? The malice harbored by Danzo towards the Uchiha clan remains undiminished. Our kin shall forever be in peril. Yet now, we possess a means to alter our fate. If only we could don a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Sylas elucidated, by the way, during our visit to Konoha, I intend to discuss your matters with Kakashi. Of course, we shall refrain from mentioning our ultimate objective. Let us merely state that, in our pursuit of world peace, we must infiltrate the Akatsuki organization for a period of time. I understand, responded Obito after a moment of contemplation. Although he was not entirely prepared to confront his comrade, he acquiesced to Sylas's plan. At that moment, the leader of the barrier division sensed an unusual phenomenon once more. It was a space-time ninjutsu. He recalled this familiar anomaly. During the tenure of the 4th Hokage, such experiments had been conducted, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique for teleportation within and beyond the barrier. This is outrageous. What does this individual take our esteemed Konoha village's protective barrier for? Such frequent ingress and egress, do they not fear causing damage? I must report this immediately to the 5th Hokage. No, I shall first inform Lord Danzo. What I am about to disclose, you must not fear. As Sylas returned to the village accompanied by Kakashi's dear friend, he observed the bewildered expressions of Kakashi, Itachi, and Shursui. He offered a gentle reminder. Suddenly, without waiting for Sylas to introduce Obito, the latter knelt down on the spot. The 3 individuals in front were taken aback, pondering the peculiarity of Sylas's companion, who had greeted them with such a profound gesture. Should we reciprocate this gesture? Kakashi, I am sorry for you and the teacher. Teacher? Upon hearing this, Kakashi seemed to recall something, gazing at the masked figure before him, trembling as he inquired, Is it you, Obito? Indeed, Obito replied, maintaining his kneeling position as he removed his mask. As Kakashi beheld Obito's face, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Obito, I am so relieved you are alive. Unaware of the circumstances, Kakashi felt a surge of gratitude for his dear friend Obito's miraculous escape from death. No, I have been dead since that day. The Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by me, and it was I who took the life of Sensei Minato. Kakashi, please forgive me. Obito's words struck Kakashi like a thunderbolt, leaving him in shock. Obito, why did you? Kakashi, please remain calm. As Sylas observed Kakashi's unusual emotional state, particularly as the redness in his eyes indicated his agitation, he promptly approached and placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Drawing upon his formidable chakra, he quelled the tumultuous surge of chakra within Kakashi. After listening to Obito's explanation, Sylas addressed the perplexity reflected in Kakashi's gaze. This all began on the day I bestowed my left eye upon you. In the narrative prepared by Sylas and Obito, the context of Kagaya's maternal rescue was deliberately obscured. Obito was merely a pawn exploited by Uchiha Madara, ultimately rescued by Sylas, who had received a prophetic dream from the Sage of Six Paths. Upon concluding Obito's account, a profound silence enveloped the group. While Obito was indeed culpable, he had come to a realization. Not only had he devised a means of atonement, but he also willingly chose to continue infiltrating that nefarious organization. Bearing the weight of his past, the others found it increasingly difficult to cast blame upon him. Senior, is the power of my eyes something you learned from the Sage of Six Paths? Finally, Shursui comprehended why Silas exuded such confidence in the transformative potential of his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Silas contemplated, if that is the case, then so be it. I merely hope that the Sage of Six Paths will not hold it against me in the future. Chapter 13. If you possess the audacity to steal, then have the gall to open the door. Indeed, it was the Sage of Six Paths who conveyed this revelation to me in a dream. Silas, who had long since forgotten the meaning of shame, mused, as the saying goes, one who is shameless is unconquerable, unassailable in the world. Silas observed the admiration reflected in the eyes of Shursui and Itachi, and calmly remarked, well then, since you have concluded your idle chatter, let us commence with the serious business at hand. Do not move. It will be swift. Kakashi watched in silence as the two performed a casual eye-swapping maneuver typical of the Uchiha clan before him. The Sharingan, exchanged so nonchalantly, was it truly so? How does it feel? A remarkable ocular power, Obito sensed the latent strength contained within that eye. Can it be controlled? Indeed. Come, let us seek out. At this moment, Silas became aware of the presence of several outsiders and promptly altered his statement. I shall appear in the village as the traitorous ninja Silas. Be vigilant and do not reveal my identity. With that, Silas departed with Obito, intending to discuss strategies. The unique ability associated with his eyes was known as Kodo Amatsukami, which allowed him to infiltrate the minds of others and alter their will. After listening, Obito nodded in understanding. Soon, I will create a commotion in the village and trouble the envoy from the hidden cloud village. Seize the opportunity to locate Danzo and manipulate his will. Otherwise, his incessant targeting of the Uchiha clan will inevitably hinder our plans. After hearing this, Obito vanished from Silas's sight. Upon witnessing this, Silas lifted his gaze towards the sky above the village. From this moment forth, let the world bear witness. No, that is incorrect. From this moment onward, let peace be bestowed upon Konoha. Silas confidently strode into the streets of Konoha, making a beeline for the residence of the Cloud Village delegation. It's Silas, quickly informed the Umbu and the fifth Hokage. A perceptive ninja who had detected Silas's presence urgently alerted his comrades. Following the revelation of Silas's previous disguise as Kakashi, sensory ninjas and Umbu operatives patrolled the village vigilantly. The Umbu swiftly assembled, shadowing Silas from a distance. Captain, should we not intercept him? One inquired. Wait a moment. He seems to harbor no intention of engaging us in battle. Given the prior alarm, the village's civilian population had already been evacuated. The Umbu had the opportunity to launch a preemptive strike, determined to detain this rogue ninja at all costs. Yet, the captain harbored his own intentions. Silas's destination appeared to be the residence of the Cloud Village delegation. A rogue ninja from the Uchiha clan brazenly returned to Konoha during a time of turmoil for his clan, heading directly towards the enemy stronghold. This was indeed intriguing. The events that transpired in the village the previous day had become widely known, fueled by an unknown faction's propaganda, albeit in a distorted manner. Rumors circulated that the Uchiha clan's leader concealed his true strength and launched a nocturnal assault on the head of the Cloud Village delegation, seeking to instigate conflict and exacerbate tensions, ill-intentioned, to say the least. However, the captain was well aware of the truth. It was merely the case of a ninja leader coveting the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai, only to be met with a crushing defeat. Silas, upon learning of this news, hastened back to Konoha overnight, seeking justice for his kin. The Umbu captain pondered this for a moment, resolving to permit Silas's actions, provided he did not pose a threat to the village. Fugaku, the last time my young son, who had just learned to walk, broke his leg. You performed the surgery that saved it. I owe you for that. An uncanny situation unfolded as various Umbu squads converged around Silas. Yet none seemed inclined to impede his path. What is the matter with these individuals? Do they not intend to engage me? Silas certainly noticed the shadows surrounding him. Yet he could not comprehend their actions. Never mind, as long as I can draw them close to me. What Silas remained unaware of was that, due to his intervention, the Uchiha clan had transformed into a community of master surgeons. The more advanced their Sharingan became, the greater their skill. The Uchiha, having witnessed the myriad joys and sorrows within the hospital, inadvertently facilitated the evolution of their Sharingan. This virtuous cycle brought about a remarkable change. Now, the majority of villagers owed some measure of gratitude to the Uchiha clan, given that ninjas inevitably suffer injuries. Severe wounds that cannot be healed through medical ninjutsu must be addressed through surgical means. Just the day before yesterday, my brother had his leg broken, and it was the Uchiha who came to his aid. Yesterday, I injured my arm, and again, it was the Uchiha who rescued me. Today, it is I. Thus, Silas found himself amidst his current circumstances. The Umbu gathered around him did not appear to be merely surveilling him. Rather, they seemed to be escorting him to the residence of the Cloud Village delegation. These ninjas were not only repaying the Uchiha clan's kindness, but also hoped that Silas, as a rogue ninja, would address the delicate issue that could easily ignite tensions between the two nations. In this manner, Silas arrived at the front of the Cloud Village delegation's residence, while the Umbu positioned themselves densely upon the surrounding structures. In this peculiar atmosphere, Silas knocked on the gate of the Union Village outpost. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, open the door. If you have the audacity to steal, then have the courage to open the door. Inside the outpost, the Union were mourning their fallen leader when they heard Silas's words. Their anger ignited. How dare you, Konoha? Not only did you kill our leader, but you also sent someone to insult us. The crowd, filled with fury, surged forth, intent on giving the newcomer a sound thrashing. What nonsense are you spouting? You little brat, are you Silas? The Union who opened the door had been fortunate enough to witness Silas's prowess on the battlefield. They were all too familiar with this Uchiha Silas, who had single-handedly turned the tide of battle against Konoha, only to mysteriously defect later. Their desire to seize the Sharingan stemmed from him. What brings you here? This is Konoha, he shouted, hoping to summon nearby ninjas to capture this rogue. However, he soon realized that the rooftops were teeming with figures clad in Konoha's distinctive green vests and various animal masks of the Umbu. Are you all blind? This is your village's rogue ninja. Calm down. I'm not here to cause trouble for Konoha. I'm here to avenge my family. As Silas burst through the door, he immediately unleashed the wood release technique. The onlookers outside couldn't help but marvel, pondering the truth behind the rumors of an alliance between the fifth Hokage, Sylas, and Orochimaru. It seemed evident that the wood release secrets mastered by the fifth Hokage were indeed imparted by Silas, likely in exchange for political protection. How wonderful it would be if he were still in Konoha. Chapter 14. Stand down. Asa, the outside is full of dragons, remember, although I may not reside in Konoha. Anyone who dares to threaten my family must be prepared to face my wrath. After Silas delivered a thorough thrashing to the crowd and bound them all with wood release, suspending them from the trees, he proclaimed loudly, "Are you Konoha ninjas truly content to witness your rogue ninja behave so brazenly? Is there no sense of justice left? No rule of law?" The restrained members of the Cloud Village could only curse in outrage. It is utterly unforgivable that you in Konoha openly tolerate such actions from your own rogue ninja. Stand down, Silas. There are elite ninjas outside. Came Jiraiya's voice from beyond the courtyard. Ah, Jiraiya-sensei, you have arrived. Silas forcefully kicked open the decayed door, revealing himself to the assembled crowd. Jiraiya had learned from Kakashi about Silas's return to the village. Though he was unaware of Silas's intentions, he had faith in him. Thus, he summoned all the ninjas at his disposal. Aside from the root members, every Jonin-level ninja in the village had gathered. Master, you know I can wield the Flying Thunder God technique. These individuals cannot hinder me. We can discuss the misunderstandings between you and the village. There is nothing left to discuss, my pupil. Silas estimated the time and concluded that, given Obito's efficiency, he should have already located Danzo. With Obito's intangibility combined with Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami, even the resurrection of the Sage of Six Paths could not impede him. Well, I shall no longer indulge you. I must proceed to the hidden Cloud Village to further discuss this matter with the fourth Reikage. Never before has a rogue ninja dared to be so audacious. Not only did he strike someone, but he also demands an explanation. He treats other strongholds as if they were his own backyard. However, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, Silas has the capability to do so. Farewell, everyone. After Silas finished speaking, he departed from the village and arrived at the designated meeting place with Obito. The progress of Shimura Danzo's liberation stood at 36. Moments later, Obito made his appearance. Danzo's will had already been altered. Obito addressed Silas directly. Silas nodded, curious about the alterations made to his will. He wondered how Obito would modify Danzo's intentions. My instruction was clear. Shimura Danzo is the closest ally of the Uchiha clan, and he will no longer pose a threat to them. Upon hearing this, Silas was suddenly reminded of a saying, "Dogs are humanity's best companions." Moreover, I sensed that the power within those eyes had been entirely depleted. It is likely that a considerable amount of time would be required to replenish that vitality before continuing to exert their influence. However, there is no cause for concern. I possess a means to shorten the cooldown of the celestial beings. The healing art of Silas specializes in remedying various deficiencies. Vitality and vision can both be replenished through this practice. Let us consider a change in perspective. Silas's original eye remains with sure sway. He continues to wield the three-tomo Sharingan, which he acquired from an unknown source. Until the Sharingan evolves into the Mangeki, it hardly matters. Soon, the two completed the eye exchange. Silas, have you ever considered using Kodoame Tsukumi on Obito? The sudden inquiry from Obito left Silas momentarily taken aback. Kodoame Tsukumi can infiltrate the mind and alter consciousness. Black Setsu is, after all, a manifestation of Kagaya Tsutsuki's will. Therefore, whether Kodoame Tsukumi's ability to modify intent could directly affect Obito remains uncertain. It is a risk not worth taking. Should Obito sense something amiss, he might distance himself from us, becoming a lurking monster that can never perish, a situation that would not bode well for us. Upon hearing Silas's words, Obito nodded in agreement. Without absolute certainty, one cannot afford to take risks. If you have the time, teach me how to use the Mangeki. Very well, Obito replied before vanishing from sight. Ever since Silas's shadow clone appeared within his Kamui dimension, he seldom sought Silas out, immersing himself entirely in the monumental reconstruction of the ninja world. For now, I shall withhold this eye from Shursui. Silas pondered for a moment and decided to delay the exchange of eyes with Shursui. Instead, he would take a leisurely stroll through the hidden cloud village. Long ago, he had discreetly instructed Obito to place his coordinates throughout the ninja world. With the exception of Konoha, which was protected by a village barrier, Silas could directly approach the gates of other villages. Silas, guided by the resonance of his technique, found himself near the village of Cloud Hide. Thunderous roars echoed all around, making the entire village appear as if it were perched upon the clouds. Towering peaks reached towards the heavens, and mist enveloped the entire expanse. In both his past and present existence, Silas had never beheld such a breathtaking sight. Once I achieve peace in the ninja world and attain financial freedom, I shall retire here and construct a grand villa for my wife and children. Wait, it seems I do not yet have a girlfriend. At this moment, I am merely 10 years old. It appears I must wait a few more years. Strangely, a visage of a wooden figure floated into Silas's mind, only to swiftly transform into that of Terumi Mei. The land of water also seems appealing, facing the vast ocean with the promise of spring blossoms. Alas, what a difficult choice it is. Perhaps I shall embrace both options together. Silas emerged from the space of the flying thunder god, casting forth iron sand that he deftly manipulated with magnetic release, carrying himself shrouded in mist towards the hidden cloud village. Within his mind lingered a vision of himself a decade hence, surrounded by a throng of children calling him father. What a peculiar dream to have in broad daylight, he mused, as he floated above the hidden cloud village, shaking his head to dispel those strange imaginings. His purpose for being here was clear: to remind the hidden cloud village that he, Uchiha Silas, possessed the capability to inflict substantial casualties upon any village while ensuring his own escape. However, he was mindful not to unleash excessive bloodshed, lest the hidden cloud village seek retribution from the land of snow. Silas gazed down upon the village, the celestial array fully activated, revealing two formidable sources of chakra. The fourth Reikage and the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, were present. With their presence, I shall not hesitate to unleash my full strength, even if it risks damaging the hidden cloud village. Isafu, let us commence our task. In the realm of consciousness, Silas summoned his aid. Understood. Release the three tails. Long before he sealed the three tails within himself, he had recounted the tale of being the emissary of the Sage of Six Paths, just as he had done with the two tails. Naturally, he garnered the trust of the three tails. Silas unleashed the power of the three tails from within himself, a colossal surge of chakra erupting forth, swiftly coalescing into the form of a gigantic turtle. The immense body of the three tails plummeted from the heavens, crashing towards the heart of the hidden cloud village. Chapter 15. A change of residence? Impossible. Stop. A thunderous voice echoed from below. Karabi, another Jinchuriki. Since the emergence of the three tails the very instant it appeared, he well aware of the devastating potential of tailed beasts. understood the catastrophic consequences that would ensue should the Three Tails descend unimpeded. A significant portion of the hidden cloud village would be obliterated. However, Silas showed no intention of halting his actions. Though he wished to avoid unnecessary slaughter, mercy was not a virtue he intended to extend. "If you wish to thwart me, let us see your capabilities," he declared, as the Three Tails began its descent. Many ninjas of the hidden cloud, alerted by Kurabi's cry, recognized the anomaly in the sky. The personnel below commenced an urgent evacuation, while Earth-style ninjas began to create buffer zones at the point of impact. Various ninjutsu surged toward the colossal form of the Three Tails, aiming to mitigate its falling speed. In an instant, the fourth Reikage dashed out from the Reikage tower, joining Kurabi, who had already transformed. "Send me up." Kurabi's octopus-like limbs grasped the fourth Reikage, hurling him towards the plummeting Three Tails. Lightning crackled around A, producing a crisp sound of electricity, stimulated by the lightning release. His physical prowess had escalated to the point where he could contend with a tailed beast. A's fist struck the armored abdomen of the Three Tails. "That hurts." The roar of the beast resonated within Silas's mind, and he felt a momentary pause in the Three Tails' descent. A's strike slightly altered the trajectory of the falling beast, ultimately landing in a less populated area. A resounding boom echoed throughout the hidden cloud village, reverberating with the force of the impact. Strangely, the massive form of the Three Tails vanished upon landing, leaving only a silhouette shrouded in dust, a figure with three tails faintly discernible. "Why did you attack the hidden cloud village, Gafukai?" A and Kurabi stood side by side, demanding an explanation. They certainly recognized that the earlier manifestation was the Three Tails, and thus the figure amidst the dust could only be the Jinchuriki of the Mist Village, Gafukai. "Apologies for disappointing you, but I am not Gafukai. I am Uchiha Sylas." Silas wielded the chakra entity's tail behind him, sweeping away the dust to reveal his face. "Why is the Three Tails within you?" They could never fathom that 5-5 and Silas were, in fact, one and the same. "I imparted the secrets of wood release to 5-5, and in return, borrowing the Three Tails is hardly a transgression, is it?" AI pondered, contemplating whether the sealing techniques of the Mist Village had advanced to such a degree that they could freely interchange the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Or perhaps it was the techniques brought forth by the two rogue ninjas from Konoha. "Then why did you attack the Cloud Village?" "Last night, your envoy from the Cloud Village, sent to negotiate with Konoha, attempted to abduct a member of the Uchiha clan. This was orchestrated by you, was it not?" AI would not concede, intending to bellow and prevent Silas from speaking further, yet he was silenced by Silas's words. "There is no need for you to hastily deny it. After all, that ninja leader is dead. However, you audaciously turn the tables, claiming that the Uchiha clan leader is responsible for his demise. How laughable it is for the wicked to accuse first." AI retorted with a scowl. "As a rogue ninja, do you truly care for your clan? My defection stemmed from ideological differences with Konoha. It has nothing to do with my concern for my family. I have come here to convey a message. Those who offend the Uchiha shall face retribution, regardless of distance." At that moment, numerous cloud ninjas had encircled them, awaiting their Reikage command to apprehend Silas. Yet AI understood that this was futile. During the Third Shinobi World War, he had clashed with the equally skilled Minato Namikaze, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He was acutely aware that no matter how many there were, they could not confine a master of such forbidden arts, but rather, it would only serve to drain his focus. Moreover, this individual had also harnessed the power of a tailed beast. Furthermore, it appeared that, like Killer Bee, he too was a perfect Jinchuriki. Could it be that Sylas, Orochimaru, and the fifth Mizukage, 5-5, had acquired the means to create perfect Jinchuriki? "You all step back," AI commanded. Although the others were reluctant, they complied with the order, leaving only Killer Bee by his side. "What is it that you desire?" Despite AI's fiery temperament, resembling a hot-headed individual ready to brawl at the slightest provocation, he was acutely aware. Engaging Silas in battle was an uneven contest. He always had an escape route. Yet a single misstep on his part could plunge the village into irreversible calamity. "It is quite simple. You must apologize to the Uchiha clan in the name of the Cloud Village." "Impossible." AI rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. Should he do so, he would have no face to show to his deceased father. "Are you not concerned that we might retaliate against the Land of Snow in the same manner?" Kalabi felt that Silas was insulting the hidden Cloud Village and belittling his elder brother. He merely wished to respond in kind. Silas and Orochimaru have established their stronghold in the Land of Snow, forging connections with the hidden Mist Village and developing new ninja tools, a fact that is widely known. What's the matter? Are you considering a change of residence? Silas chuckled, entirely unconcerned about the matter at hand. Within the land of snow, there indeed existed two former powerhouses from Konohagakure. Even after more than a decade, the combat prowess of the first and second Hokage could still be considered among the elite. Furthermore, Sylas had employed the fifth level of the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect them once more. Coupled with the limitless chakra characteristic of the impure world reincarnation bodies, the first Hokage alone could effortlessly dominate the current shinobi world. The so-called perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, would pale in comparison to Senju Hashirama. Change the conditions. Ei was unwilling to exchange homes with Sylas. To him, his own clan was vast and prosperous. Why should he trade with a small nation? If it had been anyone else daring to speak to him in such a manner, his notoriously fiery temper would likely have compelled him to unleash a brutal assault, reducing the offender to mere pulp. It was only because Sylas, who stood invincible due to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, and could inflict widespread devastation upon Kumogakure with borrowed-tailed beasts, could engage in such a calm negotiation. As long as Sylas's demands were not excessively unreasonable, he would tolerate them. Lightning release, chakra mode. You must be dreaming. Ei nearly lost his composure, tempted to charge forward. Very well, let it be. You will have to find a way to address this issue yourselves. Moreover, I do not wish to hear any further ambitions regarding the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Should that occur, it will not be just me who comes. After Sylas spoke, he vanished. Brother, this is unlike your usual demeanor. Kurabi was somewhat perplexed. It was uncharacteristic of his typically brazen brother to yield to this young man. The reason for this, however, was clear. They were at a stalemate. They could neither defeat him nor find a more advantageous exchange. Such unscrupulous ninjutsu should not exist. The only ninja who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and was subsequently killed was the second Hokage of the Leaf Village. Yet, that was a deliberate sacrifice made to protect his incompetent disciples during their escape. He certainly did not believe that Sylas would afford him such an opportunity. The following day, the Hidden Cloud Village issued an official clarification regarding the incident involving the abduction of Uchiha Sasuke by personnel within their envoy, designating it as a scheme orchestrated by an unidentified hostile force inserted within their village to sabotage relations between the two villages. Upon the release of this statement, everyone was taken aback. The normally resolute Hidden Cloud had unexpectedly softened. Chapter 16. The first Hokage poisoning the future of the ninja world in truth. Before the declaration from the Hidden Cloud Village reached the Leaf Village, the plight of the Uchiha clan had already been alleviated. The primary issue for the Uchiha lay in the relentless targeting by Danzo within the Leaf Village. Now, however, Danzo had become the Uchiha's most unexpected ally. After Sylas departed, the Leaf Village convened a high-level meeting regarding Uchiha Fugaku's assassination of the Hidden Cloud's ninja leader. Strange occurrences unfolded during this meeting. The elders, who had consistently opposed the Uchiha, and Danzo, the master manipulator of the roots, astonishingly spoke in favor of the Uchiha this time. That ninja who dared to pry into our precious bloodline limits deserves no pity. If I were to capture him, it would be far more than a mere death sentence. The attendees were left speechless, unsure how to respond. Was Danzo losing his mind? Just the night before, he had dispatched his subordinates to tarnish Uchiha Fugaku's reputation, accusing him of concealing his strength and murdering the Hidden Cloud's ninja leader during a leisurely stroll to incite conflict between the two villages. Everyone knew Danzo harbored grievances against the Uchiha. Why, then, had he suddenly altered his stance and spoken on their behalf? Even Fugaku himself found the situation suspicious. Could it be that this man was secretly plotting against them again? Recalling the words of his son Itachi before his departure, Fugaku felt reassured. Sylas had stated he would resolve the Uchiha's predicament, urging his father not to worry about Danzo. It appeared that Danzo's unexpected transformation was indeed related to Sylas. Could it be that Danzo feared Sylas's formidable abilities, concerned that he might suddenly appear and take his life? No one could have anticipated that such a divine ability as that of the otherworldly deity existed. Now that there is a consensus among us, let us finalize this matter. Jiraiya, the fifth Hokage, noted that the village's most prominent troublemaker, Danzo, had suddenly ceased his antagonism towards the Uchiha clan and took the initiative to set the tone for this situation. We shall steadfastly protect the Uchiha clan. The honor of our village and each family is intertwined. Whether Uchiha, Hyuga, or any other clan, we shall exert our utmost efforts to safeguard them. The liberation progress is as follows. Hitaki Kakashi, 100, Uchiha Fugaku, 91, Uchiha Shursui, 91. Uchiha Itachi, 91. The continuous notifications from the system left Silas deeply satisfied. Hinata Hayashi and Kakashi had also provided him with 2 golden liberation points. Although the 3 members of the Uchiha family had yet to achieve complete liberation, Silas was aware that it was merely a matter of time. However, the question remained, where should these points be allocated? Silas gazed contemplatively at the array of skills displayed on the panel, his hesitation palpable. With several level 5 abilities at his disposal, including the formidable Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Lightning Release, Chidori, and the Spiral Sphere, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to utilize them. He believed that, until the later stages of battle where cataclysmic destruction was commonplace, his current prowess was more than sufficient to navigate the present circumstances. The pinnacle of liberation should be reserved for skills of functional significance, akin to the Flying Thunder God Technique and Healing Arts. Silas gazed at his panel for an extended period, eventually discovering 2 skills, Impure Resurrection and 4-Symbol Seal. At level 5, Impure Resurrection could potentially allow the revived individual to disregard the disparity of offerings, perfectly manifesting their original prowess, further enhanced by the trait of infinite mana. Curiosity enveloped Silas as he pondered whether fully mastering this skill would manifest the transformation he envisioned, bringing the deceased back to life in a true sense. The techniques of Impure Resurrection, Perfect Level, and Sealing Arts, Perfect Level, had undergone a metamorphosis, even altering their very names upon reaching perfection. An overwhelming surge of memories flooded Silas, momentarily rendering him unable to control his own body. How could there be so much to grasp? The perfected sealing arts transcended mere ninjutsu. They represented an entire system of knowledge, encompassing all that Silas understood about sealing techniques. After some time, he gradually regained his composure from the lingering effects. Moving forward, he realized he must exercise greater caution in allocating his skill points. Silas rose, intending to revisit the Land of Snow to reconstruct the 2 esteemed Hokage. With a perfected sealing technique, perhaps he could confine Kaguya. However, he needed to locate her true form first. Upon returning to the Land of Snow, Silas followed his senses and found the first Hokage. Grandfather Hashirama, you've lost again. Your luck is truly abysmal. As he entered the room, he was greeted by the mocking laughter of Karen and the daughter of the Land of Snow's daimyo, Fukakoiki. Hashirama was engaged in gambling with the 2 young girls. Oh, you, Senja Hashirama. Sending your shadow clones to work while you corrupt the future blossoms of the ninja world? Sir, please stop playing. I have something to discuss with you. At that moment, Hashirama's face was plastered with numerous sticky notes. The level 5 Edo Tensei had rendered the resurrected Hashirama indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Karen and the others mistook him for Silas's elder. Haha, I want to come today. I have no more space for sticky notes on my face. No one could have imagined that the legendary god of ninjas, who once commanded the world decades ago, was utterly inept at gambling. Or perhaps it was merely a matter of ill fortune. This particular trait seemed to have been inherited by Tsunade. Lord Hashirama, is the gambling table truly so entertaining? Regardless of past or present, Silas believed that such pursuits were best avoided. You are still young and do not comprehend these pleasures, Hashirama remarked as they made their way to seek the second Hokage, Tobarama. Silas, with a dark expression on his face, recalled a joke he had heard in his past life. When a man, free from financial burdens, becomes engrossed in gambling, it is often indicative of his waning interest in women. In other words, he may no longer be capable. Silas slightly lowered his head, casting his gaze towards an unusual location. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the matter at hand is not significantly related to one's strength? As a virgin in 2 lifetimes, Silas found himself perplexed by this question. No, 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 such thoughts must be dismissed. I possess healing abilities, so there is surely no cause for concern. Amidst a peculiar atmosphere, the 2 ventured deep into the hidden chamber beneath the snowy nation. Before they could arrive, the sound of a fierce argument reached their ears. Silas pushed open the door and beheld 4 figures within. No. 3 individuals accompanied by 1 embodiment of impure reincarnation, gesticulating animatedly over a blueprint. The reborn second Hokage had naturally been dispatched by Silas to join Orochimaru's research team. Once a renowned inventor of forbidden techniques, Senju Tobarama now contributed his prowess to the world under a different guise. He was, at present, a scientist. Chapter 17. The first sealing-type computer. Are you all truly the originals? Silas remained somewhat perplexed. According to tradition, Orochimaru and Tobirama should be utilizing shadow clones for their tasks, while their true selves would be in a state of serene contemplation. This technique had now reached a pivotal moment, and we were eager to witness this epic-making event with our own eyes. Orochimaru gestured towards the blueprints on the central platform, stating that, based on the binary arithmetic principles you suggested, we had designed a sealing computer that employs miniature sealing nodes to process signals. After a period of refinement, this device could not only perform intricate calculations but also, through secret arts, exhibit transformations of various images. As Silas listened to Orochimaru's introduction, he found himself at a loss for words to express his inner turmoil. Approximately a month prior, while delving into the realm of electromagnetism, Orochimaru had posed a question to him, how one might swiftly compute those vast quantities of data. At that time, Silas merely introduced him to the principles of computing, anticipating that this endeavor would require considerable effort on his part. Unexpectedly, however, this individual demonstrated remarkable manual dexterity and, in no time, successfully created a device. He ingeniously replaced transistors with seal nodes that served the same purpose for computation, and astonishingly, it even included a display. Surely, you are not exploiting the labor of your subordinates, are you? Silas glanced over and noticed the dark circles under the eyes of Fenghua Zhaoxue and Fenghua Nuteo. Indeed, you heartless employer, you truly lack humanity. It seems I must leave a shadow clone here as a precaution, lest these two researchers succumb to exhaustion. As Silas tended to the two ordinary individuals, Orochimaru interjected, however, we are currently facing some issues. The computer, while processing vast amounts of data, has inexplicably burned out the sealing technique circuitry. Youth, I warned you against taking overly ambitious steps. The second Hokage interrupted. Isn't it because the sealing technique circuitry you designed is flawed? What did you say? It seems the younger generation of Konoha is truly oblivious. Observing the argument between the two, Silas exchanged glances with his companions. Do they often bicker like this? Lord Orochimaru and Lord Tobirama frequently engage in academic disputes, and sometimes even spar a bit. We have grown accustomed to it, Fenghua Nuteo explained. Once the two regained their energy, Silas finally had the opportunity to address the quarrel between Orochimaru and the second Hokage. Meanwhile, Tobirama sat cross-legged on the ground, watching his brother and Orochimaru argue with keen interest. It had been a long time since he had seen Tobirama so spirited. Ever since he assumed my position as Hokage, he likely hasn't had the time to pursue his own interests. It seems neither of us is suited to be Hokage. Enough of this, let me see. You? Research is not ninjutsu. Although Senju Tobirama acknowledged Silas's proficiency in ninjutsu, he had yet to experience a setback from him in the realm of research and thus held him in contempt. However, Orochimaru chuckled, opened a nearby door, and let Silas inside. Upon witnessing the room filled with sealing technique computers, Silas covered his face and exclaimed, I was mistaken. I naively thought you had constructed a desktop computer. What you have here is a floor-based computer, within the vast, several dozen meters high and wide space. Special scrolls were piled upon one another, densely covered in sealing techniques. Where's the cooling fan for the CPU? Silas discerned the issue at a glance. Orochimaru had mentioned that these sealing techniques would be incinerated during complex computations, evidently due to an overload. A ventilation fan? The three individuals behind him, one of whom was a reanimated body, instantly grasped the underlying reason upon hearing Silas's words. Are you suggesting that by dispersing heat, we can safeguard the sealing techniques from destruction? If your sole requirement is to preserve the technique, then achieving that is indeed feasible. However, this is far from the computer of my aspirations. Silas casually picked up a scroll and pointed to the sealing technique inscribed upon it. The complexity of the technique was overwhelming, and the spatial utilization was far from optimal. Employing such a convoluted circuit would likely require a year of intricate calculations. It is easy for you to speak lightly of it. If you believe it to be so simple, why don't you give it a try? In response to the second Hokage's skepticism, Silas merely smiled. Very well then, I shall demonstrate to Lord Second Hokage what true integrated circuitry entails. Silas pressed his right hand firmly against the scroll, and the original sealing technique appeared to melt away, gradually dissipating. Subsequently, Silas's own chakra coalesced into an array of minuscule techniques, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, densely distributed across the scroll. As the scroll unfurled, the techniques slowly extended, ultimately enveloping the entire surface. Although it appeared intricate, each sealing technique here was identical, mirroring the ones laid down by the second Hokage, differing only in size while retaining the same efficacy. How could this be? Upon completing his masterpiece, Silas was approached hastily by the second Hokage, who gazed in awe at Silas's creation, momentarily lost in thought. He realized that the techniques contained within this single scroll surpassed the cumulative efforts of several of his shadow clones working tirelessly for days. Have you mastered it? Chapter 18. Sylas. I have no interest in money. The individual techniques still required refinement, and perhaps this size could be further condensed. Silas regarded the dazed Senju Tobirama and gently patted his shoulder, offering words of heartfelt consolation. Do not despair, for as an Edo Tensei, you need not worry about the tribulations of aging, illness, or death. There is ample time for you to surpass me. Let us set this matter aside for now. You, Lord First Hokage, and I shall embark on a journey together. I intend to enhance your configurations. With a dark expression, Tobirama followed closely behind Silas. As they ventured deeper into the experimental facility, Silas suddenly inquired, Lord Hashirama, is your shadow clone still in flight? The Senju Hashirama, or rather his shadow clone, was a pivotal member of Silas's esteemed team of pilots. Should the Edo Tensei be lifted, a rogue aircraft would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. No. I am always on the night shift, came the reply. Silas nodded, releasing the resurrection of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. In an instant, the two transformed into a puddle of mud. Subsequently, from a nearby experimental platform, he retrieved two struggling white Zetsu clones. Using them as offerings alongside the meticulously prepared body tissues, he once again summoned the two esteemed Hokage. The white Zetsu at the center of the technique was swiftly engulfed by the converging earth, ultimately taking on the forms of Hashirama and Tobirama. No matter how many times I witness this, it perplexes me why the Edo Tensei technique also includes a garment from the time of their living selves. Silas expressed his dissatisfaction. Moments later, the figures of the two coalesced into form. Before Silas could inquire about the specifications of their upgrades, Hashirama spoke. It feels strangely different. Compared to before, my body seems to have undergone certain transformations. The heartbeat, along with a sensation reminiscent of blood coursing through my veins. Hashirama was quite decisive. With his right hand shaped like a blade, he severed his own wrist. The detached limb rapidly dissipated, yet Silas keenly observed an anomaly that set it apart from before. From the gradually regenerating arm, a substance resembling a tangible energy coalesced from chakra began to emerge. Silas furrowed his brow, for this matter lay well beyond the confines of his knowledge. However, Hashirama provided the answer. It was, astonishingly, pure natural energy. Natural energy? Is it not chakra? Silas was somewhat perplexed. No, this is different. The sage of the six paths, Hashirama Senju, clasped his hands together, his eyes firmly shut, and then suddenly opened them wide. The instant appearance of dark shadows around his eyes prompted Silas to exclaim, Sage mode? Sage mode, in essence, is a unique form of chakra derived from a certain amount of natural energy, which serves to enhance one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. In simpler terms, it is a super buff that amplifies one's inherent abilities. Previously, the reanimated Hashirama Senju was indeed capable of utilizing Sage mode, albeit with a prolonged activation time. However now, with just a blink, eyes closed and then opened, he effortlessly transitioned into this formidable state. Silas cast a sidelong glance at the second Hokage, as if silently urging him to perform a grand transformation. Tobirama's lips twitched slightly. If I could do such a thing, would I have been driven to a dead end by those two, Kinkaku and Ginkaku? Apologies, but I cannot. Silas found it quite reasonable, considering that the second Hokage had never mastered sage techniques during his lifetime. Now, even though natural energy flowed within him, he was unable to utilize it. Therefore, starting today, second Hokage, you shall learn sage techniques from the first Hokage. Additionally, keep an eye on him to prevent him from spending his days gambling, thus endangering the future of the ninja world. The perfect reincarnation of the impure world surprisingly came with such an effect, which took Silas aback. However, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat impractical. Sage techniques are not something everyone can master, even though the reincarnated bodies can evade the dangers of learning sage techniques. Silas firmly believed that not just any reincarnated ninja could acquire this skill. Aside from Hashirama Senju, who had already learned sage techniques in life, it was likely that only a select few exceptionally powerful ninjas would have the opportunity. For instance, Tobirama would be the most probable candidate. As for the others, Silas found himself at a loss. Alas, what a pity. Silas spent several hours confiding in a few individuals before departing from the land of snow and returning to his home in the hidden mist village. It was still that secluded house nestled in the eastern corner of the village. At last, you have returned, my lord. Before Silas departed, he was still training his two disciples. Now, as the night has deepened, both Jean and Junma Lu have taken their rest. Only Terumi Mei remains, patiently awaiting his return. I appreciate your understanding. I was delayed by some matters from the land of snow. Silas elucidated, my lord, during your absence. The shadow of the village wishes to meet with you. The shadow of the village? It is the village of grass. Silas furrowed his brow, recalling the incident when Orochimaru single-handedly assaulted their entire village due to the actions of Xianglin and her mother. He had been waiting outside all this time. Silas pondered for a moment before deciding to let him in. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man, with his left arm bandaged and leaning on a crutch, limped into the room. Is this the shadow of grass? One might think he had fled from a disaster. Lord Water Shadow, I shall speak plainly. I have no interest in knowing your name. A mere supporting character must possess the awareness of their role. Yes, my lord. I have come here to seek assistance from the Hidden Mist Village. The village of grass ninjas is located in the heart of the mainland. Why have you come to the land of water for aid? Moreover, the land of grass is adjacent to the fire, earth, and wind nations. What would compel you to seek our assistance? Silas appeared somewhat perplexed as the other party succinctly recounted the origins of the matter. It transpired that the last time Silas and Orochimaru clashed over the mother and daughter of the Konoha clan, considerable damage was inflicted upon the hidden grass village. Nearby, the hidden waterfall village seized the opportunity to launch an assault upon discovering the attack on the grass village. Numerous ninjas sustained injuries, and with their own supply of blood being depleted, the battle was inevitably disastrous. Faced with imminent destruction, they finally thought to seek assistance. However, appealing to the three neighboring great nations yielded little benefit. Worse still, it could lead to their annexation. The Hidden Cloud Village was simply too distant, leaving only the Land of Water, which possessed aircraft as a potential ally. This nation could not only assist them in their dire predicament, but also, due to geographical factors, posed no threat of annexation. Consequently, the Grass Shadow hastily procured plane tickets from the black market at a hefty price and journeyed to the Hidden Mist Village. You have devised a clever strategy, yet what does our village stand to gain from this? The benefits of this conflict would yield nothing for the Grass Village, as all advantages were to be conferred upon the Mist Village. Furthermore, the Grass Village was willing to collaborate with the Mist Village in establishing a second logistics center inland, promising not to claim any profits for the next decade. Ah, you seem well informed, Silas remarked. The concept of a logistics center had originated from him. Presently, there were numerous flights between the land of earth and the land of water, often exceeding dozens daily. This remarkable outcome was achieved through the tireless efforts of the first Hokage and several newly trained Edo Tensei bodies working around the clock. 007 is indeed a blessing for these Edo Tensei. However, it was anticipated that within 6 months, the number of pilots would not suffice to establish a second logistics center. Thus, he regrettably had to decline the offer. I am not interested in money. Mizukichi, please escort our guest out. Wait, my lord. Upon witnessing Silas's resolute refusal, the Grass Shadow steeled himself and continued, what about immortality? Chapter 19. The Advancing Hidden Mist Village, Part 1. Immortality? Silas believed that Orochimaru might have an interest in this matter. However, do you truly think that you are capable of resolving this issue on your own? Do you consider yourself a second incarnation of the Serpent Sage? Are you jesting with me? No. My lord, I would never dare to deceive you. I merely hope that you will guarantee assistance for our village upon learning this news. With Silas's current strength, he alone could quell the conflicts among the smaller villages. The existence of those minor ninja villages is entirely orchestrated by a few great nations, who, when it is inconvenient for them to intervene directly, exploit the rivalries among the smaller states to reap benefits. You have no choice. I shall not offer you any promises if you refuse to speak. I shall take my leave. Silas had no intention of negotiating terms with him. After a moment of hesitation, Grass Shadow, realizing that Silas was genuinely disinterested in immortality, divulged the intelligence he possessed. The hidden village of Tangren was conducting enigmatic experiments. It was said that upon successful completion, these experiments could grant individuals the blessings of the gods, bestowing them with eternal life. Grass Shadow paused, intending to gauge Silas's reaction. To his surprise, Silas immediately remarked, the cult of the evil god, I am aware of it. Taken aback, Grass Shadow found himself momentarily speechless upon hearing the name of the very religion he had relied upon for his information, realizing that Silas was already well informed. Just as he contemplated making his escape, Silas continued, "What was your name again?" "Never mind. I shall call you Grass Shadow. Are there any successful cases from the experiments of the evil god cult?" In truth, Silas knew that there was only one successful case regarding the experiments of the evil god cult, that of Haydn, one of the immortal duo in the future Akatsuki organization. Based on the intelligence at our disposal, none have emerged as successful so far. The forcibly named Grass Shadow seethed in silence, unable to voice his frustration. At this moment, Silas finally comprehended why, despite the myriad transformations in Konohagakure, Asuma Sarutobi's progress towards liberation had yet to manifest. It appeared that there was still a Haydn lurking in the shadows. Arrangements must be made. I shall extend my assistance to the village hidden in the grass, albeit solely for the purpose of repelling the village hidden in the waterfalls. Thank you, my lord. May I inquire when you shall take action? Our village is on the brink of collapse. It has been a day since he departed from the village hidden in the grass, and he remains unaware of his village's plight. I shall dispatch my associate, Sylas, to investigate. He possesses time-space ninjutsu and will arrive promptly. By the time you return to the land of Earth and subsequently make your way to the village hidden in the grass, I trust the issue will have been resolved. After Silas concluded his words, he unceremoniously cast him out. With an instinctual response, Chaoying managed to land gracefully, yet before he could regain his composure, Silas had already shut the door. "Sir, I am out of money," he exclaimed. "Airfare is quite costly." Prior to this moment, he had spent his last penny, even parting with his precious headband, to acquire that ticket amidst the disdainful gazes of scalpers. On this day, he had not consumed a single drop of water. Gazing at the firmly closed door, he gritted his teeth and made his way to the airport outside the village, hoping to leverage his identity as Chaoying to obtain a ticket on credit. Half an hour later, Chaoying burst forth from the airport lobby. Not only had he been denied, but he was also subjected to the merciless mockery of those around him. Infuriated, he felt an urge to unleash his wrath. Yet in such a critical location as the airport, Silas had undoubtedly taken precautions. A shadow clone, ever vigilant, activated an array to sense the entire airport and materialized directly behind him. The shadow clone of Silas was oblivious to the identity of the individual before him, swiftly seizing his garments and casting him out of the hall. "Considering this is your first offense, I shall issue a warning this time. Should there be a next occurrence, we will have to enforce the laws of the Hidden Mist Village." Once again hurled through the air, the startled Grass Shadow landed gracefully, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. He recalled being tossed out by the fifth Hokage, experiencing a similar sensation. "Ah, impressive strength," he mused. Suddenly, a fair-skinned woman approached from the roadside. Her chestnut red hair cascaded down, adorned with two vertical braids framing her face, and her neck was wrapped in fluffy bandages. How beautiful! The strikingly fashionable appearance captivated the Grass Shadow, who had never encountered such elegance before. This was largely due to the fact that the Grass Ninja Village, situated inland and near the land of Earth, was characterized by its arid climate and harsh environment, which rendered both men and women rather rugged, leaving little room for personal adornment. Few of those thrown out by Silas managed to land safely. "At the very least, you must be a Jonin," remarked the red-haired woman. "Is Silas the individual that the fifth Hokage intends to commission to assist the village of Grass?" With his mastery of space-time ninjutsu, coupled with his ability to propel himself, he indeed possesses the requisite capabilities. The leader of Grass has thus found solace. "Indeed, I am of Jainin caliber, yet for reasons unknown." The leader suddenly hesitated to embrace his identity. What merit is there in being a leader of such a dilapidated village? Any random individual from a powerful nation could easily overpower them. Moreover, his mission has reached its conclusion, since the Mizukage has consented to entrust Silas with this endeavor. And having sensed Silas's prowess, he feels that the village of Grass is secure. The crux of the matter is that he has suffered grievous injuries. Even if he were to return to the village, what favorable outcome could he expect? Perhaps in a few years, they might express gratitude, but once new formidable contenders emerge, he fears he cannot escape the clutches of death. "You wouldn't happen to be a rogue ninja from some village, would you?" inquired the red-haired woman with a smile. Lacking a forehead protector, yet exhibiting the strength of a Jainin, it was evident she was not a wandering ninja. Thus, she could only be a rogue ninja. "No, I am not a rogue ninja." He was about to clarify, yet the red-haired woman placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Do not worry. Whether you are a rogue ninja or not is of little importance to us in the Village of Mist. Isn't Lord Silas himself a rogue ninja from Konoha? Yet now, he collaborates with us to foster the will of water. As long as you are not of infamous repute and adhere to the village's laws, you shall face no issues. Gratefully, the leader of Grass nodded. Thank you for sharing this with me. He had resolutely decided to establish roots in the village of Mist. With his abilities, though diminished, he could still undertake tasks to sustain himself. Why thank me? Do you think I shared all this for your sake? The leader's eyes widened in surprise as he took a step back, a flush creeping across his face. While I may not be entirely incapable, I could still manage. Her words were laden with meaning, leaving the red-haired woman momentarily speechless. What are you thinking? The village will soon dispatch forces to eliminate the bandits on the nearby islands. And we are currently recruiting. I see potential in your strength and wish to form a team with you. With 2 Janine, we can apply to lead the mission. And the contribution points we earn can be divided equally between us. Taken aback by her proposal, the leader of Grass pondered. What purpose do those contribution points serve? The uses are manifold, the red-haired woman remarked, glancing at his injured arm and leg. For instance, they could completely heal your injuries. Completely heal my injuries? Indeed. I estimate your injuries will require about 50 contribution points. Rest assured, I will cover the cost up front. Upon our return from this mission, you can reimburse me. Moreover, one could indeed become quite affluent. Upon hearing that there was still hope for his injuries, Kusanokage was filled with excitement. He had thought that his career as a ninja was at an end, but unexpectedly, he discovered that salvation was still within reach. Kusanokage promptly expressed his gratitude. I am called Ringo Yuyu, introduced the auburn-haired woman. I am Kusanokage. He resolved to abandon his past and to live anew under the name bestowed upon him by the Mizukage. Kusanokage? What a peculiar name, follow me. Ringo Yuyu led Kusanokage toward the village. In the central hospital of the village, there was a shadow clone of Sylas. To outsiders, this appeared to be the esteemed Mizukage, a clone of equal standing. The 5th Mizukage was not only exceptionally skilled, but also possessed healing techniques of incomprehensible efficacy. It was said that even if only a head remained, as long as consciousness persisted, one could be restored. Kusanokage was taken aback. Was this truly a healing technique? Along the way, Ringo Yuyu elaborated on the customs of Kirigakure. Kusanokage attentively absorbed the information, nodding repeatedly. You must remember, whether a ninja or a civilian, all are equal in this village. We will not allow you to violate the rules simply because you are a ninja. The law of public order is an untouchable red line. Unlike the tyrannical 4th Mizukage, the regulations established by the 5th had brought order to the village. At this point, Ringo Yuyu's tone grew stern. Understood. Kusanokage nodded vigorously. All right, it's just ahead. Soon, the two arrived before a grand edifice. Kirigakure First People's Hospital? Kusanokage gazed at the sign, feeling somewhat lost. Don't just stand there. Go ahead and queue up. I will register you and submit your contribution points. It was only then that Kusanokage noticed the long line outside. Ringo Yuyu had already rushed off to a window marked payment area, prompting him to hobble to the end of the line. Hey, are you also here from another village for treatment? Inquired a person seated in a wheelchair ahead of Kusanokage. The individual had no legs, one ear was missing, and his face bore the scars of burns, presenting a rather terrifying appearance. I am a ninja from the land of Earth. It took me considerable effort to exchange for 300 contribution points from Kirigakure to receive treatment here. However, I will be working at the Penguin Commerce Association for the next decade. As Kusanokage listened to the chatty and familiar ninja from the land of Earth, he couldn't help but smile. 300 contribution points can cure your injuries? Sir, your injuries are severe. Please refrain from speaking. Cautioned the caretaker beside the ninja from the land of Earth. What is the harm? Regardless, my injuries will soon vanish. Yet I adhered to the caretaker's instructions and refrained from further conversation. At this moment, having completed the registration and submitted my contribution points, I, Lynching Yuli, turned around and beheld the shadows of grass swaying under the street lamp. 50 contribution points for an elite jonin as a companion is indeed a remarkable bargain. I, Lynching Yuli, am truly a genius. Since the ascendance of the 5th Mizukage, a series of reform measures have breathed vibrant life into this village. Powerful ninjas can undertake combat missions, thereby acquiring substantial contribution points. Meanwhile, those who are slightly less formidable may assume responsibilities in transport and caretaking for the merchant guild. Even scholarly ninjas have found their place, as it is said that for every beneficial ninjutsu they develop for production in daily life, they are rewarded with plentiful contribution points. Contemplating this, I sighed inwardly, recognizing that it is indeed the intellectual ninjas who earn swiftly. In the black market of Kirigakure, one contribution point can be exchanged for tens of thousands of ryo, and that is still a scarce commodity. The 50 points I paid to the grass shadow were painstakingly accumulated through numerous tasks. However, I shall soon replenish them. The war missions personally decreed by Lord Mizukage yield abundant contribution points. Not only can they be exchanged for healing opportunities, but if one so desires, they can be directly converted into currency through official channels. Observing the grass shadow ahead, still somewhat disoriented, I squinted my eyes, filled with delight. Initially, I intended merely to check for any temporary missions at the airport, but along the way, I encountered a formidable ninja. Having witnessed many strong individuals, I had gained some understanding of his prowess. Despite being gravely injured, he managed to maintain control under Lord Sylas's violent throw, clearly an elite jonin or above. Not being a ninja from Kirigakure, he seemed unfamiliar with the local customs and appeared rather naive. It was then that I conceived the idea of recruiting him. I approached and began to persuade the grass shadow. Lynching Yuli's liberation progress. 9 just as I dispatched a new would release shadow clone to address matters concerning the grass ninja village, Sylas stared at the system prompt, momentarily perplexed about what was unfolding. Lynching Yuli, he recognized, a genius ninja renowned alongside Terumi Mei, who had recently been promoted to Jonin just months prior. In the original timeline, she was destined to receive the Raijin blade, becoming one of the 7 ninja swordsmen in a few years. Yet, Sylas could not fathom how her liberation progress had suddenly advanced. If that were the case, figures like Kiba Shiz and Sukaswai Heigai should also have some benefits to reap. Sylas contemplated for a moment, deciding that once he completed his current tasks, he would personally take the initiative to recruit these 3 individuals into the Akatsuki organization. With his meticulous planning, it seemed likely that he could liberate them from their predetermined fates with little difficulty. Within the confines of the hospital, under Sylas's efficient treatment, Lin, Rain, Yuli, and Grass Shadow quickly found themselves awaiting their turn. Grass Shadow observed as the person before him was wheeled into the treatment room. Curiosity piqued regarding how Lord Watershadow's shadow clone would administer the treatment. However, it was not long before anguished screams echoed from the treatment room. It hurts. Oh. It hurts. Ah. The sounds alternated between cries of agony and peculiar, almost moaning noises. A cold sweat broke out on Grass Shadow's brow. Was this truly how Lord Watershadow conducted treatments? While he had not experienced it himself, it seemed rather typical. Rest assured, none who come here for treatment have ever left a negative review. Who on earth would dare leave a negative review? Grass Shadow mused as he listened to the wails emanating from the treatment room. Moments later, he stood in astonishment as the individual emerged from the room, lively and vibrant. Their complexion flushed and demeanor animated. Truly, a miraculous healer. I must return and tell the brothers about this. They must come to experience it as well. Having said that, the individual approached Grass Shadow and declared, "Brother, it's your turn. Do not worry, it is quite comfortable." Grass Shadow's expression turned peculiar. How could someone who had just screamed in such torment speak of comfort? Surely, they had fallen prey to some illusion? Nevertheless, observing the newfound vitality in the other's legs eased his concerns, and he rose to head toward the treatment room. Beside a bloodied operating table stood a slight figure clad in medical garb. Indeed, it was Sylas's shadow clone. Nearby, an assistant was busy cleaning up blood, while another was preoccupied with sterilizing a blade. Grass Shadow vaguely noticed remnants of flesh and blood scattered on the floor. Before he could ponder further, Sylas's shadow clone addressed him. "You must be Grass Shadow." Sylas's shadow clone gazed at the names on the report, a frown creasing his brow. "I shall refrain from commenting on this name, yet the payer is none other than Ringo Amayuri. Lord Watershadow, he has just arrived in our village. I noticed his considerable prowess and sought to heal his injuries before applying to lead the subsequent pirate eradication mission," explained Ringo Amayuri, who had entered alongside him. "Very well. Please lie down." Upon hearing this, Sylas nodded and gestured for Chaoying to lie upon the operating table before him. Obeying Sylas's instructions, Chaoying positioned himself accordingly. At that moment, the assistant, having completed the preparatory tasks, approached and secured him to the table. Additionally, the assistant removed his trousers, shirt, and bandages, revealing the wounds. The left leg and right arm were shattered with fractures, requiring 50 contribution points for treatment of the hand and leg injuries. However, there remained 7 concealed injuries within his body that would necessitate additional funds. Silas placed his hand upon the forehead of the injured grass shadow, instantly discerning the extent of his wounds. He bluntly remarked that the payment was insufficient. What? Increase the fee? The grass shadow, already reclined, clearly did not anticipate such a scenario. I've already disrobed. You dare to mention this now? He continued. Once these injuries are eradicated, your prowess shall advance significantly. And perhaps in your lifetime, you may have the opportunity to touch upon an entirely different realm. Serious and earnest, Silas carried on, while his two assistants struggled to suppress their laughter, diligently attending to their tasks. Lord Water Shadow was once again engaging in his persuasive antics. The two exchanged knowing glances. However, upon hearing Silas's words, Grass Shadow found himself somewhat intrigued. Although the village of Grass was not particularly large, it consistently produced one or two prodigies. And Grass Shadow was undoubtedly among the elite. Unfortunately, after over a decade of combat, he bore numerous injuries and, hampered by a lack of skills and resources, could not find a cure. This limitation became the foremost obstacle to his growth and strength. Could I possibly advance further? Reach another level? Hearing Silas's assertion, Grass Shadow turned his gaze toward Yui Ringo with a look of eager anticipation. Yui Ringo, of course, understood what Silas meant by advancing further. Yet, she too found herself devoid of funds. Just as she contemplated asking her fifth Hokage if she could defer payment, Silas interjected, I can waive the treatment fees. But you must work for the Penguin Chamber of Commerce for 15 years. Certainly, Silas possesses the authority to waive the treatment fees for the other party, as this hospital is indeed his establishment. I am willing. Silas nodded and directly extracted a contract from the Flying Thunder God space. Here, take a look first. If you find no objections, kindly sign. Grass Shadow observed Silas's adept handling of the situation, momentarily taken aback. Why did it feel as though he had fallen into a trap? The contract read, Penguin Chamber of Commerce, Water Country Division Labor Contract, Clause 4. He had intended to scrutinize the details, but was urged by the nearby Ringo Yuli to impress his handprint upon the contract. All right, the treatment begins. In a flash, the blade gleamed, severing Grass Shadow's broken leg and arm simultaneously. Just as he let out a cry of anguish, a surge of vitality flooded his body, prompting involuntary groans of relief. It hurts. He finally comprehended why the previous individual had emitted such peculiar sounds. All right, call the next one in when you leave. While Grass Shadow lingered in a state of blissful comfort, Silas concluded the treatment, ushering him out to make way for the next person. Several hours later, Silas's shadow clone finally completed the day's workload. Damn it, 501 day. I wonder what the original is thinking? Is the seed of capitalism sprouting from the exploitation of its own shadow clones? He grumbled before returning to his true form. The two assistants beside him breathed a sigh of relief as the Water Shadow's figure vanished. Today, the Water Shadow had successfully persuaded over 30 individuals to join the Penguin Chamber of Commerce. They picked up a stack of contracts and began counting. What a treatment! Overcoming hidden injuries to reach new heights. Almost every individual, despite lacking funds yet possessing formidable strength, fell for the Water Shadow's persuasive package. Thus, they would sign their handprints on a contract promising years of service to the Penguin Chamber of Commerce, harboring the hopeful belief that signing would make them stronger. A willing participant and a willing recipient. What was so strange about that? However, a 15-year term was indeed rare. The two noticed the contract signed by Grass Shadow. Based on their observations, the Water Shadow tailored different packages for each individual. The stronger they were, the longer the term of service. Who would have thought you could earn the Water Shadow's favor? Outside the hospital, Ringo Yuli and Grass Shadow walked along the street. According to rumors circulating in the village, Ringo Yuli knew that the typical elite jonin had a 10-year service term. Evidently, a 15-year term indicated the Water Shadow held high expectations for Grass Shadow. Is the Penguin Chamber of Commerce truly that advantageous? He had heard of the organization but remained unaware of its specifics. Well, how should I put it? Yuri Lynching pondered for a moment before continuing. The package includes meals, accommodation, comprehensive insurance, free health checkups, a 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off, and ample overtime pay. Nowadays, common ninjas are all aspiring to join the Penguin Consortium. They all speak of jobs that offer generous salaries with minimal responsibilities and proximity to home. Who wouldn't desire such a position? Upon hearing this, Chaoying was left in a state of shock. If this continues, what purpose does this village serve? Having once managed a ninja village himself, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences such a situation would ultimately precipitate. The very concept of a ninja village was gradually fading in this place. Chapter 21. The literary human pillar in the night. Within the land of grass, the diligent Sylas, utilizing his would-release shadow clone, gazed ahead at the encampment of Takinan village. Having been pushed to this point, had he indulged in a moment of idleness earlier, he would likely find that by morning there would be no trace of the grass ninja village left. However, to his surprise, there was no sign of the Seven Tails. Silas did not perceive the presence of the Seven Tails within the camp of Takinan village. What a pity, as he had hoped to seize another tailed beast. His demand for the chakra of tailed beasts was not substantial. Rather, he sought to harness the will of the beast to facilitate the evolution of his Sharingan. Furthermore, each tailed beast could only enhance his eyes once. Kirigigir, however, still possessed a six tails, though it was not yet under his control. Upon his return, he would make arrangements for it. Silas whispered softly before dashing towards the camp. Would release, Forest Realm Emergence. The following day, upon awakening, Silas absorbed the memories relayed by his shadow clone, pondering, how did Ringo Yuri end up running alongside the grass shadow, and moreover, sign a 15-year contract? Last night, the shadow clone had worked overtime to drive away the inhabitants of Takigakure and compelled them to establish a 5-year non-invasion agreement with Kusa no Kuni. How did he end up in Kirigakure? Could it be that he has taken a liking to Ringo Yuri, aspiring to become the son-in-law of our village? Silas had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. He planned merely to inform him of the affairs concerning Chaoyin village once he had some leisure time. After partaking in breakfast, he arrived punctually at the Mizukage building, where Secretary Terumi Mei and the guard Kisame had been awaiting him for quite some time. Sir, this is the pirate eradication plan proposed by the village's military department. Please have a look. Silas glanced at the plan and nodded. Let's proceed with this. Tomorrow, Kisame will lead the team, and I shall dispatch 2 shadow clones to assist you. Understood, Kisame replied. Where is Yutaka? Silas inquired. Naturally, Kame was well acquainted with another nuclear weapon of her village. During the reign of the 4th Hokage, Yudaka was imprisoned in the dungeon, and after your ascension, he was released, remaining at home without any contact with the outside world. After Silas listened, he gestured for Komi to lead him to observe his fellow Jinchuriki. After leaving their clones in the office, the two boldly stepped outside. The Mizukage has once again taken the lead in slacking off, murmured a staff member within the Mizukage tower after they vanished. Why don't we also use shadow clones to cover for them? We played cards until midnight last night and could use a little nap, his companion whispered. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously chuckled. Mizukage, I wish to leave the village. As Silas entered the abode of the six-tailed Jinchuriki, Yuhi had not even settled into his seat when he directly inquired, Are you already contemplating defection? Silas pondered to himself, What, have I grown weary of staying in the village? Since becoming the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, I have not ventured beyond the village's confines. The 4th Hokage imprisoned me for over a year, claiming that I could not control my power, which posed a threat to the village. Yet now, I have mastered the control of the tailed beast's power. Why am I still forbidden from leaving the village? Even if it means severing my connection to the beast, I would cherish the chance to see the outside world before my end. Yutaka maintained an indifferent demeanor, idly toying with the bubble-making apparatus in his hands. I, too, long to be free like those bubbles, even if only for a fleeting moment. Yutaka pierced one of the bubbles he had just created, his bangs falling to the side and obscuring his left eye, while his loose blue haori draped casually over his frame. What a desolate state. Silas suddenly recalled this word, and immediately associated it with various elements of alternative, youthful, and poignant literature. Goodness, the literary youth of the ninja realm. Silas, with a grim expression, remarked, I believe you have been cooped up in the village for far too long, and it has taken a toll on your mind. I shall extract the six tails from within you. Yu Gao's eyes seemed to shimmer with light, only to dim once more shortly thereafter. What a pity. I can only hope that after losing the tailed beast, I can endure a little longer. Silas interrupted the literary youth's lamentation, proclaiming, With me, the foremost divine healer of the ninja world, do you still wish to perish? Surely, you do not underestimate my powers. What divine healer? In Yu Gao's understanding, once a tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki would perish within a short span of time. As for this so-called foremost divine healer of the ninja realm, he was utterly oblivious. After all, he had been estranged from the outside world for quite some time. Silas cast a glance at Koharume, somewhat taken aback. In such a vast ninja world, it was not uncommon for some to remain unaware of my esteemed title as a divine healer. Yet, To find someone in the hidden mist village oblivious to this fact was surprising. Your promotional efforts leave much to be desired. He has been cooped up at home. Kohara may elucidated. So he is merely a recluse. In light of my own past as a shut-in, I shall extend my forgiveness this time. Fear not. For with my presence, your safety is assured. Should you truly perish, I possess the means to restore you. Since you are so eager to leave the village, I shall not delay you further. Let us commence. Without awaiting Yugao's response, Silas placed a hand upon the seal on Yugao. A torrent of immense chakra surged through his arm, flowing towards the seal on his abdomen. Throughout this process, the consciousness of the Six Tails relentlessly encroached upon both their minds, causing Yugao's complexion to grow somewhat peculiar. Yet, the thought of soon reuniting with his long-awaited friend fortified his resolve against the discomfort. Persisting until the Six Tails was completely extracted. Ah, human, you shall pay for this. Within the depths of Silas's consciousness, the roar of the Six Tails reverberated. Ah, why have you also come, Canine? The first-tailed beast to reside within Sylas, the three-tails Isabu, was roused from his slumber by this thunderous sound. He had been peacefully resting. Isabu, you are here as well? Quickly, let us unite and break the seal. Why must we venture out? It is quite comfortable here. As a turtle, he naturally possessed the awareness that comes with his kind. After all, life thrives in stillness. It was then that Canine recalled Isabu's inherent disposition. Isabu, you explain it to him first. I have a few matters to attend to. Silas severed the group chat with the two-tailed beasts and commenced treatment for the ailing Yuga. In no time, Yuga comprehended what it meant to be under the care of the foremost healer in the ninja world. After the extraction of the tailed beast, he felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Already lacking in physical exertion, he often felt a profound sense of emptiness and solitude, which naturally led to certain peculiar inclinations. This had contributed to the deterioration of his condition, and just moments ago, he had sensed his heartbeat faltering. However, thanks to Silas's rejuvenating intervention, he no longer felt depleted. His legs were no longer weary, and he could manage 6 breaths in one go. What a delightful transformation! In an instant, replenished with vitality, he transitioned from a sensitive intellectual to a rugged man. Chapter 22. The Ultimatum. Once the tailed beast had been removed, Silas departed from the residence of the once emptied, oh no, the void-ridden young master. No longer a Jinchuriki, he was now free to undertake missions as an ordinary ninja. My lord, regarding the transfer of the Six Tails, will you not confer with the Elder Council? Upon hearing Meiyin's words, Silas recalled that the village indeed possessed an Elder Council that could ostensibly restrain the Mizukichi. However, they had been remarkably silent of late, to the extent that Silas had forgotten their existence. Perhaps I shall provide them with a reason to seek me out for trouble. Silas did not aspire to impose a singular authority, yet regrettably, the inhabitants of this world seldom grasped his intentions. In their eyes, there existed only the notions of family, village, and self-interest. Conversely, Silas envisioned a world imbued with peace. These individuals undoubtedly did not share his convictions. Perhaps it would be prudent to arrange their removal sooner rather than later. You should orchestrate a discreet campaign within the village, spreading rumors that the 5th Mizukichi intends to dissolve the Elder Council, thereby ensuring that his voice alone resonates throughout the community. Silas was unwilling to prolong this matter any further. He promptly instructed Kira to make arrangements, providing this group with compelling reasons to understand that if they continued to delay, their forces would inevitably be consumed by the 5th Hokage. Moreover, he could seize the opportunity presented by tomorrow's expedition ceremony to display his own strength. Should they come to a realization, it would be splendid. However, if they remained obstinate, he would have no choice but to orchestrate a rebellion, leading to a massacre of the elders and their families in the Hidden Mist Village. Kazuna, I have a matter to discuss with you. I shall release you tomorrow to accompany me in this performance. Silas summoned his pet from the sealed space, intending to orchestrate a performance in collaboration with it. After being stripped of the 6 tails, the first thought that crossed Yutaka's mind was to venture out of the village to undertake a mission. However, he was disheartened to learn that the mission assembly had very few tasks available due to mass layoffs, leaving him with no opportunities. Fortunately, guided by others, he soon became aware of the Penguin Consortium and secured a position within it. That evening, under Silas's deliberate arrangement, he boarded a plane, dispatched to the land of Earth to fulfill his assignment. During this process, the deliberate promotion by certain individuals led to the swift dissemination of Yutaka's situation, his tailed beast being severed, throughout the village. Upon hearing this news, a few of the Elder Council members were infuriated. slamming their palms down on the table in frustration. The audacity of the fifth Hokage, the Jinchuriki, as the village's ultimate weapon, had always been under strict governance. The fifth Hokage's direct transfer of the six tails into his own body was undoubtedly a challenge to their authority. However, their authority had dwindled. Only their own families still recognized their elder status, treating them with any semblance of respect. Since assuming office, the fifth Hokage's sweeping reforms did not provoke the anticipated resistance among the village's ninjas. Instead, these changes afforded the civilian ninjas benefits far exceeding their previous circumstances. In this ninja village, civilians constituted the majority. They struggled to comprehend how the fifth Hokage could relinquish such substantial advantages to the lower classes and implement a series of laws and regulations safeguarding those previously exploited. In their worldview, bloodline ninjas were the foundation of the village, essential for ensuring its combat prowess. They harbored a simmering resentment. We, the bloodline ninjas, are the essence of this village. We are its pillars. That night, when news spread that the fifth Mizukage intended to dissolve the Elder Council, they could no longer remain passive. The following day, they rallied their key members and stormed into the Mizukage's office, seeking an explanation. Upon encountering Silas, before they could voice their grievances, he greeted them with a smile, saying, "What a fortuitous visit. Today, the village's forces are preparing to set out to eliminate pirates. I need you to preside over the departure ceremony." "Preside over the ceremony?" they echoed. "Indeed, I shall be releasing the Three Tails shortly, to serve as the flagship of our Kirigakure Navy. I, unfortunately, will not have the time to oversee the ceremony." "Releasing the Three Tails? Here in the village?" The elders exchanged knowing glances, a plan forming in their minds. This individual was overly arrogant. Perhaps they should wait until the Three Tails caused some chaos in the village before launching their accusations against him, listing his various transgressions to surely garner widespread support. Very well. Thus, the elders, momentarily setting aside their intentions of seeking an explanation from Wubukai, made their way towards the venue of the expedition assembly. By 10 o'clock, over half of the existing ninjas from Misty Hidden Village had gathered by the port outside the village. As they gazed out at the boundless expanse of the sea, a sense of bewilderment enveloped them. Were we not instructed to eradicate the pirates? Why, then, do we see not a single ship in sight? Are we to wade through the water? In an instant, the ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves. One elder, observing the scene, silently mused, "Wubukai, your arrogance is excessive. Once the Three Tails is unleashed, these ninjas will inevitably be drawn into battle, and should casualties arise, we shall have our chance." Silence. Silas suddenly appeared atop the newly constructed platform at the harbor. "You must be wondering why there are no ships in sight. The vessel escorting you here is not a ship, but the Three Tails." In an instant, the crowd below erupted in excitement. Did the fifth Hokage just mention traveling by the Three Tails? Is it the same creature we envision? Before anyone could voice their inquiries, Silas created a shadow clone and vanished from sight. Reappearing on the surface of the sea, Silas called out once more within his consciousness, "Ishifu, you have worked hard." "All right." Ishifu replied wearily, "What a hassle. How delightful it would be to sleep in the ceiling space." Although this individual is a descendant of the Six Paths, such arrangements are quite unreasonable. Within the ceiling space, the Six Tails, a canine creature, watched helplessly as the form of the Three Tails dissipated before its eyes, grumbling about Silas's intention to let it out for fresh air. That was the freedom it had long yearned for. Silas, may I also?" The canine began to plead for a chance to enjoy the fresh air, but Silas abruptly exited the group chat. "It is the Three Tails." In the outside world, numerous ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village beheld a colossal form materializing almost entirely within the harbor. Upon regaining its freedom, the Three Tails roared, "Humans, perish." Meanwhile, the fifth Hokage, employing some unknown means, returned to the platform, while his shadow clone vanished from the scene. Would golem technique. Silas deliberately employed an amplified shadow technique to ensure that everyone could discern the position of his shadow clone. He intended to confront the Three Tails with this clone? The incredulity was palpable among the onlookers. Only those close to Silas, such as Terumi Mei, displayed no signs of surprise. Moments later, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Silas's shadow clone, in conjunction with a wooden figure, subdued the Three Tails to the point where it uttered human words, pleading for mercy. "Do not strike me. I am willing to submit to a formidable being such as yourself. I, the Three Tails Isabu, shall acknowledge you as the strongest." The Three Tails was vanquished by the shadow clone of the fifth Mizukage. Nearby, several elders who had anticipated Silas's failure fell silent. After witnessing their own Mizuki's clone technique, they abandoned the notion that their bloodline ninja were the true pillars of the village. Who has seen a shadow clone capable of battling a tailed beast, compelling it to plead for mercy? Such combat prowess suggests that merely 2 shadow clones could annihilate those of us who pride ourselves as the village's backbone. Most crucially, no one knew the maximum number of clones the 5th Mizuki could summon. Preliminary estimates suggested at least 20. Whether this elder held his position or not seemed inconsequential now. The elders exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile. Clearly, he was not merely inviting us to preside over the expedition meeting. This was nothing short of a final ultimatum. Chapter 23, The Akatsuki Organization Full of Spies, Part 1, Observing the Awe in the Eyes of the Elders. Silas understood that they were beginning to grasp the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village watched in astonishment as their 5th Mizuki effortlessly subdued the Three Tails, which now lay obediently at the harbor. Willing to serve as the naval vessel of the Hidden Mist Village, the 5th Mizuki was indeed formidable. After completing his tasks, Silas departed. Although he was expected to engage in some banter to assert his presence, the dissipating shadow clone from the Land of Snow brought news from Orochimaru. Based on his suggestions from a few days prior, the research quartet had optimized the originally proposed sealing-style computer and sought his insights for further modifications. He left behind Koharu and the elders to preside over the expedition ceremony. Moments later, a multitude of ninjas stood upon the broad back of the Three Tails, vanishing beneath the horizon. Kisame Hashigaki and Silas's 2 shadow clones remained atop the tortoise's head. My lord, do you have any recommendations for this journey? Although he was ostensibly the leader of this mission, Kisame felt a sense of unease and wished to seek counsel from his superior. His original self had stated that this endeavor was solely to cultivate his skills. The 2 shadow clones were merely responsible for logistical support. Silas entrusted the command of his troops to Kisame, undoubtedly with his own considerations in mind. Firstly, it served to cultivate the esteem of his confidant within the village. Secondly, it was a means to expedite his own liberation process. He even contemplated the possibility of grooming Kisame to become the next Mizuki. In such a scenario, defection would be rendered impossible, ensuring a definitive end. Am I to take charge? Kisame murmured as he gazed out at the boundless sea. With the operational plan in his hands, a strategy began to form in his mind. The 5th Hokage holds me in such high regard. I, Kisame Hashigaki, am prepared to wager my very life to fulfill this mission with utmost diligence. Liberation Progress. 57. Silas gazed at the prompt on the system, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, this method of cultivation was correct. He then redirected his attention to the desktop computer before him. The 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had been diligently laboring since the last encounter with Silas, immersing himself in an exhaustive study of the integrated circuit scroll left behind by Silas. Coupled with his own insights, he had devised an entirely new sealing technique and circuitry for the new computer. He awaited the opportunity to redeem himself. So is there any issue? Silas conducted a performance test on the computer in accordance with operational protocols. Compared to the previous tower-style computer, this new model not only occupies a significantly smaller footprint, but its computational efficiency has also improved by several orders of magnitude. It is rather satisfactory. Silas nodded with some reluctance. Although this contraption fell short of his expectations, it nevertheless represented considerable progress compared to the last attempt. At the very least, the 2nd generation had cleverly inscribed techniques on the scroll to facilitate heat dissipation. What? By your tone, suggest that there are still shortcomings? The skies had cleared and the rain had ceased. The 2nd generation felt a renewed sense of capability. After days of arduous training and the tireless efforts of dozens of shadow clones, he believed he had surpassed Silas in this regard. However, Silas shook his head, saying, Comrade Phaedrian, you remain rather naive. How shall I put it? A computer should not merely exist for the calculations of a single project. It ought to bear the weight of something far more significant. At this juncture, words like seeds, magnetic links, and codes flitted through Silas's mind. He yearns for the day when such a world may come to pass. Moreover, have you not noticed? Your data input entirely relies on sealing techniques to alter parameters, leading to answers after a series of computations. Consequently, those unable to utilize sealing techniques or lacking chakra would find themselves incapable of operating a computer. The computers designed by the research team are solely intended to address the computational issues within their studies. This focus is not only overly specialized, but also renders data input exceedingly inconvenient. Ordinary individuals within the research team, such as Feng Hua Zhaoxue, are utterly unable to engage with the computer. Such an inadequate product does not bode well for its promotion. I recommend you incorporate a keyboard. This would allow ordinary people the possibility of writing programs. An object that only ninjas can use is not befitting of a new innovation. It is essential that it can benefit the common folk. Keyboard? Programs? The few exchanged glances, bewildered by the meanings of these two terms. After Silas elucidated the matter, the others finally comprehended the situation. The computer they had conceived harbored significant flaws. Could it truly allow the common populace to partake in the revolutionary advancements brought forth by new technology? The second generation had devoted a lifetime to the development of ninjutsu. Yet it was only now that he considered the integration of military and civilian sectors. Only Orochimaru, who was acutely aware of Silas's recent undertakings, grasped the essence of his scheme. This young lad seeks to diminish the entrenched class distinctions between civilians and ninjas. However, he remains woefully naive. The chasm that separates ninjas from ordinary individuals is vast. Orochimaru, please come here. After imparting his advanced insights to several scientists, Sylas summoned Orochimaru to his office. I have a task for you, one that pertains to immortality. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes fixed intently on Sylas. Ah, you finally succumbed to the temptation of human experimentation, haven't you? Heh, Sylas, I always knew you, and I shared the same relentless pursuit of eternal life. Enough of this. Sylas interrupted Orochimaru's frenzied ramblings. In the hidden soup village, there exists an organization known as the Cult of the Evil God, which is conducting an experiment rumored to pertain to immortality. I merely wish to escort you there to gather data. Is this not a form of research? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's interest was piqued. So, it seems that the secret of eternal life truly exists. Sylas observed the unusual emotions displayed by Orochimaru and inwardly scoffed. Were you aware of the ultimate fate that befell Haiden, you might not hold such envy. Come, I shall escort you to the hidden hot water village. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, Sylas transported Orochimaru to a subterranean cavern near the village. He then inquired, Zetsu, are you present? At that moment, a white figure emerged from the roots of a nearby tree. Almost every stronghold bore a clone of Zetsu, facilitating communication among the members. Send several hundred more clones to the land of snow. The rapid expansion of our operations has resulted in a shortage of the reanimated corpses, and I intend to augment my ranks, Sylas contemplated. The inner thoughts of Black Zetsu were filled with exasperation, yet he maintained his composure and replied, very well. In the 24th chapter, titled The Akatsuki Organization Full of Spies, Part 2, Zetsu vanished into the underground cave, commencing the transmission of information to his original self. Have you joined a certain special organization? Orochimaru suddenly queried. Indeed, the Akatsuki, a formidable organization aimed at making the world experience suffering. Its members are, at the very least, of your caliber, Sylas candidly acknowledged. Orochimaru, however, was somewhat taken aback. The organization's combat prowess was unimpressive, yet its fundamental aim was to make the world suffer. Everything you have done during this time does not seem to align with bringing pain to the world. If you are interested, I could introduce you. No, you must indeed enter. In terms of strength, Orochimaru is undoubtedly sufficient, as long as one recommends themselves. Wait, I believe I have not officially joined the organization yet, have I? It was only then that Sylas recalled he had yet to meet with his senior, Nagato. Originally, several months prior, he was supposed to encounter the nominal leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. However, he was informed that Pain was preoccupied with gathering wild summoning beasts throughout the ninja world, leaving him unable to meet Sylas, which resulted in the delay. Nevertheless, Nagato had already acknowledged Sylas as a member of the organization and had promised to create identification for core members as soon as he found the time. The mere thought of donning a couple's ring alongside a group of unfamiliar men sent shivers down Sylas's spine. The contemplation alone tightened his composure. Yet, considering his relationship with Obito, adding Orochimaru into the Akatsuki seemed feasible. No, not just Orochimaru. He could also arrange for the wandering trio from the mist to join. Imagining the entire Akatsuki as his own in the future filled him with a sense of power. Perhaps in a few years, Nagato would deem it time for the world to experience suffering. With a loud shout and a determined gesture, he envisioned leading an armed uprising alongside these individuals, allowing him to relish the feeling of commanding a formidable presence. As Sylas entertained such thoughts, the two stepped out from their stronghold. Have you sensed an unusual chakra? Orochimaru was the first to speak, pulling Sylas's attention back to reality. Malevolence, anguish, chaos. As Silas keenly attuned his senses, he discerned that he was enveloped in a peculiar chakra. Though its essence was faint, it was certainly not imperceptible to them, given their formidable prowess. Silas fixed his gaze upon the hidden village ahead, a frown creasing his brow. "I will go ahead. You follow shortly," he instructed. Orochimaru observed Silas vanish in an instant. Reflecting inwardly, he has become even swifter. The hot spring village is renowned for its abundant natural resources, particularly its numerous hot springs. It is said that the illustrious LSP of the ninja world, the fifth Hokage Jiraiya, once frequented this place during his travels across the shinobi realm to gather inspiration. Following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War over 2 years ago, the village no longer found itself in competition for resources, resulting in a gradual decline in the demand for ninjas. Now, they seem to be on the verge of forgetting the existence of war altogether. Peace appears to have become their ultimate pursuit, to the extent that some have even proposed the idea of further reducing their combat capabilities. However, such notions naturally face opposition from the pro-war faction, with the emerging cult, the cult of the evil god, being the most prominent among them. Their doctrine espouses a relentless cycle of life and battle, demanding the sacrifice of all lives to their malevolent deity, urging the world to embrace the evil god. This radical ideology has unexpectedly attracted a cohort of belligerent individuals, among them a 12-year-old boy named Hayden. Eager for combat, Hayden possesses an obsessive fixation on blood and pain. When he learned that the evil god required a sacrifice, he eagerly raised his hand, volunteering to become a proud test subject. As the ritual commenced, he was firmly bound in chains at the center of an altar. Initially, Hayden harbored expectations for this sacrificial event. However, witnessing the innocent civilians, bound and brought from unknown origins, being slaughtered by the cultists and left to writhe in agony near the altar, he began to feel that this was not what he had envisioned. The wails of pain and the overwhelming stench of blood filled the air. As the blood flowed and pooled around him, Hayden felt no thrill whatsoever. This sacrifice was far from what he had anticipated. How could the evil god derive pleasure from the lives of these ordinary people? The blood converged upon Hayden, creeping up his body and gradually seeping into him. It felt as if he were being scorched by flames, or as though every inch of him was being pierced by needles. Black and white patterns began to emerge upon his skin. A strange power was reshaping his body while simultaneously eroding his will. Hayden's consciousness was on the verge of fading. Yet the cultists surrounding him gazed upon him as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon, exclaiming in reverence, "No one has ever endured to this extent. This must be the blessing of the evil god. Surely, he is pleased with this sacrifice and will bestow upon us secret techniques." Alas, what is that? Many of the cultists ceased their fervent prostrations, fixated on a figure that had suddenly appeared at the altar's center. Could it be that the evil god himself has descended? Just as they were about to cheer, a shadow roared, "You wretched scoundrels, perish." In the fleeting moment after the figure vanished, the heads of the kneeling cultists fell to the ground in unison. The malevolent cult, which had long sought to spread suffering across the globe, was utterly annihilated. Silas had never felt such fury before. Although he disapproved of the mutual slaughter among ninjas, it was beyond his control. Yet this group, leveraging their identities as ninjas, had forcibly abducted a multitude of ordinary individuals, sacrificing hundreds of lives in a barbaric ritual. Furthermore, it was uncertain how many times this heinous act had been perpetrated. Silas unequivocally disapproves of such matters. This group of individuals shall never have the opportunity for resurrection. After several fireballs were unleashed, incinerating them into ashes, he graciously utilized the wind technique to scatter their remains. Could this individual possibly be Hayden? Silas turned and cast his gaze upon the figure at the center of the altar. The black and white stripes adorning its form bore a striking resemblance to the image he had of Hayden. Ah, an Akatsuki spy, indeed. Silas contemplated for a moment, deeming this opportunity promising. The distillery was rife with undercover agents, and the organization was teeming with spies. Chapter 1. The diligent worker has returned from his business trip. Tomorrow, I shall endeavor to publish 4 chapters, compensating for the 2 previously owed, with subsequent updates following the regular schedule. Gratitude to the anonymous benefactor who contributed 1,500 starting coins. To the reader with the ID 202008230606000400100 for their generous donation of starting coins, and to the user Stars and Desolation for their 100 starting coins. My heartfelt thanks also extend to Would Rather Betray Me for their generous offering of 999 book coins, and to the anonymous benefactor, the northern orange turns to bitter for their monthly ticket. Chapter 25. Observations from the Land of Snow, Part 1. With Silas's arrival, the devotees who sustained the sacrificial ceremony had perished, thus bringing the ritual to a natural conclusion. However, Fadewan had succumbed to a deep slumber. After conjuring a shadow clone to escort Fadewan back to the Land of Snow for safekeeping, Sylas unleashed the full power of the celestial barrier formation. A perceptual barrier enveloping nearly 100 miles encased almost the entirety of the hidden hot springs village. Within Sylas's awareness, numerous cultists of the evil deity could be detected, alongside many civilians who had been abducted and confined within several underground bases. Sylas let out a sigh, gripping his blade as he stepped outside. By the time Orochimaru arrived, Sylas had already vanquished these malevolent cultists entirely. Moreover, based on the intelligence provided by the impure reincarnations he had summoned on site, none among them were innocent. What an intriguing religion, Orochimaru remarked with interest as he examined the documents in his hand. See if you can find anything else of value. Let us bring it back to the Land of Snow. The reason Sylas invited Orochimaru was due to his discerning eye. If Sylas were to undertake the task himself, he would undoubtedly struggle to distinguish between what could be brought back and what could not. Within the vast expanse of the base, Orochimaru expertly pointed out and selected numerous valuable documents, all of which Sylas stored within his flying Thunder God space. That should suffice, Orochimaru remarked as he handed the final scroll to Sylas. After Sylas returned it to the Land of Snow, he turned to gaze upon the stronghold of the malevolent cult. The captives he had bound were now liberated, and apart from a few corrupted beings summoned to guide the way, there were no living souls left in this desolate place. Just escape, technique of world severance. Although Sylas did not learn this ninjutsu from Yagi, his relentless dedication to the study of Shadow Clones day and night enabled him to master it. A vast, square, transparent barrier gradually expanded, reducing everything it touched to mere ashes. Henceforth, the wood ceased to exist. Sylas squinted as he vanished into the heavens. Within the subterranean base of the Land of Snow, Hoshigaki Kisame lay quietly upon the experimental platform designated for the study of White Zetsu's clones, while Orochimaru, filled with curiosity, stood nearby. Upon Sylas' sudden appearance at his side, he remarked, "This is not a subject for experimentation. Do not entertain such thoughts." At Sylas' words, Orochimaru shook his head, expressing how unfortunate that is. Although his recent studies had diverged from the realm of biological technology, Orochimaru had always felt that his very existence was destined for the pursuit of biological science. After obtaining the data he had just collected from Sylas, Orochimaru departed from the experimental platform. Sylas gazed at the unconscious Haiden, stepping forward as a wave of green light enveloped him. Minutes passed, and observing Haiden's stillness, Sylas furrowed his brow. Could it be that even the omnipotent healing arts had their day of failure? Sylas sensed his condition and, upon receiving an answer, broke into a grin. Had he truly fallen asleep? With a sharp clap, he struck the sides of Fei Duan's face, rousing him from his slumber. "Who are you?" Fei Duan mumbled, blinking in confusion at the unfamiliar visage before him. "My face hurts terribly. I didn't hear anyone mention that this ritual could have such after effects. Moreover, where had all the cultists of the evil god gone?" He remained oblivious to the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. 5-5 open. Upon hearing this name, Fei Duan stared at the person before him, whose physique mirrored his own, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that you are the fifth Mizukage?" The Land of Water, renowned for its abundant hot springs, stands as the foremost tourist destination in the ninja world, naturally bustling with countless visitors. News travels swiftly here. As a lower ninja of the village, Fei Duan frequently interacted with merchants, thus he was well aware of the recent change in leadership within the Kirigakure. "Indeed," Sylas nodded, then spoke, "Before determining your fate, there are a few matters I wish to clarify." He sought to subdue Fei Duan, yet this endeavor hinged upon certain conditions. "Are you aware of the affairs of the common folk during the sacrificial rites?" Fei Duan shook his head, stating, "I initially believed that I was to be the offering, but I did not anticipate." Fei Duan did not endorse the actions of the cultists, though he worshipped the malevolent deity and desired to inflict suffering upon the world. He did not intend to direct his blade towards the innocent. "Indeed, this is true." Sylas nodded. With his strength, nothing about Fei Duan could escape his perception. "I have slain all those cultists of the evil god. It is utterly intolerable to inflict such harm upon innocent lives. Although you may not grasp the specifics of the situation, you are nonetheless complicit." Hundreds of lives have been extinguished in this so-called ritual of the evil god. Tell me, how shall we account for this? Upon hearing Silas's words, Fade One fell silent. He could not comprehend why this fifth Mizukage held such deep concern for the lives of ordinary people. Yet he understood that any act of defiance on his part could lead to a fate similar to that of the other cultist's death. He certainly did not wish to offer himself to the evil god at this juncture. I can serve you, my lord. Fade One, still in his transformed state, bore an unsettling appearance with his black and white stripes. When he spoke, revealing his white teeth, it only added to the strangeness. I do not require your service from me. What you must do is join a certain organization and serve them. The Akatsuki. Of course, before that, you must first learn to control your abilities. As Silas observed the bewildered Haydn, he chuckled softly. For months later, within the Public Security Bureau of the Land of Snow, a 12-year-old boy, brandishing a crimson 3-section scythe upon his left shoulder, dragged a bloodied middle-aged man with his right hand. Izumi Chinsho, a jonin, had 2 months prior, in the Land of Snow, thrown the captured fugitive before the Bureau, recounting his crimes in detail. Please verify his identity, Haydn remarked with a playful tone. You take action, and we shall be at ease. Promptly, the head of the Bureau, alongside his personnel, approached and, upon noticing the fugitive still had breath, swiftly employed a specialized chakra binding device to restrain him. After ordering his confinement in a cell, he turned to issue a certificate. As per usual, the bounty can be collected at the Snow Country Bank. Haydn, with an impassive expression, accepted the certificate and tucked it away. Take care, young Haydn. The director warmly bid farewell as Haydn exited the bureau. My superior, what do you think of Haydn's capabilities? Inquired one of the director's subordinates upon his return. It is difficult to ascertain, the director replied, shaking his head, indicating his uncertainty regarding Haydn's prowess. After all, according to Haydn's records, he was a formidable figure who had even captured elite Jonin-level fugitives. The Public Security Bureau of the Land of Snow was established to uphold public safety, maintain social order, and combat crime. This department was specifically instituted by Silas. Although he could rely on his shadow clones to apprehend wrongdoers year-round, it was not a sustainable solution. Naturally, given the existence of ninjas in this world, the requirements for officers in the Bureau were quite elevated, necessitating the presence of skilled ninjas. However, many powerful ninjas were reluctant to be governed by the state. Thus, the Land of Snow saw the emergence of a unique class of bounty hunters. Ninjas who preferred not to join the government, yet sought to earn extra income, could participate in the assessments of the Land of Snow. Those who passed the examination could utilize their abilities to capture fugitives, verify their identities, and subsequently receive substantial bounties. These fugitives were not limited to the Land of Snow alone. They could originate from the Water Country and its neighboring regions as well. Haydn stands as a paragon among bounty hunters. Since his arrival in the Land of Snow, he has been appointed by Sylas to become a bounty hunter. Regularly, he undergoes rigorous training in physical combat under the tutelage of 2 elderly gentlemen known as Big Pillar and Second Pillar. Upon realizing the extent of his abilities, Second Pillar even crafted a unique set of weapons and strategies tailored for him. To further hone his skills, Sylas provided him with a shadow clone, dispatching him throughout the entire ninja world to engage in battles against various ninja adversaries. With his martial prowess and a clandestine technique named Cursed Technique, Death by Blood, bestowed upon him by Sylas, Haydn has emerged victorious in every confrontation, even besting J-level ninja with ease. A month prior, he even utilized his abilities to curse and kill an elite J-nin. Notably, the blood used in this confrontation was not his own, but rather supplied by Sylas. It is said that this particular ninja had orchestrated numerous tragedies over a decade ago, becoming the target of relentless pursuit by countless ninja villages, eventually fleeing severely injured. However, upon learning of the miraculous healing techniques of the 5th Mizukage, he infiltrated the hidden mist village at considerable expense to experience this miraculous treatment, ultimately restoring his injuries. During his subsequent tenure with the Penguin Association, he was unexpectedly recognized by those who had once hunted him down, prompting his flight from the organization. These pursuers sought retribution from the Penguin Association, but it was Sylas, the association's president, who personally assured them that he would capture the fugitive. The escaping ninja, confident in his elite J-nin prowess, believed there was no corner of the ninja world he could not access. Little did he know, the existence of the curse technique, Death by Blood, would bring about his demise. Not only did it enable Haydn to curse him to death, but through Haydn's sensory abilities, He was able to retrieve the corpse as well. Currently, it is displayed prominently at the port of the Land of Snow. When Haydn inquired about the source of the blood, Sylas coldly remarked, "Did you truly believe I would leave no contingency when providing them with treatment?" Those who seek the healing touch of Sylas are often those who have suffered grievous injuries, missing limbs or broken bodies. In such cases, Sylas employs a swift severance, allowing for the regeneration of new appendages. The blood, of course, is collected by Sylas, initially intended merely as material for future reincarnation through impure earth. Unexpectedly, when combined with Haydn's abilities, it led to the unanticipated development of a method for remote killings. As Haydn made his way to the bank in the Land of Snow, the people around him gazed at him with admiration. He had become a notable figure within the shinobi world. His crimson, three-section scythe had transformed into a nightmare for fugitives within the realm. Ordinary citizens expressed their gratitude for his role in maintaining peace among the shinobi, their eyes shimmering with reverence. Haydn relished this current existence, reveling in the opportunity to engage with powerful adversaries, inflicting pain upon them as a form of tribute to the malevolent deity he worshipped. Furthermore, he delighted in the adoring glances directed his way. In the hidden hot water village, he was regarded as an outsider, never having experienced such veneration before. His gait now carried a certain buoyancy. In the blink of an eye, Haydn arrived at the Snow Country Bank, a novel establishment that had emerged 3 months prior in the Land of Snow. Here, individuals could deposit their money and withdraw it from any branch at their convenience. This concept bore resemblance to the previously established money houses within the shinobi world. Yet the distinction lay in the bank's enhanced convenience and security. Not only was it operational within the Land of Snow, but it also extended its services to the Land of Water and its neighboring smaller nations. Haydn placed his hand upon the central screen of the ticket machine, and a black 007 digit materialized upon his palm. This was a mark formed by sealing techniques, set to vanish in approximately an hour. VIP number 007. Please proceed to window number 2 for processing. Due to Haydn's diligent efforts in recent days, his account balance had grown considerably, earning him the status of a VIP client at the Snow Country Bank. "Ah, Mr. Haydn, are you here to exchange your bounty once more?" The staff member at the counter greeted him with a smile, clearly well acquainted with him. "Yes, please deposit 500,000 Rio into my account." The staff accepted the explanation issued by the security department, and after Faden entered the password on a small input device, the bounty was transferred to his account. Upon receiving the receipt, Faden intended to leave, but unexpectedly discovered among the pile of documents a voucher for the Earth Country Rock Cuisine and another for the Earth Country Cultural Inn. Before he could inquire further, the staff explained, "The first branch of the Snow Country Bank in the Earth Country opened today, and we have prepared these gifts specifically for our esteemed customers." After departing from the bank, Faden gazed at the assortment of vouchers in his hand, perplexed by the situation. Although the airfare to the Earth Country was somewhat expensive, his financial means were more than sufficient. However, it seemed rather inappropriate to make a special trip solely for these vouchers. Just as he hesitated over whether to go or stay, a snow ninja forehead protector hanging around his neck suddenly illuminated. Behind the protector, a line of text appeared, "Hurry and assemble. The master has finally summoned me." Setting aside his desire to travel to the Earth Country, Faden hurriedly made his way to Sylas' residence. In the underground research facility of the Royal City, Senju Tobarama was introducing Sylas to the capabilities of the new generation of computers he held, asking, "This time, can you identify the flaws?" Sylas fiddled with the tablet in his hand, utterly at a loss for words. In less than half a year, Senju Tobarama had, through sheer determination, transformed the originally towering supercomputer into the compact notebook of today. Furthermore, he had ingeniously developed a system for internal use by the Snow Country Bank. Initially, Sylas believed that the task could be completed within a year. However, to his astonishment, Senju Tobarama accomplished it in merely a month. It seems he subjected his shadow clones to an inhumane level of pressure. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to him as Senju Tyrant instead. Remarkably, even from Sylas's perspective, this creation is quite sophisticated. Chapter 26, Nagato. The organization will not shortchange you. After receiving Sylas's approval, Tobarama departed with a sense of satisfaction. This was the first time he had regained his dignity in Sylas's presence. At that moment, Obito emerged beside Sylas from a swirling vortex. "Nagato has sent me to inform you that you may meet him now. The summoning beasts have been fully gathered, and Nagato finally has the opportunity to meet the new members of the Akatsuki organization. Have you mentioned Orochimaru and Haydn to him?" Both of them are destined to join the Akatsuki in the future. However, due to Silas's influence, their joining has been expedited significantly, especially Haiden, who just a few months ago was an ordinary genin. However, through rigorous training and his unique abilities, he undoubtedly qualifies for membership in the Akatsuki. Nagato has stated that with the two of us as guarantors, there is no need for extensive testing, although Nagato has yet to encounter Sylas. He is aware of his prowess. Furthermore, it is widely circulated in the ninja world that Sylas once utilized the three tails, compelling even the Reikage to concede. Regardless of combat prowess, the mere fact that he can harness tailed beasts qualifies him for the organization. As for the other two, there should be no issues. Once Haiden and Orochimaru arrive, we shall proceed. Sylas has already informed the two individuals through the latest communication device developed by the research team. Have you truly considered using Kotoame Tsukumi to control Orochimaru? Obito suddenly inquired. Months ago, when Sylas suggested sending the two to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, he had previously proposed the idea of employing Kotoame Tsukumi on them. However, Sylas had firmly rejected the notion of using such techniques on Orochimaru. He was certain that Orochimaru would remain indifferent to everything Nagato had conveyed. Orochimaru had never been particularly invested in the Akatsuki. His primary interest lay in leveraging the organization's power to source suitable experimental subjects. With Sylas's involvement, his interest in the Akatsuki's plans had diminished further. His agreement to infiltrate was merely a concession to Sylas's wishes. As for Haiden, Sylas had not intended to apply Kotoame Tsukumi to him either. Yet, upon learning that the Akatsuki's mission was to make the world experience suffering, Haiden had eagerly declared that this was his destined purpose. Reluctantly, Sylas had to compel Obito to alter his will, transforming him into a staunch advocate of the ideals of Snow, imbued with thoughts of civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law. There is no need. I am confident in my abilities. Upon witnessing Sylas's unwavering confidence, Obito fell silent and soon vanished from sight. Having arrived in the land of rain ahead of time, Obito would serve as Sylas's human coordinate, providing him with a location. Moments later, Orochimaru and Haiden finally arrived. During their journey, Orochimaru gazed at Haiden with an insatiable hunger, his serpentine eyes reflecting the predatory glint of a cold-blooded creature eyeing its prey. What a splendid specimen for experimentation. Yet, Sylas refuses to allow me to use him. This fellow revels in self-harm, his methods of attack involving stabbing himself. Such a perverse individual would be perfect for human experimentation. Now, do you all remember what I said previously? Sylas inquired before their departure. Sylas had undoubtedly already briefed them on the precautions for their undercover mission. Of course, the two replied, nodding in agreement. Let us proceed. Sylas, accompanied by two individuals, relocated to the land of rain. The ever-prepared Obito guided them to a towering edifice. Owing to the perennial downpours in the land of rain, the structures are adorned both internally and externally with a myriad of pipes, serving as drainage systems. This architectural style is unparalleled in the ninja world. Moments later, the quartet arrived in a vast, empty hall. A female ninja, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, unfurled her white wings and floated gracefully in the air. I am Conan, the angel tasked with safeguarding this ninja village, she proclaimed in a rather dramatic fashion. A delicate lavender paper flower adorned the right side of her head, while her purple eyeshadow added an exquisite charm to her appearance. The title of angel was a fabrication by Conan, devised to wield greater control over the village. Nagato, too, referred to himself as a god. One wonders if, in a few years, they will feel a sense of shame upon realizing they have been duped by Obito. You have arrived, emerged a figure from the shadows, his face and body punctuated with dark rots. It was Pain, the Deva Path, a manifestation created from Yahiko's corpse. His ripple-patterned eyes strikingly prominent. Haiden had yet to hear of this ocular technique, but Orochimaru had some inkling. The Rinnegan, is it? He surmised, accurately naming the eyes. Indeed, I am the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, and I shall usher in peace for this world. Pain, or rather Nagato, recited this rather embarrassing monologue to impress the three newcomers who were about to join the organization. These notions had been instilled in him by Obito over the course of time. Observing the entranced trio, Nagato silently rejoiced. Excellent. The newcomers are awestruck by my grand entrance. Unbeknownst to him, each of the three harbored their own thoughts. Sylas believed that once Nagato learned the truth, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with shame. It was not inconceivable that this revelation could lead him to contemplate the death of Obito. Meanwhile, Orochimaru pondered, is this a deity? I wonder if the dissection will yield any significant breakthroughs for my research. Due to the constraints imposed by Sylas on his human experiments, the subjects he acquired were invariably the most heinous criminals. Individuals captured by Sylas who had committed offenses deemed so egregious that their deaths would be no great loss. As for Haydn, he contemplated the strength of this god before him in comparison to the malevolent deity he revered. Sylas, henceforth, your code name shall be Azure Dragon. Orochimaru, your designation will be Void Dust. As for Haydn, you shall be known as Trinity. 3 rings, inscribed with the symbols for Azure, Void, and Trinity, soared towards the trio, who accepted them without hesitation. Should any matters arise, I shall contact you through these rings. White Tiger, escort Orochimaru and Haydn below to assess their capabilities and arrange their tasks. Sylas, you remain. I have words to share with you. Nagato instructed Conan to lead the two away while he remained alone with Sylas in the expansive hall. Before Sylas could speak, Nagato, controlling the Deva path, addressed him. I have heard from Jiraiya that you risked the destruction of your heart to complete a mission in order to join the Akatsuki. The organization will undoubtedly reward your efforts. Sylas was momentarily taken aback. Ah, Nagato, as long as you are happy, that is what matters. Just don't hold a grudge once you learn the truth. Chapter 27. Absolute. Am I not beautiful? I have heard about the affairs in the Land of Snow. You have provided substantial funding to the organization. I have taken note of your contributions. Once our endeavors bear fruit, your rewards will be plentiful. Nagato, adopting a tone reminiscent of a leader commending an employee, left Sylas feeling somewhat disoriented. Since the exposure of Yagura, the previously consistent monthly allocations from the Hidden Mist Village to the Akatsuki had ceased. However, the Akatsuki did not find itself in any economic distress, as Sylas had deliberately redirected a portion of his earnings from the Penguin Association to the organization. This sum far exceeded the previous contributions from the Hidden Mist Village. Now, the Akatsuki boasted both wealth and manpower. Nagato assessed the combat capabilities within the organization and felt a sense of elation. Pain, Conan, Sylas, Obito, Orochimaru, and one uniquely skilled Haydn. Once they gather 9 members, they can commence their grand plan. The sealing technique, Phantom Dragon 9 Seals, does not strictly require 9 individuals, but the more participants, the swifter the process. Just 3 more to go. I have heard that the 3 rogue ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village possess considerable strength. They could be worth recruiting. While Nagato was busy envisioning the organization's future, he remained blissfully unaware that Sylas had already orchestrated everything. Given your unique circumstances, I won't assign you any tasks for now. We must conserve our strength until the opportune moment arrives to begin collecting the tailed beasts. I understand you have a good rapport with the 5-5 from the Hidden Mist Village, which is excellent. The alias 5-5 belonged to Sylas, a secret known only to 2 members of the Akatsuki, Obito and Zetsu. Obito, of course, needed no introduction, and Zetsu would undoubtedly refrain from revealing such information to Nagato. After all, to Zetsu, Nagato was merely a tool. Thus, in Nagato's understanding, the 2 rogue ninjas from Konoha, Sylas and Orochimaru, had an alliance with 5-5. Time passed, and Sylas finally extricated himself from Nagato's presence, making his way to observe what Orochimaru and Haydn were up to. Upon entering the training ground, Sylas witnessed Changwei instructing Haydn under Orochimaru's watchful eye. The side in Haydn's grasp whistled through the air as he swung it, skillfully maneuvering the weapon with the rope. Yet it failed to inflict even the slightest harm on Orochimaru. Instead, Haydn found himself with numerous injuries, some from shurikens, others from snake bites. Although Orochimaru concealed his actions well, Sylas had noticed his subtle maneuvers. This individual, under the pretense of training, was collecting Haydn's blood. Let him continue his research, Sylas thought. Despite Haydn appearing gravely wounded, he seemed increasingly exhilarated. Anyone observing would certainly perceive him as a peculiar individual. Enough, stop hitting. If there is nothing more to discuss, let us return to the Land of Snow. Sylas spoke, prompting the 2 to cease their actions. What of the angel? Sylas did not detect any trace of Xiaonan in the vicinity. Were they not assigned tasks together? How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? A sudden appearance of a pitcher plant claimed to have discovered the whereabouts of an individual named Jiao Do, expressing a desire to attempt to recruit him into the organization, as explained by Fei Duan. Upon hearing this, Sylas furrowed his brow. Kakuzu? Although he had been ridiculed by numerous netizens for supposedly hurling a shuriken at Hashirama from 800 miles away and then fleeing, his prowess was indeed formidable. He certainly should not have joined the Akatsuki at such an early stage. However, considering that the current Haiden is merely 12 years old and has likewise become a member of the Akatsuki, it seems the plot has diverged significantly. The current combat strength of the Akatsuki appears to have escalated considerably. Silas contemplated and resolved to continue embedding spies within his own organization. After all, with sufficient funds, one could easily convert others into allies, rendering even divine intervention unnecessary. Has she assigned you any other tasks? She instructed us to remain on standby. Should there be any missions, she will contact us through the ring. Silas nodded and led the two individuals back to the land of snow. Obito, what brings you here? To his surprise, Silas discovered that Obito was also present. I am here to teach you the usage of the kaleidoscope. Silas suddenly recalled that he had asked Obito to teach him how to use the kaleidoscope several months ago. In the beginning, he had attempted it numerous times, but it merely resulted in his 3 tomos spinning faster. Fortunately, he remembered, had he delayed any longer, waiting until he found another tailed beast to temper his will, he would have awakened his eyes on his own. After absorbing the chakra of the rhino, his eyes often experienced a lingering sensation of pain. Silas was acutely aware that his own eyes were teetering on the precipice of evolution. With the acquisition of just one more tailed beast, he would likely attain the coveted kaleidoscope transformation. So, what have you been doing all this time? Silas found himself somewhat intrigued by what could possibly compel Obito to adopt such a serious demeanor. Hadn't Danzo already become one of their own? Now that his comings and goings in Konoha were relatively unimpeded, he had been preoccupied with the grim task of gathering the remains of those who perished in the chaos of the Nine Tails assault, including those of his mentor, Minato, and his beloved Kushina. Obito's tone was tinged with melancholy. Anyone enduring the weight of such experiences, as he would undoubtedly struggle with their emotions. The burden of having caused the demise of countless innocents, despite being a victim himself, was a heavy one to bear. Have you ever contemplated the resurrection of the 4th Hokage and his wife? Silas proposed a suggestion. Although Obito felt a stirring in his heart, he ultimately declined. Let them truly be revived after sealing Black Zetsu and obtaining the Rinnegan. He understood that Silas referred to resurrection through the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. He was unwilling to see his mentor return to the world in such a manner. However, Silas disagreed, stating, I comprehend your guilt. You wish to transform this world and subsequently use your own life to resurrect them as a form of atonement. But have you ever considered the childhood of the 4th Hokage's child? What kind of life would they lead? What treatment would the Jinchuriki receive in the village? Are you not aware? The most pitiable are those who are misunderstood and isolated, left without a home. Can you truly bear to let him endure such a fate? Obito's body trembled slightly. Lord Jiraiya will take good care of him. Silas sighed. You too are an orphan. Can you truly bear to allow your mentor's child to suffer such anguish? As Silas spoke, he suddenly recalled the existence of Kurojutsu. Alas, to have been born into a world where one's mother was absent, living alone in the ninja realm for over a millennium, what a bitter fate. In the future, I shall seal you together. Very well then. Obito was ultimately persuaded by Silas. He could not bear to witness the suffering of his teacher's child, having endured similar pain himself. Rest assured, with my abilities, the Edo Tensei I create will not only resemble ordinary individuals, but can also be altered in appearance. In due time, they shall accompany their child, granting him a complete childhood. Chapter 28. Obito's thoughts in turmoil. All right. Obito immediately declared that he would descend to the basement to capture 2 white Zetsu clones as offerings to resurrect his mentor and matron. Silas shook his head, indicating that there was no rush. The situation concerning the 4th Hokage was somewhat unique. He recounted the matters of the corpse demon seal and the Shinigami to Obito. The mask resided within the Uchiha clan shrine at the outskirts of Konohagakure. You can go ahead, he began, but then paused. Well, it matters not, after all. Konohagakure is like our own backyard now. Let us return together. Silas, accompanied by 2 white doppelgangers, returned to the Uchiha compound in Konoha alongside Obito. Within the barrier division, numerous sensory ninjas were engaged in card games, idly passing the time. However, the sudden emergence of a vast void on the barrier model captured their attention. What is it this time? They murmured, but after a brief glance, they returned to their usual pursuits, accustomed to such occurrences. Both the visible leader of Konoha and the clandestine ruler of its roots had issued a directive to the personnel in the barrier division. The effects of this space-time ninjutsu on the barrier merely required documentation and periodic reporting, without the need for heightened alertness. In Silas's residence, an avatar of Shursui lay in wait. As the bodyguard of the 5th Hokage, He rarely undertook missions and spent extended periods by Jiraiya's side. Utilizing his shadow clone as a medium, communication with Jiraiya was seamless. Shursui, inform your original self to take my flying thunder god Kanai and proceed to the Uzumaki clan's Namiya Hall at the far end of Konoha, and if possible, summon teacher Jiraiya as well. Upon receiving the message, Shursui's shadow clone promptly relayed it back to his original. Moments later, Silas sensed the technique on Shursui's person moving swiftly before it came to a halt at a specific location. Silas, accompanied by his disciple, moved to the location of the ritual. Silas, you summoned me. Is there something of great significance? Jiraiya inquired, puzzled, for as the fifth Hokage, his daily responsibilities were overwhelming. Is resurrecting the fourth Hokage not important? Resurrecting? Is it through the reanimation jutsu, or? Jiraiya's brow furrowed at the thought. He did not wish for his disciple to disturb the souls of the deceased. Master, I understand your reluctance to profane the spirits of the departed. But you must consider Naruto, too. Are you truly going to leave him to fend for himself? Although Jiraiya had taken Naruto into his home, his demanding duties left him little time to care for the boy. Moreover, as a lifelong bachelor, he was not particularly adept at such matters. Fear not. My skills are exceptional. As long as they remain unharmed, there will be no discernible difference in appearance, and I can even sculpt their faces. I assure you, no one will detect their presence. Yet what if they did? Currently, Danzo was not inclined to stir trouble. The entire village stood united. After a moment of hesitation, Jiraiya ultimately acquiesced to Silas's plan. With a smile, Silas turned to gaze upon the multitude of masks adorning the wall of the hall. Among them, only one was genuine. After careful contemplation, he discerned the elusive mask of death he sought. How was it to be used, he pondered. In his memories, Silas recalled that in the anime, Orochimaru appeared to wear it directly on his face, invoking the death god as possession, and then performed a ritual of self-disembowelment. The moment Silas donned the mask upon his visage, a chilling and malevolent aura enveloped him. As this sinister energy coursed through his being, a spectral figure clad in a flowing white robe, clutching a long blade and adorned with two horns, materialized instantaneously behind him. He commanded the Reaper, wielding the long knife to cleave a gash into the specter's abdomen. Simultaneously, a colossal wound erupted on his own midsection, blood gushing forth in torrents. From this wound, a faintly azure soul emerged, drifting into the ether. Silas immediately removed his mask and commenced his self-healing. Obito, preparing for the ritual, promptly retrieved two white Zetsu clones that had been placed within his Kimui dimension. As Silas's injuries healed, he formed hand seals, and two reincarnation techniques amalgamated before him. The materials unearthed by Obito over the past few days were placed upon the technique, and under Silas's control. The earth slowly enveloped the two white Zetsu clones at the center of the formation. The silhouettes of Minato and Kushina began to coalesce. Witnessing the two figures, indistinguishable from any ordinary humans, Jiraiya felt his eyes moisten with emotion. Minato, Kushina, welcome home. The revived duo opened their eyes, gazing bewilderedly at their surroundings. As Minato heard a familiar voice behind him, he trembled and turned to face the source. To his astonishment, he beheld a figure that instilled fear within him, the masked man. Although Obito's appearance had changed significantly since the Nine Tails attack, Minato recognized him immediately by his mask. Just as he prepared for battle, he was taken aback to see the masked man kneeling before him. I'm sorry, Sensei. Sensei? Minato was momentarily stunned, and even Kushina, who had just regained her senses, was shocked by this scene. She too recognized this individual, the very one responsible for their demise. How could he possibly address Minato as sensei? Silas approached Jiraiya's side, suggesting that they step outside to give the others some time. Together, Jiraiya and Silas departed from the nameless hall, allowing Obito and his mentor to elucidate the situation. You and Obito must have endured great hardships, Jiraiya remarked, bearing the name of a traitorous ninja and infiltrating a formidable organization. Your capacity for such humiliation exemplifies the true essence of a ninja. Once all is resolved, you shall return, and the village will honor you as heroes. Jiraiya harbored a fervent hope that the two would re-emerge in this world as shinobi of Konoha. Teacher, there's no need for that, came the reply. Obito and I are hardly heroes. My path was forged out of necessity, driven by the system and a will to survive. But Obito truly cannot be considered a hero. Though his descent into darkness was orchestrated by Madara and Zetsu, his thoughts at that time were indeed adrift. Every grievance has its source, and if one seeks vengeance, should it not be directed at the proper individual? Instead of confronting Kakashi for Rin's death, he chose to unleash his wrath upon the very world itself. He proclaimed this world as the root of all suffering, justifying his ambition to create a better realm while attacking the innocent, akin to his former self. He even laid blame on his mentor for not arriving at the critical moment, even though Obito has come to acknowledge his misdeeds and endeavors to atone. Ultimately intending to sacrifice himself to revive everyone, Sylas remains unconvinced of his heroism. Those who perished in the defense of the village are the true heroes, while Obito, akin to myself, has merely become a villain. Chapter 29. The Temptress in Hand. Certainly, all that Obito has done, his past transgressions and current attempts at redemption, ought to be made known. Hence, Sylas insisted that Obito personally convey his story. Within the Nameless Hall, Obito recounted his past to Minato and Kushina, omitting only the conspiracy with Sylas to bring peace to the ninja world. Upon learning that their disciple had also been deceived and that the fallen shinobi could indeed be resurrected, Minato and Kushina forgave him. Teacher, I was able to awaken to the truth, thanks to Uncle Sylas. After a poignant and tearful display that would evoke sympathy even from the most hardened of fans, Obito emerged from the Nameless Hall alongside the fourth Hokage and his wife. Turning to Sylas, he introduced him. Uncle, is that not my junior disciple? Jiraiya-sensei. It has been a long time, Minato greeted warmly, his smile radiating warmth, a testament to his inherent charm. Greetings, senior brother. Sylas responded with a smile, expressing his regrets for resurrecting them in such a manner. Ideally, he would have preferred to wait several years for their true revival. However, it would be unjust to allow Naruto to grow alone. In truth, there are many children in the village like Naruto, whose parents perished in the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident. Were it not for numerous reservations, he would have considered reviving them all. Even if they were merely vessels of impure reincarnation, he believed these souls would gladly accompany their children on their journey of growth. No, I am truly grateful to you. Kushina expressed her heartfelt thanks to Sylas for granting her the opportunity to watch her child flourish. Nevertheless, since Naruto is the village's Jinchuriki, if they are to care for him, a change in appearance will be necessary. Sylas formed hand seals, and the appearances of the two individuals transformed, even their hair color differing from before. Although they appeared indistinguishable from ordinary beings, the reanimated corpses were, after all, not true flesh and blood. Given your prolonged presence beside Naruto, the risk of exposure is inevitable. To avert any possibility of being discovered, I suggest considering a different individual as the host. Sylas explained. However, would transferring the tailed beast from Naruto, who was still so young, not endanger his vitality? Kushina harbored concerns for her child. After all, the extraction of a tailed beast inflicts immense damage upon the Jinchuriki. Even the Vortex Clan's resilience would struggle to endure such a loss, let alone a mere 2-year-old infant. I can assure you that during the transfer process, the Nine-Tails will not harm Naruto. And this is not my first endeavor of this nature. By first entering Naruto's sealing space and employing a clever strategy, I am confident that the Nine-Tails will cooperate willingly. Coupled with my sealing techniques, I can guarantee Naruto's safety without issue. Kushina's husband, Minato, turned to Jiraiya, pondering whether such a matter required consultation with the village, particularly regarding the current Hokage who had sealed the Nine-Tails within Naruto. This decision had been made out of dire necessity, with little room for alternatives at the time. Furthermore, he believed in his child's potential to harness the power of the tailed beast. Now, with Sylas suggesting a transfer devoid of side effects, he was certainly open to the proposition, particularly as Kushina vehemently opposed the notion of burdening their son with such a heavy weight from a young age. With the chance to live, nurture, and guide Naruto's growth, they were both eager to embrace this opportunity. Yet, 2 years had passed since the turmoil of the Nine-Tails, and to appoint a new Jinchuriki would undoubtedly require the consent of the current Hokage and the Council of Elders. It remained uncertain whether the Hokage would acquiesce to this proposal. No need for that, Jiraiya chuckled. You may not be aware, but I am now the 5th Hokage. That is splendid news. I always believed that you, Master Jiraiya, were the most suitable candidate for the role of Hokage. Minato expressed his joy at his teacher's elevation to the position. I, too, aspire to be a role model for the next generation. Sylas was compelled to depart from the village, leaving behind the Uchiha clan, which at that time was regarded as a malignancy by Danzo. Reluctantly, he assumed the position of Hokage to safeguard his disciple's family. However, there is no longer any cause for concern. It seems that Danzo has undergone some transformation, as he now approaches each meeting with a jovial demeanor, cheerfully greeting Fugaku. Yet, What of the new Jinchuri? Silas interrupted their casual conversation, inquiring. Within me resides half of the Nine-Tails chakra. Alas, I cannot reveal my identity, for otherwise, I would be the optimal choice for the Jinchuriki. The fourth Hokage's family consists entirely of Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Kushina, the previous Jinchuriki, along with Minato and Naruto, the current hosts, each possess only half of the Nine-Tails essence. Jiraiya pondered for a moment. While he could indeed facilitate the transfer of the Nine-Tails within Naruto, he had yet to identify a suitable candidate. Historically, each Jinchuriki has been closely related to the current Hokage. The inaugural Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails in Konoha was the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, while the second was the spouse of the fourth Hokage, Minato. Reflecting on this, Jiraiya suddenly felt a wave of despair. Is Jiraiya-sensei contemplating the selection of a Jinchuriki? Minato discerned Jiraiya's confusion at a glance. If no suitable candidate is available, then perhaps we should refrain from transferring the Nine-Tails within Naruto for now. However, if Silas consents, I would be willing to relinquish my half within me. Silas stood in shock. Although he coveted the alluring fox spirit, he had never anticipated the opportunity to claim it so soon. Is it appropriate? After all, I am still a rogue ninja. Though Silas outwardly professes disinterest, his inner thoughts yearn for greater intensity. It bears a resemblance to a scene from a past life, where one, during the new year, feigns reluctance when receiving red envelopes from elders. As operatives in the field, a measure of assurance is indeed necessary. Furthermore, I place my faith in you. The combat framework established by Minato has already taken shape. His appetite for the Nine-Tails chakra is not particularly fervent. Moreover, he anticipates few opportunities for direct engagement in the future. Given the perilous nature of Silas and Obito's undercover mission, the risk of exposure is inevitable. It would be more prudent to bestow this power upon them, thereby augmenting their strength and providing additional leverage for survival in dire circumstances. This way, even if the Nine-Tails within Minato were to be transferred, it would not attract undue attention from the village. Upon hearing Minato's reasoning, Jiraiya found it quite compelling. After all, from his perspective, the endeavors of his disciple are undoubtedly fraught with danger. Were he to discover that Silas, despite being the Hokage, spends his days shirking responsibilities through shadow clones while enjoying the sea breeze, sipping wine, and entertaining a lovely companion, he would likely leap to summon Fukasaku, the Toad Sage, in a fit of exasperation. As Silas observed the agreement between the two to transfer the Nine-Tails from Minato to himself, a flicker of joy sparked within him. To think, I too could harbor a fox spirit within me. The Nine-Tails appears to be male, does it not? In Chapter 30, I, absolutely, demand compensation. The Nine-Tails within Naruto currently lacks a Jinchuriki candidate, hence there is no need for a transfer. However, during the process of transferring the half residing in Minato, Kushina put forth a request. She wished to ascertain whether it truly could be done, as Silas had claimed, without inflicting harm upon the Jinchuriki. After all, Minato is presently a reincarnated being, distinct from ordinary humans. Thus, Silas must first transfer the Nine-Tails into a normal human body before subsequently placing it within himself. Jiraiya stepped forward, expressing his confidence in Silas's abilities and offering to be the volunteer for this endeavor. Silas pondered for a moment, and, to be prudent, decided to first venture into the sealed space of the Watergate, where he greeted his other half, the Nine-Tails, with his consciousness. Naturally, the irate fox, upon noticing an intruder in its domain, immediately roared, "Foolish human, release me at once. Otherwise, I shall." As Silas touched his nose, he inwardly lamented. Why is it that all tailed beasts exhibit such a temperament? Aside from the elderly tortoise, the three tails, they all seem rather irascible. While the Nine-Tails continued its furious roar, Silas, adhering to his customary practice, initiated a dream message, exclaiming Karama. Moments later, Silas regained his awareness. Although these tailed beasts appeared fearsome, they were, in truth, quite docile before the Sage of Six Paths Master Jiraiya. I am ready to commence. Silas unsealed the seal on Watergate, and an overwhelming surge of malevolent chakra burst forth. However, under his command and with the cooperation of the Nine-Tails, all of the Nine-Tails chakra flowed into Jiraiya's body. Is this it? Jiraiya pondered as he gazed at the sealing technique on his abdomen, wondering if it was over so soon. Do you not trust me to act swiftly? If it weren't for the fear of being discovered, I could have expedited this process even further. Next, the chakra must be transferred into my own body. Watergate and Kushina, please remain vigilant. Naturally, both were intensely focused, as this matter pertained to the safety of their child. Silas commenced the transfer of the nine tails. Within the ceiling space, a colossal slug adorned with 6 ivory tails languidly engaged in a display of self-combat, showcasing a peculiar technique of interlaced tails. Suddenly, it sensed a familiar fluctuation of chakra. Oh, this aura feels so reminiscent. Before it could fully comprehend, a fox began to materialize before it. Kurama, what brings you here? The freshly manifested nine tails regarded the formidable creature before it with contemplative curiosity. This young one, could it be that he intends to gather all nine-tailed beasts? Is the sage of the 6 paths truly so trusting? Kurama, why do you remain silent? Ever since the departure of the 3 tails, it found itself in solitary boredom. Finally, a kindred spirit had arrived for company, and it yearned for a moment of connection. Yet, Kurama appeared oblivious, resting on the ground as though in a deep slumber. Before long, the nine tails transitioned from Jiraiya's being into that of Sylas. Jiraiya had anticipated that, although this process would not threaten his life, it would at least entail some degree of discomfort. To his astonishment, however, it felt remarkably warm. Had his 2 disciples not been present, he might have involuntarily expressed his pleasure. This was due to Silas intentionally employing healing techniques during the transfer of the tailed beast. Observing Jiraiya's flushed complexion and peculiar expression, Minato and Kushina were somewhat perplexed, yet they were reassured that Silas's assertions were indeed true. It was genuinely possible to transfer a tailed beast without inflicting harm upon its host. Are you both now at ease? Silas smiled. The 4th Hokage and his wife nodded, acknowledging the profound intricacies of the sealing technique. Both of them were adept in the art of sealing, thus they could easily discern Silas's prowess. Jiraiya-sensei, as we are in the village hidden in the leaves, it is rather inconvenient for me to linger for too long. I shall leave a shadow clone at home. Please notify me once you have chosen the new Jinchuriki. With that, Silas bid farewell to a few acquaintances and departed the village alongside Obito. What Silas yearns for most at present is to find a place to develop the capabilities of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails mode certainly appears quite impressive. Yet the essence lies not in its strength but in its aesthetic allure. Within a designated forbidden area of the Land of Snow, Silas internally calls upon the Nine Tails, Kurama. Lend me some chakra. The sealed Nine Tails flicks its tail, transmitting its chakra through a seemingly vacuous seal to Silas. A faintly crimson-tailed beast cloak materializes upon Silas's form. As he feels the abundant chakra coursing through him, Silas expresses satisfaction. However, he wonders why it manifests this way. Should it not be golden instead? Silas pondered for a moment. Realizing that to truly harness the myriad powers of the Nine Tails, akin to Naruto, there was an additional requirement: mutual understanding with the tailed beasts. This posed a considerable challenge for Silas, who had, after all, managed to win the affection of several tailed beasts through cunning and deceit, all while cloaking himself under the banner of the Sage of 6 Paths. Did it mean that he was expected to engage in daily conversations with the Nine Tails? This fox spirit seemed rather difficult to handle. Meanwhile, in the heart of the ninja world, Zetsu was diligently executing his reconnaissance mission when he suddenly sensed a formidable surge of chakra. A carnivorous plant emerged from the earth, gazing towards the Land of Snow. The Nine Tails? Was T the creature located in Konoha? Abandoning his current task, Zetsu swiftly burrowed into the ground, activating the shifting technique. Merging his form with the earth and flora, hastening towards the enemy harboring the Nine Tails chakra. To his surprise, it was indeed in the Land of Snow. He couldn't help but wonder if this had any connection to Silas. As the sensing grew more acute, Zetsu halted his movements. Just as he emerged from the soil, an enormous tailed beast ball came crashing down towards him. Have I been compromised? Zetsu instinctively thought, for how else could one explain being attacked upon emergence? Fortunately, being non-human afforded him many means of survival. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end there. Meanwhile, Silas, who was experimenting with various ninja techniques, suddenly sensed a familiar chakra manifesting briefly at the side of the tailed beast ball's impending strike, only to vanish again, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Why was Zetsu trying to burrow beneath my tailed beast ball? Was he bored and seeking some thrill? With the heaven-covering formation fully activated, Silas detected Zetsu's presence beneath the surface, where the explosion of the tailed beast would have created a crater-like depression. Zetsu, recognizing Silas's barrier technique, pondered for a moment before daring to peek out, intending to inquire further. I must ask, as a mere carnivorous plant, do you seek your own demise? I am here conducting experiments on ninja techniques. What compels you to burrow beneath my tailed beast ball? Zetsu retorted, I, a plant, demand compensation for emotional distress. Chapter 31. words from the heart upon hearing Silas's explanation and observing the devastated terrain around him, resembling a landscape struck by meteorites. Zetsu finally grasped that Sylas was indeed experimenting with ninja techniques. The spot where he had revealed himself was precisely where a tailed beast ball would land. How unfortunate I am. Yet, this grudge, I, Black Zetsu, shall remember. One day, I will surely share some heartfelt words with you. How did you come by the Nine Tails? Did you venture to Konoha? Currently, Sylas serves as a pivotal element in the Tsutsuki Kinshiki's plan to rescue his mother. Kaguya fears that he might rekindle his ties with Konoha and fall under the influence of the Will of Fire. Particularly concerning is the recent incident where Sylas caused quite a commotion in Konoha and Kumogakure on behalf of the Uchiha clan, which has stirred considerable anxiety within her. Were it not for Sylas's unwavering financial support to the Akatsuki organization, she would have begun to suspect that he had reverted to being a traitorous ninja of the Akatsuki. Returning to Konoha? No, I merely endeavored to reincarnate the fourth Hokage using Edo Tensei, only to discover that within him resided half of the Nine Tails chakra, which I subsequently transferred into my own body. Sylas elucidated. However, Kurizetsu's eyes brightened at the remark. Then why not directly transfer the Nine Tails into the Ten Tails vessel? Sylas has already mastered the Three Tails and Six Tails. However, both of these tailed beasts belong to the Hidden Mist Village. Their disappearance would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Therefore, it is entirely understandable that Sylas refrains from transferring these two-tailed beasts into the Ten Tails. Yet this Nine Tails, which clearly originates from a reincarnated entity of impure soil and can be considered a masterless possession, why the hesitation? How dare you, a mere pitcher plant? Instruct me on how to proceed? Sylas chuckled coldly. Regardless of how many years you have existed as an old coin, he could still refer to you in such a manner until the truth was revealed. Moreover, Heiju did not dare to challenge him. No, I merely believe that placing the Nine Tails within the Ten Tails may prove to be a safer option. No, it would be safest here with me. Once the Akatsuki's endeavor to gather the tailed beast is exposed, my Flying Thunder God technique is far more convenient than the leisurely transfer of the Ten Tails, is it not? Sylas remarked. You, a mere Nepenthes, should focus on your duties as an informant and refrain from meddling, if you please. Ju's lips twitched slightly, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Sylas. I, Tsutsuki Ju, am, strictly speaking, your ancestor. Just as he intended to depart and resume his tasks, Sylas obstructed his path. Has that corner joined the organization? No. The last time Conan approached him in an attempt to recruit him, he declined. Declined? Was there no confrontation? Sylas was somewhat taken aback. The strength of the was commendable, and the organization was indeed in need of such personnel. If this attempt were to fail, there might still be future opportunities. However, if they were to forcibly act and recruit him, even if he were to join the organization, it would likely hinder his ability to perform at his fullest capacity. Furthermore, should he not be retained, it could potentially create a lingering threat. That is because your methods of recruitment are flawed. You possess intelligence regarding his position, do you not? Bring my technique along. I wish to converse with him. I possess a means to facilitate his entry into the organization. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced. On the shoulder of Ju, Sylas inscribed a temporary technique before the carnivorous plant vanished from its sight, retrieving the long-awaited black robe adorned with crimson clouds from the realm of Flying Thunder God. He contemplated for a moment but ultimately chose to don the uniform of his own organization. The black robe with red clouds, a symbol of the Akatsuki, is not merely a striking garment. It harbors an unspoken rule. As long as one wears this robe, the likelihood of encountering peril diminishes significantly, while removing it guarantees death. Moments later, sensing that the technique carried by Ju had ceased its movement, Sylas activated the Flying Thunder God and materialized beside him. Before them strode a figure shrouded in a gray cloak, obscuring his entire being as he meandered through the woods. This was the one. Kakuzu had previously assassinated the first Hokage of Konoha and returned alive, a testament to his considerable strength. One must not underestimate him. Surviving an assassination attempt on the first Hokage? Is this fellow merely boasting over the years? It was merely that the first Hokage had no desire to kill him, after all. Conveniently, I also possess would release. It is time to test this man's capabilities. I suggest a peaceful approach. Ju continued to advise Sylas, recommending a gentle method to win him over. However, Sylas charged ahead without hesitation. How many times must I reiterate? The carnivorous plant must have the self-awareness of a carnivorous plant. Sylas did not even attempt to conceal his voice. Kakuzu could hear his words clearly. Turning around, Kakuzu observed Silas charging towards him, accompanied by the carnivorous plant behind him, and mused to himself that it was this organization once more. The last time, a winged woman had sought to recruit him into Samakatsuki, claiming it was for the sake of world peace. Could a formidable warrior like Kakuzu, who had faced off against the original Hokage and the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, decades ago and emerged unscathed, truly be swayed by a woman with such ludicrous reasoning to serve a dilapidated organization? Absolutely not. What was even more infuriating was that no terms had been discussed. Was this some sort of joke? Now, they had even sent someone to approach him again, and it appeared they intended to resort to force. Thus, there was no need for him to disguise his intentions any longer. He would ensure that this so-called Akatsuki remembered the terror of Kakuzu. Chapter 32. What defines a strong shinobi? Tactical retreat. Harboring resentment towards Konan for attempting to enlist him into the Akatsuki without the promise of remuneration, Kakuzu prepared to unleash a fire release as Sylas approached, his hands forming the necessary seals. He intended to demonstrate to this young upstart what true might in the shinobi world entailed. However, Sylas clasped his hands together and shouted, "Would release. Birth of the world." Having been fortunate enough to witness the first Hokage in battle, Kakuzu recognized the signature would release technique and the incantation that accompanied it. Initially, he assumed that this young boy was merely posturing, but as Sylas's voice resonated, the ground trembled, and trees erupted from the earth, advancing towards him. Was this truly would release? Given the scale of the summoning, it was likely on par with that of the first Hokage. The legendary would release, which could even restrain tailed beasts, was an experience Kakuzu had no desire to endure. Abruptly retracting the fire release that had risen to his throat, he turned to flee. Yet, before he could cover much distance, roots began to surge from all directions, obstructing his path. Kakuzu tore away the long robe that enveloped him, revealing his body, stitched together with dark threads, and the 4 masks on his back. The masks, born from the secret technique of Waikai, unleashed various ninjutsu under his command, obliterating the encroaching roots. A vacuum zone formed around Kakuzu, establishing a temporary sanctuary amidst the chaos. Silas did not rush to act. Instead, he continuously channeled chakra, curious to observe how long Kaku could still struggle. Kaku, however, did not possess such an extraordinary regenerative capability. Ultimately, when his own chakra could no longer keep pace, Kaku found himself ensnared by the wood release technique. Suspended among the trees, he felt a deep sense of resentment, with his wrists and arms severed. And under the control of the black threads extending from within, he formed hand seals with his remaining strength and unleashed a ninjutsu with his last vestiges of chakra. The wind release, pressure damage unleashed a sphere of high-pressure wind from his mouth, shattering the wood release that bound him. Silas did not impede him, allowing Kakuzu to fall to the ground. As he gazed upon the towering, ancient trees surrounding him, Kakuzu found no desire to flee. He contemplated joining the Akatsuki organization. Silas appeared before Kakuzu and spoke. "It seems I have little choice, do I?" Kakuzu was acutely aware of his current predicament. Having survived in the ninja world for so many years, he had outlived even 2 once-invincible powerhouses. His longevity was attributed to both his secret technique, the Earth Grudge Fear, and his keen understanding of the shifting tides of power. He knew precisely who and what to provoke, and who to avoid, according to the intelligence he possessed. The only individuals still wielding the wood release technique were the rogue ninja Sylas from Konoha and the 5th Mizukage from the village hidden in the mist, both equally formidable. "You must be Uchiha Sylas," Kakuzu remarked, unable to fathom that the 5th Mizukage was merely a Fade of Sylas. "Indeed, I can join the Akatsuki. But you cannot compel me to undertake missions," Kakuzu stated. Long ago, before he transformed into a monster, Kakuzu had been a ninja willing to wager his life for his village. However, after his failed assassination of the first Hokage and subsequent capture by his own village, his life philosophy had undergone a profound transformation. Betrayed after risking everything for his village, Kakuzu no longer placed his trust in anyone. In this world, he believed, only money would never deceive him. Thus, fueled by intense hatred, he escaped from prison, seizing the village's prized secret technique, Earthgrudge Fear, and using it to extract the hearts of all the village as high-ranking officials. From that moment onward, he became a bounty hunter in the ninja world. "I warned you. Using force will only yield counterproductive results," Zetsu interjected, emerging from the ground. Kakuzu regarded the talking plant with curiosity. While he had encountered numerous speaking summons, he had never seen a plant that could converse. "Is this a summoned plant cultivated by your organization?" Just as Zetsu was about to unleash a tirade, Silas interjected, "Zetsu, go carry out another task. I will persuade Kakuzu to join the Akatsuki." The use of force was merely a means to make him recognize the reality of his situation and listen to Silas. Upon hearing Silas's words, Zetsu gradually sank back into the ground to attend to other matters. "Kakuzu, I know you have survived for quite some time with Earthgrudge fear. Even the god of ninjas has perished under your hand, so in that sense, you could be considered a victor in life. However, look at your circumstances. For all these years, you have relied on murder to exchange for bounty, which is a gross underutilization of your talents." Kakuzu was taken aback. How could the Akatsuki know about his Earthgrudge fear? He had never disclosed this information to anyone, and when he defected, he had eliminated all those who were privy to the secret. The Akatsuki was indeed formidable. Observing Kakuzu's silence, Silas continued, "I understand that your intentions to join the organization are not sincere. Being coerced by my strength must leave you somewhat resentful. Perhaps you should accompany me on a journey first before making your decision." Silas stepped forward, placing a hand on Kakuzu's shoulder. "Of course, you may refuse. But let us see how long your 5 hearts can endure." He was indeed aware of his secret. The secret of the Earth grievance was fully comprehended by him. His intelligence had been entirely grasped by the other party, and his own strength paled in comparison. There truly was no choice in the matter. Kakuzu nodded, reassuringly, "Rest assured. I am not so ungrateful." Silas smiled, adorned with his horn, as he transitioned into the land of snow. "Now, allow me to unveil the future of this ninja realm to you." Silas adorned Kakuzu with a new robe and led him through the royal city of the land of snow. Compared to a year ago, the royal city had expanded to an astonishing size, tenfold at least. The generous salaries and comprehensive welfare system had drawn the entire populace of the land of snow to this place. Not to mention, many wanderers from neighboring countries flocked here as well. The influx of people transformed the once sparsely populated royal city into a hub of human concentration, rivaling even the royal city of the land of water. However, this surge in population did not lead to an increase in housing prices. Whenever the housing supply lagged behind population growth, Silas would dispatch his shadow clones to employ the wood-release, multi-column house technique, erecting wooden homes on the outskirts of the city. These structures were meticulously designed based on Silas's experiences from his previous life, complete with furnishings. Not only were they free to occupy, but after working for the Penguin Commerce Association for a designated period, the houses would be gifted outright. Kakuzu gazed at these streets, a sight he had never encountered before, and found himself momentarily captivated. Each face radiated with joy, and children frolicked and chased one another down the streets. It seemed that the Akatsuki truly aimed to establish peace in the ninja world. Suddenly, a building named the Snow Country Bank caught his eye. He could sense the alluring aroma of wealth. Chapter 33, Kakuzu, the sound of financial freedom. "What is that?" Kakuzu inquired, gazing at the Snow Country Bank ahead. The bank, established by the official government of the Land of Snow, allowed one to deposit money and withdraw it at any branch. Wasn't he that akin to a moneylender? Kakuzu furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the distinction between this establishment and a moneylender. The differences between a bank and a moneylender were indeed significant. It seemed that Silas discerned the confusion in Zhao's expression and began to elucidate. When withdrawing funds from the bank, aside from verifying the account number and password, distinct identification methods were established for both ordinary individuals and ninjas. For the former, it was necessary to authenticate one's fingerprint alongside a special sealing technique, capable of discerning whether the individual was a ninja in disguise. Conversely, ninjas were identified by their unique aura and chakra. Furthermore, not only were there no transaction fees, but interest was also accrued. All of these innovations were the result of the tireless efforts of the most formidable programmer in the ninja realm, Senju Tobarama. Initially, Silas merely proposed a model, without anticipating that Fei Jian, with his own understanding, would genuinely devise a method for real name verification within the banking system. Moreover, Silas enhanced this identification system using his sealing techniques to the extent that even the clones of White Zetsu could be recognized. It was secure and convenient. Upon hearing Silas's explanation, Zhao Du comprehended the primary distinction between banks and money exchanges. The virtually counterfeit-proof method ensured that any funds held within the bank were exceedingly secure. And astonishingly, there were no transaction fees. Over the years, Zhao Du had accumulated substantial rewards from the exchange, but had never maintained any savings due to his aversion to the fees imposed by money exchanges, leading him to carry his cash on his person. Whenever he passed through towns, he would lavishly spend his money. However, the existence of a bank that charged no fees was indeed a revelation. Could it be that he could deposit his funds in this bank? If so, in a few hundred years, he could potentially become the wealthiest individual in the ninja world? Yet, what was this business with interest? It was as though by depositing money in the bank, one would receive a certain interest rate annually. It seemed to be 3% per year. Upon hearing this, Jiaodu's eyes sparkled with realization. He quickly calculated in his mind, believing that his path to becoming the richest could be expedited by several decades. The individuals behind this bank must be quite naive. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the interest alone could lead them to financial ruin. Upon hearing Jiaodu's words, Silas chuckled softly. Indeed, I have suffered significant losses at the bank. Is it yours? No, to be precise. I am merely one of the shareholders. Jiaodu, naturally skeptical that Silas would engage in such a losing venture, harbored a faint suspicion that there was a lucrative opportunity hidden within. Before he could voice his inquiry, Silas gestured towards the bank, saying, "Whether I have lost or not, you may observe for yourself." The two then entered the bank. "Lord Silas, what brings you here?" The staff, recognizing Silas, rushed forward to attend to him with utmost courtesy. "Do not mind me. Please take this gentleman and familiarize him with the workings of our bank." Upon hearing Silas's directive, the staff shifted their gaze to the side, where Jiaodu stood. With a hint of confusion, they inquired, "My lord, does that include all aspects?" "There is no need for concealment. Take him wherever he wishes to go, and answer his questions truthfully." After Silas finished his explanation, he patted Jiaodu's shoulder and said, "Trust me. You will fall in love with this place." After Silas finished speaking, he departed from the bank. If all goes as anticipated, the Horn would soon grasp the workings of the bank. Everything that Silas has presented to him would undoubtedly compel this money-driven old man to abandon all principles and serve his own interests. Silas wandered through the royal city, observing the orderly surroundings with a nod of satisfaction. Peace cannot be achieved solely through force, without productivity and an improvement in the standard of living. All aspirations are mere illusions. Fortunately, the diligent efforts of the research team have proven invaluable. The development of a range of versatile ninja tools, accessible even to the average citizen, has significantly liberated productivity. Furthermore, according to the latest progress report from Orochimaru, the entire city will soon be equipped with electric trams. Silas eagerly anticipated the city's development towards everything he remembered. It was not until the afternoon, as the bank was nearing closing time, that Silas paused his steps and arrived at the bank he intended to visit. "What are you up to, Jiaodu?" As Silas entered the office, he immediately noticed the corner, where a figure was fixated on the report before him, eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. It was already past the time for staff to finish their work, yet the figure remained unabated in enthusiasm, interrogating the employees with a barrage of questions that became increasingly irksome. This individual was quite vexing. It was his first time working overtime since joining the bank. At last, the figure comprehended the bank's profit strategy, collecting funds, disbursing a certain interest, and then turning around to lend these funds at a higher interest rate to those seeking loans. This cyclical income was all laid bare in the report the figure held in hand. Such a confidential document would typically never be shown to outsiders, but since Silas, the esteemed boss, had spoken, the staff had no choice but to comply. How foolish I have been. The figure realized that the decades he had spent laboriously, risking life and limb to fulfill the bounty tasks at the exchange, had yielded far less than the bank's earnings over just a few months. It was evident, I shall never become the wealthiest in the ninja world. What a predicament. Silas signaled to the staff that they could depart, and only after his departure did he speak to Kaku. Kakuzu turned around, his excitement palpable as he declared, "I wish to join the Akatsuki. But on one condition, I must oversee the financial affairs of the bank. The sight of such wealth, even if it is not my own, brings an unparalleled joy each day. Apologies, Snow Country Bank, but this is not the way of the Akatsuki." Silas smiled. After living for so many years, Kakuzu understood perfectly well what Silas meant. "My willingness to assist you remains contingent upon the same conditions as before. Only after you accomplish the tasks I set forth will I permit you to manage this bank. Furthermore, it is not limited to the Snow Country Bank. Even the Penguin Trade Association is included." The Penguin Trade Association? Is that not the multinational trading consortium that has recently gained notoriety in the ninja world? Kakuzu's 5 hearts began to race fiercely. He could almost hear the sound of financial freedom. "What would you have me do?" "It's quite simple. You merely need to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization." "Kakuzu, Chapter 34. Increased compensation and a triumvirate win. Arranging spies within my own organization? This was a maneuver Kakuzu had never witnessed before. Could it be that there is discord within the Akatsuki? Does Silas wish to implant his own informants within the organization? What exactly is required of me? You simply need to follow the directives of the organization. For the tasks you execute, keep me informed. When I require your assistance, I shall notify you. Kakuzu nodded, indicating his understanding. Excellent. Now let us discuss your remuneration. Naturally, until you complete your espionage assignment. Your salary will be deposited into your Snow Country bank account. Once you attain your freedom, you may utilize it. Kakuzu gazed at the contract Silas produced. The monthly salary was so substantial that he was tempted to sign a lifelong agreement. Why does the contract only extend until the completion of the undercover mission? In truth, I wouldn't mind signing for several additional years. How about a lifelong contract? The money is of little consequence. I primarily find the thrill of undercover work exhilarating. After so many years of survival, it is time to experience the rush of adrenaline. Rest assured, upon the successful completion of your mission, a new contract will await you with a salary that is at least this amount. Silas spread his palms, his 5 fingers gesturing towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu's eyes brightened. This fellow was quite affluent. In the land of rain, the incessant downpours persisted year-round. Nagato stood atop the highest edifice, gazing down upon the village shrouded in gloomy clouds. Nagato, Silas has arrived, and he has brought Kakuzu along. Conan appeared behind Nagato, offering a reminder. Kakuzu, wasn't he rejected the last time you attempted to recruit him? Silas managed to persuade him. Nagato, somewhat surprised, turned to Pain and remarked, he is indeed an impressive addition. From now on, let him handle such tasks. New members who pass the assessment should be recruited by Silas. Conan nodded in agreement, since someone was more suited for this role. She was more than willing to yield it to him. Furthermore, Silas's flying thunder god technique, combined with his unique abilities, was exceptionally apt for this task. Take me to meet him. You are the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain? Kakuzu gazed into Nagato's eyes, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. This was his first encounter with such eyes, though beyond his comprehension, he understood they bore a resemblance to the powerful Sharingan. I wholeheartedly agree with the ideals of the Akatsuki. Before Nagato could respond, Kakuzu grasped Pain's hand, expressing his earnest desire to join. To create a world devoid of war is truly a noble aspiration. Please, allow me to join. Nagato turned his gaze towards Conan. Didn't you mention that he was disinterested in our organization's purpose during your last visit? Conan was equally taken aback by Kakuzu's transformation. Had he fallen under Silas's illusion? Had he been brainwashed? Ahem, you need not worry. The reason Kakuzu declined your invitation previously was due to his lack of understanding of our organization. After my thorough explanation, he has come to realize the greatness of our cause and now desires to join the Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu thought, your so-called thorough explanation entailed beating me first and then throwing money at me? Nagato and Conan remained skeptical. Of course, I'm not working for the organization for free. Kakuzu's tone shifted suddenly. I have lived for decades, accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, always yearning for this kind of unfettered existence. In Kakuzu's self-description, he portrayed himself as a carefree wanderer, unbound and cherishing freedom. Nagato, confused, inquired, do you mean? Isn't it clear? I want more money. So it was for the sake of wealth. Nagato and Conan finally set aside their suspicions. If you needed money, you should have mentioned it sooner. Ever since Silas established the Penguin Guild, the financial issues of the Akatsuki organization have been splendidly resolved. If you had directly asked for an increase in funds last time, it would have certainly eliminated any concerns regarding Silas. Of course, that can be arranged. But is there a contract? Nagato was taken aback. What contract? Does our organization have such a thing? At the insistence of Kakuzu, Conan drafted a contract. Kakuzu glanced at the salary outlined in the document, which was a mere fraction of what Silas had offered, and mused to himself, such a destitute organization, Silas must not be motivated by money. Yet, he maintained a cordial demeanor and said, excellent, excellent, before signing the contract. Thus, with the introduction of the intermediary Silas, Kakuzu successfully joined the Akatsuki organization. The introducer Silas was quite pleased with his new undercover agent, and within the organization, both Nagato and Conan were equally satisfied. Kakuzu, earning wages from both sides, had no grievances whatsoever. This is a true win-win-win situation. Before his departure, Silas silently mused. 2 months later, in the Hidden Mist Village, The fleet tasked with eradicating the water bandits returned triumphantly. Standing at the bow of the colossal tortoise-shaped vessel, under the personal command of the 5th Mizukage, was Kisame Hoshigaki, who had been appointed as the leader of the anti-pirate squad with the assistance of 2 of his shadow clones. Behind him trailed 3 of his hand-picked subordinates. The second wielder of the double blades, Hoshigaki Mangetsu, a descendant of the 2nd Mizukage, Zuki Mangetsu, renowned for his unparalleled water techniques, and the prodigious ninja, Ringo Aimuri, celebrated alongside the current Mizukage secretary, Terumi Mei. The third individual, however, was somewhat peculiar. Kusa, a companion of Ringo Aimuri, had originally come from an outside village for medical treatment, but was forcibly recruited into the ranks by Ringo. It was said that he had signed a 15-year contract with the Penguin Chamber of Commerce, and upon returning to the village, he was to commence his duties. Kisame had already arrived near the Hidden Mist village. The 2 shadow clones declared, "We shall return to our original forms to deliver the news." With that, they vanished from sight. Observing the departure of the 2 clones, the others sighed in relief. Finally, they were gone. The ability of those 2 clones to instill such a formidable presence was a testament to the 5th Mizukage's prowess. Meanwhile, Silas, who had been processing documents in the Mizukage's office, sensed the information relayed back from the 2 clones and experienced a momentary dizziness. These 2 clones had not been dispelled for a full 6 months, relying on their level 5 shadow clone technique to maintain an extraordinary standby function for such an extended period. It seems I have returned. If I had stayed away any longer, I might have forgotten that I had 2 shadow clones. This was also an experiment for Silas. He wished to observe how long the clones could persist without an automatic dispel command. It seemed that several years of independent activity would not pose a problem. Terumi Mei, inform the village that the anti-pirate squad has returned. Let us head to the port to welcome the tortoise. Chapter 35, The Transformation of Hidden Mist Village, Part 1. Thank you for your hard work. You have served the village well. At the port, Silas and his companions awaited the return of the fleet. On board the tortoise ship, the ninja squad donned naval cloaks, appearing remarkably spirited. Compared to 6 months ago, Kisame Hoshigaki had matured considerably through prolonged naval combat. The seized supplies and numerous captives were suspended behind the ship, trailing along on a series of vessels. While the village busied itself with the handling of the confiscated resources and prisoners, Silas led Kisame and his trusted allies back to the Mizukage Tower. Mizukage-sama, we have fulfilled our mission without disgrace. Here is the list of seized supplies and captives for your review. Furthermore, this is the list of those who perished in battle. Kisame presented 2 documents, and Silas perused the list of the fallen warriors. Observing the over 100 names inscribed upon it, he heaved a sigh. As Silas's 2 shadow clones tirelessly tended to the wounded in the expeditionary forces, coupled with the overwhelming disparity in power between both sides. Any occasional crises were swiftly neutralized by the decisive interventions of Silas's shadow duplicates. The Mist Shinobi forces suffered minimal losses, amounting to merely over 100. Yet they succeeded in thoroughly purging the water bandits surrounding the Land of Water. Silas has meticulously preserved the list of the fallen, intending to resurrect them at the opportune moment. You have all toiled diligently over the past 6 months. Please, take your seats. With a surge of chakra, stools materialized behind several individuals who curiously settled upon them. Is it not somewhat excessive to employ the wood release techniques acquired from the rogue ninja of Konoha for such purposes? Was it not referred to as the shadow of grass? Silas had long noticed the presence of the grass shadow beside Linshin Yuli, which reminded him that he had resolved the issues of the grass ninja village 6 months prior and had yet to inform him. Indeed, my lord. The grass shadow replied promptly upon hearing Silas' call. Regarding the matters of the village. As Silas was about to reveal matters concerning the village of grass, he was interrupted by the shadow of grass. Sir, the village of mist is truly splendid. I intend to remain here indefinitely, the shadow of grass interjected, eager to divert attention from Silas's intent to unearth his past. He was keen to keep his former identity as the village head of the village of grass concealed. Should the news leak and the villagers come seeking him, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Having enjoyed such a pleasant life in the village of mist, returning to that previous village would be utterly detrimental. Since this is your wish, I shall refrain from further comment. But there are certain matters you ought to clarify with those around you. Silas cast a glance at the unwaveringly attentive Yuki Ringo, a smile gracing his lips. I had wondered why Yuki Ringo's progress toward liberation had been consistently advancing over the past 6 months. It turns out, someone has been diligently working on my behalf. Yuki Ringo's liberation progress stood at 57. The matter of eradicating bandits had reached a conclusion, and he was advised to take a brief respite before assuming his position at the Penguin Chamber of Commerce, which had been awaiting his arrival for half a year. Originally, it was unnecessary for Tsukikage to participate further in the bandit eradication efforts to repay the contribution points Yuki Ringo had covered for him, as the salary offered by the Penguin Chamber was astonishingly lucrative. However, Tsukikage, having pledged to accompany Yuki Ringo, requested a delayed start from the Penguin Chamber. A 15-year contract meant that once such an individual joined, they would ascend to a position of considerable authority within management. The person in charge could not make a unilateral decision, and thus the matter was escalated, ultimately reaching Silas. For him, whether it was the Penguin Chamber or the task of bandit eradication, both served the purpose of advancing the will of water, and thus held no objection. Consequently, Tsukikage boarded the vessel Tritail, accompanying Yuki Ringo as they drifted across the sea for half a year. It was truly the heart of Tsukikage, known to all passers-by. Within the confines of the office, Tsukikage glanced at Yuki Ringo beside him, contemplating. Upon our return, I shall reveal my circumstances to her and formally express my sentiments. The ghostly lanterns illuminated the full moon. Silas turned to the new wielder of the dual swords, the flounder, Uchiha Mangetsu. This marked the first occasion that Uchiha Mangetsu faced Silas directly, and he was overwhelmed with emotion. During the tenure of Yagura, he had suffered from a grave illness, remaining confined to his home. Had it not been for Silas's efforts before assuming office, where he dispatched numerous shadow clones to tend to the injured in order to garner support from the ninjas, Uchiha Mangetsu might well have found himself in a grave long ago. This act of saving his life was one of profound significance. Furthermore, upon learning of his existence, Silas had intentionally sent him the flounder, thus allowing him to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Such gratitude left Uchiha Mangetsu at a loss for words. He resolved to support the 5th Hokage with tangible actions and was among the first to enlist upon hearing of the anti-bandit operation. You've worked hard these past 6 months. Take a few days to rest before you report to the Penguin Chamber, Silas instructed. Uchiha Mangetsu replied, My lord, I do not comprehend your meaning. It is quite simple. You have been dismissed from the combat division of the Hidden Mist Village. Not just you, but also Ringo Yuri. Those who excelled in this operation are free to choose whether to join the Penguin Chamber. Estimating the numbers, Silas added, I reckon it will be around 1/3. The others exchanged glances, stunned. 1/3 of the outstanding performers? My lord, with all due respect, should these ninjas join the Penguin Chamber, its total number would equate to that of the village. Uchiha Mangetsu cautioned. This was an exceedingly precarious situation for the village, which represented the military might of the nation. Your words do carry some weight, Silas conceded. Are you suggesting that the village's ninjas still outnumber those of the Penguin Chamber? This cannot be allowed. If we are to diminish the concept of the ninja village, we must expedite the departure of the ninjas from the village, particularly those who are exceptional and possess formidable combat abilities. Silas interrupted, proposing a single elimination system. For every task assigned, those who perform the best would be dismissed entirely, sent to the Penguin Guild to execute missions in other nations. Half of the team, perhaps, Uchiha Mangetsu remarked. The combat strength of the village cannot merely be determined by the number of ninjas. Over the past 6 months, you must have witnessed my shadow clones engage in combat only a few times. Do you believe that numbers hold any significance? Faced with Silas's inquiry, several individuals fell into silence. To speak candidly, even Silas's 2 shadow clones possessed the capability to annihilate their entire combat unit. As long as I am here, the village will remain secure. In fact, I am inclined to believe that the combat unit could be entirely disbanded. Ultimately, a small number of ninjas would suffice to maintain the village's order and administration. Silas reclined in his chair, observing the crowd. Ever since he had decisively defeated the 3-tailed beast in front of numerous elders 6 months ago, the village had ceased to entertain any dissenting voices. All commands issued by Silas have been executed with remarkable precision. A faction of disobedient individuals has been duly reported by the malevolent reincarnates secretly placed by Silas, ultimately receiving the punishment they deserved. Currently, this village is under the sole authority of Silas. He intends to expel the majority of ninjas from the ranks of the Hidden Mist Village, planning to recruit new members only when the need arises. Through a formal examination process. The Civil Service Examination of the Ninja Realm? Chapter 36, The Transformation of the Hidden Mist Village, Part 2. After a few individuals exited the office, Silas summoned Terumi, instructing her to announce the elimination system he had established at an appropriate time. My lord, the annual shareholders meeting of the Penguin Consortium is scheduled for tomorrow. Will you attend in your original form or as a shadow clone? Terumi reminded Silas after he spoke. While her boss excels in many areas, his tendency to slack off is quite vexing. Even she has learned from him. Once, she had broached the topic, only to be met with his dismissal, claiming it was his will of water that allowed him to slack off. So, the will of water equates to slacking off? It has already been a year. Silas never anticipated that a year had already elapsed since he assumed the position of the fifth Mizukage and proposed a series of reforms. Such a significant matter, it seems, must be addressed by myself. After a moment of contemplation, Silas decided against sending a shadow clone to attend the meeting on his behalf. After all, this occasion was rather formal. The shareholders of the Penguin Chamber of Commerce included esteemed figures, even the feudal lords of the Water and Earth nations. Not only would representatives from the Earth and Water nations be present, but even the illustrious Anoki of the Iwagakure would also attend. It seems somewhat inappropriate for Silas to utilize shadow clones merely to feign engagement, although, given his mastery of such techniques, it is likely that no one would discern the ruse. Furthermore, there is another village whose shadow desires to attend the shareholders' meeting. However, the matters discussed at this meeting pertain to the confidentiality of the guild, rendering us uncertain about how to proceed. We seek the esteemed judgment of the elder in this regard. Silas's first thought was of a small village reminiscent of the Grass Ninja village. The Wind Shadow, Rosha, also wished to attend this gathering. Who? That Rosha from whom I pilfered the magnetic release? What purpose could he possibly serve? Silas appeared somewhat perplexed. Perhaps he desired to establish a logistics center in the Land of Wind as well. Ah, so he is envious of the prophets and wishes to involve himself. Let him come. Silas welcomes the involvement of more great powers, believing that the more proactive they are, the faster the unification of the ninja world will progress. The following day, at the headquarters of the Penguin Chamber of Commerce, shareholders from both nations gathered in unison. At the forefront of the assembly were the fifth Mizukage, Gafukai, and the third Suchikage, Anoki, flanked by their respective guards and secretaries. Representatives from various nations were seated on either side, attentively listening to the chamber's representative summarizing the past year's activities. The most significant aspect of this summary was the financial gains achieved over the year. As the fiscal report was displayed on the grand screen in the Land of Snow, the cornered figure of Rosha gazed upon the astronomical figures, shedding tears of envy over his financial struggles. Rosha, as a Kage of his village, had tirelessly wandered the vast deserts, seeking gold dust to trade for resources to maintain his village's operations. In stark contrast, the Mizukage and Suchikage effortlessly profited from the Penguin Chamber of Commerce, earning substantial sums while merely resting. How could there be such a disparity among Kages? Rosha resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he must join this chamber. Amidst a serene atmosphere, the inaugural shareholders' meeting of the Penguin Chamber of Commerce concluded splendidly. The representatives of both nations wore smiles as they received a bank card from the Land of Snow, containing their dividends for the year. The Snow Country Bank had flourished in both the Land of Earth and the Land of Water, and with official assurances, they were eager to adopt this novel method of deposits. Eventually, most attendees dispersed, leaving behind the Kages of the Water, Earth, and Wind nations. Is that Rosha in the corner? Anoki remarked, having long noticed Rosha's presence and surmising his intentions. The young Kage was likely envious of the benefits enjoyed by the two nations and wished to invest. Rosha, you have been observing for quite some time. Please feel free to share your thoughts. Since the Suchikage is present, let us engage in a discussion among the three Kages. With a sigh, Rosha approached with his guards from the corner. The group relocated to the conference room, and the three parties took their seats. Rosha began. I am here representing Sunagakure to discuss the proposal for a logistics center for the Penguin Chamber of Commerce in the Land of Wind. Wait, I consider myself a major shareholder of this chamber, and I have yet to agree to your joining. The obstinate Anoki was reluctant to share the spoils. The last time he had readily acquiesced to Silas's demands was born out of desperation, as Silas had directly brought his aircraft near their village, and resistance was futile. But you, Rosha, on what grounds do you presume to join? Calm down, old man. Expanding the trade routes of the chamber can benefit us all, Rosha interjected. It would be wise to hear the Wind Kage's proposal fully before making any decisions. Silas offered his counsel. Rosha gazed at the two individuals before him and sighed inwardly. Although the Land of Wind is the largest among the 5 great ninja nations, the vast expanse of desert occupies most of its territory. Not to mention the impoverished state of affairs, there is scarcely anything of value to engage in trade. The sand gold technique he mastered could alleviate the village's financial woes to some extent, yet as he observed the growing wealth of the earth and water countries, he found it increasingly intolerable. After much deliberation amidst dissent in the village, he arrived at a significant decision. Sunagakure is willing to invest in the Penguin Consortium by sharing its secret technique of puppet mastery. These words were newly learned by Rosha during his brief stay in Kirigakure. Upon hearing Rosha's proclamation, even Sylas could hardly contain his astonishment. This technique is the very foundation of Sunagakure's establishment. How could Rosha be willing to part with it? Sylas sought to ascertain the true meaning of Rosha's words, particularly regarding the concept of technical equity. The Sand-Hidden Village would dispatch a team of puppeteers to join the Penguin Commerce Association, offering technical support to the guild. Upon hearing this, the nearby daimyo scoffed, noting that it amounted to nothing more than sending laborers to work. How could they even consider equity under such circumstances? Just as he was about to slam the table in outrage, cursing Rosha's audacity, Sylas interjected. Very well. However, the guild does not require those lethal puppet tools. What we seek are instruments that can enhance production, preferably accessible to the common populace. Unlike daimyo, Sylas understood the profound implications of puppet techniques in this world. Puppetry aligned perfectly with Sylas's vision of automated machinery. Yet, what he desired was not puppets controlled by ninjas through chakra threads, but rather devices that ordinary individuals could operate with simplicity to accomplish tasks beyond human capability. Sylas rapped his fingers upon the table, declaring, "I shall present you with a list of required tools and expectations. In a month's time, should you meet the standards, you will become a shareholder of the Penguin Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 37. Confirmed through a glance, it is the undercover agent. The following day, when Rosha beheld the array of tasks Sylas had laid before him, he was momentarily taken aback. An automated seeder, an automated harvester, an automated weeder, indeed. These were intended for civilian use. Although a wave of uncertainty washed over him, Rosha accepted the task list. Under Sylas's eager gaze, he set forth on his journey home. Rosha's progress towards liberation. 9. Indeed, there are points of release. One might presume there should be no issues. Sylas gazed at Rosha, pondering deeply. With the ideas he provided and the existing technological support, it was reasonable to believe that the Sand-Hidden Village could accomplish this series of innovations, significantly enhancing the productivity of ordinary people. Although these tasks could also be managed by the scientific quartet from the Snow Country, each of them was preoccupied with their own matters, making it inconvenient to impose additional responsibilities upon them. After all, I pride myself on being a conscientious employer. As Sylas returned to the Snow Country, intending to indulge in leisurely pursuits, he unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest. "Pitcher Plant, what brings you here? Call me Absolute. You are not even human. Why the fuss? I am your ancestor." Absolute roared internally. "Pain has sent me to inform you that there are 3 new members. We should consider integrating them into the organization." "Sylas, what is the situation? Are they actively sending me to infiltrate the organization? I have never encountered such a bold maneuver by Nagato. And 3? Could it be those 3 I have imagined? 3. Who are they?" "They are the 3 rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, the very ones who were left severely injured by Might Guy and subsequently attempted to assassinate Yagura, only to fail in defect. Now, they have caught Nagato's attention, and he intends for them to join the Akatsuki. Very well, lead me to their location." Silently, I descended into the earth, utilizing Sylas's Flying Thunder God technique to reach the enemies where the 3 were located. Sylas gently touched his right eye, and at last, he could wield the Kodo Amatsukami. Ever since the 9 tails had entered his body, he had relied on its chakra's corruption to complete the transformation from 3 Tomo to the Meijiki Sharingan. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to impose Kodo Amatsukami upon others. Such reckless manipulation of another's will, if employed excessively, could lead to a peculiar distortion in his own character. It bore resemblance to the absurd narratives he had encountered in a forum from his previous life about Liu Bei. Now, at long last, there was someone suitable to utilize it. After all, he found himself at a loss for effective means to turn these 3 individuals into his informants. Unlike Kakuzu, they could not simply be coerced with money. Moments later, Sylas arrived at the location where Zetsu resided. "You may go ahead. I will manage this." Sylas spoke, instructing the Absolute to let the individuals depart. Unlike the others, these 3 were not mere pawns. one must exercise caution in their approach. The Absolute understood that Silas's method of recruiting involved first delivering a beating, followed by an appeal to reason. However, he was deeply apprehensive that Sylas might inadvertently end their lives, for these three were among the rarest finds in the world of endurance, and he had labored diligently to locate them. Thus, before departing, he earnestly cautioned them. "Are you instructing me once more?" The Absolute remained silent, sinking into the earth once again, vanishing from sight. Sylas gazed intently at the trio seated nearby, engrossed in their meal. With purposeful strides, he advanced and unleashed a summoning technique, would release, advent of the tree realm. Moments later, the three individuals, suspended from the branches, beheld the figure of a masked man draped in a black robe adorned with red clouds, nonchalantly toying with their three ninja blades. Rendered speechless by the audacity of their predicament. What a world it was. Here they were, savoring their rations and boasting, only to be ambushed by a bandit. And not just any bandit, but one wielding would release. Have robbers nowadays become this formidable? Is there no justice left? No law to uphold? Wait a moment, would release? Are you the infamous 50-50? Haipa Zhang was the first to break the silence. No, it is my technique of wood release that I imparted to him. Silas removed his mask. Sylas, the wood release secret technique, known as 50-50, originates from the rogue ninja Sylas of the Leaf Village. This is a fact well known throughout the ninja world. Indeed, I am Sylas. I have come here to request your assistance in a matter. In no more than 10 years, you shall be free. A green-haired figure, Kurozai Rhea, suddenly inquired. You and 50-50 should have a cooperative relationship. Is he aware of your recruitment efforts involving us? Although 50-50 had toppled Yagura's tyrannical rule, in their perception, Yagura was also considered 50-50's twin brother. If 50-50 were to learn of the information regarding the rogue ninjas who nearly killed his brother, it was uncertain how he might respond. You need not concern yourselves with that. The three exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a struggle. They felt that acquiescing so readily seemed inappropriate. Yet they found themselves with little choice. A mere minute passed, and they could not endure any longer. How would they proceed? Sylas, observing the hesitation in their eyes, thought in himself that he would have to rely on the powers of the otherworldly god, just as he was about to hypnotize them one by one. Haipa Zhang suddenly spoke up. I agree, but I have a request. Speak. Upon the successful completion of this task, I wish to return to the Mist Village. Can you ensure that the 5th Mizukage will overlook the events of the past? The series of reforms implemented by the 5th Mizukage after taking office had spread throughout the ninja world. The three rogue ninjas, enduring hardship in the wilderness, felt regret upon hearing that the Mist Village's ninjas were afforded benefits akin to social security. Although they had been the vanguards in the rebellion against Yagura's tyranny, they remained uncertain whether 50-50, Yagura's brother, would take action against them. Thus, they had lingered outside. Hearing of Silas' favorable relationship with 50-50, Haipa Zhang hoped to seize this opportunity to potentially return to the Mist Village. You wish to return to the Mist Village? Not just me. All three of us actually desire to. Silas gazed at the three individuals nodding before him, contemplating whether he might no longer require the assistance of other deities. The current policies of the hidden Mist Village were exceptionally favorable. Over the past year, all the wandering ninjas they encountered had made their way to the village. Were it not for the fear of potential repercussions from the conflict regarding their assassination of Yagura, they would have returned long ago. Sylas pondered for a moment before replying. How about we have 5-5 meet with you directly? Without waiting for the agreement of the three, Sylas promptly vanished from sight, employing shadow clones and transformation techniques to assume a different identity. Moments later, he returned before them. Let us converse, he declared. At the Akatsuki's base, Conan spoke behind pain. I knew that sending him would yield no issues. With Kakuza present, it's the perfect opportunity for them to meet and become acquainted. Shortly thereafter, Conan introduced the newly arrived trio to Kakuzu. These three individuals were also recruited by Sylas. Take a moment to familiarize yourselves with one another. Kakuzu, Hashigaki Kasame, and the three new companions exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Upon confirming their shared understanding, they recognized each other as comrades in the shadows. Damn, this wretched organization is doomed. Chapter 38. The power of the kaleidoscope under the persuasion of the 5th Mizukage, 5-5. The trio of rogue mist ninjas willingly became Sylas's undercover agents within the Akatsuki organization. After all, they were merely working. Besides, Sylas had assured them through his alias that as long as they fulfilled their missions, they could eventually return to the hidden Mist Village, claiming that they had infiltrated an evil organization for the sake of peace in the ninja world. Initially, they had only hoped to return to their village, never anticipating that they would inadvertently receive an Ultra-S-level undercover mission. They had expected this task to be exceedingly perilous, yet it turned out to be rather unremarkable. According to their seasoned comrade Kakazu, it appeared that, aside from the four of them, there were only a few other allies within the organization. The only individuals who were not undercover were the leader, his secretary, and a carnivorous plant. What kind of organization is this for espionage? The trio scratched their heads in confusion. At Silas's residence in the Hidden Mist village, Zabuza was training his disciple, Jinru. Over the course of nearly a year, Jinru had developed to the point where he could hold his own against Zabuza in physical combat. Meanwhile, their teacher stood with his back turned, intensely glaring at the wooden post planted in the center of the courtyard. Silas murmured in the ordinary Mandarin of his past, "Behold my divine might, impervious and invincible, consume my heavenly radiance." The two individuals behind him listened to their teacher's seemingly nonsensical mutterings and thought, "Our teacher has poured his heart and soul into the village. We must strive diligently to alleviate his burdens as soon as possible." Had Silas removed his mask and faced the two directly, they would have noticed the peculiar anomaly in his left eye. Silas is endeavoring to harness his kaleidoscope abilities. Following the baptism of the Nine-Tails chakra, his own kaleidoscope has awakened. Moreover, its shape remarkably manifests as a perfect circle. Silas harbored suspicions that his recent incessant activation of the three-tomo Sharingan might have led to his current predicament. Yet, throughout this duration, he had failed to discern the true capabilities of his kaleidoscope. He found himself profoundly intrigued by how the Uchiha clan members in the original narrative came to realize the unique powers bestowed by their own Mangeki. What purpose does this eye serve? Might it not be better to donate it to someone in need? Just as Silas lamented his situation, an unexpected incident unfolded behind him among the two individuals engaged in training. While Zabuza pondered how to alleviate his teacher's burdens, a moment of negligence led to Kimamaro's bone spike piercing his shoulder. "Teacher, Zabuza-senpai has been injured." Silas turned to face the two individuals. Due to the special sunglasses attached to his mask, outsiders were unable to glimpse his eyes, allowing him to maintain the activation of his Sharingan. Has Kimamaro grown so swiftly? He cannot even surpass Zabuza now? "Master, I merely lost focus for a moment, which allowed Kimamaro to injure me." Silas shook his head and stepped forward, intending to tend to his wounds. The moment his hand made contact with Zabuza's injury, an unusual sensation surged through him. Within his body, the myriad of stored elemental chakra began to intertwine, giving rise to a unique ninjutsu chakra that suddenly surged to life, as if it were on the verge of departing from his very being. Silas pondered briefly before selecting the rarely utilized ice release, channeling his chakra towards Zabuza's form. At the very moment the icy chakra penetrated Zabuza's body, it abruptly condensed into an extraordinarily refined essence, merging seamlessly with Zabuza. Once this transformation was complete, a sharp pain surged through Silas's left eye. Is this my kaleidoscopic ability? The power of shared ninjutsu? Silas turned to glance at his system panel, only to find that the array of ice ninjutsu had all transformed into shades of gray. Was it not sharing, but rather a transfer? Silas, however, remained indifferent to these ice-release ninjutsu techniques. To him, they were of little significance. Yet, was Zabuza not a member of the Snow Clan? Should he ever employ such a technique in the future, it would inevitably arouse suspicion among others. Thus, it seems I must provide Zabuza with a plausible justification for the use of ice release. Silas calmed himself and, after tending to Zabuza's wounds, spoke slowly. "Zabuza, I wish to assess your recent progress in ninjutsu and impart some new knowledge to you. Jumuru, please join us as well." "Of course, teacher," the two responded, following Silas to the expansive training ground in the backyard. "Teacher, I have become proficient in using the water dragon bullet technique." Zabuza demonstrated his latest achievement to Silas. Silas observed the water dragon manifesting behind Zabuza as it obliterated the target ahead, nodding in approval. "Indeed, there has been significant progress. Today, my intention is to impart the intricate transformations of water release." "Please enlighten me," Zabuza responded earnestly. "Allow me to pose a question. What does water transform into under extremely low temperatures?" "Naturally, it becomes ice." "Precisely, while both are forms of water. They exist in solid and liquid states. This implies that water release and ice release are essentially the same. In other words, if you are capable of utilizing water release, why should ice release be beyond your reach?" Zabuza was momentarily taken aback by Silas's words. "Teacher, ice release is a bloodline limit unique to the Snow Clan. Do not doubt yourself, Zabuza. You possess the potential. Close your eyes and attune yourself to the flow of chakra within. Seeing his teacher impose such a formidable challenge, Zabuza smirked but complied with Silas's instruction, shutting his eyes to begin sensing the chakra within. Was it not akin to before? Gradually, Zabuza became aware of a transformation occurring within him. A chakra attribute he had never felt before began to emerge. Though faint, it was remarkably pure. He guided that chakra to coalesce in the palm of his hand. As Silas observed Zabuza's raised brow, he instinctively understood that the latter had detected an anomaly. Promptly, he offered guidance from the sidelines. Following his mentor's instructions, Zabuza channeled his chakra for ice release, which surged towards his right hand. In an instant, he felt as though a peculiar layer had formed upon his hand. A chilling sensation enveloped him, prompting him to open his eyes. He was taken aback by the thin layer of ice that adorned his palm. What was happening? Had I truly mastered ice release? My teacher merely uttered a few words. And yet, the result was so profound. Indeed, I had not misjudged my potential. Certainly, Silas would not attribute these achievements solely to his own words. He possesses alternative explanations for Zabuza's ability to wield ice release. What I previously shared with you was merely an attempt to entice you into discovering the anomalies within your own being. The true reason you can utilize ice release, Zabuza, is that you are, in fact, a descendant of the Yuki clan. Zabuza, huh? Chapter 39. Zabuza and Haku in less than a day. The news that Zabuza, the esteemed disciple of the 5th Hokage, is actually the last scion of the Yuki clan, spread swiftly throughout the village. This was primarily orchestrated by Sylas, who sought to provide Zabuza with a plausible rationale for his ice release abilities. Through various channels controlled by his media outlets, he disseminated this information rapidly. Master, am I truly a member of the Yuki clan? Zabuza questioned, filled with doubt, recalling that his parents, who perished in battle, were merely ordinary ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. How could I possibly be of the Yuki clan? Zabuza, although your parents were not bloodline limit bearers of ice release, there remains a possibility that your ancestors were. Instances of recessive inheritance are not unheard of. Do not dwell on it too much. Recessive inheritance? The unfamiliar term uttered by his teacher left Zabuza at a loss for words. Lord Mizukage, members of the Yuki clan have arrived, seeking to have Zabuza acknowledge his heritage. The elder of the Yuki clan stated that they had meticulously reviewed the clan's genealogy overnight and confirmed that Zabuza is indeed a descendant of the Yuki lineage. Acknowledge my heritage? You've even consulted the genealogy? Is there evidence? Cyrus let out a cold laugh. It seems they have taken an interest in my relationship with Zabuza. Due to the circumstances surrounding the Agura, many bloodline limit holders from the Hidden Mist village have been left wandering, although a considerable number have returned since Cyrus took office. There has been no sign of them being recognized as part of the clan. I shall investigate what evidence they have uncovered. Zabuza, rest assured, you are my disciple, and no one can compel you to act against your will, nor can anyone deceive you, except for me. Silas merely sought to provide Zabuza with a plausible rationale for his mastery of ice release, yet he had not anticipated the revelation of an ancestral lineage. Meanwhile, Zabuza found himself in a profound quandary. Could it be that he was indeed a scion of the Snow clan? How else could he account for his innate ability to wield ice release with such ease? This implication suggested that he possessed a lineage connected by blood to a multitude of kin. Before encountering Silas, Zabuza had lived a solitary existence, accustomed to solitude. The notion of having relatives stirred within him a peculiar emotion. After a brief interlude, Silas accompanied Zabuza to meet the leader of the Snow clan, Lord Mizukage. Our purpose here is to escort Zabuza back to the clan to pay homage to our ancestors. Hold on, present your evidence first, the clan leader gestured to his attendants, who unfurled a grand scroll. It was only upon its unveiling that Silas recognized it as the clan's genealogy. Following the clan leaders, Silas observed a vacancy beneath a particular branch. Over 50 years prior, this branch had discreetly departed from the clan's territory to avert internal strife. According to the explanation provided, Zabuza's grandfather or great-grandfather was a member of the Snow clan, who had been scattered during a tumultuous period of internecine conflict and had never returned. Consequently, it could be said that Zabuza ought to address the current clan leader as great-grandfather. Silas, with a contemplative expression, was about to inquire about Zabuza's opinion when the other party suddenly interjected, "We have also discovered a brother from the same lineage as Zabuza. Is this not an exceedingly far-fetched notion? To facilitate Zabuza's return to his roots, one has gone to such lengths, even securing a cousin for him. Shui, bring your son to meet his cousin. This mother and child have only just rejoined the Shui clan. and coincidentally, the news of Zabuza has just emerged. Lord Mizuki's. This is a fated occurrence. At that moment, from the rear of the Shui clan's assembly, an adult woman was leading a child of a few years. Stepping forth from the crowd. What on earth? Silas's expression was rather peculiar. Can this truly be? I thought to myself. Why has there been no progress in the release until now? Was I meant to wait here? At that moment, the enigmatic figure also felt a surge of excitement. Gazing at the child before him, who was a full decade younger, he felt as though he were reunited with a long-lost relative. It was as if their hearts were entwined by an invisible thread. The young child, overwhelmed by the attention of so many, timidly hid behind his mother, peering out with wide eyes at the figure of Zabuza. Suddenly, warmth blossomed in his heart. Summoning his courage, he softly called out, "Brother Zabuza, my name is Bai." Zabuza's release progress, 65. Bai's release progress, 65. Brother. Driven by a peculiar emotion within, Zabuza inexplicably accepted this cousin he had never met before. Brother. Bai responded affectionately in kind. Such is the essence of fate. Silas gazed upon the grand scene of the kinship recognition event, momentarily contemplating its merits. Teacher. I believe I may truly belong to the Snow Clan. The instant I laid eyes on White, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over me. I suppose this is the bond of blood that connects relatives. Do spare me. Amidst this gathering of the Snow Clan, I have yet to witness any semblance of kinship between you and others. Well, it is heartening to see you find your sense of belonging, dear pupil. With that, Silas chose not to correct the narrative any further. Thus, in a joyful conclusion, Zaibujan discovered his family and officially became a member of the Snow Clan. He would accompany the Snow Clan back to their ancestral grounds, where he would pay homage to his forebears. Since White is Zaibujan's brother, I shall take him as my disciple as well. Zaibujan, when you return, do bring White along. Silas knelt down and gently patted White's head, only to unexpectedly discover a system prompt. Ice escape cultivable. Is it truly possible? It seems that Zaibujan has discovered a rapid path to cultivating disciples. However, it would be wise to carefully consider the timing before utilizing this method again to avoid any potential complications regarding ancestral recognition. Many thanks to Lord Mizuki's. The members of the Yuki clan were quite astonished, as they had initially heard that Zaibujan could employ ice release. Yet were uncertain if he truly belonged to the Yuki clan. After all, our Mizuki is capable of using wood release. But he is not a member of the Senju clan of Konohagakure. To their surprise, not only did Zaibujan avoid the issue of ancestral recognition, but even Haku became a disciple of the Mizuki. The status of the Yuki clan in Kirigakure is assured for the coming decades. The following day, Zaibujan bid farewell to Silas, holding the hand of his cousin Haku, and set forth on the journey back to their clan's territory. Embraced by the warmth of the Yuki clan's members, it is truly wonderful that senior brother Zaibujan has found his family. The voice of Silas echoed as Junmaru cheerfully remarked. Chapter 40. Orochimaru, indifferent to wealth. After Zabuza's departure, Silas returned to the Land of Snow, conveniently bringing along a financial report from the Merchant Guild. The research quartet of the Land of Snow had made considerable contributions to the guild as well. In his share, Silas generously allocated a portion for them as well. Orochimaru, this is last year's income. Your profits have been deposited onto this card. And for the three of you, this is your share. Even the renowned Senju Tobarama, the unparalleled programmer of the ninja world and the second Hokage, has prepared a portion. Naturally, the two brothers of the Wind and Snow family accepted it, yet Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow. Money? What purpose does this serve for me? I pondered. Considering that I have no need for sustenance, shall I bestow this money upon my perpetually luckless brother to squander at the gambling den? Absolutely not. I shall leave it with you for now and retrieve it once I am truly resurrected. That seems reasonable enough. Silas accepted his bank card and turned to glance at Orochimaru beside him. I have no interest in money. I have never dealt with it. My greatest joy lies in immersing myself in research here. Do not disturb me with such matters in the future. Silas was taken aback by Orochimaru's words. Aren't you curious about the amount of money in this card? Not interested. Silas gazed at the revenue figures belonging to Orochimaru on the report and silently put it away. Since you have no desire for the money, I shall donate this revenue to charity. Let us call it the Orochimaru Hope Project, shall we? Suit yourself. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Orochimaru replied impatiently, rather than giving me these things, it would be preferable to grant me a 6-month vacation. Coincidentally, I have some matters to attend to. It does seem time to grant you all a break. Silas pondered for a moment, and concluded that the few individuals had indeed endured considerable hardship over the past year. Thus, he generously granted them an extended leave. Naturally, there was one who had requested to work overtime. As the reincarnation of the second Hokage, he did not require rest. His insatiable thirst for knowledge rivaled even that of Orochimaru. He harbored an abundance of ideas he yearned to bring to fruition, which had long been stifled due to a lack of funds during his time in Konoha. Now that Silas unconditionally supported his research, he was determined not to squander such a splendid opportunity. Observing the second Hokage diligently immersed in his work, Silas inwardly mused, "The future of the ninja world truly relies on individuals like you." A day later, Orochimaru packed his belongings and bid farewell to his 3 colleagues. "Lord Orochimaru, return swiftly. Our team cannot function without your leadership." "What nonsense are you spouting, Kazahana? Do you think I, Senju Tobarama, cannot manage the 2 of you?" "Lord Tobarama, you misunderstand my intent." Silas observed the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the research team. Resting his right hand upon his forehead, he addressed Orochimaru. "Shall I send a shadow clone to accompany you? It would prove more convenient for your travels." Silas had no intention of using his shadow clone to monitor Orochimaru, for he possessed alternative methods to keep him in check. "When you return, I shall teach you the wood release technique." Orochimaru's eyes brightened at this prospect. Yet he shook his head and replied, "I have yet to fully master magnet release. Let us set aside the matter of wood release for now." Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, who stood nearby, expressed some surprise. Since his resurrection via the impure world reincarnation, Silas had not restricted his access to the outside world's information. Thus, he learned through the Snow Country peoples daily that the 5th Mizukage, known as 50-50, had acquired the wood release technique from the very individual before him. This young man possesses the capability to impart wood release on a grand scale. It seems his understanding of ninjutsu surpasses my own. Magnet release, is it? Silas pondered for a moment before resting a hand upon Orochimaru's shoulder. Utilizing his unique ninjutsu, he transferred the seed of magnetism from within himself into Orochimaru's body. "I sensed your chakra a moment ago. In truth, you have already mastered the art of magnetism, though you have yet to recognize it." Silas concealed the fact that he had bestowed a boon upon Orochimaru. In truth, he had already discerned the nascent form of magnetic chakra within Orochimaru, albeit still faint. To enable Orochimaru to experience the sensation of empowerment, he directly provided the final piece of the puzzle. "Have I truly mastered magnetism?" Orochimaru pondered, a sense of doubt lingering in his mind as he listened to Silas. Let it be. His urgency for the bloodline limit had diminished significantly. Through a year of research, he discovered that there exists a force in this world that could rival ninjutsu science. Upon concluding his thoughts, Orochimaru embarked on a journey to depart from the land of snow. Upon returning to the hidden mist village, Silas continued to embody his will of water. Apart from occasionally mentoring Kimimaro, he discreetly visited various locales within the land of water to assess the operations of the merchant guilds. A few days later, his foremost disciple, Zabuza, returned to the hidden mist village accompanied by his cousin, Haku. "Teacher, we have returned," Zabuza announced. "Greetings, teacher," Haku added, tugging gently at his brother Zabuza's sleeve in a hushed tone. "This is the ice-release ninjutsu scroll of the Yuki clan," Zabuza said, producing a scroll from his robes and presenting it to Silas. Such a treasure, the very foundation of their clan, would typically remain undisclosed. However, considering that their esteemed Mizukage had even mastered wood release, it was clear that he would not covet their water release techniques. Thus, in a display of magnanimity, Zabuza handed over the scroll containing the ice-release ninjutsu to Silas. Silas picked up the scroll and glanced through its contents. Observing the series of LV1 ice-release techniques that appeared on the system panel, he mused to himself. Indeed, as his comprehension of ninjutsu deepened, the ordinary techniques posed little challenge for him. The ice-release techniques he had previously mastered were shaped through his own exploration and experimentation, differing significantly from those of the Yuki clan. However, he found these techniques to be rather beneath his notice. With a firm resolve, Silas created a shadow clone. "You shall instruct Zabuza in the ice-release techniques and teach him how to refine his chakra." Silas observed his shadow clones diligently at work, reflecting on his status as a model of industriousness within the ninja world. The thought of having nearly 100 shadow clones stationed at pivotal locations across the land of water, while simultaneously mentoring his disciples, filled him with a sense of pride in this title. However, he felt the need to return to Konoha to retrieve his right eye from Shursui and discover its true potential. If his right eye bore the same abilities as Shirsue's, it would indeed be a loss. Chapter 41. Silas the Fire Blower Teacher, after speaking for so long, please take a moment to enjoy your tea. Allow me to massage your legs. In stark contrast to Zabuza and Kinmaru, who were wholly devoted to their training in hopes of alleviating their master's burdens, young Haku merely focused on refining his chakra, spending the rest of his time closely attached to Zabuza. While Zabuza immersed himself in rigorous practice, Haku stood respectfully beside his teacher, the formidable Mizukage, always ready to serve. Silas felt his heart melt at the sight of the obedient and beautiful Haku's unwavering affection. How infuriating, trying to trick me into having a daughter. Oh wait, Haku is so endearing, isn't he a boy? As Silas reveled in this daily display of the bond between teacher and disciple, far away in the land of rain, within the Akatsuki's base, Nagato was engaged in a serious discussion with Konan regarding an important matter. The organization's combat strength had significantly increased, and perhaps it was time to attempt capturing tailed beasts. Compared to the original timeline, the Akatsuki had expanded rapidly with Silas's involvement. The chakra-conducting metal rods implanted in Nagato's pain Rikid and various summoned beasts came at a cost. Not to mention the need to support a cadre of ordinary ninjas. In the original narrative, they had to disguise themselves as a mercenary organization, accepting missions from various villages to amass funds. However, with Silas's participation, such measures were rendered unnecessary. The financial support from the Penguin Consortium had filled their coffers. Coupled with the recent influx of several new members, Nagato's ambitions had swelled. He sent out a notification to all, announcing the first meeting of the Akatsuki. Members scattered across the ninja world, engaged in various missions, received the online meeting invitation from Nagato. Silas felt the message transmitted by the ring, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Nagato wishes to see me? He narrowed his eyes, directing a fraction of his consciousness into the azure ring adorning his right index finger. Meanwhile, his corporeal form closed its eyes, fully concentrating on perceiving the situation on the other side. After a brief moment of darkness, the fraction of his consciousness coalesced into an ethereal silhouette, arriving in a peculiar realm. Silas stands upon a colossal finger, precisely aligned with the corresponding digit of his right hand, adorned with the azure ring he wears. Silas turned to glance behind him, where the colossal figure of the Ten Tails loomed before his eyes. Pain, what do you seek from me? Silas noticed the figure of Pain from the Akatsuki appearing on the thumb of the Ten Tails. I'm not here for you. I have informed everyone, he stated. Everyone? What do you intend to do? Silas inquired. When they arrive, I will explain everything together. Upon hearing Nagato's words, an unsettling feeling flickered within Silas's mind. Could it be that his arrival had caused Nagato to become reckless, wishing to prematurely initiate the plan to gather the tailed beasts? Gradually, silhouettes began to materialize on the fingers of the Ten Tails. On the middle finger of the right hand stood the white tiger, Konan, and on the little finger, the black tortoise, Setsu. People occupied all 10 fingers. Due to Silas's previous summoning of the trio from the Hidden Mist Village, the Akatsuki's ranks had been filled. I called you here to inform you that we can now proceed with the second phase of our organization as planned. In Nagato's vision, the second phase involved collecting the tailed beasts. Wait, what was the first phase? Haydn suddenly interjected. The first phase was naturally to gather funds and recruit personnel. However, due to Silas, we have already completed this step years ahead of schedule. Now, we must focus on collecting the tailed beasts. Upon hearing this, several undercover members of the Akatsuki instinctively turned their gazes toward Silas. Boss, what do you think? Yet, as Silas was positioned closely to Nagato, he failed to perceive any anomalies and continued. As long as we gather all the tailed beasts, we will possess the power capable of annihilating the ninja world. At that time, the existing system of ninjas will inevitably collapse. Peace is within our grasp. Indeed, your words are quite compelling. But I still wish to hear the thoughts of our leader, several undercover members remarked, awaiting Silas's response. I believe it is still too early to initiate the second phase. Silas sensed the gaze of several individuals upon him and contemplated for a moment before finally speaking. If he continued to remain silent and did not deceive Nagato, the latter might genuinely take action to collect the tailed beasts. Why? Because the combat strength of our organization is still insufficient. Nagato furrowed his brow, intending to express that Silas had no comprehension of divine power, when Silas interjected. To seize the complete tailed beast, we must inevitably confront the Hidden Leaf Village. It is widely known that the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, is a traveler of the ninja world from one of the 3 great heritage sites, Mount Myaboku. Yet, who truly understands that he has also mastered a unique ability known as Sage Technique. Once he enters Sage mode, he possesses the capability to obliterate the very heavens and earth. At this moment, Sylas transformed into Jiraiya, extolling the prowess of his master to the point of fantastical exaggeration, as if proclaiming him to be a reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, capable of engaging in numerous rounds of combat. You inquire if the Sage mode possesses such formidable strength? Nagato, who was also once a disciple of Jiraiya, did not perceive his master to be this powerful. However, Sylas, being one of Jiraiya's recent pupils, naturally held a deeper understanding of his master's current capabilities. It is not merely a matter of strength. He embodies the rare essence of the Sage of Six Paths, you comprehend? Such was the implication. Upon hearing this, Nagato fell into silence. He was indeed aware of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, did not his own eyes resemble those of the sage? It seemed prudent to reconsider the plan to seize the tailed beasts. Yet Sylas continued, moreover, there exists a forbidden technique within Konoha known as the Eight Gates Formation. This technique temporarily grants unparalleled power by unlocking the chakra pathways within the human body. The trio from the Hidden Mist village surely understands this well. Upon hearing Sylas's words, Nagato quickly turned to the trio from the Hidden Mist for confirmation. Is this true? The three remained silent for a moment, ultimately allowing Pipa Shirzong to respond. Indeed. At that time, our 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist besieged a mere leaf village genin. In just a few strikes, 4 of us were slain on the spot. And Kurozai Raiga was gravely injured, necessitating my and Suigetsu's efforts to carry him back to the village. Had we not escaped swiftly, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would have faced total annihilation. A chill swept over the group. A mere genin, upon utilizing this forbidden technique, possessed the strength to slay 7 elite jonin? The terror of the Eight Gates Formation was indeed formidable. Chapter 42. Am I the traitor? As the group marveled at the overwhelming strength of Konoha's hidden card, the only one privy to the truth, Orochimaru, chuckled coldly to himself. Though the Eight Gates Formation is powerful, it is not without its limitations. Apart from its arduous training, the certainty of death upon opening the 8 gates is something Sylas has failed to mention. This lad certainly has a knack for deception. Orochimaru suddenly paused, pondering if he too had been misled at that time. If that were the case, it would be rash to embark on the plan to collect the tailed beasts immediately. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a few more years. Nagato contemplated this and decided he need not rush. A few years? No. I believe it would be prudent to be even more cautious. Perhaps I shall wait a decade. By then, even if I cannot surpass Jiraiya, I shall at least be able to hold my ground against him. Sylas has chosen to postpone the plan once again. It would be prudent to begin only after I have completed all the liberation progress and have grown sufficiently to strike down the 6 Paths Madara and kick the Kagayatsuki. 10 years. This aligns closely with my original timeline. However, considering Sylas's mention of Sage Mode and the 8 Gates of Death, Nagato believes that exercising caution in this matter is indeed wise. Therefore, our organization requires more formidable allies. Sylas, I entrust this responsibility to you. Nagato gazed at the ethereal figure of Sylas beside him, assigning this heavy task to him. The others present, upon hearing this, realized the precarious state of the Akatsuki. Out of the 10 individuals here, 7 were undercover agents. If we were to wait another decade, the odds might very well tilt to 20 against 3. The inaugural online meeting of the Akatsuki concluded with the leader's proposal being rejected. As Sylas returned to his physical form, he pondered whether he had accelerated the growth of the Akatsuki's combat strength too rapidly. Meanwhile, within the heart of the ninja world, Konoha village currently had only Jiraiya to uphold its reputation. Although the 4th Hokage and his wife existed in secret as reanimated beings, their identities prevented them from making an appearance. After all, Zetsu was aware of his revival should he discover the connection between the 4th Hokage and Konoha. It might lead to unwanted revelations. Certainly, if given a few more years, Kakashi, Might Guy, Shisui, Itachi, and others would likely emerge as powerful figures as well. And there is also Fugaku, who quietly awakened his Sharingan. Had it not been for his furious activation of Susanoo to eliminate the leader of the Cloud Village ninjas intent on abducting Sasuke, I might still be oblivious to this situation. Sylas also did not forget a severely underestimated individual, Pharmacist Do. He decided to return to Konoha to remind his teacher and to focus on nurturing him. Sylas believes that once the resources are provided, the apothecary will astonish the world. You all continue your training while I step out for a moment. Sylas gently pinched the delicate white face, addressing the still training Zabuza and Kimimaro. In a fleeting moment, he departed from the hidden mist village and arrived at Konoha. The shadow clone of Shizune, who had been residing at Silas's home, upon seeing his return, promptly inquired, "Shall I inform the original? If possible, please also notify Master Jiraiya, Kakashi, Itachi, the fourth Hokage couple, and clan leader Fugaku." Upon hearing this, Shizune's shadow clone immediately dissipated, carrying the memories back to the original. Shizune, who was in the Konoha council chamber attending a meeting with Jiraiya, stepped forward and whispered into Jiraiya's ear, "He has returned. Let me inform you and clan leader Fugaku to meet him." Understanding whom Shizune referred to, Jiraiya gestured for her to proceed ahead. After her departure, he rose and said, "Since the selection of the new Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails remains unresolved, let us defer this matter for another day." The choice of a new Jinchuriki had stirred considerable debate within the village. With Jiraiya's esteemed position in Konoha, finalizing this decision should not have been difficult. However, the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails incident over 2 years ago had left the village hesitant. The calamity had been triggered when the previous Jinchuriki, Kushina, was ambushed during childbirth by the masked man, who unleashed the Nine Tails. Without absolute certainty, the village was reluctant to take such a significant risk and relocate the Nine Tails once more. Jiraiya was well aware that, given Silas's capabilities, the process of transferring the Nine Tails would be entirely risk-free, yet this information could not be disclosed to the public. Determined, Jiraiya resolved to seize this opportunity presented by Silas's arrival to discreetly facilitate the transfer of the tailed beast. Kushina had urged him several times. As long as the tailed beast resided within Naruto, they had no grounds to approach him. "Fugaku, please accompany me," Jiraiya stated, leading Fugaku out of the conference room. The two moved silently towards Silas's residence. At that moment, the fourth Hokage, using the Flying Thunder God technique, had already brought Kushina and the informing Shizune to the location of the kunai left at Silas's home. Kakashi was on a mission outside. Acknowledging Shizune's words, Silas nodded, indicating his understanding. Shizune's figure vanished from the living room to notify Itachi. When Shizune returned with Itachi, Jiraiya and Fugaku had also appeared in the courtyard. "Silas, did you summon us for something of great importance?" Jiraiya inquired. "Indeed, Master, I have come to convey news regarding that organization. I have uncovered their next plan. They intend to gather the tailed beasts and, through a series of maneuvers, disrupt the existing order of the ninja world." Gather the tailed beasts? The crowd exchanged glances, aware that the 9 tailed beasts were held by the most formidable villages in the ninja world. This organization possesses the capability to seize the tailed beasts from each village. Friends, do not underestimate them. This organization is exceptionally powerful. Not only does its leader wield the Rinnegan, but its members are formidable rogue ninjas, comparable to myself. Just moments ago, I was boasting about the strength of Konoha to the Akatsuki, only to turn around and extol the might of the Akatsuki before Konoha. Am I truly a traitor? Regardless of which side, Sylas only aims to execute one task, to prolong the situation until the day he can confront the likes of Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki, until his own plans can overturn the ninja world. Of course, Sylas was not entirely dishonest. The mention of several undercover agents being similar to himself was not far-fetched. After all, being comparable to my shadow clones is hardly a flaw. Upon hearing this, the crowd reined in their condescension. To be regarded so highly by Sylas surely indicates that this organization possesses extraordinary strength. Only Jiraiya, upon hearing the words Rinnegan, recalled his disciple from many years ago in the Land of Rain. Could it be that Nagato has met with misfortune? Has the Rinnegan been taken from him? Were it not for his position as Hokage, which makes leaving the village inconvenient, Jiraiya would have been inclined to check on those 3 disciples. Chapter 43. What relevance do my advantages have to others? What we need to focus on is enhancing our own strength. This is indisputable. As long as these individuals are sufficiently powerful, they shall not perish. Consequently, wouldn't the progress towards liberation also ascend? Observing the Uchiha trio, all exceeding a score of 90, Sylas sighed internally. Something still feels amiss. Additionally, I learned from Orochimaru that there is an individual named Kabuto in Konoha's orphanage who possesses remarkable talent. Perhaps the teacher should consider nurturing him. To receive such praise from Orochimaru undoubtedly indicates that his abilities will not disappoint the teacher. Silas addressed Jiraiya, stating, "There is one more matter regarding the 9 tails within Naruto. If Konoha has yet to appoint a suitable candidate, I sincerely hope that candidate can be you, my esteemed teacher." Jiraiya, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" Silas continued, "Due to certain circumstances, The organization may harbor suspicions towards me. Previously, in front of Zetsu, I boasted about Konoha's combat prowess. While others may be unaware, Zetsu undoubtedly has his suspicions. It is inevitable that doubts will arise regarding my loyalty. When the leader of the organization intended to initiate the tailed beast collection plan, I exaggerated the strength of you and Konoha before the members, which temporarily stalled their pursuit of the tailed beasts. It is imperative for you, teacher, to demonstrate your true capabilities to assure them of my claims. Moreover, I require an opportunity to engage in battle with you once more to dispel any doubts regarding my allegiance. Ideally, you would triumph over me and reclaim half of the Nine Tails chakra residing within me. Should they abandon their pursuit of Konoha's chakra and redirect their focus upon me, I cannot afford to give them that without revealing my position. Defeat you and reclaim the other half of the Nine Tails? Jiraiya's forehead beaded with sweat as he recalled the last encounter where he was evenly matched. The two shadow clones had unleashed an array of advanced ninjutsu for 10 continuous minutes, leaving Jiraiya feeling inadequate. What kind of chakra would sustain such an expenditure? He pondered. Silas, I fear I might be at a disadvantage. It is not that I cannot defeat you, but I have recently been preoccupied with various administrative duties in Konoha, causing me to neglect my ninjutsu training. Although Jiraiya was confident in his ability to hold his ground against Silas, the notion of besting him and seizing the Nine Tails seemed rather naive. However, should he ease up, it could potentially attract the attention of that omnipresent observer Silas had mentioned. Rest assured, teacher, I have considered all of this. I will disguise myself as you and engage in a battle with my shadow clone to confuse them. Silas, accustomed to managing multiple accounts, knew precisely how to navigate such situations. The fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, wielding the sage techniques of Miyaboka Mountain and bolstered by half of the Nine Tails chakra, had defeated his former disciple, the rogue ninja Sylas, and reclaimed the remaining half of the Nine Tails chakra from within him. He also managed to reach the Land of Snow, retrieving the reincarnated forms of the fourth Hokage and his wife. This would not only resolve my concerns, but also facilitate the honorable return of the fourth Hokage and his wife to the village. Teacher, does this script I have devised suit your needs? As Jiraiya listened to Sylas's script, he found himself momentarily captivated. However, there remained a significant issue with this script. Sylas, when did you learn Sage Mode? Before Sylas's defection, Jiraiya had indeed mentioned this concept to him. Yet he had never intended for him to embark on the path of Sage Mode so early. I may not have mastered it yet, but I will soon, Sylas replied, his tone suggesting a confidence that compelled Jiraiya to caution him seriously. Sylas, do not underestimate the risks associated with learning Sage Mode. Master, I do not take Sage Mode lightly. I am merely stating a fact. His demeanor had grown so bold that he no longer felt the need to disguise his intentions. His unique abilities were his own. Sylas relied solely on himself. Witnessing such determination in his disciple, Jiraiya refrained from further admonishment, instead considering that when Sylas began his training in Sage Mode, it would be wise for Minato to keep a watchful eye on him. Master, you should return first. As Hokage, your prolonged absence might draw unnecessary attention. In a few days, I will return to Miyaboka Mountain to study Sage Mode. Jiraiya, acknowledging the necessity of his own timely departure, quietly slipped away after bidding farewell to a few individuals. Lord Fugaku, could you enlighten me about the abilities of your Manjiki Sharingan? Upon hearing this, Fugaku, disregarding the presence of the fourth Hokage and his wife, responded candidly, my right eye. Amaterasu ignites a powerful black flame at the point of focus, which will not extinguish until the target is entirely consumed. My left eye, Tsukuyami, can alter or extinguish the form of Amaterasu. Is this not a fusion of Itachi and Sasuke's powers? It seems acceptable. The shadow clone I left here can assist in healing the aftereffects of using the Manjiki. If you require assistance, Lord Clan Leader, do not hesitate to come forward. Itachi, once these recent matters are resolved, I will strive to facilitate the evolution of your Sharingan, based on Sylas's empirical observations. Withstanding the will of a tailed beast and absorbing the malevolent chakra within can promote the evolution of the Sharingan. He intended to find an opportunity for Itachi to experience the thrill of having an advantage. Shirzue, I regret that I cannot offer you assistance here. Rather, I find myself in need of your help. Silas turned to Shirzue. Did you come for my eyes? He asked. If it would benefit you, I would gladly part with my own. As one of the philosophers of the Uchiha clan, Shirzue was willing to sacrifice his eyes to assist Silas. No, one pair of eyes is sufficient, Silas replied. I merely wish to reclaim my own. Silas wished to explore the abilities bestowed by the other kaleidoscope he possessed, and thus he inevitably had to reclaim it. However, he also needed to retain one of the eyes of still water for unforeseen circumstances. Although Silas's healing technique can regenerate eyes, they remain ordinary, devoid of the potential to evolve into the Sharingan. Consequently, Shursui would find himself in a predicament akin to Kakashi's, possessing only a single Sharingan. Upon hearing Silas's words, Shursui chuckled and remarked, "I was wondering what it could be. Having one Sharingan is more than sufficient, isn't it? Kakashi has already demonstrated to the world that one Sharingan suffices." Chapter 44. Just look at this. Is this truly fit for human consumption? Silas withdrew his gaze from Shursui and, through the art of healing, restored the eye he had lost. Henceforth, Shursui became the sole wielder of a single eye within the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Silas retained Shursui's Mangeki Sharingan, as his current ocular capacity was insufficient. After all, he was not of the Tsutsuki lineage, who possessed an additional eye socket upon their foreheads. Furthermore, according to the original narrative, unlocking the eternal Mangeki Sharingan necessitated the transplantation of a relative's Mangeki. Thus, a solitary orphan like Silas, bereft of parents and siblings, appeared doomed to an eternity devoid of such an opportunity. Perhaps, however, there lay an unforeseen twist in the tale. For the moment, the priority was to ascertain the abilities of his remaining eye. Should the powers of both eyes overlap, it would be prudent to bestow this eye upon the deserving Shursui. Silas activated his Sharingan, the chakra surging forth as the three tomo transformed into a circular shape. He placed a hand upon the figure of Shursui before him. As before, he sensed a stirring within his body, the chakra of his hidden techniques awakening with remarkable vigor. Yet this time, Silas experienced an additional transformation. The memories of his understanding and knowledge of ninjutsu surged vividly within his mind. He realized that through the power of his Mangeki, he could impart a fragment of his memories to the Shursui before him. The right eye held the insights of the body flicker technique, while the left eye contained the wisdom of ninjutsu mastery. Silas comprehended the extent of his abilities. Undoubtedly, the combination of this teleportation technique with his cultivated insights would greatly enhance his side's combat prowess. Silas endeavored to impart the insights of the Chidori technique to Shursui. Turning to his system panel, he noticed that the notification for Chidori level 5 had not altered. He then inquired, "Shursui, do you sense anything unusual?" Shursui, furrowing his brow, was about to respond in the negative when a surge of memories flooded his mind. An experience related to the Chidori ninjutsu materialized vividly within his consciousness, as if it were inherently his own recollection. Raising his right hand, Shursui felt the surge of chakra. A melodious chirping of a bird resonated, startling those nearby. Was this Kakashi's Chidori? After overcoming his despondency, Kakashi had gained considerable renown due to his exceptional talents. The copy ninja Kakashi was particularly renowned for his mastery of the 5 elemental natures, with lightning release being his most celebrated. Chidori could indeed be regarded as his signature technique. But when had Shursui acquired this ninjutsu? In that moment, Shursui grasped the implications of Silas's earlier action. When Silas had placed his hand upon Shursui's forehead, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Chidori technique had seamlessly integrated into his memories. It was time to put this newfound understanding to the test. Silas conjured a shadow clone and commanded, "Utilize the Chidori to strike him." Silas sought to assess the level of the technique 1,000 birds mastered by Shursui. Upon hearing his intent, Shursui rose and assumed the necessary stance, unleashing the 1,000 birds technique towards the shadow clone ahead. With a swift strike, the targeted shadow clone dissipated, and the memories of the encounter flowed back into Silas's consciousness. Considering Shursui's condition, he arrived at a preliminary estimation. Level 3, perhaps? Yet, he pondered whether the transfer of insights from this ninjutsu would influence his own ninjutsu rank. Silas turned his gaze, extending his magical claws towards Itachi beside him. Moments later, as he absorbed the memories relayed by the shadow clone, Silas mused inwardly, "Is it also at level 3? However, he sensed that this phenomenon could not perpetuate indefinitely. He then glanced over at Fugaku Uchiha. "Patriarch, why not give it a try?" Watching as Shursui and Itachi effortlessly mastered this level of ninjutsu, Fugaku and the Minato couple began to comprehend the intricacies of Silas's influence. Could it truly be possible to assist others in their training in such a manner? Is this the true power of the Mangeki Sharingan? As Fugaku felt an unfamiliar memory stirring in his mind, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This ability is utterly terrifying. Silas truly wished to convey to him that the most perverse of all kaleidoscopic ocular techniques in this world should be none other than the Baishinshin of Shursui. He gazed at his panel, where his Chidori had already ascended to level 4, and mused internally. A level 5 ninjutsu could, at most, yield 3 level 3 cultivation insights before being downgraded. By this reasoning, a level 4 ninjutsu could only produce level 2 insights, while level 3 could merely result in level 1. This implies that ninjutsu below level 3 is utterly incapable of triggering such a sharing. The memories extracted from Silas are, in essence, severed from him. The more memories that are extracted, the greater the loss of understanding regarding the ninjutsu, naturally leading to the possibility of a downgrade. Although Silas can utilize the liberation points to compensate for his lacking memories, this method is most suitable for learning exceptionally difficult ninjutsu, such as the Flying Thunder God technique. However, his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique has reached perfection. Any further attempts would be imprudent. Should there be surplus golden liberation points, perhaps it could be reconsidered. That will be all for today. Brother Minato, I shall take you both back to the land of snow. Once Master Jiraiya defeats me and rescues you to Konoha, you can appear in the village without reservation. For now, I must ask you to endure a period of slumber. Silas summoned 2 coffins, and after the 2 individuals entered, he kindly placed the lids upon them before departing. Upon concluding his remarks, Silas returned to the land of snow. He initially intended to spend a few more days fishing, yet discovered that the pitcher plant had come seeking him once more. Pitcher plant, emerge, he called, moving to the trunk adjacent to the royal city. From within the trunk, the head of Ju gradually emerged. It appears your true form is not present here. Where have you gone? As the 5th Mizukage, burdened with numerous responsibilities, is it unreasonable for me to attend to some pressing matters? Silas was indeed plagued by self-doubt, which prompted him to come and take a look. His shadow clone, having received no instructions from him, naturally refrained from driving away Absolute. Previously, during the meeting, were your assertions regarding the combat capabilities of Konoha somewhat inaccurate? Were you referring to Sage Mode or the Forbidden Technique, the 8 Gates? It is undoubtedly Sage Mode. Absolute is also aware of the 8 Gates, but he has never witnessed Jiraiya utilizing Sage Mode. According to Silas's account, once Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, he even surpassed Hashirama Senju. Such formidable combat power would undoubtedly impact his plans. However, in his eyes, there lingered a suspicion that Silas had overestimated Jiraiya's strength, leaving one to wonder what concerns occupied his mind. In truth, I am not entirely certain either. Silas feigned a sigh, as Jiraiya had indulged in some drink, perhaps adding a touch of bravado. Upon hearing this, Absolute nearly erupted with curses. So, you intend to frighten us with tales of his drunken boasts? Nonetheless, it is better to err on the side of caution. Once the organization is exposed, there is no turning back. Silas's words made Absolute realize his own impatience. After waiting for over a millennium, having outlasted the Sage of 6 Paths himself, it would not be too burdensome to wait another 1,000 years, even if Jiraiya were truly as formidable as the Sage. However, we must verify Jiraiya's strength. Here is the plan, Absolute. Bide your time and find an opportunity to draw him out. We shall devise a means to test him. If he truly possesses such power, it will affirm our prudent approach. Yet, should he fall short, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Silas rubbed his hands, remarkably uttering the name of Ju. Previously, he had always referred to him as the carnivorous plant. Shall we verify it? Ju acquiesced to Silas's proposal. I shall seize an opportunity to pilfer the sealing scrolls of Konohagakure. This will provide Jiraiya ample reason to pursue me. At that moment, you may test his strength. No problem. When the time comes, I shall also bring forth the reanimated form of the 4th Hokage to assist me. 2 former disciples joining forces will surely trouble him. Excellent. Ju, upon hearing Silas's words, dismissed his lingering doubts. It appeared that Silas genuinely worried about Jiraiya's prowess, rather than harboring ulterior motives. A day later, Silas managed all matters concerning the land of snow and the hidden mist village, citing his need to enter seclusion for the cultivation of secret techniques. He entrusted his shadow clones with full authority to handle any pressing affairs before making his way to Konohagakure. He intended to journey to Miyaboka Mountain for sage training. Minato has also been training in sage arts. If you encounter any difficulties, you may consult him, Jiraiya had advised before Silas's reverse summoning. He also handed him a substantial scroll. This contains all the ninjutsu I have mastered. Since you plan to disguise yourself as me in battle, it is imperative that you are well-versed in these techniques. Truth be told, Jiraiya harbored some concerns about Silas's ability to grasp them. Sage arts were notoriously challenging. Currently, he could only utilize an incomplete sage mode thanks to the two sages of Mayaboka Mountain. Even the ordinary ninjutsu recorded in the scroll were those he had honed over several decades, even with Silas's prodigious talent. Mastering such a vast array of techniques in a short time posed a considerable challenge. Do not worry, teacher. For this training, I have specifically reserved 30 shadow clones. He had cleared all available clones from the Land of Snow and the Hidden Mist Village, solely to focus on mastering sage techniques and learning Jiraiya's ninjutsu. While simulating his combat style, he and Ju had agreed that, at the latest, within 2 months, they would execute the plan to gauge Jiraiya's strength. This conclusion was drawn after a careful assessment of his shadow clone's learning capabilities. 2 months will suffice. Mayaboka Mountain welcomed a special visitor. The two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, regarded Sylas with peculiar expressions. This youth, once imbued with great expectations to transform the ninja world, had left the village in defection nearly 2 years ago, leading to their profound disappointment. Subsequently, Jiraiya had informed them that he had infiltrated a powerful organization hidden in the shadows. Now, in pursuit of peace for the ninja world, he had come to Mayaboka Mountain to hone his sage arts. Jiraiya must have warned you about the dangers of learning sage mode, Sage Fukasaku said, leading Silas to a waterfall flowing with toad oil. Indeed, I am well aware, Silas replied. Shinzua shook his head and pointed behind him, where countless enormous toad statues cluttered a small hillside. These were the predecessors who had previously failed in their pursuit of celestial arts. I understand your extraordinary talent, but one must never underestimate the task at hand. Noticing Sylas nodding earnestly, he finally began the tutorial on the cultivation of celestial arts. The practice of celestial arts essentially involves absorbing a certain amount of natural energy to create celestial chakra, which can significantly enhance the potency of one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. After concluding his explanation, the celestial master leaped to the side of the waterfall, dipping his finger into the pool to gather a bit of toad oil. Typically, it is challenging to sense the existence of natural energy. However, with the secret toad oil from Mayaboka Mountain, one can swiftly absorb this energy. Come here and extend your hand, he instructed. Silas stepped forward, observing as the sage of Shinsaku applied toad oil onto the back of his right hand. In an instant, a peculiar energy surged into Silas's arm. On the back of Silas's hand, bumps resembling the skin of a toad began to emerge, gradually spreading across his entire right arm. Even the spaces between his fingers became interconnected by the webbing that had appeared. While toad oil could serve as a catalyst for one's cultivation, it also poses significant risks. An overwhelming influx of natural energy into the body could lead to one being consumed by that very energy, if not swiftly recalibrated. The inevitable outcome would be akin to those stone statues. Shinzo, seemingly from thin air, produced a black rod and swung it forcefully, striking Silas on the head. Silas's right arm returned to its original state. However, with this black staff, I shall disperse the natural energy within you. Therefore, I shall leave it to you, Lord Fukasaku. Silas conjured over 20 shadow clones and sat cross-legged. What are you doing? As the shadow clones dissipated, they could return their memories. Utilizing this method to comprehend the natural energy would expedite the process. Deep thought ensued, and he came to accept Silas's somewhat unscrupulous approach. No more than 4, or I shall be overwhelmed. Silas nodded, allowing the extraneous shadow clones to disperse and engage in the practice of Jiraiya's ninjutsu. Despite the assistance of his extraordinary abilities, he had yet to grasp the essential elements during the relentless day-long training session with Shinsaku, let alone the emergence of a ninjutsu prototype on the system panel. Damn it. How is it that I, a mere transmigrator, find myself lagging behind the chosen one, Naruto? This is intolerable. Silas, perhaps today is simply not the day. Breathing heavily, Shinsaku contemplated concluding the session. Lord Shinsaku, you may return. Please leave the dog-beating stick with me. I shall continue my training alone. Observing Silas's unwavering determination, Shinsaku handed him the stick. After a while of watching from the sidelines, Shinsaku noticed that Silas's shadow clones appeared to move even faster than he did. Remarkably, they could simultaneously strike 6 moles, 6 Silases. With a sense of reassurance, he decided to leave. He wondered if the child's mother had prepared any thoughtful bento. Little Silas, I shall bring you a meal shortly. Upon hearing these words, Silas nearly succumbed to a sinister transformation into a frog. Lord Shinsaku, please indulge yourself. There is no need to concern yourself with me. Silas had heard of the infamous culinary creations of Myokuzen from Jiraiya, they were indeed unfit for human consumption. Chapter 45. A rare talent in cultivation. The following day, after a night of diligent practice, Silas witnessed the venerable Shinsaku leaping towards him. Just as he was about to greet him, he noticed the presence of another figure, the sage Shima, accompanying Shinsaku. As they approached, Shima spoke. "It is truly irresponsible of your father to leave you here to cultivate alone. You must be weary after a night of practice. Allow me to offer you some nourishment." Chapter 46. I am not human, and perhaps you are not either. Mystical arts. Myokuzen level 5. Silas gazed at the prompts on the panel, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Beside him, the immortals Shinsaku and Shima exchanged knowing glances, nodding in mutual acknowledgement as they observed Silas's emergence into the sage mode visage. Such talent is indeed remarkable. However, one must not succumb to pride. Young Silas, although you have begun to harness the power of the toad, you are still quite youthful. The release of ninjutsu is far too casual. Little Jiraiya would never squander chakra in such a manner. Timing and foresight are essential, and you still have a considerable distance to traverse. Within Myoboka Mountain, Sage Shinsaku stood atop the head of a frog, observing Silas as he engaged in combat with the three great toads of Myoboka Mountain, occasionally offering his guidance. Over the past 2 months, aside from gathering intelligence, he had been meticulously preparing for this probing operation, seeking the perfect location for an ambush. Ultimately, he chose a canyon situated on the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. "I shall lead the Leaf's pursuers here," he declared, accompanied by Silas's flying thunder god technique as they arrived at the selected site for the ambush. Upon noticing Silas's shadow clone detecting his arrival, he spoke. "It's time to commence." The summoned spirits of the 4th Hokage and his wife, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, were ready for the task at hand. "Let us begin," he instructed. Upon finishing his words, Silas subdued the wills of the two individuals and issued commands for their cooperation in battle. "First, hand me the Book of Seals." At the very moment the first hint of exposure appeared, Silas swiftly produced the Book of Seals he had been carrying. Chapter 50. The literary master Jiraiya. Meanwhile, the Silas masquerading as Jiraiya returned to Konoha with the 4th Hokage and his wife. "5th Hokage, you have finally returned. The peculiar white creatures that had emerged throughout the village have been dealt with. Trees have sprouted along the streets, a transformation resulting from the demise of the white Zetsu clones. I have retrieved the Book of Seals." Chapter 51. The medical arts conflict between Hyuga and Uchiha, Part 1. As the repercussions of the events between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village lingered, Konoha was struck with a momentous announcement. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had perished 3 years ago during the Nine Tails incident, was reinstated to power. His mentor, Jiraiya, unconditionally relinquished all authority he held to him. Naturally, the news of the 4th's resurrection overshadowed the political shifts within Konoha. Chapter 52. The medical arts conflict between Hyuga and Uchiha, Part 2. After Hinata Hizashi departed, Fugaku quietly remarked, "But Silas sent you, clan leader, it is I." Silas spoke up. Fuyue suddenly realized that it was indeed Silas. What a remarkable transformation technique. So subtle that even the kaleidoscope could not detect any irregularities. Fuyue intentionally activated his own kaleidoscope to test it, only to find that he could see nothing unusual. Chapter 53. Arranging for Tsunade. Is that all? Within less than 10 seconds, a problem that had been troubling Fuyue was resolved. "Clan leader, you will have to find a way to explain this yourself. I must go speak with teacher Wenokid for a while." Silas cast the dismembered body of the patient into his own alternate dimension, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished. The unfortunate patient remained oblivious to the fate that had just befallen him. Chapter 54. Uncle Snake. I am well acquainted with this script. Very well, once I have entrusted all matters of the Hokage to Minato, I shall take that medic, Kabuto, to seek out Tsunade. After Silas finished speaking, he left behind a shadow clone and departed from Konoha. Utilizing the Book of Flying Thunder God, he transported himself to the side of Orochimaru, only to unexpectedly discover a young boy beside him. Is that Riwo? In the 55th chapter of Silas, the weak, helpless, and pitiable pharmacist Do is summoned by Silas, who insists on his collaboration with Orochimaru's endeavors. "Teacher, is that person not from Konoha? Why must we assist him in this manner?" Zabuza inquired, perplexed by his mentor's considerable efforts to aid an individual from Konoha. "This is a transaction between myself and the 5th Hokage. You need only comply," came the response. Chapter 56. Do, what do you wish to become in the future? Jiraiya. Holding a balloon and observing Do practicing the first stage of the Rasengan behind him, posed the question. Do initially contemplated expressing his desire to mature swiftly and alleviate the burdens of the director. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he recalled the vision of himself from his dreams and instead declared, I aspire to become Hokage, to safeguard the village. Chapter 57, Tsunade. The master of debt collection. I have been lurking in these towns, gathering intelligence. Additionally, I am sourcing material for my upcoming book, Jiraiya remarked, effortlessly conjuring a plausible excuse, drawing upon the wealth of experience he had accumulated over the years. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Do nodded in admiration, exclaiming, Truly, you are the esteemed Jiraiya? It dawned on him that Jiraiya had deliberately left him behind for the purpose of honing his skills. Chapter 58. Rescuing Tsunade from gambling. As Shizen observed the increasing pile of chips before Tsunade, an eerie sensation began to envelop her. Yet, Tsunade, lost in her fervor, remained oblivious to the ominous undertones. Gazing at the towering stack of chips that exceeded her own height, Tsunade became increasingly exhilarated, pushing all her chips forward in a bold gamble. All in. Chapter 59. The gambling detox package. This is collateral. You cannot simply take it away. Silas gazed at the astonished Tsunade and calmly stated, Without sufficient funds, you shall not take anything. Tsunade briefly contemplated the possibility of forcibly seizing the necklace. However, given the speed and strength exhibited by her opponent moments ago, she deemed it highly improbable. Chapter 60. Jiraiya, free from base desires. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished to learn of Orochimaru's nefarious intentions. He caught up with Tsunade and the others, and the four gathered around a table in a tavern. Upon hearing Shizen recount the events of the previous day, he was taken aback. Clearly, someone was plotting against Tsunade, and he suspected that Orochimaru was involved. What a remarkable coincidence that seemed. Chapter 61. The anomaly of the Uchiha clan. Subsequently, Tsunade admonished Kabuto with a single finger. Meanwhile, Silas, who had transformed into a bystander, cautiously observed everyone, finally feeling relieved. Everything had finally returned to its proper course. After Orochimaru's extraordinary intervention to help his former teammates abstain from vice, Kabuto seized the opportunity to present himself before Tsunade. Chapter 62. The nationwide resurrection plan. Days later, news of Tsunade's return to Konoha reached the ears of several elders from the Uchiha clan. They conspired privately and concluded that it was prudent to continue their cautious development for a while longer. At this moment, far away in the village hidden in the mist, Silas remained oblivious to the reckless actions of certain clan members who sought their own demise, as he busied himself with some troublesome matters. Chapter 63. The possibility of mass-producing the Sharingan. Soon after the funding from Silas was received, Konoha initiated a welfare health check for all villagers. Regardless of whether they were commoners or ninjas, everyone was welcome to voluntarily participate in the health examination. Ordinary individuals, including civilian ninjas, harbored little concern regarding their blood. Various bloodline ninjas, however, had their reservations. Despite Tsunade's return and her intention to bestow blessings upon the villagers. Chapter 64. Minato's reverse gratitude. Immersed in a state of bewilderment, Jiraiya remained utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Yet, in the next moment, upon perceiving the influx of new memories within his mind, he comprehended that his external enhancement had been activated. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique required more than mere knowledge of sealing techniques, an area in which Jiraiya had long since excelled, his proficiency rivaling that of Minato. The challenge lay in the learning process. In a sudden shift, we find ourselves at the harbor outside the hidden mist village. Observing the sleeping Three Tails submerged in the deep waters, Jiraiya proceeded to seal it away. Ever since the last time when Kisame had utilized it as a mobile fortress to eliminate a band of aquatic marauders, it had been left to roam freely. Witnessing the abrupt disappearance of such an enormous creature astounded the onlookers at the port. In a subsequent scene, Sylas, summon your true form. The research team has made a significant discovery. Orochimaru instructed upon locating Sylas's shadow clone at the underground research facility in the Land of Snow. Understood. The shadow clone dissipated, transmitting the news back to the original. Since dispatching Zabuza and Kimimaro, tranquility had returned to the household, as their presence had often stirred chaos. What Sylas could not have anticipated was that the eagerly awaited curse mark and chakra enhancement device would require nearly 3 years of anticipation. It was only as the first 5-year plan of the Hidden Mist Village approached completion that a mass-producible prototype was finally unveiled. Is this truly the product you have spent 3 years developing? Sylas held the finished product, taking a moment to admire it. He had never been fond of the peculiar circumstances surrounding the events of Chapter 68, Man Sits in the Mountains, Calamity Descends from the Sky, Part 2. A year prior, an unusual congregation of monkeys had suddenly amassed in this area, and despite the relentless efforts of the local residents to drive them away, they found themselves at a loss and even sought assistance from the village of ninjas. Strangely enough, every ninja assigned to the task mysteriously vanished during their missions. Subsequently, several teams of ninjas ventured to uncover the truth, only to disappear as well, including one esteemed jonin. In Chapter 69, titled Serious Ninjas in the Versailles Hashirama, the dialogue took a humorous turn. Monkeys? Are they perhaps referring to me? Old Z mused, glancing down at himself. His unkempt fur had gone over a year without grooming, and draped in tattered animal skins, he bore a striking resemblance to a monkey. How infuriating! As a dignified host of the Four Tails, when had he ever endured such humiliation? The serpentine summoning beasts undoubtedly related to Orochimaru of the Leaf Village. However, regardless of your identity, in Chapter 70, a new undercover agent has emerged. A plane laden with monkeys swiftly returned to the land of snow. Ah, Orochimaru, did you not state that after capturing the monkeys, you would take a vacation? Surprised by the unexpected return of Orochimaru, Silas encountered an intriguing monkey, remarkably similar in physique to a human, capable not only of articulate speech but also of employing ninjutsu. Chapter 71. We are all undercover. Why are you so special? With the assistance of the otherworldly gods, Old Purple is now willing to engage in undercover activities within the Akatsuki organization for the sake of peace in the ninja world. Naturally, Silas has extracted the Four Tails from within him, containing it within his own body, with his mastery of sealing techniques. As long as he refrains from utilizing the chakra of the Four Tails, its presence remains undetectable. Within the sealing space, the three-tailed beasts coexist in relative harmony. Chapter 72. Conclusion of the 1-5 plan. Could it be that my current appearance is somewhat terrifying, causing them discomfort? That shouldn't be the case, after all. We are all rogue ninjas, likely to be merciless demons accustomed to killing. How could they be deterred by my merely distinctive exterior? Nevertheless, this is for the best, as I never intended to engage in extensive communication with them. My sole desire is to confront more powerful adversaries to enhance my own strength. Chapter 73. The second online meeting of the Akatsuki. Sylas resolutely advances the modernization reforms of the ninja world, garnering unwavering support from the entirety of the Land of Water. At least, on the surface, no one dares to defy his will. Behind the scenes, however, many harbor ulterior motives, deterred by the omnipresence of the reanimated ninja core. As a pilot project for the reform of the ninja realm, everything in the Land of Water progresses steadily and orderly. Chapter 74. No traitors, the mission begins. Scorpion, of course, remains oblivious to the peculiar glances cast upon him by his teammates after he uttered those words. At this moment, Old Purple has also logged in. He is assigned to stand alongside Kakazu, and the two exchange a glance, neither expressing any opinions about sharing a stick-like object with one another. Silence envelopes them. Observing the escalating tension between Scorpion and the watermelon-headed pufferfish, Nagato. Chapter 75. I dictate my script. Drawing from past experiences, this rehearsal proceeds with remarkable ease. Of course, Silas does not possess the full array of abilities known to him from the Otsutsuki clan, such as the Byakugan or the Rinnegan. Thus, in the script, his portrayal of Otsutsuki is that of a ninja capable of integrating 5 elemental techniques and utilizing various Kekkei Genkai. Over the past few years, among the various elemental techniques. Chapter 76. The tailed beast bomb arrives in 10 seconds. Just as Silas intends to lead Gaara towards the designated performance venue, a deluge of golden sand suddenly surges from all directions, rushing towards Silas. In an instant, his figure is completely engulfed by the golden sand. It is the fourth Kazekage. Witnessing the sudden appearance, the crowd exclaims, I knew that Scorpion's appearance outside the village was part of a conspiracy. Chapter 2. Are you distributing kaleidoscopes here? Silas, having adeptly transformed his identity into that of Uchiha Itachi from another world, seamlessly integrates into the headquarters of the Allied forces. With your strength, assisting the front lines will undoubtedly enhance the chances of victory. Based on the prowess Silas displayed earlier, Kakuzu is convinced that his assistance will significantly bolster the Allied forces' odds. Yet, Silas certainly wishes to avoid entanglement in this war at present. Prior to Silas's arrival, Nara Kakuzu had just conveyed the final words through Yamato's secret technique, relaying strategies capable of thwarting the Ten Tails to those battling far on the front lines. In the blink of an eye, He finds members of the Akatsuki appearing not far from him. Are there still members of the Akatsuki who have yet to reveal themselves? Or are they new additions? Yet, he suddenly witnesses the fall of the Ten-Tailed Beast Bomb. Chapters 1 and 2 have been reversed. The editor is on vacation, and I hesitate to disturb him for modifications, so this will have to suffice for now. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. Moments ago, in the external world, at the side of Madogai, Shaoli, and Tion were struck by the descending tools of the Sage of Six Paths, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Observing them silently from an early stage was the shadow clone of Sylas, who now appeared beside them. The trio was understandably startled by the figure clad in the Akatsuki uniform, instinctively preparing for confrontation. As they witnessed Guy momentarily restraining the formidable Ibido Uchiha, he occasionally coordinated his assaults. The ninja world would benefit from the presence of more individuals like Madogai, rather than relying on superficial enhancements such as ocular powers, bloodline traits, or ancestral legacies. Look, through years of rigorous training, Madogai ultimately managed to bring the seemingly invincible Ibido, who thrived on external advantages, down to this state. Fortunately, Silas had previously left several shadow clones before entering the Kemui dimension. Otherwise, Guy would have had to rely solely on Naruto's healing. Well, I wonder, is it safe now? At the last moment, Silas's shadow clone cautiously inquired. The onlookers, upon witnessing Silas's clone, collectively exhaled in relief. Rest assured, at a time when Madara was bewildered, the black cat known as Kurizetsu, having taken on a human voice, proclaimed, a millennium ago, the Otsutsuki Kagaya and Yuki village united to seal their mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, before being sealed, she left behind a remnant of her consciousness, namely, me. All along, what was perceived as Kurizetsu's own will was, in fact, a legacy of their ancestor. With such profound revelations, Madara, having arranged everything, was the first to exit the Kemui space. The moment he emerged, he was immediately targeted by Naruto and Sasuke, who had been lying in wait. Upon seeing Madara's appearance, they swiftly launched their attack. At that moment, Madara had yet to regain his Rinnegan. One of his eyes had been replaced by Sylas with Ibido's Sharingan. Before their assault could reach him, Madara activated the cloud concealment technique. In the mountains, Hachi, having removed his hand from the head of Jago, voiced his thoughts. What is your opinion on Sylas? Is he truly worthy of our absolute trust? Jago glanced at him and replied softly, we have no alternative. Yet I sense he is concealing something. Once this crisis has passed, I shall engage him in a detailed conversation to see what insights I can glean. The crowd exchanged glances, puzzled by the implications of Madara's disappearance. Had Uchiha Madara fled? Did this mean we had triumphed in battle? Yet, it seemed the opponent had already acquired 9-tailed beasts. At that moment, Sylas dispelled the Susanoo and descended from the heavens. Ladies and gentlemen, Uchiha Madara has retreated. Previously, after Naruto was drained of the 9 tails, he fell into a near-death state. To save him, Ibido had reclaimed the 1 tail and the 8 tails from Madara. All we need to do now is transfer the 8 tails back into Killer Bee, right? The oblivious Naruto suddenly remembered that the 8 tails resided within him and exclaimed, exactly. Upon hearing this, Reikage finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding Silas's declaration of coming to rescue the father and son, Rosha, despite harboring doubts, wisely refrained from taking action. The immense chakra emanating from behind Sylas made it abundantly clear to Rosha that his own strength was utterly insufficient to survive an explosion capable of annihilating the world. Sylas encountered Roshan and his companion, Gaara. Moments later, what Silas remained unaware of was that the explosion of the dragon vein was not the fault of Ban, but rather the true culprit was himself, or more precisely, his shadow clones. In the original timeline of Silas, after he was engulfed by the temporal vortex created by the formation of the dragon vein, all his shadow clones sensed the disappearance of their original. Initially presuming that the original was engaged in some form of experiment, they waited for several hours. Following a moment of chaos, one shadow clone suggested returning to Lulan to ascertain what had transpired. Upon witnessing the scene reminiscent of a bombardment by tailed beasts, and perceiving the utterly obliterated underground dragon vein, the clones exchanged glances. Have we inadvertently ensnared ourselves? They pondered. With the dragon vein now lost, could the original ever return? After a prolonged silence, one voice broke through. The shadow clone did not conceal the fate of the original from Orochimaru. Thus he was aware that Silas's form had been ensnared by the overwhelming chakra of the dragon vein, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Yet, he harbored no intentions of rebellion. Setting aside the question of whether the original could return, the combat prowess of these shadow clones was certainly not that of ordinary ones. He had witnessed firsthand the prowess of Sylas's would-release clone when, upon revealing his identity as the first Hokage, everyone ceased their actions and turned their attention to this man who had once clashed with Kakuzu. "Ah, my heart races. I must return home to rest," he thought. As the realization struck him that he was in the presence of the first Hokage, the 5 hearts within him felt as though they might burst. After this moment, he swore never to boast about having fought alongside the first Hokage again, a sentiment echoed by Jiraiya, who had just been revived and was equally bewildered by the unfolding events. His last memory was of battling pain, sinking into the depths of the ocean after leaving behind a signal. "Master Jiraiya, Kushina, please listen to me," Minato said with a smile, gesturing towards Silas at the center of the plaza. At that moment, Naruto, who was escorting the Sunagakure team beyond the borders, suddenly sneezed. "Naruto, what's the matter?" inquired Gaara, who stood by his side. Sunagakure had indeed reaped substantial rewards this time, not only reviving comrades lost in the 4th Great Ninja War, but also managing to resurrect some previous ninjas through intricate operations. Most importantly, the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, had returned with plans for the unification of the ninja world. Silas had no intention of concealing this from Narashikaku. As the pinnacle of intelligence in the ninja world, Narashikaku could easily discern inconsistencies from even the slightest clues. From the very beginning, he had intended to forcibly recruit Shikaku into his cause. Furthermore, certain high-ranking officials in Konoha were also to be informed of this matter. However, he would not consult with others before taking action. The time had come to commence. At that moment, Silas faintly sensed the chakra of Madara. The team he chose to ambush was the one escorted by Silas's shadow clones from the Rock Village. By the time he transported Naruto and Sasuke, the Rock Village's team had already fallen into disarray. Only a matter of seconds had passed since Madara's sudden assault. Countless shinobi lay scattered on the ground. As Silas departed amidst the grateful gazes of the crowd, even the 2 Tsuchikage, who had long harbored disdain for Konoha after suffering a thrashing at the hands of Uchiha Madara many years ago, found themselves impressed by this young man named Uchiha Sylas. His sincerity and unwavering dedication to others reminded me of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, whom I encountered at the inaugural 5 Kage summit many years ago. "Everyone may disperse now," Silas eventually spoke, prompting those around him to leave. After all, it was unbecoming for the 5 Kage to be scrutinized by the villagers like mere spectacles. "You 2 are together? Where are you headed?" Shinja Tobirama inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding how Silas had forged a connection with Narashikaku. "I am with Shikaku from another world," replied this junior, known as the military prodigy of Konoha, who evidently had knowledge of Silas's intentions. Tobirama felt uneasy about this scenario. The last time he had been in such a passive position was when he had been cornered by the formidable duo of Kumogakure, Kin and Jin. "Do not worry. Perhaps you are more inclined to execute this plan than anyone else," he reassured. Silas smiled, for the unification of the ninja world, in its nascent stages, naturally necessitates the establishment of a central authority. Silas, employing the otherworldly deity, bestowed upon Orochimaru the implication of servitude for a century. Naturally, he had no intention of retracting this proposition. After 100 years, he would grant Orochimaru his freedom. Should the shinobi world remain unchanged after this century, he would truly find himself at a loss for words. "Moreover, you 3. At this moment, Silas turned his gaze towards Xianglin, inquiring, "What do you mean, Zuki Sujetsu?" Silas, shedding his previous feeble demeanor, spoke with remarkable fluency. It dawned upon Sasuke that the weakness displayed by his opponent had been a mere facade, successfully deceiving everyone around them. Silas did not respond but continued, stating that to effectuate change, one must address the root cause of the cyclical nature of unity and division. This lesson, imparted by his ancestors, led Sasuke to recognize the disparity between himself and Madara, leaving him in a state of despondency. The 2 spent half a day in Iwagakure, primarily because Naruto wished to utilize his shadow clones to save as many people as possible. Ultimately, with the assistance of the shadow clones left by Silas, they returned to the Uchiha compound in Konoha. Naruto recounted the tragic circumstances of Iwagakure to the original Silas. Who then? Silas returned home, to an empty room where only a black cat quietly lingered in the shadows, even after being transformed into a feline by Silas. The dark figure remained steadfast in its instinctual habit of concealing itself. For a millennium, it had grown accustomed to diminishing its presence in various ways. Silas approached, gripping the nape of its neck, forcibly intertwining their fates. Within the Uchiha compound, in Itachi's chamber, he sat cross-legged on the floor, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. These past few days had been exceptionally arduous for him. 2 months prior, he had learned of Silas's disappearance, initially believing that his mentor would return swiftly. However, before Silas could reappear, turmoil erupted within the Uchiha clan. During this period, a multitude flocked to the Konoha hospital, and Fugaku's suspicions were confirmed. Realizing that his actions only exacerbated the situation, Sylas had refrained from intervening on behalf of the Uchihas since 3 years ago, even abstaining from inquiring about their circumstances. As Sylas remarked, "I've done more than enough for you. If you Uchihas do not strive to improve yourselves, you truly are a band of inept allies." This time, even as they sought the 8th Susanoo, the fierce battle within the Uchiha compound awakened numerous clan members. Gazing upon the colossal figure before them, akin to a deity, their breaths were held in awe. They found themselves devoid of the motivation to assist. Such a level of conflict was beyond their capacity to engage. "Fugaku, why have you chosen this path?" The medicinal aroma filled the air as Itachi and Sasuke absorbed the script Silas had penned for them. A surge of unfamiliar emotion swelling within. "We find ourselves upon a stage not of our choosing, performing a script not of our design." These words, uttered by Silas, resonated deeply with them, yet they had no intention of declining. They were acutely aware that both Obito and Silas were undercover within this Akatsuki organization. Yet, Scorpion remained undeterred by these matters. Moreover, these individuals were unworthy to be his companions. They were utterly ignorant of true artistry. The path of an artist is destined to be solitary. Thus, Scorpion mused, observing the murmuring crowd ahead, before turning away from the base to undertake his mission. Only Orochimaru, witnessing Scorpion's departure, noted that compared to the 2 newly initiated Uchihas, Scorpion, the Akatsuki's finest, had a far grimmer existence. His travels depended solely on his own 2 legs. In stark contrast to others who had a humanoid transporter to whisk them directly to their destination. However, Scorpion relished this endeavor, for it afforded him ample time to ponder his art. An artist requires no aid. "What brings you here, puppet master?" Regarding Lulan, a legend has long pervaded the ninja world, claiming that the dragon vein beneath Lulan conceals boundless chakra. Was it not here that a tremendous explosion recently transpired? "I have come to investigate. Originally, I intended to harness the chakra of the dragon vein for cultivation, but upon arrival here, I was met with profound disappointment." The 9th clone, having removed Scorpion, lingered in the land of wind for over 20 days. During this time, Scorpion diligently learned the art of magnetic-controlled puppetry while simultaneously undergoing a transformation of perspective under the guidance of his puppet mentor. "Ah, Scorpion, a judicious degree of relaxation is beneficial for your future endeavors. Today's indulgence is a means of accumulating strength for tomorrow's exertions. Without proper rest, how can one summon the vigor to strive relentlessly?" The 9th clone was taken aback by Scorpion's filial devotion, contemplating that perhaps their bond had deepened more than anticipated during this period. Meanwhile, Nagato felt a sense of unease upon hearing Scorpion threaten to withdraw from the organization. Ever since the incident with Celestial, the Akatsuki's financial chain had been severed, relying solely on its members' missions to sustain its operations. At this juncture, what could be more valuable than financial contributions? I, Celestial's 9th clone, despite being merely an unremarkable wood-style avatar, am not lacking in monetary resources. My family operates a bank. With the original body missing, is there any issue with a shadow clone's utilizing his savings? Moreover, this is all in the service of maintaining world peace. Furthermore, the material list that Scorpion presented to Nagato was authored by none other than himself. Silas could hardly fathom the extraordinary thought process of Scorpion. Is this truly the utterance of a rational being? You might as well hold a knife to someone's throat, bellowing, "Become my friend at once, or I shall cleave you in twain." Even Scorpion sensed the tension in the atmosphere, perceiving that the individuals before him seemed poised for confrontation. Upon their leisurely return after completing their mission, Nagato had awaited them for quite some time. "Scorpion, my leader. This outing with my esteemed predecessor has opened my eyes to a multitude of experiences. I have now come to realize that alongside fulfilling missions, one must continually enrich one's own experiences. Only then can one aspire to become the most formidable puppet master in the ninja world." Scorpion naturally responded. Silas had no intention of further delaying matters. While the great nations could not lower their dignity to relocate to Konoha, the smaller countries had no choice in the matter. He He merely expedited this process through his cunning. What? Is my heart too corrupted? What is wrong with the Uchiha clan? With such thoughts occupying his mind, Silas returned to Konoha. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, who had been waiting for quite some time, was eager to discuss the border issues. I have heard that Lord Tobarama is acting solely with the village's best interests in mind. There was truly no need for Lord Hashirama to intervene. As for Silas's assertions, Hashirama was certainly aware of the implications. If Konoha agreed to accept the refugees from the land of rice, other smaller nations would inevitably follow suit into the land of fire. Even the four great nations would likely do the same. The ensuing competition for resources would undoubtedly intensify. Although the land of rice had not raised objections to Konoha's demands, the particulars still required meticulous negotiation. Fortunately, the most astute mind in Konoha, Kakashi, was present, and he engaged in detailed discussions with the ministers from the land of rice to establish precise terms. It was not until evening that the final agreement was concluded. Typically, such internation affairs necessitated the involvement of the land of fire. By the time the shadow clones had constructed a vast residential area sufficient to provide homes for all, they were utterly exhausted. They had performed similar tasks countless times across Dimension 1, yet the creation of such a large-scale housing project proved to be quite taxing. As the clones dissipated one after another, the fatigue they transmitted compelled Sylas to rest for a considerable time. The five great nations had yet to reach a consensus on the relocation, although they all understood they were inevitably bound for the land of fire. Each sought to minimize their contributions. Ultimately, after a heated exchange, Senju Tobarama took his brother by the arm and departed, leaving the representatives of the other four nations in a state of bewilderment. Only Silas remained, instructing the shadow clones to escort the two back to Konoha while he lingered at the conference site. As Tobarama was about to leave, the true essence of Silas has departed, leaving behind but a mere shadow clone, intending to await the conclusion of discussions before returning everyone to their respective villages. Several shadows are already deliberating on the privileges they ought to possess. Only Rosha from the Sand Village exchanged a knowing glance with Yagura, and the two discreetly made their way outside the conference hall. Fourth Mizukage, I have something I wish to confirm with you. Did Silas and Konoha have a falling out? As the representatives of the other villages heard Riku's words, this thought flashed through their minds. Silas cast a fleeting glance at Ryujin, silently acknowledging the burdens he bore for the sake of world peace. Indeed, the five great nations required a greater voice. Even the future landlord of the ninja realm, Konoha, stood resolutely in the forefront of the rice fields, where humanoid-sized rice plants sprouted from the earth, creating a series of pits. Subsequently, they approached the edge of the field, shook themselves, and shed the grains that clung to them, before returning to their original pits, replanting themselves once more. Meanwhile, Orochimaru directed his three assistants, though, to be precise, they were merely laborers, busily calculating. Silas's master sent me to convey a message. You cannot return to your former world. After releasing the black cat, it landed gracefully on the ground, spun around, and continued speaking. What scheme does Sylas intend by disguising a cat as an ordinary creature to lurk in the village hidden in the sand? The first reaction of the esteemed Rosha was suspicion that Sylas was plotting something sinister. Rosha could not fathom how these two individuals had conspired together. Do you believe you still have an escape route? The black cat granted him passage, urging him to be bold regardless of the adversary. Master, everything has been arranged for you. Utilize your magnetic release to solidify your legacy as the hero of the Sand Village. It took the two a while to realize that it was the fourth Kazekage from another world, Rosha, that had revealed his prowess, successfully defending against over a dozen Susanoo assaults, thereby safeguarding the Sand Village's forces. The injured received treatment, while the deceased were gathered for later resurrection by Silas. The Sand Village's contingent made their way towards Konoha. With the second Rosha ensnared in the Kemui dimension, Silas, dear brother, will it truly be fine for you not to return to Konoha? In the royal castle of the newly established land of snow, the feudal lord, Kazahana Koyuki, addressed the man before her, who was meditating with his eyes closed. This man was none other than Silas, who had vanished from the sight of the ninja world. In his original realm, he had grown accustomed to residing in the village hidden in the mist or the land of snow. However, due to deteriorating relations with the five great nations, these smaller nations dared not impede Sasuke, merely observing as families were loaded onto the lightning car, transported in waves to Konoha. When the other great nations witnessed Konoha's actions, they naturally objected. A mere village such as yours monopolizes all the benefits. What shall we do? Thus, they too issued announcements. expressing their willingness to accept immigrants from smaller nations. Within half a month, this regulation was enacted. Over the past few years, several great nations had employed similar measures. Such actions were taken to legally secure vital resources, prompting votes. Now, it was their turn to utilize this regulation to impose restrictions on Konoha. Tobirama. Look at the good deed you and Kakashi have accomplished. As I turned to glance at my younger brother, I recalled the lengths to which we had gone to uphold the so-called dignity of our great nation. According to the research team from the Cloud Village, this interdimensional chakra cannon, at full power, could even obliterate the moon. Such destructive potential afforded the Cloud Village a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Leaf Village. Or so they believed. The Cloud Village publicly proclaimed that they possessed a weapon capable of dismantling the current state of the ninja world, attempting to compel the Leaf Village to halt its expansion, just as everyone sought the mastermind behind this cunning strategy from the Cloud Village. The chakra cannon unleashed its assault upon the moon. A colossal crater, visible to the naked eye, manifested on the lunar surface. The entire ninja world bore witness to this spectacle, and upon connecting it to the immense beam of light that had erupted from the Land of Lightning moments earlier, they realized that the Land of Lightning's prior assertions of wielding such formidable power were indeed true. As a member of the Hyuga clan attempted to prevent him from leaving the village, he was halted by Sylas's gesture. "Silas, my sister's eyes are still with him," Hinata exclaimed urgently. "No, take a closer look." As Sylas unraveled the illusion of the fireworks, she awakened, her pale eyes still residing within their sockets. Ah, how powerful is the rakeage! In the absence of external constraints, the two of them nearly epitomized the pinnacle of combat prowess in the ninja world. Apart from Guy, who could open the 8 gates, their physical prowess was unparalleled in the realm of shinobi. Regrettably, their opponent was a member of the Tsutsuki clan, one who had never before made an appearance in the ninja world. Observing the Tsutsuki Shurin rampantly obliterating his kin, the anguished cries of his comrades echoed in his ears. Ultimately, the two Raikages, along with Tsutsuki Shurin, departed in disgrace, while those remaining on the ground watched the moon recede further from their view, sighing in relief. Even a few individuals from Konoha, privy to the situation, released the weight that had burdened their hearts. Although Silas had assured them that the moon would not fall, they had harbored concerns until that moment. "Why do you still follow me? The progress has been commendable. In just a few years, not only had he peacefully annexed numerous small nations, but he had also resolved matters concerning the Land of Lightning. I have heard that the other 3 great nations have begun contacting Konoha to discuss the possibility of integration." 6 months later, in the Kamui dimension, the Uchiha quartet convened a meeting. Madara expressed his satisfaction with Silas's accomplishments over the past few years, offering genuine praise. Upon discovering the truth, Senja Hashirama departed with his brother, leaving behind a solitary promise: "Konohagakure shall spare no effort in aiding you." Silas briefly mentioned borrowing the 9 tails from Hashirama. If he could return to his original timeline, it stands to reason that he could also traverse back to this second timeline. At that point, not only could he bring 1 9 tails, but he could also summon another from an alternate realm. With a resounding thud, a shadow clone materialized beside Silas, seizing the main body upon its arrival. "Well done, Black Zetsu." The clone, having inherited the perfect chakra refining technique of the original, no longer had to worry about chakra quantity. It began to lead the main body towards the first timeline. In the second timeline, Silas reflected on how, a decade prior, Orochimaru, who had clandestinely conducted human experiments in Konoha, would never have imagined a day when he would stand up for the village, let alone the Hidden Mist village. However, ever since Silas had coerced him into coming to the Hidden Mist, his worldview had undergone a profound transformation. He had been there for nearly 10 years, nearing the completion of the village's second 5-year plan. The scheme to capture the 3 tails had already been set in motion, involving Shursui, Itachi, along with the Hidden Mist's own Kiba, Suigetsu, and Orochimaru himself. If these individuals genuinely intended to engage in battle, such a formidable lineup would undoubtedly overwhelm the existing combat capabilities of the Hidden Mist. Alas, all of them were spies. The inhabitants of the Land of Snow began deliberating their next steps. "Hey, will this make us seem too disgraceful?" The invading quintet, adorned with Orochimaru's specially crafted masks, altered their appearances and seamlessly infiltrated the beast viewing garden near the port of the Hidden Mist village. They formed a long queue, ultimately succeeding in blending into the observation area. As they approached the 3 tails viewing location, Kirichu spoke up. "I thought we weren't here to fight." The 3 tails, having already endured an Amaterasu assault, was on the brink of collapse, its tears flowing as it finally saw reinforcements arrive. However, its current condition was dire. Seizing the moment while the two Uchiha turned to assist their allies, it stealthily submerged underwater. The 5 members of the Akatsuki faced off against the 7 from the hidden mist. Konan matched up against Shursui, while Zabuza and his disciple, Jinmaru, confronted Itachi. Sylas, traversing the time-space corridor, was taken aback to discover that the exit was, in fact, a dragon vein. Wait, why is Scorpion nearby? In the perception of Sylas, he discerned the scorpion wandering near the dragon vein, and upon hearing a sound, he approached the scene. The puppet played by his shadow clone subtly altered the scorpion's fate, culminating in the acquisition of a blue shadow had inscribed with 5th Mizukage, heralding the return of the village's leader. Just a minute prior, Sylas had returned to the hidden mist village utilizing the flying thunder god technique, surveying the desolate surroundings, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. Though he was uncertain why Nagato had come to the hidden mist to confront him, his heart brimmed with indignation. Nagato, you of the 6 paths of pain, are left with only the comparatively weak human path and the Deva path, which is still on cooldown. 20 seconds. Nagato estimated the time but felt his endurance waning. The entity known as 50-50 vanished once more, materializing before Deva path pain. Just as Nagato believed his 6 paths of pain were destined to perish here, Sylas surged forward from behind him. Persuaded by the sheriff's well-reasoned arguments, Black Zetsa chose to trust the other party. Both Ika and Nico simultaneously delved into the earth. You all go ahead. I shall hold them off. On the other side, as the members of the Akatsuki were being pursued, Deva Path Pain suddenly spoke. Having fully recovered his abilities, he surveyed the pursuers from the hidden mist and concluded that he could not withstand 50-50. Ultimately, it was Orochimaru who intervened, exerting considerable effort to subdue the 3 tails. Jiraiya, where's Lord 50-50? Asked Konan. That fellow returned to the village after his battle with Sylas, Jiraiya replied, his 3 tails swaying as he turned toward the depths of the sea, muttering curses under his breath. Having spent time within Sylas, he was acutely aware of the underlying tensions that had enveloped the ninja world since the dissolution of Sylas's last shadow clone 2 years ago. After all, the benefits generated by the Penguin Commerce Association, established by the 5th Mizukage 50-50 in collaboration with various villages, were exceedingly tempting. Nearly everyone sought to partake in this bounty. Yet they were uncertain whether the 5th Mizukage was truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. Under Sylas's deliberate orchestration, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist received invitations to Kisame's wedding. Apart from a small number assigned to duty, the majority expressed their intent to attend. Sylas urged the Penguin Consortium to work tirelessly, orchestrating the swift transport of flowers and ingredients from various realms of the ninja world, while representatives from numerous countries hastened to join the endeavor. In recent days, Sylas's shadow clones have been diligently visiting each household to seek explanations. After consuming the military rations brought by a few individuals, the group regained a measure of strength and began their advance towards the exit. Apart from the lifeless bodies of guards strewn across the passage, there were scarcely any signs of life. As the group vanished into the corridor, the fallen guards gradually opened their eyes, subsequently transforming into wisps of smoke and dissipating into nothingness. Meanwhile, in the unseen shadows, a black figure was meticulously dismantling the internal descent within the Hidden Mist village, achieving a revolutionary triumph and ushering in a period of reflection for the second 5-year plan. Sylas gazed upon the achievements of the Hidden Mist village during his 5-year absence, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Although the progress of construction had slowed in the past 2 years due to certain internal issues, the overall objectives had been successfully met. Transportation and culture flourished. At that moment, Nagato, through the shared perception of pain, became aware of the harrowing experiences endured by 2 individuals. Their journey had been fraught with hardship as they escaped the land of water. Yet they remained steadfast in their resolve to return to the land of rain and contribute to their organization. This contemplation deepened Nagato's feelings of guilt regarding his own powers. However, a thought struck him. Although Naruto had reached a certain age, wasn't the notion of being overly dramatic a characteristic of the Uchiha clan? In fact, the more dramatic one became, the stronger they were. Originally, Sasuke had emerged as the mightiest ninja within this cycle of theatrics. Yet now, Sasuke seemed rather normal, while Naruto appeared somewhat off-kilter. It was astonishing how the butterfly effect of his arrival had such significant repercussions. As the shuriken drew closer, Naruto struggled fiercely. He did not wish to meet his demise in this manner. Yet Sylas maintained a firm grip on his body, forcing him to face the oncoming shuriken. Even the onlookers around could hardly contain themselves. After all, who was Naruto? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was the teacher of his father, while the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had also been his mentor. The arrival of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, at the village was facilitated by both himself and Jiraiya, primarily to allow Minato to return to the village under honorable circumstances. However, the higher-ups in the village, unaware that Sylas and Minato were indeed the same individual, harbored no fondness for the former Mizukage who had once attempted to seize the sealing scroll of Konoha. In truth, Naruto had not been mistaken, in many respects. He was indeed an outsider. After all, Sylas's intelligence remained concealed from most of the village's elite, making it improbable for them to divulge such matters to Naruto, who was still a child at heart. Kushina watched as Naruto's pants were torn, feeling a pang of heartache, yet she understood that her son truly required some discipline. She and Minato both had their respective responsibilities. Dear readers, today is a bit challenging, and I am unable to write, but I shall make up for the 2 chapters owed tomorrow. Silas, how could you entertain such thoughts? Unifying the ninja world would inevitably require the invasion of other nations. Does this not define a standard antagonist? Upon hearing Silas's words, the two believed that their disciple had, during his 12 years of undercover life, lost his way and succumbed to the corrupting influence of the power he wielded. Silas observed the two individuals who remained oblivious to the situation and shook his head. Unlike the Sharingan, which requires emotional stimuli to awaken, the Byakugan is innate to the members of the Hyuga clan. To safeguard their bloodline limit, the Hyuga family is divided into the main and branch houses. The main house has inherited the Byakugan for generations, while the branch house is tasked with the perilous duty of protecting the main house. Upon the main house's eldest son reaching the age of 3, a cursed seal is placed upon the forehead of the branch members, which serves as a source of internal conflict within the Hyuga clan. Through meticulous training, the strengths of Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji are commendable. However, Naruto and Sasuke have yet to fully manifest their true talents. Under the conditions where external assistance is absent, they merely fall within the realm of genius. In contrast, Sylas's 3 disciples, his first disciple Zabuza, second disciple Kimimaro, and third disciple Haku, have all benefited from Sylas's external enhancements. Naturally, when Naruto heard Sylas's proposal, enlightenment struck him. Indeed, while he could only stabilize the Rasengan, he could certainly delegate the nature transformation aspect to another shadow clone. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, and an uncontrollable excitement surged within him, as if this jutsu were crafted solely for him. In the dead of night, Hyuga Hinata discreetly evaded the crowd and slipped into the inn where Sylas resided. Before he could knock, Sylas, who had been waiting for him, spoke directly. "The door is open. Come in." This statement left Hinata feeling unsettled. Was he waiting for me? This implies he intentionally allowed Neji to reveal the information about his ability to free the caged bird. The 5th Mizukage's actions have transpired over 4 days since Sylas's arrival in Konoha. The collaboration between Konoha and the Hidden Mist village has intensified, and the news of their joint Chunin exam has reached various nations. Each village has dispatched its own teams of lower ninjas to participate. According to the widely circulated intelligence in the ninja world, the 5th Mizukage possesses the power to revive all the villagers of the Hidden Mist single-handedly. Jiraiya, what brings you here? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the second Jiraiya. Orochimaru? He gazed at the somewhat familiar, yet distinctly different Orochimaru, realizing that this was indeed the Orochimaru of this world. I am the Jiraiya of another world. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru responded, and the 2 comrades of Jiraiya spent an extraordinarily thrilling night together in the room. Only by dawn did the second Jiraiya, relying on his memories, manage to recreate the experience of paradise of affection. The first Jiraiya, sporting dark circles under his eyes, finished the final portion and exclaimed in delight, "Art, how about you? Have you found any inspiration?" On the second day, Jiraiya spoke up. While the second Jiraiya reveled in a moment of happiness that was not his own, the first Jiraiya remained ensconced within the time-space corridor. After 2 days of traversing through dimensions, Sylas's shadow clone broke through the corridor's barrier, entering the realm of the second ninja world. Within the underground base of Konoha, a considerable number of people had gathered around the vast open space that had been left in the center. Following Jiraiya's brave decision a few days prior to become 2 versions of himself across different timelines and exchange identities, both had resolved to pen a book inspired by their experiences and insights. The second Jiraiya, who had taken the place of the first as Hokage, intended to write a tale entitled "What to Do When You Suddenly Become a Shadow," narrating the fantastical story of two ninjas from different timelines swapping identities. Of course, during the initial stages of this creative endeavor, as Silas's shadow clone brought the first Jiraiya back to his original timeline. The second Jiraiya awaited at a base in the land of snow. Overwhelmed by the thought of facing Tsunade in this world, he had departed from Konoha early, longing to return home. The two Jiraiyas exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of envy and a hint of guilt. Observing their somewhat similar expressions, Sylas noted that there were still 3 days remaining until the Chunin exams, jointly hosted by Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village, commenced. Most of the ninja villages had already sent their teams to participate in the examination. The scale of this exam was significantly larger than that depicted in the original narrative. With a total of 76 three-man teams registered, including 3 groups from the Land of Rain, Pipa Juz, Sujetsu, Zuki, and Kurwasage. At this moment, in the vast expanse of the Death Forest, the distances between the various teams had widened. Aside from the different speeds of the teams, the Konoha officials had deliberately set traps within the Death Forest to test the lower-ranked ninjas' observational skills and their ability to navigate complex environments, forcing each team to proceed with utmost caution. Among the teams present, the 7th Squad, which had been greatly anticipated by Konoha, found themselves in disarray. Akin to strays lacking direction, their eyes vacant as they sat listlessly on the ground. It was as though they had been subjected to a forceful encounter with a patron of peculiar tastes, who, upon completion, adjusted their trousers and disdainfully remarked that they were mere average fare. For these 3 prodigies, this was a substantial blow, both physically and mentally. Fully aware of the capabilities of the 2 teams from the Land of Rain, the 7th Squad hesitated to confront the trio from the Land of Water, opting instead to pay the toll for a safe passage, hoping to advance in this manner. However, with their parents watching from outside, the thought of surrendering outright was tantamount to social death. Did they possess the confidence to oppose their adversaries? Based on their gathered intelligence, one of the opposing trio was a red-haired kunoichi from the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Karen, who excelled in utilizing chakra-concentrated chains in battle and was likely a sensory ninja. She should be countered by the taijutsu class, leveraging their agility to evade her chain attacks and engage in close combat. The team led by the bone blade-wielding Kumadori from the Takakurai clan was evidently proficient in physical techniques. As the chaotic battle commenced, despite the apparent numerical superiority of the lower-ranked alliance, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Land of Water. Under the overwhelming disparity in strength, the ranks of the lower-ranked coalition began to dwindle. Yet, as their numbers were reduced by more than half, Konoha finally seized an opportunity. Utilizing Karen's ability to draw her 2 teammates close to mitigate damage, Niji unleashed a surge of chakra that erupted from his chakra points, propelled by his swift rotations, forming a semi-spherical chakra shield. This barrier successfully deflected the incoming ice projectiles, sparing those behind him from a fate of being pierced like a sieve. Truly, a testament to his genius. Outside, as Hinata Hyuga observed, the blue mark on Niji's forehead gradually faded away, and his once faint breaths began to strengthen. When he slowly opened his eyes, Silas ceased his actions. Niji, feeling the surge of power within his body, could not help but express his astonishment. Furthermore, he sensed that the cursed seal of the caged bird that had once resided on his forehead seemed to have vanished. Hinata cast a glance and remarked, "Rather than allowing this cursed seal to persist, causing endless friction between the main and branch families, it is preferable to seize this opportunity to entirely eradicate the caged bird. Let every member of the branch family break free from its control." Upon hearing these words, the branch family members were filled with joy, while several elders of the main family hastily interjected, "Clan leader, this is unthinkable." Returning to Konoha held no allure for Silas, although he was aware that if he returned, he would undoubtedly become the 6th Hokage of the village. He had already received the proof from the second timeline, complete with the Fire Country Daimyo's seal, and his visage was already engraved upon Hokage Rock. Thus, he felt no compelling reason to return to Konoha. Although Silas has enhanced the caged bird technique with his impeccable sealing arts, the Hyuga clan would never feel at ease allowing the shadow of the Hidden Mist Village to inscribe the caged bird curse upon them. After all, this technique holds the key to controlling the life and death of the Hyuga clan. What if the adversary left behind some hidden contingencies? As Nikiashi followed the new technique, he asked in front of the branch family members, "What ninjutsu will my Lord Mizukage teach me this time?" Once Naruto summoned his 2 companions to the training ground, he directed his inquiry towards Silas. The other 2 displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Following the updates to the caged bird technique, Neji distinctly felt an enhanced mastery over his Byakugan. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had been confined, learned from Fugaku that the Mizukage intended for him to perform 3,000 push-ups. If he failed, he would have to execute 3,000 leg raises. Upon reaching a waterfall, Lee set forth his training objectives. Sakura, on the other hand, stood atop the water's surface, capturing a fish and skillfully slicing its abdomen with a kunai, subsequently tending to its wounds. Clearly, this was a means to practice her healing techniques. Under normal circumstances, given Lee's stringent self-expectations, he would never indulge in anything that could impair his reflexes. Yet today was an exceptionally unique occasion. Faced with an elder who believed in him as much as teacher Guy, Lee chose to accept the elder's gourd of sake. Initially intending to sip just a small amount, he found himself drawn into Silas's subsequent offerings, which were refined spirits. The concept of drunken boxing was somewhat unfamiliar to Maruxing Gyuk, yet he could glean some information from the name itself. Drunken boxing, as the name suggests, is a fighting style performed while intoxicated. No wonder he found it impossible to discern his opponent's techniques during their recent bout. It seemed his adversary possessed no formal style whatsoever. This drunken boxing indeed imposes significant constraints. Although the specific details of Xiao Li's Konoha collapse plan had been established, in the days that followed, Silas instructed the 3 members of Team 7 while simultaneously guiding his own disciples. He also took the opportunity to have his shadow clone adjust Xiao Li's external enhancements and teach Sakura healing techniques. As the strength of the group gradually increased, 3 days before the commencement of the official matches, Naruto unexpectedly made a request. "Lord Mizukage, we wish to." Zabuza, oblivious to the fact that his teacher was orchestrating events, assumed it was merely a sudden change in weather. If it were to rain, it would certainly disrupt his mist technique. Zabuza intended to conclude matters swiftly, and fortuitously, the 3 had halted at a certain location. As he hurried towards their position, Xiaoli and Sakura were also training in the back mountains. Sasuke hurled 2 wind shuriken, with the first concealing the transformation of Naruto. Once Zabuza's clone evaded this attack, Naruto reverted to his original form and launched an unexpected assault, shattering Zabuza's water clone and simultaneously rescuing his teammates while creating distance. "Neji, run." Neji pondered the earlier display of the thunderous lightning release technique, which had appeared as if the god of thunder had descended, and found himself at a loss for words. Yes, you must make Xiaoli stop. Although Sasuke was not well acquainted with Sakura, he recognized her due to her studies at the Konoha Medical Department, especially since his father was the vice director of Konoha Hospital. 3 days later, the Chunin exam's official arena was bustling with spectators from various nations, all seated in the audience. In the most prominent position, 3 figures stood out conspicuously: the 5th Hokage Jiraiya of Konoha, the current 5th Mizukage of the Mist Village, and the 4th Kazekage of the Sand Village, Rosha, who had deliberately come from Sunagakure. Notably, 2 of them were Silas's Prot GS. That year, Xiao Li's graduation results from the Ninja Academy were less than stellar, yet through sheer determination, he proved to the world that even with only taijutsu, one could become an exceptional ninja. Recently, during the trials in the Forest of Death, Kunmaru had become a stepping stone for Xiao Li. After Zabuza conceded defeat on behalf of Kunmaru, several jonin entered the fray, expending considerable effort to subdue Xiao Li. Itachi was acutely aware that the enormous fireball emitted by Sasuke could not have influenced the weather. The only logical explanation was that this was part of Silas's plan. With the sound of thunder, they were instructed to create chaos throughout the village, as per Silas's arrangement. Witnessing Sasuke's mastery over such a powerful technique, Itachi felt a sense of satisfaction. Just then, a massive vortex suddenly appeared, drawing in the rapidly approaching projectiles. Recognizing this familiar technique, both exclaimed, "Abido!" Soon after, a figure emerged from the swirling vortex, clad in a long black robe with a katana slung across the waist. "I have returned." Upon hearing these words, Kakashi immediately recognized his friend. Jiraiya's teacher, Minato, gazed sorrowfully at the lifeless form of Jiraiya, tears streaming down his face. Yet, deep within, he pondered the immense sacrifices his mentor had made to render the narrative more authentic. He took hold of his teacher's body from Abido's grasp, lifting his gaze toward the celestial Ceres in the sky. "What is it that you truly desire?" Silas extended his arms, utilizing his ninjutsu to bring the Leaf's destruction plan to a close. However, the repercussions of his actions extended far beyond this point. Silas seized the tailed beast from 2 shadows, simultaneously slaying the 5th Hokage and ravaging the hidden Leaf village, while declaring war on the entire ninja world. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Mizukage, who utilized a secret technique to revive the fallen, one of the 5 great hidden villages, Konoha, would have been eradicated from the ninja realm. Upon awakening, the Mizukage learned that the puppet intended to bring Sylas to him to resolve their misunderstandings, stirring a flicker of excitement within Nagato. Once Sylas no longer harbored grievances against him and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Akatsuki's noble cause, peace within the ninja world would inevitably be realized. In the secret chamber, Nagato was secured within a peculiar device, gazing at the approaching puppet and Sylas. To express his recognition of Sylas, Nagato even sacrificed one of his own eyes. Sylas, he mused, even the Mizukage possesses a Rinnegan, as the emblem of our Akatsuki. You must not fall behind. Sylas already possessed a Rinnegan. He merely seized this opportunity to display it openly. In truth, the eye that Nagato bestowed upon him. Sylas yearned for the tranquility to execute his plan for the unification of the ninja world, yet it was imperative to first eliminate the lurking threat of Kaguya. After all, if, during this process, Kaguya were to sense an anomaly and conceal itself, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Who would wish to engage in a prolonged game of hide-and-seek with an immortal progeny for another millennium? Thus, after conferring with the sheriff, the duo, one man and one cat, crafted their strategy. Once everything had concluded, Sylas returned to the ninja realm. The 2 entities, transformed into a cat and a dog, resided within his being. Coincidentally, Nagato dispatched the human path from the 6 paths of pain to locate Sylas and tasked him with arranging a tour of the land of water. No need for a clone. You shall go in person, Sylas declared as he approached Nagato's true form. At that moment, while Nagato and Konan were sightseeing in the land of water, news of the Uchiha Sylas, an erstwhile Leaf Village rogue ninja, having slain his former mentor, the 5th Hokage Jiraiya, and brazenly declaring war on the nations, echoed throughout the corners of the ninja world. Various intelligence reports began to circulate, including those concerning the Land of Rain and the Akatsuki organization. Under the guidance of Obito, the 5 Kage Summit, led by the Leaf and Mist villages, commenced. Regardless of the outcome of this conflict, the battlefield, Taki and Kusa villages, was destined to endure significant devastation. Fortunately, Sylas was disinclined to witness such calamity. Utilizing the vast network established in the Land of Water, he made contact with the leaders and daimyos of the 2 smaller nations. Upon realizing their lands might become battlegrounds, the sentiments of those involved were exceedingly complex. What is this? You no longer wish to explore another world? When Nagato returned to the Land of Snow and informed Sylas's shadow clone that he was set to return to the Land of Rain, the clone was somewhat taken aback. That cannot be. Your true self instructed me to send you there promptly. Brother Nagato, let us not rush this matter. Your original self has other plans for you. You should first venture to the 2nd dimension. The 2 continued their discourse on philosophical musings until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point Hinata approached to remind them that the signing event had concluded. The group rose and made their way toward the plaza, where they encountered the staff tidying up and the 2 Jiraiyas assisting them. Nagato, Konan, you have arrived. Upon encountering his 2 disciples, Jiraiya was not particularly surprised. After all, Sylas had long since made arrangements to contact the village of the Great Suchikage, and the 1st Black Zetsu, lying in ambush, seized the opportunity to locate the Jinchuriki of a Wagakure, Han. Within him was sealed the mighty 5 Tails Mu. Far beneath the surface, in a cavern distant from a Wagakure, Han was meticulously guarded by numerous individuals. His body was nearly enveloped in a striking red apparatus, with a sheer black cloak draped over him. Soon enough, the 5 Tails ultimately fell into Sylas's grasp. Some escaping IWA ninjas, upon witnessing the colossal sphere formed of rock levitating in the sky, found themselves paralyzed, unable even to flee. Was this truly the extent of human power? They were left to ponder whether their adversaries possessed the ability to conjure a moon from nothingness. With a swift motion of Sylas's hand, the sphere instantaneously dispersed, directing the central figure, Zhu Li Han, straight towards him. Sylas turned to gaze at the wooden figure standing still in place. He was unharmed, merely in a state of unconsciousness. Approaching, Sylas extended his hand, intending to transfer the 2 tails residing within the wooden figure. How did you find your way here? The wooden figure asked, echoing a question previously posed by Karabi. Over a decade ago, during your captivity in Konoha, when we solidified the seal of the 2 tails, Jiraiya had intended to leave with the 1st wooden figure to prevent any potential leakage of information. However, the second wooden figure unexpectedly invited her to visit his home. And she accepted the invitation. Rest assured, Jiraiya-sensei, I will be fine. Silas has already entrusted me with this responsibility. The wooden figure showed no concern for his safety, reassured by Silas's shadow. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Madara stood with one foot on his own coffin, leaning forward as he surveyed the battlefield, seemingly awaiting an answer. Oh, Lord Madara, I sincerely apologize. The person who was supposed to resurrect you using the rebirth of the heavenly path, Obito, has betrayed us and now returns to Konoha as a hero. As the unfamiliar voice reached his ears, a wave of despair washed over the hearts of the Ninja Alliance. Such feats, beyond human capability, shattered their understanding of reality. Despite Inoki and Minato's attempts to redirect the falling meteors, their efforts proved futile. The meteors that had not been timely diverted descended upon the location of the Alliance, inciting chaos. At that moment, the author struggled to compose a chapter, ultimately deciding to delete it after much contemplation. How should I put this? The recent developments have become so tedious that even I, the author, find them unbearable. Yet, when I initially crafted the outline, my intention was to advance the narrative through such means. Regrettably, my lack of skill has resulted in a narrative filled with superfluous content. If I were to adhere to the original outline, I would still need to inflate the word count by an additional 200,000 words, which would be undesirable. After consideration, I have decided to revise the outline. Therefore, I shall take a day off, with good reason. The complete body of Susanoo wielded its dual blades, inflicting significant casualties upon the Alliance. In response, several Susanoo appeared on the side of the Alliance, seeking to confront Sylas. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sylas' Susanoo was unmatched by any of those present in the Alliance. Even Shursui and Itachi could not compare to Sylas' prowess. The Susanoo of Sylas not only displayed extraordinary prowess, but upon hearing Sasuke's words, Kakashi experienced a moment of clarity. Previously preoccupied with extinguishing chaos, he had lacked the mental fortitude to contemplate the underlying issues. It was only through Sasuke's reminder that the incongruity came to light. Unlike the summoning beasts that had invaded Konoha a few days prior, this particular summoning was not only swifter and more powerful, but even after sustaining fatal injuries, it would not dissipate, its head severed, yet still capable of combat. In the face of Naruto's relentless onslaught, Nagato chose to abandon his darkness, expressing a willingness to sacrifice his own life to resurrect those who had perished during the defense of the Hidden Mist Village, even offering to venture to the front lines to revive the fallen there. Although the fifth Mizukage possessed knowledge of such secret techniques, everyone understood that the act of resurrection invariably demanded a tremendous price. Uncertain of how this individual had drawn upon Madara, Silas and another leapt to the head of the outer path golem. White conduits extended from Madara's body, connecting to the golem. Aren't you going to make a move? Controlling the Ten Tails alone proves somewhat challenging for me. I apologize, but I harbor none of that peculiar substance within me. Gazing at the writhing white tubes formed from Hashirama's cells emerging from Madara's chest, Silas observed as the once square opening below transformed into an inverted conical shape, radiating from the center of Silas's ten tails. Aside from the ninjas positioned at the periphery, everyone else was obliterated within the colossal beam of light, reduced to nothingness. In a single strike, the Allied forces suffered catastrophic losses, with tens of thousands vanishing in its wake. Were it not for the swift reactions of Minato and the others, the situation would have been dire. You have gone to such great lengths. What is it that you truly seek? Madara finally recognized that Silas, too, was a traitor. He could not comprehend the actions of the two individuals. If the other party had intended to thwart his implementation of the infinite Tsukuyomi from the very beginning, there was no necessity for them to resurrect him at all. Moreover, the current Ten Tails was on the verge of transforming into the God Tree. Just when everyone believed that all hope was lost, Minato stepped forward swiftly, intending to carry Kai away while simultaneously delivering a lethal blow to the severely injured Obito. However, Silas was quicker, arriving at Obito's side and grasping his half-lifeless body before proceeding to the restrained Ten Tails, who was struggling against the wooden dragon's bindings. Placing one hand upon the Ten Tails form, a terrifying aura capable of suppressing all was subtly enveloping it. With your current strength, causing turmoil in the ninja world would still be rather challenging. I shall seal the Ten Tails within you, he proclaimed. Although lacking the seven tails, strictly speaking, among the nine-tailed beasts, aside from the 8 and 9 tails, the others could only be considered as mere appendages. Thus, even in the absence of the 7 tails, The current Tintails was not significantly inferior to its former glory. With this, Obito gained a new advantage. Of course, although the ninja allied forces had been disbanded, everyone unanimously agreed to retain the intelligence division and the command center of the alliance. This was to ensure communication among the various villages and to coordinate combat forces during critical moments. A day later, all participating forces returned to their respective villages. Upon the return of Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha to Konoha, the then captain of the Konoha security team, Danzo Shimura, received the command to initiate action from Obito, who, via Silas's shadow clone, returned to the ninja world. The unabashedly terrifying chakra alerted the intelligence department of the allied forces to the presence of an impending threat. It was the Tintails. Its chakra was intertwined with Obito's. Nira Wagakure immediately notified them. Upon hearing this, Yamashiro Aoi, who had been stationed in the intelligence department, dispatched a message. In an atmosphere of tranquility, various nations signed an indefinite land lease agreement with the Land of Water. Each nation would pay a certain amount or provide equivalent labor monthly to obtain temporary residency rights in the Land of Water, while also adhering to its regulations. This arrangement would remain in effect until the crisis was resolved, and the nations departed from the Land of Water. Faced with the looming threat of life and death, everyone hardly had the time to ponder the consequences of remaining trapped. Silas had never truly anticipated the arrival of these two individuals, especially considering that the shinobi world had been irrevocably transformed under his influence. Yet, unexpectedly, they did appear. This signified the existence of a third dimension. In addition to the first and second, the shadow clone of Silas dissipated, conveying the message to the original. Ultimately, under the explanations provided by Minato and Sasuke, both Kawaki and Naruto came to accept the reality that Boruto is a being from an alternate dimension and, in a sense, a grandson or son of their own. Ha ha ha, I told you I would surely become Hokage. In comparison to the looming threat of the Otsutsuki, Naruto was far more preoccupied with his aspiration to become Hokage. He persistently engaged Boruto and Sasuke with numerous inquiries about his own legacy. As Itachi's words hung in the air, Urashiki noticed a member of the Uchiha clan not far behind him. The tomo in his eyes having transformed into the kaleidoscopic patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan, a formidable power infiltrating his mind. From the outset, the Uchiha had no intention of allowing Itachi to confront the enemy alone. His brief appearance was merely a tactic to divert attention, granting Shursui the opportunity to employ his Kodoame Tsukumi to alter the adversary's will. On the aircraft, the Uchiha clan members fell into a silence devoid of dialogue. Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, too humiliated to speak, a sentiment echoed by the others. Thus, the group traveled in silence until they arrived in the Land of Water. Upon disembarking, Sasuke stood transfixed before the airport and the distant silhouette of the city. Why does this hidden mist village appear more impressive than my ears, Konoha? In the underground chamber, upon receiving notification from Silas, Minato addressed him. Have you returned? Indeed. Silas replied, I have left my techniques on him, and while Boruto was unconscious, I also studied that dimensional artifact, enhancing my space-time transfer ray. Silas pondered for a moment before continuing, perhaps 3. When Silas mentioned Nagato, Naruto was transported back to that fateful day over a decade ago. Having mastered Sage Mode, he had defeated Pain and persuaded Nagato to place his trust in him, ultimately using the Rinne rebirth technique to resurrect those who had fallen in the battle for Konoha. It was from that moment that he emerged as a hero in the eyes of the village, earning their recognition. However, he had forgotten the weight of that responsibility. In the midst of a gaming session with a complete stranger, arranged by Sasuke, his father, Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage of Konoha, was soaring towards the Land of Rain on a colossal bird conjured by the Super Beast imitation technique, alongside Sai. Sai, have I truly erred? Naruto inquired, gazing upwards at the dimming sky. No, I have faith in you, Sai replied as he escorted the battered Naruto away. During a relentless 10-minute onslaught, Naruto refrained from retaliating. Nagato was aware that Naruto could not perish here. Otherwise, given his current temperament, he might indeed kill Naruto, who was not defending himself. Observing the rain-soaked Hidden Rain village, Nagato took a deep breath and declared, I have returned. Have you lost your mind? Sasuke questioned, suspecting that Naruto had been brainwashed. Otherwise, how could he utter such words contrary to his steadfast will of fire and the ninja way he upheld? Sasuke, after traveling extensively, You have surely noticed that the piece following the fourth great ninja war only exists among the 5 great nations, Shikamaru interjected. Sasuke remained silent, shaking his head in resignation with a sigh. So, Naruto wasn't he under any genjutsu? He pondered. Indeed, as a perfect Jinchuriki, he could not be manipulated by any illusion. This suggested that Naruto was genuinely intent on unifying the ninja world. After a moment's hesitation, Shikamaru finally asked, "What did you witness in the Land of Rain? Was it that Silas?" He continued, "It's not just Jiraiya and the others. Please summon the relevant family members to avoid any disputes later. It is indeed rare to find individuals who wish to abandon life, aside from those like Itachi, who bear the heavy burden of having slain their own kin. The average person, upon learning that they have several decades yet to live, would find it difficult to refuse the resources required to resurrect someone, a sum sufficient to train 10 equally skilled ninjas in each village. However, Silas understands that they would ultimately consent. The value of money is trivial. What matters most is to prevent disappointment among the villagers. Nevertheless, regarding the price, they intend to negotiate further. Soon, the leaders of each village convened, eager to meet the new deity of Konoha. This wedge is fundamentally an application of sealing techniques. And Silas, with his prowess, comprehended its composition the moment he encountered it. If he so desired, he could immediately eradicate all data pertaining to the essence of Momoshiki from Boruto's being. Yet, where would be the thrill in that? The moment Boruto discovers the existence of another soul within him, his expression will undoubtedly shift. At that juncture, Silas reassured him. While the roar of the shadow clone naturally attracted the attention of the members of the shell organization, the nearest was the outer formation's Iru, who rushed to Silas's position. Upon seeing Victor and Silas together, he bellowed. What? Before he could finish, his entire form was disintegrated by Silas's dust release, leaving only a modified mechanical arm clattering to the ground. At this very moment, while imparting the core values of prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony to Boruto in the village of Konoha, he received the memories transmitted back after the shadow clone's dissolution. To have vanquished a would-release clone was indeed impressive. Although it stemmed from a capacity to counter, Silas acknowledged the opponent's strength. Subsequently, Silas formed hand seals, summoning hundreds of shadow clones. "Silas, you must have stolen someone else's bloodline," one exclaimed. Silas, wide-eyed and wielding his Sharingan, retorted, "How dare you unjustly tarnish my reputation?" "What reputation?" "I witnessed you using magnet release on the battlefield, suspending the wind shadow, Rosha." He was so frightened that he returned to consult the clan records. Copying cannot be deemed theft. Can the replication of the Uchiha clan's abilities truly be considered stealing? He probed, followed by a series of intricate statements regarding electromagnetic induction.